Think of this. They couldn't help but feel a little lucky. One car, on tons, very heavy, and people don't necessarily only pull one card. God, those guys behind, you should quickly think of the next plan. If you rush and randomly, you may see your legs flying out at the next glance. I heard a dense explosion. It was probably a firefight. It's so scary. Please go and see as soon as possible. I just fell asleep, and I woke up with a fright. It was a robbing sound, absolutely yes, and the caliber was very large. Only the military has such a size. If so, I hope to give an explanation as soon as possible. At this moment, hundreds of calls were made to the police station, but unfortunately, most people couldn't get in, so they spread the word through social media, along with the recorded voice. Moment. There are professionals jumping out. Really, it's a steal. That's right. The caliber is very high and the destructive power is very strong. Something big happened tonight. I speculate that gangsters sneaked in. The police got the information and felt that the matter was serious, so they invited the military. Reasonable. Strict logic. Could it be gangsters? Nonsense. That's right. How could the gangsters have that kind of weapon? Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to transport it here. Otherwise, there would be a huge breach in our national security. And this has obviously exceeded the police's ability to handle it. The trust of netizens makes them feel ashamed that such weapons can be transported in. There are indeed huge omissions in their work. Hard to blame. Not handled well. A lot of people will be removed from office, that's for sure. Not out. So many people have heard that tomorrow's headlines may not be the Nobel Prize. No, let alone Sweden's headlines. The world's headlines will be strongly won by them. Swedish police can't stop the police. This title, if it appears, their faces were completely humiliated. What to do? Get out. We don't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. But, noisy, at last. Go out, guard the area around the battle, and seal off the area. If they don't go out, someone will have to resign tomorrow. Moreover, the news from the consortium just now means the same thing. How dare they? But we still have to finish it off for them. Why? If it were an ordinary weapon, it could still be pushed to smuggling. It is inevitable after all. However, if weapons of this level appear and are exposed, many big shots will be held responsible. And we're also involved. Before. Still hostile. Now. But they couldn't help but have the idea of finishing things for each other. For the consortium, for some people's position, this matter must be dealt with coldly, and the truth must be buried deep underground. It is estimated that the other party also expected that they would help to finish it off, so they felt confident to use such a powerful weapon. USA. Washington. It's really a toss-up. Not only that, it's going to make a big fuss. Okay. What's good? At least we didn't lose. Otherwise, we would be even more worried. That's right. Old Ford smiled bitterly. These guys are really not afraid of big troubles, but when they think about how they didn't give them any face last time, it's not difficult to understand what happened today. But how will this end? Last time, the ones who have lost the most are his people. He takes the overall situation into account and doesn't pursue the issue very much. But this time, it was the European consortium that lost face. If there were not enough benefits, it will be difficult. Yes, Swedish police will wrap up. But the real trouble is not that simple. A few years ago, we offended all the major killer organizations. Last month, it was equivalent to declaring war on our consortium. This time, Kovalo suffered a big loss. Can't that girl give in? Give in? Old Ford sneered. Similar people. He knows the temper of the consortium well. Can only survive. No, maybe he could still get a high look. This time, if he hadn't learned that Kitty might be the actual controller of the original transcription solution and also control the country, he would never allow him to lose face. Heart-wrenching. They paid close attention to the war situation in Sweden. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. This action is neat. That lay down. Repeatedly in front of Tang Qing. Standard. Fast. There's also the action of covering the head, which is very skillful. Of course, it is definitely not because of kneeling too much, but because of good training. These people have the power in the hands of the consortium, which is similar to the heavy punch. Dirty work. It used to be Kovalo's job. Therefore, they don't have much to do. It's similar to the heavy fist. They do some basic things, such as intelligence analysis and collection, and protecting important places. It's not necessary, and it's usually very easy. Finish 2 bullet chains. Moment. 2 more bullet chains were sent over. The purpose of this thing was not to kill the enemy, but to control the rhythm of the battlefield. Otherwise, if it was tilted at a slight angle, the surrounding area could be cleared for hundreds of meters. Actually, it also means to make a fuss. No way. There are too many weapons in Tang Qing's hands. And with the addition of magic modifications, it can be said that they are piled up in a mountain. However, there is no use for them. Even if they are placed there, although they will not rust, it is always a bit wasteful. It's okay. Pull out and use it to consume the ammunition depot that is almost not reduced. Alas, Tang Qing's side. Lots of inventory. Can't be used up. He was so helpless. On site. Very quiet. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes passed. The factory building was riddled with holes and looked like a honeycomb. It was a credit to the strong factory building. Otherwise, if things were done like this, the strength of the factory building would not make it possible. Come on. He gritted his teeth. The old man ordered. Hear the words. No one dares to disobey. Get up. Boom. 3 tongues of fire went in different directions. Get down. Instantly. Return to position. I was terrified. Why did I still have ammunition? That kind of weapon consumes terrible amounts of ammunition. Is there an ammunition depot here? Moreover, how come there were 2 more planes suddenly? What's going on? How do I know? The old man murmured in his heart. He thought there was only 1 at first, but now there are 3 in 3 directions, blocking all the directions of their attack. This kind of firepower can only be called for support on the battlefield. But how to support it here? Gun? Joke? Airstrike? It's possible, but he hasn't made up his mind to clear the target yet. He wants to stay alive and get some useful information. Moreover, using fighter jets in downtown Stockholm? God, even if the financial group is powerful, it still needs to be weighed. This tale, it's much harder to put away. Sweden, Stockholm, factory building. 5 seconds later, the attack stops. Stop. Everyone felt relieved. After all, they're not people who regard death as a matter of course, and they're not the type of people who fearlessly charge on the battlefield. They're also afraid that weapons of that caliber are life harvesters, which will leave no intact corpses after being hit. Now, 1 body turned into 3. Certainly, you can also move forward lying down. However, judging from the attack just now, they have no intention of annihilating them all. A glimmer of hope was left. The purpose of the horizontal shot is very clear. Warning, don't act rashly, otherwise the horizontal shot will turn into a downward shot, and it will not be a question of whether they can rush or not, but a matter of escaping quickly or escaping slowly. At this point, someone confirmed it immediately. At this time, a big black man looked at the concrete stone pier not far away and quickly climbed over. Upon arrival, sit up. With his back against a stone pier nearly 1 meter thick, he was breathing heavily. It was more than 10 degrees below zero, and the sweat on his forehead had frozen into ice. When he wiped his hand, Kaka's broken ice fell, which reminded him of polar training. Only, at that time, the sweat was caused by the heat, but this time it was caused by nervousness and fear. Just took 2 breaths. Boom! Boom! There was a vibration from the stone pier, as if someone was hitting his spine with a small hammer. It was not a wooden hammer, but an iron hammer. With each blow, his heart was almost knocked out. Escape was his only thought. Without hesitation, roll a few times to the right and leave the shooting area. Get down. Holding head. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. Then, he watched helplessly as the cement block was smashed into pieces and torn apart. A stone flew over and hit his finger with a click. The second joint of the index finger was hit and fractured instantly. The pain was excruciating. Escape. After another dozen or so rolls, the big black man moved away from the area just now. At the same time, there were roars from several directions, and everyone was too frightened to move. They were completely sure that their actions were being watched by the enemies inside, and someone was advancing. Just attack. Don't get up. The command came from the earphone. Suddenly, the people at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Grease. Manner. Pont. The old man blew his beard angrily. Suppress. Their people were so suppressed that they did not dare to move. It was simply a shame. There were 3 harvesters. How many people did they need to fill them in to achieve the intended goal and obtain information? 50 or 100 or maybe more. No, the unnecessary charge was too costly. Now he could see clearly that they had no intention of killing them all, which revealed a message. They did not want to offend the major financial groups. But I'm not afraid of conflict with you either. This matter, it is no longer something he can decide unilaterally. Immediately, contact them, the old man ordered. Yes, they. Of course they are not enemies, but the consortium. They didn't say anything, they just suppressed them, which is equivalent to saying, how about we talk? Therefore, he had to call other people together to discuss it, because most of them are watching plays. Soon, everyone is here. All 3 batches of Kovalo elites have been damaged and have lost their combat support capabilities. The opponent has an unknown number of people, is well equipped, has super large caliber weapons, and an unknown amount of ammunition. The old man said briefly, more than 30 millimeters. Are you sure? Where did it come from? Are they crazy? After listening, there was a lot of discussion. It was not that they had never seen it before, but that this thing was smuggled to Sweden by an unknown force. A caliber of more than 30 millimeters was considered a cannon in all countries. Where's the model? Someone asked. One listened. The old man shook his head slightly. The last camera picture is short and blurry, and the model cannot be determined. Every weapon of this kind has been registered. We are inventorying related equipment in European countries. The power of the consortium is unimaginable to ordinary people. Check these out. It's just a little troublesome, not impossible. What do they mean? Talk. Why not take the initiative? Whoever speaks first will lose half the battle. Let's continue to confront each other like this. No. What about? Wait. Wait for what? Who can't stand it first? The purpose is, first, to eliminate the action team, which is Kovalo's people. Second, to attract our attention and disrupt the rhythm of our actions against the 3 scientists. So, we should also be prepared with both hands. First, the nail must be pulled out, and we have to give Kovalo an explanation. Second, to implement Plan B for those 3 scientists. Kovalo, although it is a tool. But, even if you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. Negotiations are negotiations. Every code is a code. So many people in Kovalo died, so there must be an explanation. At least, no one in that factory can survive. Agree. Okay. Kill. They are too arrogant. Regarding this, no one had any objections. Next, it's a matter of how. In order to reduce losses, we need to borrow military power. I will coordinate this aspect. When these people bring those weapons in, the Swedish side also needs an explanation, and that is their lives. Of course, it cannot be said to the outside world that it is owned by gangsters. Otherwise, a large number of people from the Swedish authorities, military, and police will be unlucky and package it into a second large-scale annihilation of gangsters. I believe that the other party will not be stupid enough to admit it. If admitted, oh, that would be great fun. There is no need to push it. Countries will put on the list of fear of being unorganized. It is easy to drag Zero and Burma into it. If the weapons on the scene are not too conventional, the involvement is too great. Otherwise, they have all considered it. Now, the news of the war can no longer be contained. In terms of public opinion control, we still focus on cracking down on gangsters. When necessary, some people can stand up and take responsibility for this matter. Some people. Of course, the guy who made the list. Don't worry if you have too much debt. It's up to you. Okay. We'll talk about it when they can't sit still. Yeah. Only 5 minutes. The meeting adjourned. All the screens were disconnected. The old man sat down and took a sip of tea. Continue to encircle. Fire support will arrive soon. Withdraw the first line of defense. Snipers are in place. The target is the enemy at the factory. There was a pause. Speak again. Free fire. No restrictions. The enemy is dead. You can also talk. Anyway, those who can perform such tasks basically have the consciousness of being treated as abandoned pieces. They're all chess pieces. If you kill them, you will kill them. In the face of real interests, chess pieces are just for use. Found it. At this time, the housekeeper answered a phone call, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. What did you find? The old man became more energetic. How do you bring the opponent's weapons into the country? The butler said with a strange look on his face. Great. The old man stood up, looking happy. Who helped them? Us. Instantly. The old man's expression froze. A long time. Ha. Ha. The old man couldn't help laughing. Could this world be any more ridiculous? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Weird. After hearing the detailed description, the old man laughed even louder. He was not happy or crazy, but found it very interesting. He had rarely seen such a large-scale car rollover scene for many years. Today, I turned it over twice in a row. First, being pressed down and beaten, everything goes wrong. Second time, I found that their weapons were brought in through their own channels. This bend is too sharp. Can't stop it all. Thorough investigation. After laughing, the old man's expression was frighteningly gloomy. Judging from the intelligence, this bureau was set up 2 months ago. A month ago, those big guys were transported here through their own channels. Arms, ammunition, personnel. This time we funded the enemy thoroughly enough. Keep it secret for now. Understood. If possible, he would definitely order someone to destroy the evidence immediately. But he was only the transporter, and the shipper knew that it was meaningless to destroy the evidence unilaterally. He just hoped that the other party would not reveal it easily. Otherwise, this face is definitely embarrassing. At this time, outside world, the liveliness of Sweden has attracted more and more attention. Fighting again. Afraid. Please video. A 2-kilometer radius has been cordoned off by the Swedish police and cannot be entered. I just heard that someone saw a military vehicle entering. I guess this is definitely a cooperation between the military and the police to fight against gangsters. Not necessarily. Is there any other possibility? Don't you think it is too intense? To fight against gangsters, you will not use such powerful weapons. If you use it, you must be sure of one thing. It can only suppress the opponent's firepower. What do you mean? The power of their weapons is not weak. No way. How is that possible? This is a guess. It's not mainstream. Among the Nordic countries, Sweden is the only one that prohibits robbery. It doesn't matter if you have weapons. People don't want to believe that there are weapons like that. Not to mention Sweden, it is a big deal in the United States. On site, a large number of reporters gathered at various blocked intersections. Let us in. It's too dangerous. We're not afraid. Sorry, for everyone's safety, please stand outside the cordon. A police sergeant spread his hands to block the 2 reporters. Fortunately, the blockade was blocked in time. Otherwise, we would have had a chase. See this? Of course, the reporters were not willing to give in. Have all the gangsters been killed? I don't know. How many of them are there? I don't know. How are the equipment? No. 3 questions. 3 I don't know. Reporters are going crazy. Please let us pass. We have personal freedom. I'm sorry. The police chief responded coldly. Free? You are stupid. I'm still stupid. In some places, you can be free, and in some places, we have the right to speak freely. But things have gotten too big. Even if the consortium controls the media, they cannot go home. Otherwise, the people took a look. What? Are all the reporters gone? The media doesn't pay attention? There's a situation. Is this matter still related to the consortium? If it is reasoned to this point, it will be even more troublesome. The media's voice can be controlled, but it is difficult for people to speak. Simply let it take its course. The sergeant is in trouble. The reporters didn't give up. The main road was unavailable, so we went through other roads. Soon, we found a small road with a locked iron gate. This was not difficult for the reporter who had great uncanny skills. He opened the lock 3 times, 5 times, 5 times 2. Let's go. Okay. For the news. Fight hard. A reporter and a cameraman advanced in the alley, walked more than 20 meters, walked out of the end of the passage, and entered the blocked area. However, As soon as they emerged, they were mugged. Ah, the reporter screamed. The camera shook, and I almost lost my grip. Ooh, I'm. Hey. Before the reporter could say anything, he was pressed against the wall. With a few clicks, the two of them were handcuffed. Now, no matter who they are or what their identity is, and who have not authorized to enter the combat zone, they will all be detained. Now, anyone who is not one of our own may be an enemy. Concert hall. Yes. The dinner is almost over. The king has been confused by the news one by one. The battle, the fierce battle. Weapons, such heavy weapons, and public opinion are a bit out of control. How the hell am I going to explain this to the people? It's different from what I thought. Talk. That thing. How did it get shipped in? They had to borrow weapons from the military to achieve suppression. The scene was still under their control for the time being. I heard that hundreds of lives have been filled in. Tomorrow, Sweden is certainly making headlines around the world. What's wrong? Seeing the king's strange expression, the queen asked softly. No, it's nothing. The king smiled and shook his head, but this was unbelievable. At this time, a princess had almost eaten, took out her mobile phone, glanced at it, and was about to read the Nobel Prize report. Suddenly, big eyes widened. What? What's wrong? The queen leaned over. Then, the prince also came over. As the focus of the dinner, their expressions were noticed by many people. Due to the special nature of the dinner, not many people brought mobile phones, and they were all turned off during the dinner. Now, it's almost over, it's okay. What? Gangsters? Heavy firepower? Not taken down yet. God, crazy, these crazy people. The banquet hall was in an uproar. They were bustling here, and there was a fight outside. The world's attention was attracted. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in one direction. Those three scientists. The target is them. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Their target is the transcription solution, not us. Depressed. There were so many of them, and together they couldn't make the other party take risks. Although he was glad that the target was not him, this result made people unhappy. It was too shocking. It's obvious. Their value is low, and people look down upon them. Too arrogant. Since everything has been exposed, it will definitely fail. Yes, not necessarily. At this point, many people looked at the high platform, the position of the king, and the Swedish high-level officials. In this world, there are too many people who covet the original transcription solution. Countries, consortiums, companies, and forces can be said to be all enemies of the world. It is a crime to have a jade. It's for truth. At this time, two white men in suits walked up to the three scientists. Few distinguished guests. We are the Swedish police department. There is an emergency situation now. There is a group of gangsters who intend to harm the three of us. We need to reevaluate the security situation. After the banquet, we will arrange for everyone to go to a safe place. Okay. The person in charge of the team agreed directly. The man was stunned. It was a bit unexpected that he was so cheerful. He also prepared a lot of rhetoric and follow-up methods. But the other person's okay immediately made the preparation useless. Thank you for your support. Yeah. As he spoke, the person in charge smiled at him. That smile. The man suddenly felt as if the other party had succeeded, not him. Concert hall. Is it done? Looking at the three Burmese scientists in the distance, Fred felt distressed. After acting for several months, he could no longer continue acting. During this period, he was under so much pressure that he woke up several times a night. In a dream. Liar. Despicable. Hang him, I didn't expect Fred to be this kind of person. Shame. He was exposed countless times, his reputation was ruined, he became a street rat, and finally he was depressed for the rest of his life. Although it was different from what he expected, the result was the same. His mission was over. Next, it's the consortium's business. It's done. Everyone is happy. No, it has nothing to do with him. He can retire and provide for himself with a good salary. As for the replacement, there was a consortium to close it, so he didn't need to worry about it. He had read the plan, and it was very good. With my reputation preserved, I can still live out my old age peacefully. Soon, after the dinner, the guests left. Before leaving, many glances were cast at the three scientists. According to their schedule, They would attend a seminar tomorrow morning and return home in the afternoon. I guess I don't have time to communicate. Actually, many people still hold contempt in their hearts. Because the three of them have no experience of studying abroad and have never seen the world, they are just lucky people who grew up in that primitive land. It has nothing to do with ability. Unlike them, they have a glorious resume. Study, awarded, effort, a resume full of life. We're the three of them. This is probably their first time going abroad. Thinking of this, many people feel more balanced. Although the spiritual victory method is nonsense, it is also an effective way to adjust their mental state. Please, people from the Swedish police department came up again. Okay, leave through the side door. The front. It was 2 police cars leading the way. Rear. There were a total of 5 vehicles, including 2 special service vehicles. Inside were heavily armed elites, all of whom were very nervous. Everything else was about to develop into a small battlefield, and they were under great pressure. 20 minutes later, northern suburbs. The convoy stopped at a manor. This is Sweden's state guest house. It is generally used for government receptions. It is tightly guarded and surrounded by troops. Today's security has been doubled. Drink with your distinguished guests. Get off the car. The manager here greeted me with a smile. Greece. Manor. People are settled. Okay. The old man said happily. Finally, things are back on track, and the bargaining chip in hand is now firmly in hand. The next step is to pull out the nail first and give Kovalo, Sweden, and an explanation for the previous failure. Do it. Yes. On sight. Attack. The big guys from the military arrived, and everyone was full of confidence. Of course, the first party to execute this order was not them, but the military. They would not attack until absolute fire suppression was completed. Order. Boom. 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 Ta. 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 Grab. Gun. In the corner of the Swedish winter night, they sounded at the same time. Boom. The factory building couldn't bear it anymore, and a large piece collapsed. Okay. Suppressed. Continue. There was a round of applause. Just now, they were suppressed and beaten by the opponent, and they did not dare to attack for nearly half an hour. They were feeling aggrieved. Now I feel proud, come on. No matter how awesome you are the only one who has the big one. We have that too. Now, they completely forgot that they were the first to use it. 3 minutes. The opponent's weapons were misfired for 3 minutes. When the attack stopped, most of the ammunition had been consumed. In their opinion, the opponent must have been blinded, and the 3 weapons were probably destroyed. Rush. The command came from the earphone. Then, on the streets and alleys, around the factory, individual figures appeared and surrounded the factory. Soon, we crossed the wall, walked through the open space, stepped onto the ruins, and carefully entered the remaining alive factory buildings. After entering, they were collectively petrified. Back off, shouted a loud voice. He screamed heartbreakingly. Run. This was their common thought after looking inside, clearly. They saw that the 3 weapons were indeed almost useless, and there were some unused ammunition scattered on the ground, proving that they had just one. But, in the middle of the factory, twinkle and twinkle, it was as if countless red eyes were blinking. These red lights were countdowns one by one. Through the lights they grabbed, they could clearly see that they were a bunch of frightening things. Explosives. Not a few. Not dozens. Rather, at least look at hundreds. Fuck. Countless alpacas were running past in their hearts. If they were enemies, they could give them peanuts, but for this thing, they could only run. The further away, the better, because the countdown was only 1 minute. 1 minute. God, this time I really met a madman. Retreat. Retreat. He rushed out of the factory and shouted. Some of the people behind him shook their hands and almost didn't press the trigger. When they heard the sound and saw the panic on those people's faces, something must have happened. No hesitation. Retreat. At first, he retreated backwards. Soon, after being overtaken by the people rushing out of the factory, I saw that there were so many people who didn't care anymore. I didn't have time to ask, so I just ran after him. After a while, the 100 meters around the factory were deserted. What's going on? We found the bunker and had time to ask. Explosives. Many, very many, those lunatics. The person explaining the explanation wiped cold sweat with lingering fear. If the power was to be used, the thing piled up like a hill would be enough to clear a range of dozens of meters. Get down. It's about to explode. Grease. Manner. Hiss. Looking at the last picture, the old man took a breath. If the heavy firepower was used before, it would be easy to end, but if this pile of things explodes, things will be messy. Because there is new news. His channel also helped these people transport a lot of unknown items. I was worried about what unknown items they were before, but now looking at it, it is probably the red lights in front of me. Look, at least 2 tons. Crazy. Once this group of lunatics are exposed and drag him into the water, they will definitely be enough to eat a pot. What to do? He doesn't know either. Counting down the shooting time, there were less than 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The old man muttered, closed his eyes, and couldn't bear to look directly at the scene. He automatically made up a scene in his mind. At night, in the capital of Sweden, under the gaze of countless people, the fire was shining in the sky. Thick smoke. Shock. Mushroom cloud. After more than 10 seconds, the old man muttered in his heart, "Why is there no sound?" It didn't explode. The housekeeper said from the side and opened his eyes. The screen remains as it is. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed, still the same. Dumb. Being fooled? Go in and take a look. After hesitating, the old man ordered. Immediately, a man walked inside with camera equipment and crossed the ruins. In an instant, a bunch of gadgets appeared on the screen. The difference was that the red countdown turned into a positive number. 025, 026. That picture was extremely dazzling. 035, 051, 111. The numbers kept getting bigger, breaking 1, breaking 2, and soon exceeded 3 minutes. The old man had thought that the other party might play a positive number explosion, and when it reached a certain number, there would be a bang. But after breaking 5, there was no movement. Could it be? Is it really a prank? Close. Yes. The scene. The person who entered braved cold sweat and stepped forward bravely. He looked at these red lights flashing. Even if they were positive numbers, it could not calm him down. With a bang, there were absolutely no bones left. Calm down. Calm down. These may be fake, right? It must be. If it really explodes, the other party will definitely be on the fearless list. Compared with the result of killing them, the cost is too high and the gain is not worth the loss. Yes, these are definitely bluffing. Near. Get closer. Take one out. Understood. Carefully, he picked up one of them and began to back away, his heart beating faster involuntarily. The weight was too substantial to be fake. Exit the factory, put it down, and the bomb disposal personnel will come forward. 1 minute later. False. This conclusion. Let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Great. Let me tell you. How dare they? A false alarm. The scene. And everyone who paid attention to this matter couldn't help but put down the stone in their hearts. Once it explodes, many things will be irreversible. It seems that it is really a prank and disgusting to them. Fuck. Scare me to death. Take a sip of wine to calm down. No, this is just to confirm one. Go in and confirm the others. Then, professionals walked into the factory and confirmed one by one. Fake. 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 More than 20 of them were confirmed in a row, and they were all fake. Moreover, except for the ones on the outside that were more well-made, the ones inside were becoming more and more simple, and some didn't even have iron filings in them. A shell. One display. It's a complete insult to their intelligence. Asshole. Shoddy. Fake. Fake. Real. Fake. Fake. After confirming each one, throw it directly to the ground next to it. Suddenly, his hand stopped. Wrong. Did you just miss something? When he reacted, his face darkened. Really, he was so frightened that his legs weakened, and he quickly looked at a pile of shining red things not far away. He had just thrown them away casually, but now he had to find them out. At this moment, his heart was already occupied by a group of alpacas. Looking for it. Rushed over. Fake. 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 He is going crazy. This kind of repetitive work is it's so exciting. Finding the truth is much more exciting than defusing bombs. Soon he found a real thing. Really? What's this? Just as he was about to take it apart, the rising number stopped. Then, one black. No more reaction. What does it mean? Look down on him? Disconnected yourself? After a little effort, he finally determined that this real guy had committed suicide, and he was not given a chance to dismantle it. Moreover, it was not one. Instead, they all went offline collectively. Look up. Among the bunch of red lights, many were black. 10, 12, other red lights are on as usual. Stand up. After looking at the darkened ones, I finally determined that they were all real. Apparently. 10 minutes. It was the time when the group went offline. It took him another 5 minutes to finally sort out the ones. There were a bunch of fake ones on the left and a bunch of disconnected ones on the right. In short, he was fooled this time. Happy, angry, mixed emotions, grease, manner. The old man was speechless for a long time. That's right. They were fooled. But he couldn't be angry because these things were fake, which meant that it would not be easy to trace them to him. Once they were real and exploded, he felt that he couldn't handle this situation. 5 minutes later, the factory was searched inside and outside. He ran away. Ow! Although he was prepared, the old man still couldn't calm down. In the power distribution room, where they appeared before, a passage was dug out, leading to the underground drainage channel. There are too many exits in the drainage channel, and we can't determine the direction of escape. What is this? Beaten in vain? As planned. The people inside must die, but they all disappeared without a trace, and the plan became a joke. Looking for? No matter how you look for it, people can come silently. Although traces of the goods are found, there is no trace of the people. Nature. If you want to leave, you are fully prepared. This round, they lost. But we also have the bargaining chip. Thinking of another thing, the old man felt a little comforted. With the 3 scientists in hand, he felt more confident. All in all, this phase could not be lost in vain. Snort. Wait. However, it didn't take long for him to be proud. It's not good. A middle-aged man rushed in. With a thump in his heart, the old man prayed not to be too scary. Pity. God didn't hear. 2 minutes ago, 3 scientists were robbed from their residence. Their bodyguards were paralyzed by the anesthetic gas in the ventilation ducts. The surveillance was destroyed. It is suspected that it was an insider. Finish listening. The old man immediately froze. Robbed? And still in that heavily guarded place. God, are you kidding me? Really? The old man said bitterly. Yeah. Got confirmation. The old man sat on the chair a little weakly. He was gone and was robbed under their noses. Although he was not fully responsible for this responsibility, he could not stay away from it. Their leader was preparing to contact the embassy in Myanmar, but was temporarily blocked. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. However, it will definitely not be hidden for long, and the person must be found. Looking for it. Must be found. The old man gritted his teeth. This matter. So weird. Who did it? To be able to manipulate people in that kind of place and kidnap people, there are too many motives and too many abilities. It may even be that force. However, this is no longer important. No matter who robbed it, it must be recovered. Otherwise, this situation will be irreconcilable. Sweden. Royal Palace. What? Just as he was about to go to bed, the king was confused by the news. If he was robbed on his way back, it could only be said that the security was not good, but he was robbed in that place. God, this is not a sign of poor security. It is simply total dereliction of duty. Police, military, government, Swedish departments cannot evade responsibility at all. The gangsters who sneaked into such a place are completely derelict in their duties. If the crime was committed by insiders, they will still have to bear the blame. How to see? This pot cannot be thrown away unless 3 scientists are found to make amends for their mistakes. Pot. The king slapped his forehead. Brain aches. It was so late at night that something like this happened, and no one was allowed to sleep. This happened. Sweden. Police department. Everyone go back to their posts, set up traffic jams on the roads out of the city, and check passing vehicles. The leader yelled, feeling a little cold. The police had just taken over the security mission of 3 scientists. Which material? Not warm yet. The people are gone. God, are you going to kill him today? First there was a firefight in the city, and then there was a battle with heavy firepower, which shocked the world and was questioned by the media. In the end, all the security targets were lost. Throw this away. Want to find it again. Difficult. The initiative is already in the hands of others. The rhythm of pills. Soon, the streets of Stockholm are ringing with more intensive sirens, and all other sections out of the city are blocked and checked one by one. This has not happened in many years, but when it happens, it is a big deal. What happened? Please open the trunk. Oh, you can go. The people speculated, and after cooperating with the inspection, they took out their mobile phones and found that social media was also blowing up. The previous warning was still within a certain scope, but now it has been extended to the entire city. They'll figure it out. Moment. A terrible guess came to mind. The gangsters broke through the blockade. What? Otherwise, how can we explain all this? There must be gangsters who have escaped, or they're chasing the gangsters' accomplices. What kind of trash do we support with taxes? It's so unreliable. That's right. Protest. Go to the streets tomorrow. USA. Washington. 3 scientists have been kidnapped. Who? We are still investigating. Maybe someone wants to fish in troubled waters. Of course, Kitty's self-directed actions cannot be ruled out. In short, they are very passive now. There is a bug in this situation. A headache. Even a consortium is not omnipotent. Motivation. Ability. There are too many people who meet the conditions. As long as there is enough time, there is nothing that cannot be planned. In addition to Kitty's side, the Swedish Executive Consortium is also suspected, and even the Swedish royal family is on the list. What should I do? Wait. If Kitty did it. If so, it's quite acceptable, even pleased. But if other consortiums try to fish in troubled waters, they will definitely not agree. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Let's see how you continue this play. Tang Qing smiled. People. It has been teleported back to Myanmar. If there is no police to take charge of security, the responsibility there will not be big. But now, the police, military, and Swedish authorities are all involved. People are missing from your state hotel. Shit the blame? Oh, think beautifully. Carry it on your back. As for how long to carry it, it depends on the situation. According to the consortium's plan, they will find a way to keep the 3 scientists in Sweden legally. By then, Myanmar will definitely protest. The consortium's plan is to see the joke. Anyway, when it comes to their territory, the rules are not decided by them. The consortium will not let people go unless they get the secret of the original transcription solution. But now, people disappear. The Myanmar side's protest made them sit on their hands. Theoretically, there are many ways to break this situation, but from a cost-effective perspective, simply kidnapping people is the best option. Turn passivity into initiative. Next, it should be lively for a while. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Sweden. It was late at night, and the light snow turned into heavy snow. It was cold, but it was still not as cold as many people's hearts. According to general conditions, the longer the delay, the lower the probability of finding someone, and it dropped rapidly. Nothing found. The same goes for us. No suspicious persons. The information was summarized to the police department. Command hall. There was silence for 2 hours. If people were fully prepared, not only would they not be able to find the person, but they would even achieve their goal. If the 3 scientists were torn apart on Swedish soil. Hiss. Pill. He had no choice but to take the blame and resign. At this time, the Myanmar side has learned about the disappearance of the 3 scientists and is asking us for an explanation. This report made the head of the police department tremble. It is coming, and accountability will come soon. Has it spread? No. Yeah. Same. The Myanmar side will not announce this kind of news easily, and it is still night over there. However, the paper cannot cover the fire. Many police officers know their citywide search targets. If, just thinking about it, someone broke the news on the internet that 3 scientists have disappeared. Sure enough, This matter can no longer be hidden. Blockade? No matter how you seal it, you are actively acknowledging the authenticity of the news. Next, the only thing he can do is to stick to his post and then deal with the incoming reporters for various countries. Network. Let the news spread at the speed of light. Countless people were shocked. Sweden, capital, or the Guobingarden. Under the protection of hundreds of soldiers and police, 3 scientists were kidnapped by gangsters. Such a scene has only been seen in movies. It is simply appalling and heartbreaking. Today is April Fool's Day. God, this world is crazier than I imagined. Incompetent. 3 living people. Missing for 2 hours. Very dangerous. The gangster must be trying to transcribe the original liquid. Once obtained, there is a high probability of murder and silence. I hope the police will act faster. Scary. Is there a safe place in Sweden? There was doubt. This time, Sweden's face has been shamed all over the world. People don't care about anything else. They only know that gangsters can kidnap important personnel of the country in Sweden's heavily guarded places. If the gangster breaks the ticket in the end, it's not embarrassing, it's embarrassing. Now, a large number of Swedish people were also shocked. Many people paid attention to the Nobel Prize, and later they were attracted by the fighting. They didn't sleep. They thought it was about to end, but the police once again made a big move. Then, 2 hours. Thought it was really going to end. But, just as I was about to go to sleep, I was bombarded by this news. It seems that I can't sleep tonight. Sweden is embarrassed, and they are embarrassed. This is not an ordinary accident, but a serious and vicious incident. Not good. It's an international dispute. This night, Swedish authorities, major financial groups, both sides were crazy busy, mobilizing a large number of manpower to track down the whereabouts of the 3 scientists, and even issued a reward of 1 million for any valid information. However, there were many people who wanted to defraud the money. Valid information? None. Let them work hard and be disappointed again and again. Snow. Getting bigger and bigger. Heart. It's getting cooler. If the person is not kidnapped by that force, then the other party has probably obtained the secret of the original transcription solution. No matter how bad it is impossible for them to find it. This situation is going to be bad. Sweden. Police department. Alas, the person in charge scratched his head, feeling extremely distressed. All night long, no clues were found, let alone anyone. Ulu sirens rang all night. Heavy snow fell, and many traces were erased. It seems resignation is decided. The press conference will start soon. The assistant with dark circles under his eyes came in. I know. The reply was weak. Later, after tidying up my clothes and taking a sip of coffee to refresh myself, the person in charge came to the 2nd floor. For such a big event, the spokesperson could only stand aside because it had nothing to do with them, and he was the responsible party. And still the main responsibility. Now, the press conference was very lively. Major media from various countries were present, looking forward to getting first-hand news. Most of them were watching the excitement. They only cared about whether the news was explosive, nothing more. Even some unscrupulous reporters are still looking forward to it, but have never found it. In this way, there will be no shortage of news for a long time, as long as they come to the Swedish police department every day. Have you confirmed the identity of the kidnapper? Has the kidnapper contacted the police? Have something unexpected happened to the 3 scientists? Their purpose is money or the technology of transcribing the original liquid. He could not answer any of the questions, such as the soul torture, and could only perfunctorily answer them. The reporters did not care about this, and they did not know the 3 questions. This was a big news breaking point. This way, there are countless guessing directions, and there is even more room for play. On stage, the person in charge also knew that these people's imagination would push the matter to a worse point, but he had no choice. He had no clues and couldn't make up one. It would be even harder to end it that way. At last, for those gangsters who kidnapped the 3 scientists, I hope you will surrender as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the 3 scientists. They have countless lives and are heroes of all mankind. Such behavior is a serious crime. Some advice. Although the effect is definitely not effective, it must be said on the scene. Otherwise, if it is all about asking questions and not knowing, the press conference will be meaningless. At least, these words can save a little bit of the image. Thank you. Bow. Step down. Back to the office. The Prime Minister asked you to come over. Okay. With an uneasy heart, he came to the Prime Minister's office. He was under pressure, and the Prime Minister's office was even bigger. This vicious incident seriously affected Sweden's image. As Prime Minister, he must try his best to restore it. King. Public opinion. Myanmar. International public opinion. Under pressure from many parties, I didn't sleep all night. Any progress? No. Listen, is this what you should say in your position? Seeing that the Prime Minister looked unhappy, he hurriedly said, "We are expanding the search area. It is impossible for them to leave by plane." As soon as he said this, a strange look flashed in the Prime Minister's eyes. That look, let's be clear, are you kidding me? In fact, he got it right. Aviation, people lost their minds and chose to leave by plane. Of course, the person in charge knew about this, but he also knew that their blockade on land and sea was not strict. After all, it was still close to the sea. Plan it carefully. Truth. He has many ways to hide and transfer the 3 scientists. 24 hours. The Prime Minister said, "You only have 24 hours. If you still can't save the 3 scientists, resign." Of course, he will not stand up to resign in this matter. He is the Prime Minister, and it is not his turn. As expected, the person in charge didn't have any resistance. After all, this is routine, not directed at him. Clear. Myanmar. It was already dawn. Damn gangster, give me back my scientist. And him. Over. I suspect that this may be self-directed and staged by the Swedish authorities. The one who has the ability to kidnap 3 scientists in such a heavily guarded place must be the Swedish authorities. Hand them over immediately. That makes sense. Thieves. Indeed, Sweden also has motives and is more capable. A den of thieves. Thieves. Bandits. A developed country with despicable methods. Online, the situation has already exploded, and the resentment has been directed towards Sweden. You are the organizer and responsible for security. They have every reason to suspect that this is a Swedish conspiracy. Otherwise, things won't go so well for the gangsters. I guess that the gangster who was killed before wanted to confuse the public and put the responsibility on the gangster. The second time he fought the gangster was to find a reason to disperse the police force. Yes, that must be the case. It was all to create the illusion that the gangster kidnapped someone. Actually, it was a thief, no. It was a show of complicity. For a moment, conspiracy theories began to spread. The logic is smooth. It is hard to refute that this resentment spread back to Myanmar through patients and tourists from various countries. Such troublemaking remarks were immediately captured by the media and added fuel to the fire. Burmese netizens suspect that this kidnapping is related to the Swedish authorities. There is speculation that this kidnapping is a staged act by the Swedish authorities. The Swedish authorities may be the culprits in planning this kidnapping. Spreading rumors. They are professionals, catching wind and shadow. They are also experts. The reporters are very interested in criticizing Sweden. Sweden has always been quite aloof. Now, they have the opportunity to pull it off and point their noses at it and criticize it. Cool. Suddenly, thoughts flowed. Sweden. Totally popular. 24 hours later. I am very sorry for this incident. I did not expect it and did not implement effective emergency response, so that 3 scientists were kidnapped. I will submit my resignation to the Prime Minister's office later. One day. Same. Mao didn't even notice it. Clue. It's all fake. Hope. Disillusioned again and again, reaching the final despair. 30 hours have passed since the 3 scientists were kidnapped. All parties have been digging deep, but no trace of the 3 scientists has been found. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. A week has passed, and Sweden is in the headlines every day. If it's a good thing, that's fine, but every day it's bad news, missing news, conspiracy theories, and outcry. The Swedish authorities are now under great pressure. Alas, I knew it earlier. Instead of letting the 3 scientists come, The prize will be delivered directly to the door, or one person will come and receive it on his behalf. Of course, those who think like this are just ordinary people who don't know about the consortium's planning. Now, the financial groups were also speechless. Under the nose. The chips haven't even been heated up yet. People are gone. It was carefully planned and kept in their pocket, but someone snatched it away. In the end, they had to take the blame because they were the ones who started this incident and Sweden cooperated. Now that the show has failed, they can't let go. Mian Yao clamored for an explanation every day. Keep urging. They even sent an investigation team over. The look in his eyes seemed to be able to kill someone. The Swedish police department waited carefully and let them join the frontline investigation team, hoping to let them know how difficult this matter was. December 21st, China, Fudan University. Sitting in the classroom, people around him were busy writing. The pen in Tang Qing's hand turned around and left an afterimage on his fingertips. It started again and again. Suddenly, his left hand shook, and the carbon pen flew to his right hand, and he continued. Precise control, no need to worry about turning around. Today, it's the last day of the postgraduate entrance examination. Politics, English, math. All the exams have been completed, and now he is taking the exam for professional courses. He plans to get 6 degrees, but it is impossible for him to take all 6 professional courses at the same time. He can only choose one, and he randomly picked computer science. The amount of questions is large. But for him, it's not much more difficult than single-digit multiplication. Therefore, in less than an hour, I finished it after a long time. Just like the previous 3 subjects, I didn't deliberately let it slip. Since you are a genius, you must be a genius to the end and strive to get full marks in the postgraduate entrance examination. Certainly, just thinking about it, mathematics is easy to get a perfect score, and it is easy to take professional courses. English. Politics. There are subjective questions. If you want perfect scores, you have to rely on God's will, but you can't escape high scores. On the stage, the invigilator cast his eyes over from time to time. It was quite unexpected to see Tang Qing in the exam room. I really want to take a group photo. Monster! Look at the others. Except for those who gave up, they were all doing the questions, and Tang Qing had already finished it. As for the accuracy, they had no doubt that the final exams of the previous 5 professional courses for the senior year once again shocked the world. Postgraduate entrance examination? No one thought it was difficult for Tang Qing. Estimate. It's not much harder than drinking water. This is the ultimate version of other people's children. On the seat. Finished writing. Tang Qing is not bored either. He started making headlines. For nearly 4 months after being launched, today's Tushio has exerted the charm of its previous life and firmly maintained its dominance in people's competition for fragmented time. These 4 months, Tushio's registered users have already exceeded 10 million, and daily active users have exceeded 7 million. This data is already very good. If it wants to exceed 10 million, it will probably take a year. In 2008, it was a miracle. In addition to the gap in the market, there is also his halo effect. The 2 names Tang Qing have become a label for China, and almost all Tang Qing's companies have attracted people's attention. Take a look. Homemade, it must be good. Download. Have a look. Interesting indeed. There is a lot of information. After a few scrolls, you will find what you want to see, and more relevant content is constantly being pushed to your eyes. You don't have to bother looking for resources anymore. You just need to keep scrolling. Accurate recommendation. Short and informative. It does not take up much time, and many people have gradually become accustomed to using it whenever they have time. WeMedia has also become popular. The low threshold and high click share after original certification are very attractive. Quality content keeps coming. If you are idle, Tang Qing can't help but browse it, firstly for entertainment, and secondly for experience. If there is anything he is dissatisfied with, he can give his opinion. If any fish that violate the rules slip through the screen, just click on it and follow it for review. Report? It's the same as reporting, but with a nice name. Now, he was looking at an original author of exotic travel. From the beginning, Tang Qing gave the company an order to sign some potential original authors in some categories and focus on cultivating them. Pull high-quality content. It is the core of Tushio's survival. This time, the author ran away to Myanmar. Dream Province. I am doing a live broadcast on the beach. Tushio Live Broadcast is a new feature added at the beginning of the month. It can be said that it has been long awaited and has made the platform's income a lot higher. However, it still cannot erase the losses. Bandwidth. Content. It all costs money, tens of millions a month, and it has been losing money for several months. Like other profiteers, Tang Qing ordered fewer ads in the early days, focusing on improving user experience and retaining users. Wait until you get used to it. Let go again. No way. We can't keep losing money. In 2 years, the monthly bandwidth cost will exceed 100 million. Just like playing video games, we are burning money. Many of Penguin's business losses are subsidized by game profits. Same. Comet Video has been losing money year after year, without the blood transfusion of civilization. No financing. It's just a dead end. Membership plus advertising revenue can't fill this big hole at all. In the picture, the author is walking on the beach. The clean beach and clean sea water attract many people. I like this water. It's so clear. It's beautiful. I really want to dive in. Last time I went there, this scene is by no means an exception. The entire coastline is like this. The water quality is natural, and there is no industrial pollution. It's a pity that the commercial villas there were sold out, and I didn't catch up. He said, a gift worth 99 yuan was given. Now, the reputation of Delin Province has already spread, and it has become one of the hottest tourist attractions in Southeast Asia. It is the first choice for vacationing abroad and enjoying the sea views. Almost everyone who has been there has become a favorite. Word of mouth. Already erected. Clean. Quiet. The price is reasonable. The scenery is unique. The weather is so nice there, and you can wear short sleeves. I'm envious. It's minus 12 degrees here with moderate snow, and I can't stand it anymore. I've decided to go to Myanmar for a week tomorrow. It's a good idea. It's impossible to go there without a tour group. Since Delin Province can also treat diseases and the accommodation prices are reasonable, it has become a treatment place second only to Bexinen City. Without an appointment, you can't enter the country. The live broadcast room was lively. Smoothly. Tang Qing gave a reward of 50. Not much. Quite a few. Although his assets are in the trillions, no, including the Myanmar Bank Group and ERV, it may exceed 10 trillion yuan, but he has no habit of giving random rewards. He often throws hundreds of thousands into it. How is it possible? Unless there is a special purpose. Otherwise, the rewards of dozens or hundreds were overwhelming. This was because the other party was promoting Delin Province. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Tang Qing started doing other things. 1 hour passed quickly. Alas, Tang Qing sighed. Time. It just slipped away. Even as technology becomes more and more advanced, people's busyness seems to have not changed. In the past, when information was not available, I could go out to send an email or buy something in a day, which made me feel quite busy. Now, it's all done with the click of a mouse. However, people still feel busy because there will always be things that take away the remaining time. It is said that in the future people will only need to work a few hours, but Tang Qing is sure that no one will feel idle. Future. Maybe we'll be busier. Busy at work? No. Busy life. Hand in the paper. Looking at the time, Tang Qing stood up and hit the mark, half an hour ahead of schedule. After leaving the examination room, Tang Qing did not leave the school. He turned around and came to the office of Vice Principal Chiojia. Here we come. Chiojia smiled broadly. Yeah. Tang Qing was not polite and accepted him a cup of tea. The school has decided to place the cooperative laboratory in the Zhangjiang campus. It is a big place, and the most important thing is that it is close to the park. As an old acquaintance, Chiojia naturally became the person in charge. 10 billion fund. It caused quite a stir among universities in China. This year, 10 billion. At least it will be equivalent to 20 to 30 billion in 10 years. Even in 10 years, private companies that can put out tens of billions in cash will be very rare. You see, how many companies rely on financing to survive. Although big, but not strong. 8 years. This is absolutely delicious. Looking at the young face in front of him, thinking of what Tang Qing has done the past few years and his future achievements, Qiujie can only sigh. There are talents in this generation. Rich, talented, the proud son of heaven, the dragon and the phoenix among men. Only words of praise can be worthy of his wealth and ability. These days, in order to be Tang Qing's research supervisor, the school was very lively, and I don't know how many professors volunteered. In the end, Tang Qing gave up the power, saying that in his opinion, it didn't matter whoever was the mentor. But conditions were made. I can't be forced to do the mentor's project. In this regard, the school didn't hesitate at all. Joke. Such a genius, studying for so many master's degrees, has no time to follow his mentor's project. In principle, he does not interfere. It is just an official statement. In fact, Tang Qing has absolute autonomy. Even Qiujie vaguely felt that those professors were not necessarily qualified to teach Tang Qing. What to teach? Knowledge? A man with a terrifyingly solid foundation who treats exams like a game. Not to be offended. As for experience, well, the Smart Space Park is engaged in scientific research, and they only select the best from the best. Project? Topic? Don't be ridiculous. The scope of people's contact is astonishingly wide. Due to the special nature of their status, they have no shortage of projects, and they have large-scale projects as soon as they come up. No. Extensive project management experience. On ability. Tang Qing can almost be a teacher. Missing. It's just practice, or in other words, practice recognized by formal institutions. 3 years later. 6 master's degrees. 5 years later. He could even get 6 doctorate degrees. Qiujie firmly believed that as long as Tang Qing wanted to, there was nothing impossible. Thinking of this monster-like genius with Fudan University on his resume, Qiujie couldn't help but feel excited. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing left Fudan. Roadside, he was walking home alone. When he left Qiujie's office, he wore a scarf and his glasses turned black, so he would not be easily recognized, at least not at a glance. Walked hundreds of meters. Rugamo too, more spicy. 2 students stood in front of a roadside stall. Okay. How much? 8 yuan. Where to scan on WeChat? Here. The vendor pointed to a QR code under the stall. After a few seconds. Ding dong. When the payment was successful, a prompt came from the earphones, and the vendor laughed and said, Roger it. At first, he was not used to this way of collecting money, but now, he wants everyone to scan it. No need to change. Save time. Also, you don't have to worry about receiving fake money. There are many benefits. At first, he would withdraw the money in it every day, mainly because he was worried about it being unsafe. After using it for a few months, his worries gradually dispelled. Rent, consumption, repayment. Now you can use WeChat and Alipay, and there is no need to transfer it back and forth. Although there is 0 handling fee, there are limitations. The number of free transfers to bank cards per month is 10. Exceeded. There's a handling fee. Therefore, unless you deposit regular money, you won't be bothered to transfer other money once it's in Alipay or WeChat. Street. Tang Qing looked left and right. Shop. Supermarket. Roadside stall. Business hall. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of local promotion staff, scanning QR codes to pay has begun to become common. WeChat and Alipay are the first 2 to take advantage of this. With sufficient preparation and mature technology, they already have an absolute advantage. Latecomers can only drink some soup. Do the math. Together, the 2 account for more than 90% of the payment market share, and the remaining 10% is divided up by dozens of apps such as Penguin, JD.com, and Baidu. Gap. Big enough to make the 3rd place to spare. At this time, the 2 young men surpassed Tang Qing, and clear conversations reached their ears. It's great in China. You can pay your phone bills with your mobile phone. Not in the United States? Yeah. Maybe soon. No, this is almost impossible to do because it involves too many stores, such as recharge card sales stores and the banks behind the credit cards. Mobile phone recharge will cut off a lot of their profits. So what? What? The protests are relatively light. The banks behind the credit cards have powerful lobbying companies that can influence the decision-making of Congress and determine that paying phone bills by mobile phone is illegal. So arrogant. It's not an exaggeration. Terrible. In addition, things like scan code payment and quick transfer are not legal in the United States. Not to mention foreign companies. Even their domestic companies are strictly restricted by the law. It is better to do it at home. The policy direction will not be arbitrarily influenced by capital. If you want to do things, dare to do things, and can do things as long as China is given another 20 years, it is likely to become the new center of the world. Is this possible? The probability is very high. Look at scan code payment. In the United States, it will be extinguished before it starts a prairie fire, and it will be stamped on hard. Here, you can actually do it first. Amazing. In just a few months, scan code payment has become so popular, it must be possible. While listening, Tang Qing smiled. Such a speed of change can only be seen in a country that is eager for progress. Europe and America. No, except China. No country has such a growth momentum in QR code payment. Western countries, even countries in the Western camp, are naturally assimilated and have the same problem, lack of motivation for reform. Interest groups are too strong, or rather, deep-rooted. Just like Alibaba's road to globalization, e-commerce photography is easy to do, but what is really difficult is the payment system, which involves bank and citizen information. They even like to refer to it. USA, Europe, island country, the world's top 20 and 30 economies. Take a look. If you do it in such a big way, how do I know if it's safe or not? If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible? Dare you sign the agreement? Dare to promise not to leak any citizen information, otherwise you will be severely punished. All kinds of difficulties. Anyway, it just won't let you go smoothly. To this. Of course, Alibaba would not dare to sign random promises. It's a joke. There is information on the express delivery. If a courier leaks a person's information, he will be fined hundreds or tens of millions, which will make the country's news headlines for a few days. Real. Boring. Tang Qing did not give much help in this regard. Even if the situation is strong, the favoritism cannot be too obvious. If one country passes by strangely, it will be okay, 3 or 5 will be okay, 30 or 50. This tale is difficult to close. Street. Tang Qing strolled slowly. Stop and go. Arrive home. It's already half an hour later. At home, the two dormitories are together again. Since entering the thesis and internship stage, Tang Qing has not been to the school, either in the villa or in the park to work. Just walked in the door. How did you do on the test? Full marks. Zhong Liang. I shouldn't have asked. New year, updates are unstable, sorry. Depressed for a while. Calm down. Zhong Liang thought silently. Can't compare with monsters. After that, the living room is lively. After today's exams, the first semester of senior year has come to an end. The next time we meet, it may be a new year. In the future, the number of gatherings will become less and less. Although they all applied for Fudan University this time. But mentors are different. Tang Qing, Lin Jiaxue, a god of study, a top student. In comparison, the results of others can only be considered excellent. Looking at Tang Qing, Zhong Liang and the others could only sigh in their hearts. The relationship between classmates can only stop here. To this. But very satisfied. In 4 years, they witnessed the rise of a miracle, a super genius and a world-class rich man. Although they were not even qualified to be a green leaf, they were satisfied. Tang Qing is the flower. What kind of green leaves complement each other? They don't know. But, at least among his peers, everyone can only be regarded as a more inconspicuous background. If this is a painting, then Tang Qing is the solitary flower blooming with brilliance. It's time to eat. Soon. Guman's voice came from the kitchen. These few years. Most of the time, the soldiers were cooking, but for a considerable part of the time, a few girls got into the kitchen and cooked by themselves. Cooking delicious food in their spare time was also their pleasure. Don't say it. It tastes pretty good. Here you go. Serve. It's delicious. It's delicious. So happy. Everyone felt happy while eating the food. Do you know, a few days ago, I tasted a familiar taste in a high-end hotel. When I asked, it turned out to be ingredients grown in a prepared liquid, which began to appear on the market. While eating, Zheng Ro mentioned one thing. Hear the words. Zhong Liang continued. I know that the products launched by several large domestic agricultural trading companies are similar to what we predicted before. It is most cost-effective to give priority to cultivating ingredients. According to the concentration, the cultivated ingredients are also graded. Speaking of this, he looked at Tang Qing. According to the standards of the ingredients I have eaten, Tang Qing, the ones you have here are higher than the highest grade. What this means, he knows very well, they are eating the best ingredients in the world. TSK. God, for years, Tang Qing ate this kind of food 4 years earlier than the rest of the world. Since 4 years ago, his life has been completely different from that of average people. They are also lucky to have it 3.5 years earlier. But they all have a sense of proportion and don't go out to brag about it. That's right. Tang Qing smiled. At present, the concoction on sale is actually very high in terms of concentration, but what he eats is produced in the training area. It is the real origin and has an environment that cannot be compared with the outside world. Now, it's just the ingredients. To the new year, a large number of high-end agricultural products will be on the market one after another, and next year, there will be a full-scale explosion. Once there was a lot of trouble in the sea, but when people's appetites are spoiled, the high-end food market will face a reshuffle. It's not just agriculture that's affected by this. By then, a concoction liquid, market worth trillions of Asian dollars per year, will emerge. If we don't talk about anything else, let's talk about the winemaking industry. It can be said that the whole world has been shocked by fruit wine. Smell, effect, being crushed in all directions. However, now they see hope. According to estimates, the global alcohol industry will consume up to $30 billion worth of concoctions every year, or even more. Awesome. In response, what else could Zhong Liang say? I can't envy you. There's an awesome second uncle who is familiar with the big boss of Mian Yao. Otherwise, he would not be able to get these things. In the Tang family, even if Tang Qing's assets are taken away, Tang Kai can still be the richest man in China. But, considering special reasons, Tang Kai was not included in the Chinese list. Before, when the Huruan list came out, many people wondered why Tang Kai was not on the list. It was unscientific. Later, it turned out that it was still an issue with Tang Kai's nationality. China stipulates that acquiring the nationality of another country is equivalent to voluntarily giving up the nationality of one's own country. Out, no matter how hard it is to get in. Very few people know why Tang Kai went to Thailand, but if he can do such a big business, he cannot remain a gangster. Generally speaking, Chinese people are not friendly to businessmen with foreign nationalities. But this time is a bit of an exception. I don't know if Tang Qing's halo is too strong, but online public opinion almost selectively ignores it, and instead boasts that Tang Kai has promoted our country's prestige abroad and played a key role in Tang Qing's early development. Anyway, almost no one is black. Strangeness. Another week. Sweden. Police department. No progress. For words, this can sum up the results of this half-month. The new person in charge has a sad face. After 2 weeks, the 3 scientists are still not found. International public opinion puts Sweden in the headlines every day. This fire, it's getting stronger and stronger, with no signs of dying out. Depressed. Have no choice. Confused. There was no joy of promotion after he took office. What to do? Have no idea. Half a month. It's enough to wipe out any clues. Although I know there is little hope, people disappeared in their territory, and now they have attracted the attention of the whole world, and the popularity has not diminished for half a month. Has it become a big deal? Dream. This is not an ordinary kidnapping incident. The contribution of the 3 scientists is too great. They are not just passers-by. If you want to calm public opinion, you have to find them. Otherwise, the people of the world will not blink and pass by. Fuck. What a pity. It's no use even if you've dried up your mouth with curses. The press conference is about to begin. The person in charge didn't want to speak. Say what? Progress without progress? Come on, I've done this many times before, and I've lost all my face. If I go again, I'll only get yelled at. Thinking of this, his mind couldn't help but think of those reporters with tricky words. Asshole, it's not like we didn't find him. So why do you think we are incompetent every day? Cursing. A few minutes later, he arrived at the press conference. The reporters in the audience were very excited. This topic has been really useful in 2 weeks. It seems that this incident can be popular for another month. TSK. 1 month. Cool. This copy is too polished. Have you got any clues about the 3 scientists? Have the identities of the gangsters been confirmed? When will the case be solved? Sol asked 3 questions, which made the person in charge almost shut himself up. He could only say the same answer as last time. He was investigating, not sure yet, and waiting for notification. Of course, reporters were not fooled by this. What if 3 scientists are voted out? Does this mean that you are incapable of protecting the safety of citizens? If this causes economic losses to Myanmar, will Sweden be responsible? Another soul-searching question. Hear the words. The person in charge's mouth twitched. Please believe that we have the ability to protect citizens' lives and property. The kidnapping of the 3 scientists was a serious kidnapping that was organized, planned, and premeditated. As for the economic losses caused by this, we deeply apologize. The meaning is clear. Loss. Sorry, we will not compensate. This statement made the reporters present sneer. Of course, they were still happy in their hearts. This statement has a lot of room for speculation. Sweden is unwilling to take responsibility. Half an hour later, Sweden, capital, bang, on the ground. The remote control rolled around in circles. It was of good quality. It was not broken. Even the battery back cover did not fall out. The Prime Minister looked angry. These hateful media are not blaming Sweden. They are uncomfortable, right? Now, on television, today, the head of the Swedish police department publicly stated that Sweden is not responsible for the kidnapping, and Sweden will not make any compensation for Myanmar's losses due to technical leaks. Such behavior is unacceptable. Winter. Sweden's statement chilled people's hearts even more. Before coming, there was a gangster incident. Out of trust in Swedish public security, Myanmar insisted on accepting the award regardless of the opposition of the domestic people. But Sweden betrayed this trust. 3 scientists were put into danger, even desperate situation. Afterwards, there was no progress in the investigation of the incident. Sweden is so incompetent and good at shirking responsibility. At first, the media's main focus is on the 3 scientists and the gangsters. However, the hot spots will fade away and a new hot spot is needed. Therefore, the Swedish authorities once again laid their guns on the gun. Prevarication. Incompetent. The 2 big hats stunned many people. Is this still Sweden? Shocked. You're right to say such irresponsible things. You're doing irresponsible things, bringing others into your own territory. You didn't expect that there are gangsters among your own people. It's really useless. Protest. The Prime Minister steps down. Trash. Shame on you. We have worked very hard. The public opinion was mixed with the voices of the Swedish people. In the past half month, they have been treated as a joke by the world. They all felt aggrieved and couldn't help but come out to defend themselves. Pity. To no avail. Work hard. Try hard to defend. It's ridiculous. You try hard, but you still don't have any clues. What is it other than incompetence? This logical chain is almost impeccable. You can't say that the opponent is too strong. In that case, he is still incompetent. I have nothing to say. It's useless. If the original transcription technology is leaked, people's losses may be as high as trillions. However, Sweden doesn't want to bear even a dime of responsibility. It's shameless. What do you have to refute? Another soul torture. True, it is impossible to pay full compensation, but a token compensation is fine. Satoko. Face. They can't stand it anymore. At this moment, the Swedish people are so angry that they have to bear the blame, Mard. If one of their teammates makes inappropriate remarks, it's too late to change their words. Asshole. If the gangster is caught, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Online. Public opinion was overwhelming. Sweden is in a huge crisis of trust. There's almost no media saying good things. It is very simple. They are afraid that no one will watch. 3 scientists have been missing for half a month, and not a single hair has been found. This is true. Inability. You're wearing the right hat. Looking at the public opinion, the Prime Minister was also helpless. Public relations? It's useless. If 3 scientists are not found in one day, Sweden will not be able to take off its hat. Any public relations are just excuses for incompetence. Regret. Hatred. God, if I could do it over again, I would never let the police department take people to the manor. This was the biggest failure. It was them who dragged me into the quagmire step by step. At that time, I seemed quite happy. Forehead. Damn it. This time, even if he commits suicide, the consortium is also useless. It has been half a month. Where's the usual strong energy? At the critical moment, it was so unreliable that the Prime Minister felt like his hair was almost gone. No, have to save yourself. Immediately, convene a cabinet meeting. You all know the current situation. Sweden is facing an unprecedented crisis of trust. The contributions of 3 scientists are enough to shine in the annals of history. Now they are lost in our family. No one is alive. Life or death is uncertain. It is impossible to get rid of the heat. The efficacy of the original transcription solution can cure diseases, control deserts, and cultivate fruit wine. Each of them has a profound impact on the world. Therefore, it will only get worse. If we are never found, incompetence will become our label. Now there are signs of it. As for the issue of compensation, we cannot stick to the past attitude and must change. After a while, the Prime Minister made his point. If search and rescue efforts are fruitless, so they have only one choice. Compensation. All losses are impossible, but a small amount is. Otherwise, public opinion really cannot be suppressed. Just like if someone puts an antique worth hundreds of millions in your exhibition and throws it away, you say it has nothing to do with you, and you will not pay a cent. No matter what you do, it cannot be justified and it is untenable. No, we must not compensate. Once we compensate, they may ask for more, and the 3 scientists have not been found yet. If they are safe and sound, we will lose money, so we cannot compensate. Yes, I disagree. Compensate? This is tantamount to killing them. Say it again. No one has been found yet. This reaction. As expected, the Prime Minister was not angry and said slowly, "In that case, there will be no compensation." However, I'm afraid it won't be justified for us to shirk responsibility like this. After all, the loss comes first. After hearing this, others are very satisfied and don't have to pay compensation. What should we do? Donate. The Prime Minister uttered one word, and without waiting for others to think about it, he said first, forget about compensation, but in order to calm this crisis of trust, we must take corresponding measures. Donate. It's a good way. Hearing this, everyone feels. It seems to be easier to accept. Some things, if you change the word, will have different interpretations. Donation is a kind of humanitarianism, which is much nobler than compensation. If this is the case, it is not impossible. After all, they also want to maintain Sweden's credibility. Okay. Agreed. Very quickly, everyone reached a consensus. If the 3 scientists are not rescued after another half month, or if the 3 scientists are killed, Sweden will donate 300 million euros to the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. 300 million. No more, no less. If it is too little, it cannot be taken out. If there is too much, it cannot be taken out. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Smart Space Park. Office. Is there such a good thing? After receiving the news, Tang Qing smiled. 300 million euros were given away for free. He originally planned to let the 3 scientists return to China at the beginning of the month, but now it seems that it can be pushed forward. Maybe there will be more to gain. It's time to have some feelings. Subsequently, Tang Qing ordered, spread the word. Yes. Quickly. This news appeared in major media around the world. When they saw it, it was obvious that this was Sweden's self-rescue. Although it was a little late, at least it was not hopeless and broken. to this. The Swedish people collectively booed. Wanna be before. The government has made donations to other countries and has long taken to the streets to protest, but they think this amount of money is acceptable. At 300 million euros, they have lost a technology worth trillions. Compared to before, this little money, if you give it a little more, 500 million, 1 billion it seems, it's still a huge loss. Sweden is quite responsible. A little bit. The desire to survive is very strong, but a little lacking. Stingy. It's already quite a lot. A total of 300 million euros, a free donation, not alone. As soon as the news came out, there was a lot of excitement. Sweden. The image has been restored a little bit, but the world is never short of sarcastic people. 300 million euros? It's only 3 billion Asian dollars. But each of their scientists is worth 1 billion? Too cheap. TCH. It's ridiculous. Sweden has made a good plan, turning compensation into a donation and downplaying responsibility. However, this is too little. Even 100 billion euros may not be able to cover the losses they are talking about. Stingy. Still evading responsibility, 300 million euros, and sending them to beggars? They make more than that in a day. Sweden, huh? Donation, huh? 300 million, huh? So, a new round of contempt has begun. Anyway, you are not afraid of big troubles just by watching the excitement. Moreover, from a Burmese perspective, 300 million euros is indeed about the same as sending a beggar, which is not money at all. The Swedish people were speechless. 300 million. A whole 300 million euros can't stop you? They want us to pay 3 billion euros. It's a dream. 3 billion euros. What's wrong with them? Giving it to others for free is definitely not okay. But it's hard to refute. 300 million. From Myanmar in the past, this was a huge sum of money, but it is very different now. 300 million euros is just a small number. This year, Myanmar's GDP may have surpassed Sweden's. People are not poor. On the contrary, may soon leave Sweden behind. Think of this. Many Swedes have evil thoughts in their hearts. A small eastern country wants to surpass them, but it doesn't know what it can do. Now it's okay. It depends on how you surpass them. Suddenly, many people feel balanced. Snort. 300 million. Just 300 million euros. Not even a penny more, absolutely. Soon, the world's media once again unanimously agreed, Sweden is stingy, trying to spend 300 million to quell the losses of Myanmar. This approach made countless people sneer, thinking that they were looking down on Myanmar. 300 million euros. It's a piece of cake. Then, the next day, the Ove Charitable Foundation announced that it will donate 1 billion euros to the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. This donation mainly comes from the joint investment of wealthy people who have been cured by the transcription solution, and the foundation donates on behalf of them. Instantly, the world became lively. Holy shit, 1 billion? It's it again. I suddenly remembered that the Ove Charitable Foundation has this project. In order to prevent the untrustworthy foundation from losing the donation, the Ove Foundation stepped forward and proposed to make a special donation. Accepting the commission from the world, special donation to Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. One donation for every 1 billion euros, mainly for individual donations. This time, it is the first time that 1 billion euros is reached. Too rich. It's all other people's money, accumulated little by little. That's awesome. 1 billion euros. In total, the Ove Foundation's donation to Myanmar seems to add up to tens of billions of dollars, right? Isn't this foundation a European foundation? It helps foreigners. At this point, many Westerners feel sad. 10 billion. Still dollars. Who would be willing to donate it to a foreign company? Charity knows no borders. Exactly. People have made corresponding contributions and deserve corresponding support. If you can develop such a world-defying thing, people will also send money to your doorstep, which further reflects the selflessness of charity. Good point. This award, 10 billions of dollars? Is that much? Compared with the lives of millions of people, thinking that it is more is jealousy. I like the approach of the Ove Foundation. It does not respect national boundaries, as long as you benefit all mankind. I will give you money. Simple. Clear. This is what a charitable foundation should do, rather than taking advantage of the opportunity to make money in the name of charity. That is a crime, and it is piercing a blood-sucking vein into people's kindness. It's a moth. It's a shame. It's garbage. It's a devil in human skin. Public opinion. It was almost one-sided. Anyone who questioned the O Foundation was criticized verbally and in writing. If he opposed one, he supported five, which almost put the O Foundation on the altar. See this? Many foundations can no longer sit still. No way. In this wave, the O Foundation has gained a lot of fame. If they don't do something, they are likely to be pushed by netizens and labeled as worms, let alone taking advantage of the popularity. Immediately. 50 million euros. 70 million US dollars. 100 million US dollars. 10 million US dollars. 20 million euros. More than a dozen large and small foundations began to take action. In fact, they also had similar projects. The O Foundation was launched. Naturally, they couldn't just watch. It was just how many there were. Soon, countries, agencies, personal, enterprise, people from all walks of life have enthusiastically supported it. But look at it, 3 scientists have been missing for half a month, with no one alive or dead, and no news about this pig teammate from Sweden. So miserable, pitiful, pity. All kinds of emotions came to my mind. For half a month, there was little hope of finding him. They might have imprisoned the 3 scientists, and there was no guarantee of developing new drugs. In short, Mian Yao was so pitiful this time. Therefore, donations are very generous. Hold on. Don't cry. Hold on. In addition to condemning the gangsters, various countries cheered for Myanmar. 2 billion. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing smiled very happily. In just 2 days, more than 2 billion euros were donated, which is simply unnecessary. It's not too refreshing. It can only be said to be a little refreshing. Not bad. Continue. Don't stop. Thanks to the good leadership of the O Foundation and the guidance of public opinion, individual donations have experienced explosive growth. Although it is not much, it is a steady stream. Of course, Tang Qing does not expect to make a fortune from this. Half a month. Donations are expected to exceed $5 billion. To this, Tang Qing had already made plans, and he had more and more foreign currencies in his hands. The last time foreign capital fled, Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves were almost drained. Although it was critical, the Asian dollar exchange rate was preserved. After, the situation is gradually stabilizing. Foreign exchange reserves began to increase. In addition to the trade surplus, the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce's corporate support also benefited from the largest demand for foreign currency exchange, China, which escorted the international payment of Asian dollars. No runs. That was the biggest support at that time. Now, the UN survived. 10 billion, 20 billion. Even excluding RMB reserves, the currency reserves of various countries exceed 30 billion US dollars. It stands to reason that Myanmar's trade with Europe and the United States is not that close, and most of them are third-world countries. But don't forget, there's also the influx of foreign capital. Lots and lots of them. Only so much. And this, it is the seed of the next exchange rate crisis and cannot be eliminated. The only way to improve the ability to deal with the crisis is to improve the ability to deal with the crisis. Therefore, through various channels, at least 3 billion US dollars of donations flowing in this time belong to him. USA, Washington, Manor. 2 old men were fishing by the lake. No clues yet. Yes, I think this matter is Kitty's plan. She left a backup plan early. The battle in the factory was completely a cover to draw attention. I guess the 3 scientists have all gone home. What if it's not the case? What if? This is really hard for me to say. We have tried our best, so we can only hope so. What do you think of the O Foundation? What? Pretending. Facing the disdain of his old friend. The old man's wrinkled face had a smile on his face. After checking, there are no problems. The source of funds is legal, the operation is transparent, and it is quite conscientious in the industry. You know, that's not what I want to hear. Silence. Half a minute later, he had to clarify. This foundation has not been established for a long time, but it manages a lot of assets. The most important thing is that since its establishment, the largest donor has been the industry under the Myanmar Bank Group, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. 2. The total donations exceed $10 billion US. I have reason to believe that this foundation has a certain relationship with Kitty. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable to donate so much for no reason. Relationship? Yeah. Is there any evidence? No. That's okay. Very quickly, he then understood that this matter was not important at all. It would be better if it didn't matter. It would be troublesome if it was related, and it would be easy for others to find out. The internationalization of the Asian dollar has begun to enter the fast lane. Should we do something? Asked. Doesn't mean you don't have your own opinion. Only want to hear other people's opinions. Look, what are you looking at? Good fortune. I haven't seen you for a month. Brother, you have a lot of Buddhist connections. If you think about it carefully, it does have profound meaning. They can't help much with the development of the Asian yuan. It would be good if they don't add insult to injury. Dollar. You're already the eldest brother and second brother of World Trade Settlement. GBP. Australian dollar. JPY. They're all considered currency brothers, and they are not very interested in having another younger brother. If you are really a dragon, get up on your own. Otherwise, even if they want to support you, it will be difficult to control all the financial groups. Another week. Not found. That day, the press conference of the Swedish police department ended with another round of curses. Incompetent. Waste of taxpayers' money. Stand down. It's so disappointing. 3 scientists have been missing for more than 20 days. Let alone rescue. We don't even know where they are. I am very worried about the future of Sweden. Same concern. The ability to handle social and public safety incidents is too poor. Return to the past. In this regard, the Swedish government suddenly realized, get used to it. Swear. Swear. Anyway, I have a lot of meat. After comforting myself like this, I feel much better. Otherwise, apologize for self-mutilation? Are you kidding? It's not that we are incompetent. It's that the other party is too cunning. Say it again. It doesn't seem to be a shameful thing to admit that your opponent is strong. The opponent is strong. Only then do we have direction. The opponent is strong. Only then can you discover your own shortcomings. That's it. Phew, finally balanced. Otherwise, go crazy. At the same time, another thing is catching up. It's gone up again. $35 billion US. Rich. A week later, with Sweden's donation, it is estimated to reach $5 billion US. Oh my God, what a fortune it is. It was donated to the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. There are so many rich people. Poverty is a sin. I have sinned unforgivably. I beg for redemption. Same request. Same request, +1. 1 week. More than $3 billion US were donated to the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. Jealousy. It made countless people feel that the food was not good. Look, this is called the strong take all. The original transcription solution makes a lot of money every day, and some people send money to it for free. This style is so amazing. The strong, the stronger. It is really too realistic. Suddenly, another news came. The O Foundation Myanmar Bank Group's special donation fund was emptied a week ago and has risen again to 600 million euros. Soon, the second special donation will arrive soon. See, there was silence for a few seconds. There was a bang. The media from various countries exploded, and the internet was extremely lively. God, another 600 million? This is a rush to send money. No. It's 1 billion euros donated once. It's hard to think about it, but it did happen. I underestimated the changes that the transcription solution has brought to the world. It deserves this amount. At this moment, I just want to say, hold the grass. Chuan, you're welcome. What? Here you go. Cold. 600 million. 1 billion. For most people, it is an astronomical figure, and it is still euro, not a low-valued currency. Watching the news, in addition to being shocked, are there so many generous people? I don't believe it. But the facts are before our eyes. The O Foundation accepts donations from all over the world, including many wealthy people. Some are repayments, some are charity, and with high credibility, maybe there are really so many good Samaritans. Sweden. Still quote him. Prime Minister's office. Should we still donate? One person said, 300 million. They originally wanted to use it to buy some reputation, but they were suppressed by the O Foundation that day. Their special fund was just full, and they directly threw out €1 billion. 1 billion euros. Oh my God, what a good thing to give them, but to give it to a foreign company. Of course, it also proved the credibility of the O Foundation. The outside world has now raised the standards for charitable foundations a lot. In the past, donating 5 yuan to 100 was not bad, and most of them earned management fees. Later, the OV Foundation jumped out. If it continues like this, it will soon go bankrupt. However, they don't fail, and they donate more and replenish their funds quickly, which gradually makes the industry jealous. However, they still go their own way and don't look at anyone's face. They only look at their contribution to the world. Obviously, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group got its point. Billions. Tens of billions. Jealousy. Now that the effect of 300 million has not been achieved, they still feel that they have lost money. You can't break your promise. What a loss. That is, they don't need it anyway, so it's best if we save. Listening to the discussion, both sides held their own opinions. The Prime Minister shook his head. These guys can't get things done, but they're very good at talking. Finally, he lowered his hand and said, "Stop arguing." Suddenly, the conference room became quiet, and everyone looked over. Donate. Sweden, you still have to save some face. If you don't donate, one can imagine, tomorrow, Sweden will once again make headlines around the world. False words. It will become a new red label, and reporters will block the door again. Who will explain? This 300 million is not a real donation, but another way of saying compensation. Therefore, it must be donated. Okay, the Prime Minister decided. Others didn't say much, just a little sad. Look at them, they are lucky. They have developed the transcription solution technology and can absorb wealth from all over the world without much effort. 2 years. GDP increased more than 20 times. This year, it is also expected to bring Sweden down, which is really enviable. Now, the 3 missing scientists have gained sympathy from the whole world and sent billions of condolences. God, this world, can you be normal? A week later, Prime Minister's office. Holding his heart, he felt a little bored as he watched 300 million euros being transferred to the account of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Even though he decided it himself, who wouldn't feel bad if 300 million euros were given to others for nothing? Hold still. Calm down. Don't cry. I'm a Prime Minister. It's only 300 million euros. It's not his money. It belongs to the Swedish government. However, the more the Prime Minister thinks about it, the more angry he becomes. This matter was caused by the consortium's mistakes, but Sweden has to bear it. Why? Moment. Alas. A long sigh. Consortium. Just based on this identity. He didn't dare to ask others to claim compensation. Forget it. 300 million was spent to eliminate the disaster. At least he had a way to explain it to the outside world, so that he wouldn't be despised. For the rest, he would just take it step by step. As soon as the money arrives. Online. Messages travel at the speed of light. The official website of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has been updated. The Swedish authorities, 300 million euros. Every donation, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, will be announced on the official website, and the source of the donation is very transparent. But spending money is not transparent. Official website. There are 2 types of donations. One is medical aid, and the other is research and development donation. The former is made by some good people who want to help terminally ill patients in other countries, such as designated to provide aid to Africa or a country. The money is transparent. Spend as much as you want. Where are the flowers? All have extremely detailed lists. Another kind, R&D donation, is equivalent to giving money. It is hoped that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will develop more specific drugs and contribute to the world's medical field. Therefore, where the money is used will not be announced. To this, everyone accepted it. It was just a donation, a gift, and it was clearly stated that they would not tell where it would be used. There was no controversy. Even if the Myanmar Medical Group used it to buy houses and land, these donors would accept it. Very simple. Great contribution. A business. If a company like this can save millions of lives, and even save tens of millions of people in the future, even if it uses the money to buy yachts, villas, and luxury consumption, many people will accept it because it has done something good for them. The most feared. Nothing is done, and people are shouting for money while spending extravagantly. It's disgusting. Seen too much. I also know what a conscientious company Manya Pharmaceutical Group is. As long as it is a terminal disease, it can usually be cured with tens of thousands of yuan, or at most 10 or 200,000 yuan. It is much better than the previous bottomless pit. Have a look. This is a conscientious enterprise. BB, the only one of its kind in the world. Really, Sweden is quite trustworthy. Sweden is to blame for the loss of its scientists this time. If the promised donation is broken, it will be discredited. There is only one person in the world who doesn't care about the country's credibility. Who? May. Same as I guessed. World gangster. Sure enough, strength is everything. This month, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has received donations of close to $5 billion US. It is a net profit. According to Myanmar's laws, this money does not need to be taxed. It is simply too profitable. Envy. I just don't know how long it can last. At this point, many people can't help but regret that such a windfall from heaven may not last long. The disappearance of the 3 scientists means that the technology has been leaked and the advantages of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group are no longer there. Therefore, most are not optimistic about it. And it has also been reflected in Myanmar stocks. The stocks of 2 listed companies, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company and Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, have fallen by about 15% this month and are still expanding. Apparently, retail investors, capital, everyone thought it might go downhill, but some people are still optimistic about it. I think that in the short term, like substitutes, the impact of technology leaks will not be apparent. The biggest reason is that any company that announces cracking the original transcription solution will be a suspect. Therefore, I conclude, the technical advantages of the original transcription solution can be maintained for at least 3 years. It is possible that the gangsters dare not sell the product publicly and even choose to remain silent. It makes sense. This possibility cannot be ruled out. So, can you buy the bottom? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Buy. Add the bet. Gamble. If you lose, take it as a lesson. Soon, the Myanmar stock market began to rebound, and the stock prices of 2 companies rose slightly. The stock market is a zero-sum game. It does not create new value and is no different from gambling. Only, one is illegal and chaotic. A legal, slightly orderly one. Then, only 3 days. The stock price went back up. Greece. Villa with sea view. Manor. The old man woke up from the sofa. Where am I, me? Why are you so angry? After 3 consecutive questions, the old man woke up and had just had a nightmare. He dreamed that 3 scientists were found by his people and forced to find out the technology of the original transcription solution. At this moment, they were discovered by other consortiums. Chase. Run for your life. In the end, he fell into a manure pit and escaped. Then, just woke up. The old man smiled bitterly. This dream, it reflects what he is most worried about and desires every day. To find scientists, obtain technology, and if possible, it is best to monopolize it. Whether it will succeed or not is another matter. Think about it without breaking the law. 1 month. Days. It became his daily routine. In this life, I have encountered big storms, but this time is indeed the most depressing one. In the past, even if I encountered trouble, I could make a quick decision, and no matter how difficult it was, I still had a goal. But this time, don't know where the opponent is. I don't know who my opponent is. Confused. So depressing. I can only search aimlessly, like a fool. I have suspected that Mian Yao directed and acted on his own, but there is no evidence. In fact, this is no longer a question of whether Mian Yao directs and acts on his own. Rather, why are they so useless? 1 month. Nothing was gained. Yes, the other party is powerful, but why can't he find any trace of the other party? In fact, the other party can use his own channels to transport weapons and ammunition. Does this prove that he can no longer carry a knife? Are you old? Old? Think of this. The old man's nerves couldn't help but become tense. The pride of the consortium comes from controlling everything: war, wealth, economy, world trends, and cutting-edge technology. Waiting for everything beyond the limits of ordinary people's imagination. But now, again and again, capsulating in their own territory made them very wary, not entirely of the enemy, but of themselves. After all, at any time, the reason why they couldn't defeat someone was not just because the enemy was too strong. There's one more. I am weak. That's what worries them. 0, very good. The old man sneered. So many misfortunes have made the consortiums start to reflect on themselves, believing that they will take action soon. They will get up wherever they fell, suppress their opponents, and regain their position. Myanmar? Snored. Wait. The majesty of the consortium cannot be challenged. Tap. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps sounded, and when he turned around, he saw the housekeeper trotting over, with an expression of something big happen on his face and a phone in his hand. This scene felt so familiar to the old man. There was a thud. Not good. The old man's face changed slightly. What's the matter? Before the housekeeper could reach him, the old man's voice sounded several times. 2 seconds later, panting, the housekeeper said solemnly, Ethan was rescued. What? The old man said in shock. Ethan? A month ago. He still doesn't know who Ethan is, mainly because he has too many subordinates and is not the boss. But now, he remembers the name because he is the operator who delivers the weapons. According to investigation, those gangsters transported those big guys into Sweden through Ethan. After he found out, he frantically cleaned up the matter, isolated and reviewed the relevant personnel, and finally found out the key figure Ethan. After capture, interrogation. But Ethan insisted that he didn't know anything, and he used all his methods to say that he didn't know. However, the evidence did not lie. The witnesses and physical evidence were all present, and there was no room for Ethan's quibbles. Then, Ethan was placed under guard. Now, he was actually rescued, which further solidified the evidence. They came prepared and lost track. Damn it, the old man clenched his fists. However, I don't know who to hit. Check. Yes. Everyone knows that there is little hope, but something must be done. Don't make any noise. Yes. That's it. But it is inappropriate to tell other consortiums that the weapons and ammunition transported through his channel are still secret. Once exposed, it'll be a big trouble. Although it can be clarified, some things are getting darker and darker. Therefore, no other consortium can be allowed to interfere. However, there is no airtight wall for him. Ethan's information. He was soon put in front of the major financial groups, his life, and his experiences during this period. While chasing the gangsters, they actually attacked one of their own, which made them very curious. Suspicious. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Check. Almost the same order was passed down. Soon, 1 month ago, on the day of the incident, 5 middle-level and senior managers of Bowles Shipping Company were transferred and announced that they were on a business trip. However, so far, there are no flight, travel, or consumption records. The next day, 2 more people were transferred in succession. On the night after the incident, Ethan was transferred. Again, there is no whereabouts record. In summary, we suspect that this incident is related to the gangsters. Count Sith, you are hiding something. Almost the same investigation report. Out of the oven. Take a look. Many people are not calm. What are you doing, Sith? Hide it. Where are you hiding? It has something to do with the gangsters. Why didn't you report it and hide it? Is it really connected to the gangster attack? If so, what is the connection and what is the relationship with that force? Assumption. The Sith is obstructing it. Then, a lot of things can be explained. In Sweden, the main battlefield of the Sith, the power is amazing. It is fully capable of planning such a large-scale show with the intention of deceiving all of us. A month. No clues have been found for so long. The three scientists seem to have disappeared. It is entirely possible that the thief shouted to catch the thief. If so, the Sith deceived all of us, including Ethan. Illegal channels. See, transport. Is it possible that they were accomplices? Thinking. One of the miraculous abilities of human beings. Soon, based on existing information, a relatively complete story chain appeared in their minds. Although it was incomplete, had loopholes, and was even unbelievable. I just thought about it. It's not illegal. Today, they fall into passivity. An icebreaker is urgently needed. Ask, what happened to Ethan? Greece. Ocean View Estate. One listen. Old man. That is to say, Sith was stunned, and his whole body felt bad. In other words, it was only 20 minutes after Ethan was rescued that it was leaked. How leaky was his fortress? No, more than just air leakage. What the hell? Has a section of the city wall been knocked down? Made. The consortium is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. Even if they tried their best to hide it, they still couldn't hide it. For a moment, Sith didn't know how to reply. He couldn't pretend to be stupid. Ethan, yes. It seems to have an impression. What's wrong? Pretending. You continue to pretend. Snored. It seemed that there was indeed a problem. He immediately read out the investigation results and said, I would like to give you a reasonable explanation for this matter. Although Ethan is yours, the time of his disappearance is too sensitive. Hearing this, the Sith smiled. Calm down. Calm down. These two words hung on his face. However, but I felt a lot of panic in my heart. Fortunately, the years of mental cultivation skills are still there. Especially when facing outsiders, I will activate my skills instinctively. I smiled lightly and said, this person is eating everything inside and outside. Then, a perfect lie was told. China, Qingyan City, Manor. Tang Qing's family is having a barbecue by the lake. They just came back from Shanghai today. The weather is nice. Qin Shichi suggested having barbecue at noon. This girl is also the one who does what she says, busy with her work. Except for moving the barbecue grill, she was the one doing everything. Certainly, both sisters were captured by her to help. Brother, try it. It's delicious. Here, have another bunch. Yeah. Brother, you're responsible for clearing the dishes. Looking at the plate of fruits, vegetables, and meat handed to him, Tang Qing was helpless. He had a big appetite, and the family had long adapted to it. The task of clearing the dishes often fell to him. Of course, he couldn't eat it all. Finished eating, Qin Shichi sat next to Tang Qing, asked quietly, Brother, do I have a year-end bonus? Now, as a temporary worker for Tianyin, she also enjoys certain benefits. Relying on the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce project, Tianyin's profits this year have exploded. The per capita profit can scare many people. Nature. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and a hot topic in the company is, how much is the year-end bonus? A week later. But the Chinese New Year is coming soon. You? Yeah. No. The expectant smile suddenly froze. It's impossible. Soon. Lakeside. Two figures chased each other. Stop. Don't run. Let me scratch you just once. In the pavilion, the family looked at the two people and laughed. Tang Yinner was still shouting cheers for Qin Shichi. Qin Shichi felt that she was only 1 meter away from catching Tang Qing, but she couldn't break through. So angry. The fight is over. Zyok Sieshi. Brother, it's so difficult for you. What's wrong with me? Hear the words. The others looked at Qin Shichi. Year-end bonus. Qin Shichi clapped her fingers. Forget it. Look, your company probably has more than 100,000 employees. Even if everyone gets a 10,000 year-end bonus, it's 1 billion yuan, which is still the minimum. 1 billion. Tang's mother couldn't help but exclaimed. Be good. A year-end bonus is 1 billion spread out. Yes, this is still the least. With brother's generosity, it may be several times higher. Qin Shichi nodded quickly. During her days as a temporary worker in Tianyin, she had seen Tianyin's treatment. Last year, The average year-end bonus starts at 30,000 renminbi. This year, after accepting big orders, maybe more, Tang Qing has never been stingy with his subordinates. Salaries, bonuses, accommodation, and office benefits can be said to have reached the limit of an entrepreneur. To the best of their ability. Offer the best. Real. It wasn't clear before. But, during her temporary job, she had more exposure and realized that Tang Qing's company was definitely the #1 private enterprise in the country, and that joining Tang Qing's company was the best choice for graduates besides entering a state unit. How many times? He said. Mother Tang looked at Tang Qing. Tang, is it true? Almost. Tang Qing nodded. How much exactly? Tang's father couldn't help but ask. Billions of year-end bonuses, God. It's all in cash. Even if he accepted that his son was the richest man in China, he would still be surprised by this number. Think about it. A shocking number was revealed. More than 80. 100 million? Yeah. Instantly. The pavilion in the center of the lake became quiet. Everyone was digesting this number. More than 8 billion was definitely not US dollars, but RMB. But even in RMB, it was still a huge number. So many. Qin Shiqi said in surprise. 8 billion. It has more than doubled than the lowest expectation. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. This year, the profits of various companies have increased significantly, including smartphones, holographic projections, Sky iBusiness, audio equipment, film, and television revenue. Naturally, the more you make, the more you make. 8 billion. Is it much? Forehead. In 2008. No. In 2009, there were still a lot of them, but Tang Qing's company was already very large in scale, and most of them were #1 in the industry, with huge profits. Naturally, the year-end bonuses for employees were very high. Comic Group, Qingyuan Technology, Microcrystalline Technology. The profits of the 3 listed companies are all measured in tens of billions of yuan, including other companies under Tang Qing. Last year alone, they made a total of more than 100 billion yuan in profits. Let's do the math. 8 billion. Not much really. This year, he still has no intention of taking any dividends from the draw. Earned, mainly used for investment. As for companies with little hematopoietic ability, such as Zhongyu Tui, they can transfuse blood through other methods, such as Wanqing mining, and directly give them a higher security entrustment contract. This way, it is equivalent to a disguised capital injection. Otherwise, Tang Qing transfers profits from other companies to Zhongyu Tui and charges 20% tax. By entrusting him, he saves money. As for Wanqing Mining's money, it's a loan. They're mines. It's easy to say anything. 80,000 on average. Do the math. Qin Shiqi always feels that it is unscientific. Yes. First, they created profits. Second, the standards I set are already high. Tang Qing explained. In China, 80,000 can be said to be scary. However, Tang Qing's companies are spread all over the world, and there are many overseas employees, so the standards are naturally different. After calculation, the average number is raised. Except money. There are also things. Not exactly cash. Well, poverty has imprisoned my values. Qin Shiqi sighed. Soon, the topic changed. Brother, how much am I? The words fell. Annie's ears perked up. You are a temporary worker. It will not exceed 20,000 yuan. Tang Qing said, Qin Shiqi's salary is good, but after all, it is not full-time. Otherwise, according to Tianyan's situation, the salary will start at 30,000 yuan. So many. Qin Shiqi's eyes were filled with little stars. But, seeing the look in her mother's eyes, she suddenly felt like the air was no longer fresh. Pill. Her year-end bonus is going to be locked up in a small darkroom. When will it come out? As for Tianyan, it will be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tang Qing said that each company's year-end bonus information will be uploaded at different times. End of the year. When competing for year-end bonuses. On the headlines. It was very lively. Damn it. The 60,000 year-end bonus is my 2-year salary. Baidu is so generous. I'm envious. Sure enough, other people's year-end bonuses have never let me down. My stingy boss just gave me a red envelope, which was quite thick. When I took it out, I saw 20 pieces worth 10 yuan. You're pretty good. I only have 10. Resign. Be content. We only have a basket of eggs, and 2 of them were broken on the way home. It's so miserable. Every boss in the world is as bad as anyone. Our company has nothing. I want to beat someone. What should I do? I can't help but do it to myself. Calm down. This is not a work injury. Tragic. We can't even get wages. So how can we talk about year-end bonuses? Pity. Year-end bonus? What is that? Soon, it turned into a misfortune competition. On the headlines, under similar recommendation algorithms, almost all of them show year-end bonuses. Suddenly, one swipe. Year-end bonus for employees of Comic Group. Looking at the title, many people unconsciously clicked on it. Suddenly, they were envious and doubtful about life. 100,000, 150,000, 330,000. Damn, equivalent to 10 years of my salary. A house is available. All during the internship period? You are wrong. The internship period only has a New Year's fee and no year-end bonus. But why the hell do some people's annual bonus during the internship period be higher than the annual bonus of our unit? 3,000 annual bonus. More than that. There are other benefits. It must be more than 3,000. Salary. Generally, companies don't want outsiders to know about it. However, Tang Qing's companies don't have this restriction. You can do whatever you want. Therefore, after the headlines come out, no one minds sharing them. Cool me. This is also a supplement to Tushio's video content, attracting more users and supporting the boss cause. Secondly, you can also earn some pocket money. Self-media. It has become a new form of media. Although the income is not much, not as much as the salary, tens or hundreds a month can still cover the phone bill, and the company encourages this a little bit. At the end of the month, please vote. The salary is high. Good treatment. Benefits are generous. It can improve the company's image. As one of the top 10 private enterprises in China, we crush our peers in all aspects. We behave properly and do things correctly. We make money openly and pay wages without fear of exposure. Cover? No. Clean money is created by everyone's efforts. Also, it can also deepen employees' sense of belonging. After all, those envious messages can make people feel happy, but they pity thousands of netizens. It is a bit pitiful to take a break, make headlines, and suffer a soul attack. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Comic Group. Headquarters. As soon as the background was refreshed, all departments suddenly became lively, but they immediately suppressed their excitement. At the end of the year, there were a lot of things to do, and there would be a holiday in 2 days, so you had to hurry up. After rest, 8 floors. Cafe. Several people sit at the same table and drink afternoon tea. The group is busy, but it does not squeeze employees' rest time. They even have to apply for overtime. Therefore, as soon as they work, they forget about their thoughts. To rest time, just enjoy it. Here, refreshments are subsidized and much cheaper than outside. How much is your year-end bonus? A man asked the person next to him. 130,000. What about you? 14. I'm only 60,000, wow. It stands to reason. This is privacy. However, in the group, the salary is very transparent. At first, everyone was not used to it, but as time went by, they got used to it. Of course, most of the people who asked this kind of question meant they had a good relationship. Otherwise, I can't open this mouth either. 60,000? So little. Yes. What's going on? They're all in the same department, so they should be about the same. The overall assessment is low. The man's face turned bitter. The year-end bonus is not the same for everyone, but there are calculation standards. The most important thing is the overall assessment, which determines 70% of a year-end bonus, covering a wide range of areas. Performance, training, leadership ratings, group awards, values, teamwork, more than a dozen items. A score is calculated based on the comprehensive evaluation, and then the year-end bonus is calculated. It is very reasonable and transparent. The score came out 3 days ago. However, the bonus base was not released, and it could not be calculated at that time. Hear the words. A colleague patted him on the shoulder. Comforted. Work hard this year, and take a good look at the company's skill bonus program. You don't even have a swimming license. Don't stay in your house all the time. Also, be more active in group activities. A bit too reserved. A bit lazy. 70 or 80,000 were just gone, and he regretted so much that his liver ached. Certainly, it's not just these things that lower the rating. There are many factors, and in the end, there's such a big gap in year-end bonuses. It seems that I can't completely immerse myself in my job. Comprehensive development. That's the right way. Effort. Come on. How much do you think our manager is? 33. He just updated his Tushio account. The companion turned the phone screen over. When everyone took a look, they saw the manager shamelessly wrote, 330,000 year-end bonus, thanks to the group. Year-end bonus of 330,000 yuan. Woo! Envious. I really hope that one day I can get this amount. Including salary, it is equivalent to an annual salary of 600,000. With this kind of money, you can even buy a small apartment in full in the current Shanghai market. But everyone is waiting. What are you waiting for? Of course, it is a fundraising housing. Tianyin Group and Shengtang Group, owned by Tang Qing, were the first ones to build capital-raising housing. The main reason was that they were established early and were the first and second ones established by Tang Qing. Now, they are all looking forward to being part of the second batch. It is said, the process has already begun, and they are all large-sized units. TSK. Being with the right person is indeed a great blessing in life. Only personal experience can fully understand how generous Tang Qing is to his employees. That person is definitely one of the best bosses in China. Below, there are many likes. Even, many people began to follow suit. Final bonus of 28 years. Thank you to the group. Final bonus of 15 years. Thank you to the group. Year-end bonus of 420,000. Thank you to the group. 1.53 million. Thank you to the group. 18 million. Thank you to the chairman. Finally, Pu Chaodong actually deceived them all, which was quite spectacular. In the president's office, Pu Chaodong smiled. This was not a show-off. It was boring. He had equity in the group, and his assets were in the billions. This time, just pure fun. As the group's stock price rose, so did his worth. Now, he is also a heavyweight in the Chinese business community. Everything comes from that person. Tang Qing. Tang Wani, the richest man in China, with a net worth of 2 trillion yuan, is a blinding eye. Unlike ordinary rich people who only have a single huge profit industry, Tang Qing's companies span many huge profit industries, making money every day. Foundation. Solid as a rock. Vision. Is even rarer in the world. Unparalleled? That's not the case because there is still an ERV suppressing it. If the ERV does not collapse, it will be difficult for his own chairman to become the most dazzling existence. Today's headlines once again proved Tang Qing's vision. Have a look. For months, with tens of millions of users, daily active users will soon exceed 10 million. It is a godlike application. Even he can't help but browse it when he has time. After all, Tushio is a product of the group. Secondly, headlines. Real. Poisonous. Such a high year-end bonus. This year, rich. Work hard, and you must not become a loser. Qingyan City. Eye of Heaven. Headquarters. Last year, we won a big victory. Successfully completed the largest commission since the company was founded and won recognition from customers and long-term cooperation commissions with our professional capabilities. Satisfactory. This year, we must stabilize our advantages and try our best to achieve breakthroughs. What we want is not a one-time sale, but long-term trust, and welcome the new year with high-quality, stable, and professional business levels. First place, Do Jiao, who is fully recovered from the postpartum period, has returned to Tianyin as the president of Tianyin Group. After a year away, Do Jiao's level as a president has not deteriorated, and her abilities have already been greatly improved. No way. At first, as soon as the sky I was established, Tang Qing gave up. Let her sort out all the problems. Practice is the best teacher. She works overtime to study, ask for advice, and practice. From the time Tianyin was just a seedling, she has grown up with it step by step. to business, already very familiar. The meeting is dismissed. After the others left. Dou Jiao took a long breath. I haven't been here for a year, but I just came at the end of the year, which is the busiest time. Fortunately, I also pay attention to the eyes of the sky, which can be connected almost seamlessly. After a year of idleness, Dou Jiao has to let herself get back to her condition as soon as possible. She comes back. The acting president naturally changed back to the executive vice president. To this, she was also worried about what the other party had in mind. However, Tang Qing seemed to have already made arrangements. After the year, the executive vice president would be transferred from Tianyin and serve as the president of Hummingbird Commercial and Storage Group, which would be considered a promotion. The former CEO of Hummingbird was transferred to Tianyin. The reason is learning. After all, Hummingbird was originally a transportation company affiliated with the Shengtang Group. After it became independent, it was promoted on the spot. Therefore, in terms of ability, it is obviously not qualified to handle the increasingly large Hummingbird commercial store. Hummingbird store. Office. Dou Jiao murmured. Only 1 year. It's really incredible that it has entered the substantive operation stage, but Tang Qing has made it happen. He hasn't even gotten the loan yet, and is choosing sites everywhere without worrying about funds. Really, ICBC lent more than 20 billion yuan. Alibaba invested 1.5 billion US dollars. All of a sudden, the funding problem was solved and construction started in full swing. At the same time, negotiations with major companies continued. By the time the factory was completed, a lot of cargo space had been rented out. Now, operated for a month and a half. Effect? Needless to say, naturally, it proves that this is the right path. One-day delivery and next-day delivery are implemented within the radiation area of Hummingbird Warehouse, which greatly improves the consumer experience, and most people give high evaluations. Certainly, there are also those who are dissatisfied. First, the speed is too fast. If the price is the same for the same product, of course the customer will choose the faster one. Second, inevitably, it will have an impact on physical stores. Benefit is the hardest to reconcile. However, the wheel of history moves forward, and the emergence of new things will inevitably affect the original pattern of interests. Ups and downs are the norm in the world, and there is no right or wrong. Thinking of Tang Qing's plan for Hummingbird, Dou Jiao was excited. This year, the Hummingbird is about to fly out of the country and travel around the world. Evening, the sun sets. Buzz! After a slight startup sound, Dou Jiao left Tianyin driving the XINU that was awarded by the company last year. Now, half of the country's high-speed service areas have installed charging stations, and the sales of XINU are growing rapidly. To date, it has exceeded 1 million units. Is it much? Not much. This is global sales, not just in China. The appearance alone can make many people take advantage of it. It has low failure rate and high battery life, especially at night. In a dark night, the whole car flashes after it starts. TSK. Can't stop. Last year, after China canceled subsidies for new energy vehicles, the electric vehicle industry can be said to be in mourning. However, this has not affected the sales of XINU. If you like it, you like it. Subsidy? Cut. Many people don't care. And, in the first 10 days of this year, the gasoline version of XINU will be launched. By then, Dou Jiao can only imagine how popular it will be. A conservative estimate is that based on its appearance, it will cost upwards of 3 million, whichever is higher. Online, there are countless thumbs up under the review. Policy reasons. Huaxia's listing process has not been completed yet, but it has been on sale in Myanmar for several months. It can be said that it is excellent in all aspects. Many domestic travelers have personally tested it. Then, save money. Awaiting sale. 20 minutes later. Dou Jiao came to her grandfather's house. The smell of dinner could be heard in the small yard. When she saw Dou Jiao, her daughter babbled and begged for a hug. After a few times, the little one got used to her mother not seeing her during the day. In the courtyard, on the stone table, Pan Yu is playing chess with Chui Guangming. Holding my daughter. Sit down. Tang Qing is back. Shui Guangming stared at the chessboard. Arrived today. This kid is getting better and better at doing things. The first time I met Tang Qing, he just opened a clothing company with the eyes of more than 100 people. After that, his growth trajectory was completely leapfrog. Not paying attention. The person flew away. Huh. Do smiled charmingly. Do great things. No, it just has to be done. Next time, I must beat him. Thinking of Tang Qing, Shui Guangming was still a little depressed. How could a person be so talented? When Tang Qing came to visit before, he invited others to play chess. Win 3 games. Lost 3 games. The killing was indistinguishable. After people leave. Review. It always felt like something was wrong, but finally it dawned on him that Tang Qing was not playing chess, but playing. The second time, he came up and said, "Try your best." Then, I regretted it and knelt down 10 times. 10 handfuls. They lose quickly. No, it's getting faster and faster. Confused. Chess is chaotic. To this, Do Jiao pouted. Tang Qing is playing with you, but you're still not happy and insist on challenging the hell mode. Now it's better. You have seen what an insurmountable mountain is. At this time, Grandma walked out of the kitchen. Want to beat Tang Qing? Practice hard for another 5 years. There was a pause. Then he said, "You will find that these 5 years of training have been in vain." He poured cold water on him unceremoniously. After saying that, he looked at the troubled expression on his wife's face and laughed. As he got older, he only had this little fun. Shui Guangming. It hurts my heart. I could be considered professional. Only. Met au Monster. The next day. Looking at her phone, Qin Shichi jumped for joy. 25,000, salary, performance, year-end bonus, and New Year's fee added up to 25,000, the largest income in her life. Smiling stupidly. Aside, my younger sister, who was studying hard, was shocked. What's wrong? Qin Shichi handed the phone to her sister and said proudly, "This month my salary is higher than my parents combined." Although Qin Yugong is at the deputy bureau level, his income can only be considered above average. Hear the words. Qin Shiyu simply said, "Oh, bare your head. Study. Money?" She had no idea. With such a reaction, Qin Siki felt helpless. She felt even more unsatisfied when she saw the various announcements about year-end bonuses on the headlines. Each of them was worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, and was pushed to the refresh page. I'm so poor. Suddenly, the joy disappeared without a trace. At the same time, there are more people posting their income on the headlines. 80,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. For a moment, envy others. Tianyin has had a good year this year. After getting on the right track, Tianyin's profits began to show explosive growth. Don't forget, Tianyin also owns Xiao Xiao, the largest office app and the largest cloud computing platform. Great! The Shengtang Group's year-end bonus is not cheap. How much? Starting from 30,000. A bit less, but it is normal. Shengtang is a clothing company with a single business, and its profits are definitely not as good as those of high-tech companies. I guess Qingyuan Technology and Microcrystal Technology have higher ones. That's right. Tang Qing never treats his employees badly. A conscientious entrepreneur. What I envy most is the single-person office space. After seeing the office space of Tang Qing's company, I realized how crowded the office space I thought was good before was. It's not office, it's enjoyment. I wonder how much Hummingbird's year-end bonus is? No. After all, it has only been in operation for a month. You are wrong. There are hummingbirds, but there are fewer, but at least 10,000 and the standard 3,000 New Year's fee. Pity our company, we can give you 3,000, which is a lot of money. It's true. Alas. Sang Xian. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Look, we have one too. What? Bonus. What? Let me see, it's really there. Instantly, thousands of scientific researchers became happy. 1 month. They have adapted to this salary model. They wake up every day and look at the growing numbers in the app background. They are full of energy. They look at it before going to bed, thinking that it will increase tomorrow, and sleep soundly. Very touched. In fact, they never thought about getting the year-end bonus. After all, Hummingbird Commercial Storage was put into operation and created profits. But what about them? For over a month, almost no project has reached the point of completion. Nature. There should be no year-end bonus. But, refresh today. Add annual fee. 15,000 per person. Although it is not as high as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it is still an encouragement and represents the company's recognition of their value. Thinking of this, a warmth wells up in my heart. It is exciting to follow such a boss. This year, you must work hard. Complete the project. Until the end of the year-end bonus will definitely be a gratifying figure. They believe in Tang Qing and their own abilities. Maybe, with hard work, they could buy a house in their hometown. Come on. 2009. Qing Technology. Headquarters. Last year, our performance is in a leading position among our peers, but the gap with the second place is getting smaller and smaller. Yarvi, Huawei, Samsung, Nokia are all catching up. 2009. We have 3 goals. First, sales exceed 400 billion. Second, Anno's second-generation smartphone sales exceed 10 million. Third, create an Anno smart device ecosystem. Today, it was the last conference before the holiday, hosted by Luo Chong. The year before last, Qing Technology achieved a sales target of 100 billion. Last year, it was more than 200 billion. This year, it was directly mentioned at 400 billion. Very high. But Luo Chong is confident. Because he must have it. Mobile phones, tablets, and computers are the current 3 major sources of profit for Qing Technology. Even the computer that was finally launched has an increasing market share and a bright future. 300 billion? It's not difficult anymore. Nature. The target must be set to 400 billion to keep everyone motivated, otherwise it will be easy to relax. Moreover, this number is not shouted out of thin air, but after a more scientific evaluation. Take the upper middle value. After all, impossible mission, meaningless. Again, there are too many projects to be launched this year. Ecosystem. Wide range. Covering almost all the major electrical appliances at home, as well as some new technology applications. After this year, by 2010, Qing Technology will become a comprehensive technology company. Alas, thinking of the scientific research team led by Tang Qing, Luo Chong let out a long sigh. Own boss. We'll make money. Spend more money. A good mobile phone company needs to renovate helicopters, satellites, submersibles, and mining equipment and spend money like water. For this, Luo Chong can only comfort himself, as long as the boss likes it. Be opposed to? Joke. Who dares? We can only accompany him. Not to mention, they are more discerning than Tang Qing. Moreover, on the day the park was established, Tang Qing conveyed his wishes, letting them know that Tang Qing was at a very high level. As for the annual meeting, step up preparations. Make money. Of course we have to celebrate. The location is in the park. There's a large sports ground there with complete equipment. You don't even need an outsourcing company. The company can do it by itself and produce the program by itself. Good deal. Lively. Finally, we need to make good work arrangements during the Spring Festival and provide condolences to employees. After all, we can take a break during the holidays, but sales work will still be carried out. The meeting adjourned. Noon. After work, Zhang Jing did not go to the canteen, but went home. It was diagonally across from the headquarters and very close. In the past, because her mother was also working, she would not go home at noon. Now that her sister is back from winter vacation, there is someone to cook. Click. Unlock. Open the door. A smell of vegetable aroma came. Sister. Living room. After cooking, my sister was playing on her mobile phone. Come and eat. Okay. Sister, how much is your year-end bonus? Sitting down, my sister asked curiously. She read the headlines many times throughout the morning, and when she saw the person with the eye above showing off the year-end bonus, she felt itchy in her heart. Huh? Zhang Jing smiled slightly. Today, all morning, the faces of everyone in the company were filled with joy. and she was no exception. She was extremely envious of the generous year-end bonuses, especially those of the frontline business departments. Tell me, not much. How much? 12, 10,000. Otherwise, a lot. Her sister's eyes sparkled. In Xinyan City, where 3,000 was a good salary, a year-end bonus of 120,000 was considered a generous sum. Of course, in Tianyin, it might not be that outstanding. It's okay. Zhang Jing was calm. No way. Compared with the frontline business department, her position and year-end bonus are not high. If the business department was not too busy at the end of the year and she had help for several months, it would definitely not be so high. 60 or 70,000 are in the sky. Now, the effort paid off. 120,000. It can be regarded as an upper middle level, and it also manages 10 to 20 people. The managers of the frontline business departments all start at 200,000 yuan and generally 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Zhang Jing also knows that this is because they are very capable. In the eye of heaven, frontline business departments are the best of the best, or have a high degree of education, either have enough experience or strong ability. There is no freewheeling person. She is very satisfied with her current salary, and she has to keep learning. Tianyin signature makes the employees who come in better and better. No effort. Although he would not be expelled, he was too embarrassed to see Tang Qing. When will it be paid? The 23rd. No. Is this a year-end bonus or plus salary? Single bonus. What about plus salary and holiday expenses? 15,000. Wow. Tens of thousands of taxes will be deducted. Wow. Oh, instantly. The younger sister looked confused. She finally understood why many people wanted to evade taxes, tens of thousands of dollars, and many people lost their annual salary. But paying taxes in accordance with the law is the obligation of every citizen. I can only admit it. Think about it. Those with million-dollar year-end bonuses. One car is gone. Woo! I also want to pay hundreds of thousands in taxes. Evening. Manner. Eating. Brother. I'm a student. Can I not pay taxes? Qin Shiqi felt distressed when she thought about how many thousands she would have to pay in taxes. In the past few months, the wages of temporary workers were not high, and the taxes they paid were so small that they didn't even look at them. This time, more than 20,000. One calculation. Feeling distressed. No. Is there a way to avoid tax? No. This meal. It doesn't smell good anymore. And when I think about the fact that before I got it, I was cut off by taxes and had to pay most of it to my mother, the joy of seeing the year-end bonus today has completely dissipated. Oh my God, it is easy for this girl to make money. Boom, a thunderbolt lit up the world. Please vote. The next day, Xianan City, the sun still rises. A new day. Business in the city's shops is as good as ever, but tourists don't see much joy on the faces of the locals. This situation has lasted for more than a month since the 3 scientists disappeared. To this, I can only express my deep sympathy. 1 month. What was supposed to happen has definitely happened. No news yet. Yeah. Damnable gangster. Damn it. To Zero. Many people criticized it at first, but public opinion soon changed, because Zero had said from the beginning, escaping is a cowardly act, and you must trust Sweden's security. Then, the finger can only be pointed at Sweden and the gangsters. But Sweden has recently donated some money. Although it is not a lot, and it is not donated to the people, it is at least meaningful. It goes without saying that the biggest outlet is the gangsters who kidnapped scientists. More than a month. Worry. Concern. Nervous. Many people couldn't sleep. Even though such a big thing happened, Zero's support rate did not drop at all, and his reputation was even higher because many people figured out the foundation of a happy life. Technology? Wealth? No, none. But a strong leader, and this leader will think about them. Now that they have Zero, they believe that life will be better. Napiata. Embassy. Unhappy. The expression on Bloomer's face revealed these 3 words. He thought that the disappearance of the 3 scientists would damage Ling's reputation in Myanmar. After all, it was Ling who ordered the 3 scientists to go. But quite the opposite. No blow. Anti-growth. It really upset him. Now, The people are united and have the same hatred against the enemy. The panic only lasted for a few days, and then turned into support for Zero, resentment against the gangsters, and accusations against Sweden. Talk. Can you just be normal? The protest. He felt helpless when he started protesting. He originally wanted to organize a demonstration online for some people who were dissatisfied with Zero, but after sending the money, there was not a single person present. Fraud. A bunch of liars. Then, he cursed for half an hour. Once. Twice. 3 times. After organizing it 5 times, their people had completely given up looking for opponents in online comments and started looking for them offline. But as soon as the negotiations were concluded, all the people they were looking for were arrested. By the way, I want to pick someone up again. That day, his whole body was not well. Led people. He has been in office for so long, 20 times or 30 times. He couldn't remember clearly. In short, his plan to find someone to protest and make things worse was aborted, and he didn't even give him a chance to die. Zero. It's still that Zero. Myanmar. Still so difficult. Late last year, in order to strengthen the influence of the United States in Myanmar, they also invited major Myanmar entrepreneurs in the form of seminars, hoping to spread American democracy and instill advanced systems. However, there were very few attendees. Get closer? There was no one at all. Only some foreigners doing business in Myanmar expressed their closeness. However, this was not what he wanted. What could these people do? Can it affect Myanmar's economy? Cannot. Months ago, substitute events. Many people believe that Myanmar's economy would have problems and foreign capital would withdraw in large quantities, almost depleting Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves. At that time, Myanmar's major entrepreneurs took over and minimized the impact. After, Myanmar Bank Group repurchase. Since then, the influence of foreign capital has been reduced to a very weak level. Even if they are bundled together, they cannot shake Myanmar's economy. What's the use of having a dozen of these guys? Let's have Sichuan food for lunch. Pa, he was getting angry. Lost my mind. Bloomer gave himself a slap on the face. Maid, too idle. Let him get used to thinking about lunch right after breakfast. Shameful. But Sichuan food is really good. At this time, the content on the TV caught his attention. As an envoy, reading the news of the country is also a task. He saw Tang Qing's face appear on the screen, and the content was very exciting. In 2007, our GDP growth rate was 403%. Last year, under the wise leadership of President Zero and the joint efforts of all sectors of society, we once again achieved great results. 2008, Myanmar's GDP was $683 billion, a year-on-year increase of 102%. Finish listening. Even though he was prepared, Bloomer was shocked. Several years ago, it was less than 20 billion. A few years later, it increased dozens of times. The year before last, it was more than 400%, which I thought was high enough. A double-digit growth last year would be considered good. However, early last year, Oasis comes out. The treatment area of 100,000 square kilometers, with a contract price of more than $200 billion, has blinded many people's eyes, coupled with the non-stop construction of cities, highways, railways, and other infrastructure. 8 years. Myanmar once again achieved triple-digit growth. Nearly 700 billion. Do the math. It should be possible to break into the top 20 and $500 billion in the world, and then it is qualified to hang around in the 20th place. With more than 680 billion, being in the top 20 can only make it to 2 or 3 places. Because, by the 16th and 7th, almost all are trillion-dollar companies, and the stronger get stronger. Except for China, which has stepped into the top 3 step by step, there's been little change over the past few decades, and all developed countries have taken turns. Let's see how you survive this year. Bloomer curled his lips. Last year, it was Oasis that pulled the strings. Even if everything is sold out this year, it will at most be the same as last year. What's more, it may not be sold out. If there are other growth points, it is only the liquid preparation. No way. I've seen miracles. Bloomer didn't dare to say it to death. The efficacy of the prepared liquid had been spread around the world. If it was all true, then it might be a product that was not inferior to the Oasis. Mad. These guys are so lucky. Wait. One day, this technology will be American, and maybe it won't have to wait too long. With the disappearance of the three scientists, his suspicions first fell on other consortiums and the Swedish royal family. No matter who, as long as people fall into the hands of the forces of the Western world. Work hard. It may not be possible to find it. On site, Tang Qing kept reading the data. The more I think about it, the more excited he was. The fact was that the GDP this time was revised. According to the original report, it exceeded $700 billion. He was happy for a while. The next day, Zero had a meeting. He said he had received a report. Yobong's data is false. Immediately, the investigation team went down to investigate, and all of a sudden, many people were beaten to the bottom. Tang Qing supported Ling's seriousness, and then asked all provinces and states to report data, which frightened many people. Final. Tens of billions of dollars, less than the first count. Despite this, Tang Qing is also satisfied. The target of zero payment is 50%, and now it has increased by 100%, which is overfulfilled. He only hopes that next year's target will be, there will be no negative growth. 2008. Myanmar will build 3,500 kilometers of new railways, including 830 kilometers of high-speed rail, 7,500 kilometers of new roads, excluding rural cement roads, and build 18 new airports. Tang Qing said loudly. Railway, highway, airport. Construction went crazy last year, with a large number of projects approved, as if money was not money. Tang Qing was very grateful to China, because most of these projects were undertaken by Chinese companies, with fast speed and good quality. The price is right. The most important thing is that you can use Asian dollars, which is simply the perfect partner. According to the plan, large-scale infrastructure construction projects across Myanmar will be completed in 2010. After all, the land is just that big. Railway network, road network, aviation.com. The accommodation capacity is limited. Unlike China, which has such a large land area and infrastructure, there is still at least 10 years of prime time. Myanmar now has enough money and will be saturated in 5 or 6 years. The rest, just tinkering. There will be no major repairs. During the design, whether it is underground pipelines, lines, road widths, or future urban expansion reservations, all are scientifically calculated. Zero indication. 10 years is the minimum service life. 2008. We achieved the goal of 100% enrollment of school-aged children. In 2007, there were not enough schools and teachers, and many parents did not cooperate, so it was delayed for a year. At this point, Tang Qing was especially proud that he caught it himself. 2008. We have completed high-quality 4G signal coverage throughout Myanmar, different from full coverage that was achieved in 2007. The main task in 2008 was to expand the communication infrastructure. 2008. Projects in the National Tourism Plan have been completed one after another, especially in Delhi province, which has become a business card of Myanmar's tourism industry around the world. Thinking of the daily taxes, Tang Qing can laugh out of his dreams. 2008. Myanmar has basically solved the problem of difficult and expensive medical treatment and achieved universal medical insurance. This is the least worrying result because almost all of it has been left to Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Medical insurance funds. It is equivalent to giving everything to the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. You can spend it as you like, as long as it can support the national medical security. Whatever is left belongs to your Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, and the Myanmar authorities completely give up. Effect. Very nice. But there are also some projects that require government funding. Medical insurance only covers medical treatment, and epidemic prevention and other work are not fully borne by the government. Therefore, funds beyond the scope have to be provided by the government. For example, last month, Zero proposed the National Strategic Reserve Plan for basic medical materials. Planned. Dozens of medicines and supplies are stipulated to ensure that in the event of a major epidemic, deployment can be completed within 1 day and there will be no shortage of medicines or supplies. As planned, all of Myanmar, state, city, county, township, All health departments have established corresponding storage warehouses to store large quantities of materials such as masks, thermometers, disinfectants, protective clothing, etc. to ensure that they can be distributed to everyone in the jurisdiction within one day. This money, the government needs to pay. Do the math. More than a few billion. And, taking into account the expiration factor, it may become a long-term expenditure. For this reason, zero orders are made. All purchased materials must be of good quality and the shelf life must meet the regulations. At the same time, warehouse construction and management must also meet standards. Otherwise, loss every year. Who can bear it? Anyway, in the next 3 years, investment in this plan will exceed 10 billion Asian dollars. Good news one after another. Moment. The gray sky became a little brighter. Many people clenched their fists while watching TV. This day was something they could not even imagine before, but now it has become a reality. Eat enough. Dress warmly. Safety. It was resolved very early. Educate. Medical. Employment. They are also very satisfied. In a few years, they have changed from pursuing survival to pursuing life. One word difference, but it is a different life. What is happiness? It's the present. Only 3 witnesses are missing, and is an extremely important participant. Bless them. In the temple, the prayers came one after another. Online, it's already starting to get lively. Another miracle. 3-digit growth for 2 consecutive years, a new world record. Unfortunately, it cannot be replicated. The right time, location, and people are all indispensable. This is an irreproducible data. If it is 3 consecutive 3-digit numbers, impossible. To achieve it, we must have a new growth point, but I can't see that the foundation is there. To achieve this goal with a company's products, it is almost impossible to think about it. Did you forget the preparation liquid? The preparation liquid. Most people know it too, but it's impossible to sell more than Oasis. I hold a conservative opinion. If there is no negative growth this year, it will be considered a victory. Agree. Although it has been delayed for more than a week, Myanmar is still the first to announce annual GDP data. Generally, the National Statistics Bureau will release it one after another from February to June of the next year. Therefore, attracting a lot of attention. The West. See this data. It has surpassed Turkey last year and should be in the top 20. Congratulations. Thank you for the medicine. I hope the 3 scientists are safe. God bless. I think this data is very watery. I don't agree. It must be fake. Let's laugh and see how long we can laugh. When the original transcription solution is cracked, this Earth building will collapse. You'd better find a safe place, otherwise, you'll be crushed under it. I like to watch buildings collapse. +1. In this world, there are always people who make sarcastic remarks, but they soon discover that there are still many upright people in the world, and these guys who speak freely have become a complete minority. Even, some people's speeches can only be seen by him. Or 0 comments. Sink to the bottom. Either you're scolded by dozens or hundreds of comments. You have doubts about your life, and you cannot recover at all. In the end, you can only look at the screen in despair, feeling that you have been criticized as a vulnerable group. Public opinion. It's so strange that the harmony is maintained. It's approaching noon. Phew, Kenshin sighed. It was finally over. This was short-sighted and the meeting time was shortened. Otherwise, according to the content of the meeting, it would take at least 2 days to complete, and the report would only be a small part. Now it's all done in one morning. Fine. Save time. On the way back. Kenshin, Zero said suddenly. Do you have the confidence to face new challenges this year? Hearing this, Kenshin's heart was beating wildly. Challenge? The challenge that Zero said was not going to be easy. What? To hit $1 trillion GDP, don't worry. According to the current scale, you only need to ensure a 47% growth, not even 50%, which is less than last year. This task is not difficult, right? Kenshin stood stunned on the spot. Not difficult? My heart suddenly hurts. Trillions. Not difficult. Just need. A few words combined have the power to take people's breath away. Please, can the 50% of the year before last be the same as the 50% of last year? This represents an increase of over 300 billion US dollars on top of the already difficult goal of paying what you ask for. I reject. That is not believing in Myanmar's potential. Agree? That is believing in your own abilities too much. What to do? Waiting online. For a while. Tang Qing was speechless. At this time, Zero spoke again. Same as last year. Just try your best. Don't forget, we have many new growth points this year, including liquid preparation, city loans, project loans, commodity loans, and special loans. A series. Tang Qing almost fainted from talking about it. Yes, we have a lot of credit, but can it really reach the ranks of trillion-dollar GDP? Even if Ken agreed verbally, he was still worried in his heart. After all, many economic activities generated by loans occur overseas. It will not be included in Myanmar's GDP. I'll try my best. For a long time. Tang Qing nodded. Task. It is used for execution. It's not something to question, so I have to say to myself, if we just ensure that there will be no negative growth, what's the difference between that and salted fish? Once we break through 1 trillion US dollars, the task should be easier. Otherwise, his heart couldn't bear it. Soon, office. The joy of achieving good results completely dissipated. Tang Qing found a stack of documents and kept looking through them, hoping to find new growth points. Ling said that he would fully support it and funds were not a problem. To this, Tang Qing believes it. Money. For a country with monetary initiative, it is indeed not a problem. If there is no money, it can be borrowed from the Bank of Myanmar. Anyway, for Zero, it is a matter of one sentence, as long as it does not exceed the limit. What is over limit? Foreign exchange reserves. After all, if a large amount of money is used in some projects by foreigners in exchange for foreign exchange reserves, it will have a great impact on the stability of the currency value of the Asian dollar. Therefore, money cannot be printed unlimitedly, and its use must be controlled. First, it seems to have set its sights on a national map. Above, this is a great way to increase GDP. Infrastructure. Looking at the planning map and the densely packed lines, he shook his head. Railways and highways have been fully planned. They're either built, under construction, or projects have been approved, but no new ones can be found. Airport? Enough. Country road? Although not completely completed, projects have been initiated. By the end of this year, the mileage of township roads in Myanmar will see a major increase, and the construction of new rural areas will cover 2/3 of Myanmar. Next year, full coverage is not a lack of money, but people. Even if foreign builders are introduced, it will be difficult to build it quickly. Therefore, this infrastructure project covering the entire Myanmar is divided into 3 stages. 1/3 is completed each year. So, gritting his teeth, Tang Qing added a sentence on the paper. Construction of new cities and transformation of towns and villages. The construction of new rural areas mainly targets villages. At present, cities and towns, except for the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, have not changed much in other states. At most, some new buildings have been built. Apparently, a little behind the times. Do the math. This alone is a dizzying number. As for the final outcome, it depends on how much Zero can approve. 100 billion is not too little, and 200 billion is not too much, as long as it does not exceed the limit. On the picture, Yangon has been tagged, because the construction of the new city there has begun, and a large number of people have been dispersed to the interior. However, the streets of Yangon are not much empty, and the empty houses are mostly occupied by tourists and patients. Same. Also marked is Xiamen City, Xiamen New District, almost completely constructed. The day after tomorrow, it will be officially opened, which can greatly alleviate the congestion situation in Xiamen City. In the future, Xiamen City will begin to control the number of people. Xiamen City, which is operating at full capacity, should also slow down. There are few people. Worry. There are many people. Also worried. Half an hour later, he handwritten a preliminary plan. Subsequently, look at the second item, business and trade. He doesn't need to worry about companies related to the transcription solution. Companies controlled by Zero will definitely implement Zero's strategic intentions. The interests of Myanmar Bank Group are consistent with Myanmar. 10 minutes later, alas, Kenshin side, disaster. Except for Myanmar Asian Enterprises, there is no other direction that can have a breakthrough point. Myanmar's current economy is completely supported by them. The strongest means of getting closer is infrastructure. People make money. He spends money. Reasonable. Been busy for a while. Surprise. Kenshin came to the window. A smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Although more than a month had passed, he still wanted to smile. The Swedish side was still checking like crazy, but he didn't know that the person had already returned. Snort. Still Zero and prescient. Make arrangements early. Otherwise, I really fell into the trap of the consortium. Now that the person has come back and kidnapped him and donated billions of dollars, I am relieved and I can still clamor for the person righteously. So cool. Pity. Can't be happy for too long. After all, there are too many people worried about them. Although public opinion in Myanmar has not criticized Zero, it is still a problem. As for how to get scientists to appear reasonably, Kenshin does not know. Qingyan City. Manor. More than 600 billion. Tang Qing couldn't help but admire. Several years. It has doubled dozens of times, just like my nephew. It is a miracle. That's right, the two have a relationship to begin with. Through the mysterious bond, they could be regarded as friends, and only then will they have their own opportunities. Otherwise, whether he is still alive or not is hard to say. Tang. Huh? Do you think it can be maintained next year? Yes. Is there a possibility of growth? Yes. How much do you think it is? 10,000. Tang Qing said casually that the $1 trillion goal was set by him. It is difficult to achieve, but it is not without hope. As long as the existing advantages are used, the hope is great. 10,000. $100 million? Tang Qing was shocked. This is estimated. It's too casual. Yeah. In order to upgrade, Tang Qing directly overturned the original development plan and started a more radical approach. $1 trillion cannot be said to be a goal, but a high probability result. Now, large amounts of loans were given out. Commodity. Project. Special. It will allow a small number of countries, such as China, to accumulate a large amount of Asian dollars in their hands. The best place to keep this money back in Myanmar is to let other countries earn it back again. Therefore, the project will not stop. Rolling. It will drive GDP very high. Trillions. Just cycle through it a few more times. As long as Myanmar has the commodities needed by other countries, it can maintain this cycle for a long time. After the original solution is transcribed, the oasis becomes the baton. After the oasis, preparation liquid. It will continue to be the most important transaction in this cycle. Trillions of dollars. Tang Qing actually didn't take it seriously, as he couldn't even break into the top 15 in the world. A few years later, China began to explode. Data at this level could not even compare to a fraction of China's. January 23. Lunar calendar. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Myanmar. Longyu County. After the inspection, after passing the border inspection station, Mihao appeared in India. The area near the exit was still the same as before, with private buildings and random construction. The roads were crowded with people, and all kinds of cars were running on them. Messy. The urban loan project has not yet progressed to this point. A few years ago, due to the development of Burma, there were more and more random constructions here. It was difficult to demolish them, so we simply ignored them. Otherwise, just talking nonsense. I can't stop it for a year. But it's not that we don't completely ignore it. When the city is fully developed, this area will become an urban black spot and must be dealt with. At that time, it will all be demolished, new houses will be built, and the area will be replaced. 1 to 2. The main reason for replacing the area of new buildings is that the number of new floors is generally higher. At first, those landholders were still asking for prices 1 to 3, 1 to 4, or even 1 to 10. Later, a piece of gossip came. The port may be moved 5 kilometers south. This way, closer to the new city. Suddenly, many people couldn't sit still and moved 5 kilometers south. So what do they have to do? The treasure land became worthless, and just like that, the holders all agreed to the 1-to-2 replacement condition. To this, Mihao shook his head helplessly. Nail house. It can be found anywhere. When doing projects here, I know more clearly how difficult it is, and I feel a little sympathetic to the Indian government. The land is privately owned to a certain extent, and it cannot do anything for the people. One card for land acquisition. Highway, railway, city construction, industry. A series of difficulties can make a country unable to move forward. Soon, driving a kilometer. Moment. The environment has changed drastically. With wide roads and beautiful greenery. Looking from a distance, a prototype of a city appears in the distance. Construction started in early last year, and by now, most of the projects have been capped off. Quite a few of them have even been decorated. Under planning, there are not many high-rise buildings, so the progress is very fast. Among the districts built by their company, only 3 buildings have not yet been topped out: a high-rise hotel, an office building, and a hospital. The money is in place. People are in place. Materials are in place. The project is done quickly. On the road, there are many vehicles with few cranes and pump trucks. Most of them are trucks transporting decoration materials and furniture. Communication, electricity, gas, and other pipeline lines are also being laid intensively. More than half a year. It can be built to this extent. Mihao thought it was a small miracle. Good morning, Manager Mi. Good morning. After a while, they came to the project department. The original project department was demolished at the end of last year, and they moved into a community service station. Almost all project departments of construction companies do this. Office. Everyone, the Spring Festival is approaching. The company will give all Chinese people a 1-week holiday. Starting tomorrow, the air tickets have been booked. I hope everyone has a good year and continue to work hard next year. Spring Festival. The most solemn festival in China. Of course, let it go. And, since they had been rushing to meet the schedule, they had nearly 20 days allowance compared to the plan in the contract. The 1-week holiday would not affect the progress of the project, and there would be no bonus for advancing the project anyway. Also, non-Chinese employees have to go to work. But, although the customs are different, it is not mandatory. In fact, Burmese and Indian employees themselves also have such holidays. When they are on holiday, the Chinese are still working and have almost no rest. The company's Spring Festival gift packs have arrived at the project department and will be distributed to all employees shortly. According to the original registration, some gift packs have been sent to the homes of Chinese employees. Years ago, the last meeting was chaired by Mihao. Half an hour later, finish. The Chinese employees left with a smile. The company not only gave out gift packages but also bonuses. The positions were different, some were high and some were low, but the price was at least 30,000 yuan. For those who returned to China, the company also reimbursed air tickets. Very nice. Mom, I'll be there tomorrow. Got it. Okay, let's go see it together. After hanging up the phone, Mihao showed a warm smile on his face. He has been here for more than half a year and has only returned to Xiamen City less than once. Engineering companies do not have strict weekends. Schedule. It was driven out. He was happy when he thought that he would be able to see his daughter tomorrow. He had experienced a turning point in his life, with good and bad fortunes interdependent, and all the hardships came with joy. Once upon a time, he did not even have the money to treat his daughter. Now, millions of dollars. Last year, before coming, as a result of investing in Qingyuan technology, the assets increased to 800,000. Later, Qingyuan technology continued to rise and exceeded 1 million. At the end of the year, a large number of foreign capital fled Myanmar, causing the stock price to fall. Then, gritting his teeth, I bought some more with my savings. Later, the stock market has picked up, and the value of his stocks has reached more than 1.3 million. The Burmese stock market tells everyone with facts, trust me, and you will make money. He is one of the countless beneficiaries. Now, including the year-end bonus, the assets are close to 1.6 million. Mihao is very satisfied. 270,000. It's his year-end bonus. He is the project manager here, the top leader assigned by the company, who coordinates everything and issues a letter of 270,000. It's because he only came in May. Otherwise, a full year of work, at least starting from 300,000. Including salary, it is equivalent to an annual salary of 600,000. In China, $100,000 is enough, and you may be owed wages, but here, if you get your money on time, it will be sooner rather than later. Comfortable. Tang family. Sure enough, it's the Thai. Evening. Longyu County. A Chinese restaurant. After sitting at more than a dozen tables, people from the entire project department came, as well as some suppliers, foremen, etc. At the end of the year, the company invited them to have a meal, drink, and have fun. Thank you for your support in the past half year or so. With you, the project department can ensure the progress of the task. I'm acting on behalf of the company. Thank you all. After saying that, Maheo Xiaoming took a sip of fruit wine. Company hospitality drinks. Otherwise, he couldn't bear it. It was only during the Chinese New Year that the company handed it out, which was not usually available. This restaurant was the one opened by Duan Yi's parents, the one he met on the train, a young artistic woman. Then, he was just suggesting it. Unexpectedly, Duan Yijan applied for a job as a teacher in Xinan City, teaching Chinese. Since the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone listed Chinese as a compulsory course, there was a huge demand for Chinese teachers, so she applied as soon as she went there. Why not in Longyu County? Stay closer to your parents. Very simple. It is not popular here. At present, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is stipulated by policy, and there is no enforcement in other places. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is close to China and has a large number of Chinese. Therefore, it's easy to implement. Now, school holidays. Duan Yi came here to help and celebrate the new year with his parents. If he went back to China, he would have to go back and forth, which would waste time and cost money. Therefore, his family will spend this new year here. Eat well, drink well, check out counter. Duan Yi looked at me, How coming over with a smile. Brother How? How much? Off the zero for 1,005. Transfer money. Invoice. See you next year. Happy New Year. Checkout counter. Duan Yi looked at me, How's back, and felt a little lost. Half a year. The two parties had a lot of contacts, especially when they went to Xinan City to apply for a job and stayed at Mihao's house for a week, so they knew their basic situation. A mother and a daughter were everything to Mihao. Every now and then, she would always chat with Mihao. Idiot. Anyone with a little bit of emotional intelligence would know what it meant. However, Mihao's tone treated her as just an ordinary friend. She guessed more than once that Mihao was afraid that finding a stepmother would be bad for his daughter. To this end, she often went to play with Mihao's daughter on weekends and was very happy. Every time she went, Mihao's mother would cook a lot of delicious food. The only thing she could see in her eyes was the word satisfaction. Only, just a thank you. Would. Pouted. Duan, he said again. Girl. At this time, my mother's shout came to my ears. Turn around. Duan Yi's face turned slightly red when she met her mother's strange gaze. Ah, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm your mother. How can you hide your little thoughts from me? Duan Yi's mother smiled and said, how could she not understand the look in her daughter's eyes when she looked outside the door just now? That her daughter was interested in me, how? To this, she didn't object. Half a year. She also knew something about me, how? He was a good person, and he was also a project manager. He worked for Tang Qing's construction company, and his annual salary was much higher than that of their restaurant, but he only had a daughter. It's not a big deal. Anyway, not too opposed. It was also Mihao's suggestion that his daughter found a job as a teacher here. It was easy, the salary was not low, the monthly salary was more than 4,000, and there were holiday allowances and various subsidies during the holidays. Do the math. 1 year. The income is around 80,000 Asian dollars. And this is still the beginning, and I don't have much teaching experience. In a few years, I may be equivalent to a golden-collar worker with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. I will be in another foreign country, alone, and may also worry about my daughter's safety. But this is Myanmar. 1. Myanmar is different from the past. Public security is regarded as the most important social issue. Petty theft has disappeared. It is a bit exaggerated to describe it as not picking up things on the road and not closing the house at night. But not too different. Like now, every year, festival. During long holidays, my daughter can come to Longyu County, and she can also come here during summer and winter vacations. It is much more convenient to come here than working in China. After staying here for a long time, they like it more and more. It's not what you think. What is it like? Nothing. A few words. Duan Yi, who was so reduced to intelligence, was unable to resist at all. In the end, she had no choice but to run away and run to help the waiter clean up the dishes. There were not many waiters in the hotel, so her mother would do it when she was free. The next day, early morning, when he woke up, Mihao felt refreshed. The health-preserving effects of fruit wine were very mysterious in the past, but now everyone knows that it is because of the original transcription liquid that it can be so miraculous. Pity. Too expensive, even if it's worth $1 million. Mihao couldn't bear to drink it often. Fortunately, there are 3 bottles of fruit wine in the company's year-end gift bag. This is his treatment as a project manager. The higher his position in the company, the more he gets. His immediate boss heard that there are 10 bottles. Envious. This is what people deserve. Yesterday, the gift bag was delivered directly to my home. There are also rice, noodles, oil, fruits, shopping carts, etc., worth several thousand. I have long heard that Tang Qing is extremely generous to his subordinates in China. Tang Kai is Tang Qing's uncle and is equally generous. Choose. Sure enough, it is more important than hard work. Myanmar, we really came to the right place. Get up, wash up, simply tidy up, go out. Together with a dozen Chinese colleagues, we went straight to the airport because the company all bought tickets together and took the same flight. When we arrived in Xiamen City, we dispersed and some of us had to transfer back to China. 3 hours later, Xiamen City, airport, goodbye. Be careful on the road. Come to my house on the 3rd day of junior high school. Okay. After getting along for half a year, everyone has become friends. 3 of them live near Xiamen City, and 2 of them have brought their families here. There are not many places to go in China during the new year, so we have to get together with colleagues. Also, meet with the leaders and the like. To this, Mihao didn't resent it. Like Tang Qing's company, Tang Kai's construction company was also supervised by Tianyan. It was not like ordinary companies where the leader was God and the relationship was complicated. Here, the relationship is simple. Go to those who are able. The mediocre will go down. Those who work well will have opportunities. For example, although he has experience, he is not good at flattering others and is not very good at digging into the business. However, he still serves as the project manager of the project there. Mihao likes this corporate atmosphere very much. Simple, comfortable. That's work. Out of the airport. Mihao was a little surprised. The city projection of Xiamen City came into view. Even in the daytime, the projection was clearly visible. Even after seeing this kind of black technology many times, he was still shocked by it. In front of you, the projection is very Chinese style. Couplet, firecracker, lion dance, window grills. It seems to be alive, circulating in the city. Sky. Ouch! Dragons roared in waves. A huge golden dragon swims in the sky, sometimes accelerating, sometimes staying, sometimes splitting into two. 2 dragons playing with pearls. Mihao can guarantee that it was not there yesterday, otherwise he would not know about it. Think about it. It was a dinner party with colleagues that left him no time to watch the news. The whole city, they were all dominated by red tones. As far as he knew, this was the second holiday projection. The first one was the snowman and Santa Claus running around the city during Christmas. Second time, it's this Chinese red. Next time, he estimated that it would be in April, the most solemn festival in Myanmar, the Water Splashing Festival. Obviously, all this is to take care of the Burmese Chinese, and it is also a kind of spread of Chinese culture. God, what is that? An old white man looked at the sky in shock. Outside the airport, a large open space was specially reserved. Otherwise, those who stop and watch will definitely block traffic. Dragon. Oriental dragon. Awesome. So beautiful. I heard it was updated yesterday afternoon. You probably didn't watch the news. This morning, almost all major shopping malls in China bought projection scenes with this theme and made a lot of money again. Amazing. Beautiful. The Christmas scene was so popular last time. It's worth the trip. You're right. Quick, take pictures and then go to town. Many people who just got off the plane were shocked. Click, click. Couldn't stop at all. Shocking. This scene alone makes them feel that their trip is worthwhile. This is the only place in the world where they can see such a scene. Other places are either small in scale or have a single style, and they're all different. On projection, Xi'an City, #1 in the world, its scenes are also the ones that sell the most. The money earned from each scene is in the order of $100 million US. With projection advertising, the monthly income is upwards of $300 million US. No exaggeration. 1 year can create billions of dollars in profits. Billions of dollars. Convert to Asian dollars. That's tens of billions, enough to build 3 more Longyu counties, and there's still more. As an important border county, Longyu County is likely to be promoted to a city. Its area is more than double that of inland counties. Therefore, be sparing. In Myanmar, 10 county towns can be built, mainly because the county towns here are not big. Otherwise, if the population density were like that of China, the construction of a large county would not be a matter of tens of billions. Now, more than 10 meters away, a woman holding a flag said loudly, "Gather, the bus has arrived. Wait until it enters Xi'an City, and then we could take a good picture." Thai. It's easy to tell. Miao can also order it, but I am not good at it. When I was working in Delhi province, there were Thais in the management. I had been studying for a while. Half of the shares of the construction company were owned by a Thai, so it was not surprising. Diligent, eager to learn. Although it was too complicated to understand, simple communication was not a problem. He also found it incredible. In 1 year, he had learned Thai, Burmese, Indian dialect, and Indian English. Why is Indian English singled out? Because, really, it is different from ordinary English. Watch for a while. Go home. Miao looked back. Back. There was plenty of time to see. Only in Xi'an City could the best visual effects be seen. Then, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the dragon over the city flew toward the airport. Miao was stunned. What's going on? Isn't it the farthest, only in the city circle? How? Suburbs too. Wrong. Xi'an New District. Miao blurted out. The distance between the airport and Xi'an City is quite far, and between the two is Xi'an New District, which has been built for almost 2 years. And today, the new district will be officially opened. Yesterday, on the phone, my mother mentioned that we should go and see it together. Immediately, Miao quickened his pace. Get in the car. A taxi was taken and the address of the community was reported. Which construction company do you work for? The driver was in his 20s. He spoke not very standard Chinese. Yes. Miao nodded. One listen. The driver is excited. My cousin is also in your company. It's a pity that I don't have professional knowledge and can't move bricks, so I can only drive a taxi. As he said this, the driver showed a hint of intimacy on his face. Maybe Miao and his cousin still know each other. At first, he also wanted to go in and find a comfortable position, but his cousin told him that there were no comfortable positions there. Even accounting and finance were very busy every day, and there were no idle people. Talk about third-party supervision. Backdoor? No. Do as much as you can. Take as much as you can. Then, I had no choice but to open a rental business, and later I found out that it was not bad, with basic guarantees. There were so many people in Xi'an City, and the business was constant. It was a high-income profession. If I worked hard, I could earn tens of thousands in more than a month. Absolute poverty. Well off. It only took him a year. Very good. Miao smiled. Here, taxi drivers are a high-income group. Have a look. Xi'an City has too many people and heavy traffic pressure. There is no shortage of business 24 hours a day. As long as you do business here, you can make money. Unfortunately, the entry threshold is too high. The number of shops is limited. And stalls are not allowed yet. The sales of those stores, even convenience stores, may be tens of thousands a day, which is extremely exaggerated. As for those luxury stores, the sales are several million or even tens of millions a day, making crazy money. Xiamen City, Dream Province. It has become one of the two must-see attractions in Asia. A projection, a coast, one in the middle and one in the south. Mihao even thinks that in the future, Longyu County in the north will become the next hotspot because it is next to the Indian New Town and has the potential to become a hotspot. North, middle, south. Each line has its own characteristics. Together with the radiating cities, it is enough to drive the entire Myanmar tourism industry. It is not a challenge at all to take Thailand to the next level. Brother, where are you coming from? Nongyu County, the one in the north? Yes. What project? India's urban loan project. That one. Urban loans made a lot of noise at the beginning, and almost everyone knows that after India's medical loans, urban loans were launched, a tens of billions project, which can be regarded as a huge project. I've never been to India. How do you feel? The people are nice, but the environment is chaotic. I'm not used to it. Incisive. Where is your home? Not far in the village. The village is nice. That's right. The villages now are all small villas. Our 5 members can't live in one room. We used to live in thatched huts. I never imagined that there are small villas to live in now. At this point, the driver is more energetic. Change. It makes many people feel like a dream. Me how? He sighed in his heart. When? To find a new home. In order to buy Qingyuan technology stocks and find a job here, I sold all my houses in China. I am worth millions, but I live in a company dormitory, which is only half of my home. Suddenly, a figure appeared in my mind. Duan Yi. They were all people who had been there before, so he didn't know what Duan he was thinking. However, he was not alone. He also had a daughter. The things to consider were by no means as simple as personal issues. Now, life has gotten better, but he still hasn't adapted to it, and he doesn't know whether having one more person in the family is a good thing or a bad thing. Family dramas are always being edited and messed up, so he must be cautious. Brother, Mihao was called back to reality. Are you going back to China? I asked. One answer. The young driver is very talkative. In addition to Chinese, he can also speak simple words such as Thai, English, German, and French. He says that these are essential skills for drivers and that they need to take the test to upgrade their licenses. All right, this was the first time Mihao heard about it. That's right. Patients in Xiamen City come from all over the world, and many of them do not speak foreign languages. When they get off the plane, the taxi driver is likely to be the first person they come into contact with, and they must at least know where to send them, if he can chat for a few words. It can also make foreigners feel friendly. Anyway, don't underestimate the drivers here. Hey, Mihao looked out the window. The scenery was different from before. What's wrong? Here, the new district? Yes, it was under construction before, and we had to take a detour. Now we can drive directly there and save several kilometers. If we don't go to Xiamen town, we won't go in that direction. The driver explained. I see, he said. Mihao looked out the window. New district. He had seen the plan before, and it was more than beautiful to describe. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed the case. There were wide streets, rows of villas, and various functional buildings, all in different styles. New district. Main leisure. There are many villas, many parks, and large water parks and amusement parks. It is completely different from the commercial atmosphere in the main city of Xiamen City. The buildings are shorter, but the area is amazing, especially museums. What the hell? It's too big. In front of you, the huge building almost occupies the entire field of view. Under the sun, no reflection can be seen on the facade and the navy blue curtain wall. There are vaguely visible figures beside the fence on the roof. Now, the taxi stopped at the intersection, waiting for the red light. Go forward. Go left. You can't even see the edges of the building. Big. Mihao sighed with emotion. Trench. Look at the area. It was almost equivalent to a city block. He really couldn't figure out what the purpose of building such a large museum was to display. After all, in terms of heritage, Myanmar's history doesn't have that many antiquities. Are dinosaur fossils on display? Or maybe, got some airplanes in there? Confused. It's big. Seeing Mihao's expression, the driver smiled. Everyone who saw it would be shocked by the size. It is said that it would take at least one day to visit the entire museum. Yeah, Mihao admitted. This area is the largest in the world. The driver's voice was a little louder. First, Mihao was surprised. Of course. The driver smiled. It has the world's largest indoor exhibition area and the most display cabinets. I don't know exactly what it displays. It just opened today, and I haven't seen it yet. I'll go there in a few days. This is the first place. Indoor only. Otherwise, there are many airplane cemeteries in the world, and they can also be considered museums. They're really big. Then, the driver reminded, it's probably full today. If you want to go, you have to make a reservation on your mobile phone. Let me take a look. Immediately, Mihao took out his mobile phone. Where? The Myanmar Bank app is fine. The driver said, here, the Myanmar Bank Group is the sky. The main economic lifeline is in the hands of this giant, and so is the museum. Air tickets. Ticket. Hotel reservation. Consumption. Pay the fees. Office. The Myanmar Bank app has penetrated into the lives of all of them. Even if there are private enterprises that provide such services, they only provide an interface based on it and cannot get rid of it. And why get rid of it? Monopoly. The biggest harm is that monopolies are unwilling to make progress and stifle innovation. However, the services they provide are always updated, and almost all of them are the best. They do not rest on their laurels. On the contrary, always on the cutting edge. Therefore, such a progressive monopoly is not difficult to accept. Subsequently, Mihao opened the app, search. The next moment, the only result comes out. Click to open. I found that there were not many places left, so I quickly booked 3 electronic permits, which were free. At the same time, a reminder was sent, mainly about precautions, such as not being able to bring food. Certainly, not to mention dangerous goods, they are strictly prohibited. Suddenly, Mihao's eyes widened. So many on the phone. In addition to the remaining number of people, there is also the reserved number of people. The red font is very conspicuous, 50,000 people. Today I made an appointment to see it. It's as high as 50,000 people. By the way, do you know how much 50,000 people are? How dare you open so many places? There are more than 10,000 people. Wuyong. Won't. Going to see someone? All right. I hope it's not to see people. About 10 minutes later. Thank you. You're welcome. Mihao got out of the car and walked into the community. Arrive home. Mihao's mother smiled from ear to ear when she saw her son coming back. During the Chinese New Year, the family just got together. Now, the conditions at home have completely changed, and she feels even happier. Mom, Mihao shouted. Dad, the daughter rushed over. Hey, picking up his daughter, Mihao felt as if he had everything. Afternoon. After dinner. Go out. The family walked towards Exina New District. Not far. Just take a walk after dinner. 20 minutes later. Crescent Avenue connects the main urban area and the new district of Exina City. It is 1 kilometer long. There were originally hills on both sides. Now they've been transformed into parks and are regarded as the dividing line between the new district and the urban area. Certainly, there will not be only one road connecting them. In order to alleviate the traffic pressure, a total of 3 roads have been built, but this one is the closest. Now, the traffic flowed like a shuttle, with many coming in and few coming out, or very few sparse. There was almost a traffic jam on the other side, but the guardrail in the middle separated it otherwise. No car owner dares to drive in the wrong direction. In the new area, as far as Mihao knows, almost all villas are not sold, but rented for a long time. The first group to enjoy them are the employees of Burmese Asian enterprises and civil servants in Exina City. Teacher, military dependents. Also included. The rent is very cheap. It is well decorated and fully furnished. The monthly rent for a 150 square meter house is only 300 Asian dollars. As for the larger villa, it does not exceed 1,000 Asian dollars. Quite cheap. Certainly, this is cheap because of subsidies. In theory, the unit will pay more than 70% of the rent, and the rest will be deducted directly from the Housing Provident Fund. If outsiders want to rent, such as those who come here to do business, the price will be expensive. At least several times. New district. Street. Mihao's family was shopping. Chinese food. Western food. Indian meals. Thai food. Snack. Coffee. Tea house. There are many shops. Very lively. This is located at the entrance. It is close to the Huanqing Hotel, so it is more commercial. The passenger flow is still international. If it were in China, the annual rent would be conservatively estimated to be no less than 300,000 yuan, or even higher. But here, our own people are given priority, and those who cooperate are given priority. Myanmar has a complete set of protection plans for those who support domestic industry and commerce. Foreigners who want to come in to make money can exchange foreign exchange and send it home. Disaster. But now there is a trend of liberalization. As the international credibility of the Asian dollar is getting higher and higher, countries are willing to accept Asian dollar reserves. In this way, even if they are sent home, they will not consume any foreign currency. Therefore, the number of foreign businessmen is increasing. The streets are very clean, tidy. In terms of hygiene, Myanmar has been very strict in recent years. Every household has a voluntary Labor Day every month. On that day, a cleaning area will be allocated to ensure hygiene for the whole day. By the way, give dedicated sanitation workers a break. And voluntary labor is entered into personal credit records. There are many benefits. After personal experience, everyone pays more attention to public health. As a foreigner, Mihao does not have this obligation. However, the company will organize related activities regularly. Slowly, I got used to it. Even tourists from developed countries have given high praise to the construction here. The environmental level, architectural features, and other aspects are no less than those of Western family homes. Into film, into a district, the most important thing is the matching. In the West, if they're in the suburbs, they will have such a residential environment, one building next to another. They're not used to two buildings. However, the functions of communities in Western countries are too single. Out the door. It's so far away that we can have fun. And this. Out the door. Cross the road. It is a variety of modern leisure places. Garden. Shopping mall. Amusement park. Stadium. Already, the separation of residential areas and functional areas brings tranquility and convenience. Western tourists feel this way, let alone developing countries. When they see such a city, they can't help but feel a little envious. A city. There's always a lot to dissatisfy. As planned, after smearing on a painting and painting a new one, there are always some spots that are difficult to erase. However, Exine City, an international tourist city that is too young to be young, is built to be pleasing to the eye. Brand new, modern, fashion, clean, safety. Apart from the gradually emerging common problem of big cities, congestion, there are no shortcomings. Mihao guessed that if immigration was opened, this place would probably become a hot spot, but unfortunately, it was not for sale. Same as China. No investment immigration. Want to come? Can contribution, and only by making great contributions can one obtain citizenship. Mihao agrees with this point. Otherwise, if we follow the example of the United States, many people will probably go undercover and have children to become naturalized. Very troublesome. It won't take long. American tribe, German tribe, Australian people, non-ethnic, appeared one after another. Thinking of this, Mihao couldn't help but shudder. The picture was a bit beautiful, but he didn't dare to think about it. Simply, the door closes. We only sell residency rights, not citizenship. In Longyu County, a large number of wealthy Indians come to buy houses and regard it as the most cost-effective vacation spot, because across the border, there's a whole new world. Hello. Due to the heavy flow of passengers, it is recommended to enter the museum from entrance 10. For the specific location, you can click on the route navigation on this page. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a pleasant visit. Close to the museum. Mihao received a text message. Smiled slightly. 50,000. Can it not be more? One door is not enough because there is a security check. Although dangerous items are not easy to find in Myanmar, if someone is carrying a knife, gun, or stick, Spicy hot pot cannot be entered. Navigation. Meow clicked. Moment. The screen jumps to the map. It is different from the normal map jump. This is a small map mode, which is only 100 meters around the museum. Meow heard that this takes up less resources. Green yourself. Red endpoint. Blue line. Very clear. Let's go. Holding his daughter in his arms, Meow walked towards door number 10. Entrance. There's already a long queue, but go quickly. Gate 10 does not only have one security checkpoint, but as many as 15, covering a block of buildings. How can there be a lack of doors? Come to the end of the line. Soon. It's Meow's turn. Please show your permission. Oh. Turn on your phone and show 3 permissions. Please. Thank you. Enter the door. It's a security checkpoint. In addition to checking those carrying bags, there's also a metal detection gate. Looking at the security personnel, who were at least 30, Meow couldn't help but smile. The new district alone may not be able to create tens of thousands of stable jobs. Police. Health. Security. Waiter. All need people. No surprises. Pass the security check. Forward. Following the instructions, we entered a corridor, which was about 10 meters long. It was very short, but before we finished walking, we heard waves of exclamations coming from the front. Meow was stunned. What did he see? You were so excited. Immediately. Pick up the pace. Ah! Meow's daughter screamed. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of him, Meow was also shocked. Before coming, in order to keep some mystery, he did not read any guides or relevant forums. This first scene shocked him. Dinosaur. Big dinosaur. Is nearly 15 stories high. Since the single floor of the museum is relatively high, it does not reach the top. This is the first time Meow has seen such a large model of Seismosaurus. Most of the other models are similar. And this, it is completely beyond the theoretical limit. So true, so fake. 2 feelings appear in my mind. Really, it's because the details of the model are extremely exquisite. Looking up close, it doesn't have the fake leather feeling of ordinary models. False. It is beyond theory. God, it's so big. My neck hurts when I look at it. It's not normal. Seismosaurus, the largest dinosaur, is very long, but it's not even hundreds of meters long. The height and length of the model are different from those of archaeology. A top student pushed up his glasses. But most people don't care. Big, high, powerful. As long as it's shocking, don't worry about anything else. Woo! A long dragon roar sounded in the exhibition hall. It can also bark. Not only can it bark, it still moves. Long neck, swaying left and right, its huge size gives people a great visual impact. On the other side is a staircase-shaped observation deck. When the dragon head turned around, his cute eyes instantly conquered many people. So cute. Quickly, take a picture for me. It's a worthwhile trip. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras in the exhibition hall never stopped, and Meow was no exception. He took a few pictures. The location was not good. He raised his head and his neck hurt. Then he came to the elevator and sat on the stairs to the observation deck. Each floor is set back 3 meters. There are 5 floors in total. Each level corresponds to the best viewing height for dinosaurs of different sizes. Meow had to admire that it would take an hour to view them all from the best angle. Dad, long, the daughter said in surprise. I saw. Several Spinosaurus projections suddenly appeared on the right, running through the crowd and running forward, causing the tourists to exclaim. Meow also sighed that Exine City had another kind of projection, but it probably won't sell as well as other scenes. 4 floors. By the railing. Look down. People kept coming in from the entrance. Meow discovered there is no projection on the bottom floor. Only the observation deck has it. Meow understands that this is to disperse the passenger flow, and this is also the purpose of the observation deck. Otherwise, everyone would be below, and it would be very crowded. Subsequently, take photos while walking. All kinds of dinosaur models are larger than the real ones. What makes Meow dumbfounded is that there are even Eastern Shenlong and Western Dragon. This fakery is really a bit fake. But this didn't seem to dampen people's enthusiasm. After all, even if it is fake, it was better than anything else. On the way, Mihao also found that many people were live broadcasting. It was not surprising at all. Everything in Xianan City was unique and had become a type of high-quality content. Now, online, that photo and video had already set off a storm. Damn it, it's so big. I spent a lot of money. Sure enough, I was not disappointed. When I saw such a big museum before, I thought it was empty, with only a few dozen meters of cultural relics. Now it seems that they're still very pragmatic. Building zoom in. Awesome. Netizens don't care about authenticity. They only care about the different visual experience. Soon, everyone's attention is drawn elsewhere. Pure gold broadsword. What's the history? No. What? It says it's just a broadsword, made of pure gold, weighing 2.5 tons. Looking at the golden broadsword, more than 10 meters long in the picture, many people were confused. 2.2 tons. The person who came up with the idea of casting this has to be a lot of people. However, but it looks so good, pure gold, 2.2 tons. Damn it. It's simply inhumane. Even though this knife has no history, people can't help but want to take a look at it. Let alone look at the 2.2-ton gold sword. I didn't dare to think about it before. The most maddening thing is the entire exhibition hall. Knife, gun, sword, halberd, armor. They were all made of pure gold, and the proportions were exaggerated. Visitors on the scene were going crazy. In this exhibition hall alone, if we are not lying, more than 100 tons of gold were used. It was 100 tons. I really want to rob it. At this moment, this idea appears in the minds of countless people. Third floor, in front of a huge showcase. Click, click, click. The flashing lights made this place look like a conference for an A-list star. However, no one present felt that A-list stars were more attractive than this thing in front of them because it was made of gold. Product name, Golden Armor. Height, 9.9 meters. Weight, 8.8 tons. Material, pure gold. The audience present felt that the museum was crazy. The gold, 8.8 tons, was worth more than 2 billion Asian dollars according to the international gold price. 2 billion. This is 300 million US dollars. God, heaven, is it too trenchant? Before coming, they had made a lot of mental preparations, mostly out of curiosity. The museum had not announced what the exhibits were. It was only open for reservations, and the largest single building in the new district was naturally worth a visit. Therefore, come and join in the fun. I thought, they will be antiques that cannot be put on the table. Which material? The main purpose is not to display antiques, but to show I have money. Look, more than 100 tons of gold, worth tens of billions, were cast into what you see before you. Weapon, furniture, plant, animal, portrait, even, they also saw a real gold pagoda. Product name, Golden Pagoda. Height, 6.6 meters. Weight, 12.3 tons. Material, pure gold. Total number of gold bricks, 36,500. Finished reading. A lot of people are messy. Paralysis. Are you really not afraid of being robbed when you show off your wealth like this? However, the next moment, everyone smiled bitterly, grabbing. This thing often weighs tons. If you don't drive a truck in and grab a piece of it, you won't be able to move it away. However, they really want to move it back together. Woo! Why should I see such a thing? My eyes. Why is it full of money? It must be fake, someone questioned. I don't believe it. Yes. Produce evidence. However, most of the tourists around me looked at him with stupid eyes. Fake. Just kidding. How is that possible? Is your home disconnected from the internet? Did you know that Myanmar's gold reserves rank among the top 5 in the world? A few months ago, they sold 300 tons of gold. 300 tons. Not pounds. That gold theoretically belongs to the Central Bank of Myanmar, which also means it belongs to the Myanmar Bank Group, and the museum is one of its industries. If 1 or 200 tons of gold are put on display, they still fake it? Cut. The frog in the well. Forehead. The look in his eyes was so lethal that those who questioned him quickly lowered their heads. Questioning the Myanmar Bank Group's inability to produce hundreds of tons of gold is like questioning a billionaire's ability to drive a Mercedes-Benz. But, real. So envious. Golden tiger. Golden leopard. Golden tree. Golden horse. Everyone. All unique. Everyone. All out of size. Everyone. All. It makes people want to take a piece of it and go home. The eyes of tourists are already a little red, just like a museum exhibiting tens of billions of cash, and billionaires can't calm down. Golden. Huang Yuyu. It makes you want to commit a crime. Online. It's so bright. I'm almost blinded. It's so cool. I like that golden sword, which is 20 meters long and weighs 1.8 tons. It also has various kinds of gemstones. It's a pity that the brand doesn't say whether the gemstones are genuine or fake, otherwise the value would have more than doubled. It must be fake. That's right. There are no gemstones that big in the world. That's right. However, the jade belt around the waist of the golden armor may be real. It has been appraised by experts and is worth at least 10 million. It is estimated that it was not written on the card because it was not worth the price of the main material. My hands are already hungry and thirsty. What do you want to do? Robbing. You are brave, go ahead. Don't dare. Cut. It's all gold. It's too vulgar. In his remarks, there is no shortage of sourness. But he was immediately taught how to behave. Vulgar? Are you stupid? Brainless. Who are you if you're not willing to open your eyes to someone who is kind enough to open your eyes? You will never be able to see so much gold at close range in your life. Just be content with seeing some. They all say that when you go to a museum, you want to see things with historical heritage. It is a high standard. However, at this moment, the golden color has directly lowered everyone's standards. Gold, I want to see gold. No antiques. No background. No problem. With so much gold, it's worth it. A sort of more than 10 meters. More than 10 meters of armor. Dinosaurs hundreds of meters tall. Enough. Who goes to see what antiques? Of course, it does not mean that there are no antiques in the museum. On the contrary, there are many. However, under all the antiques, they are marked. Imitation products. Fake. Fake. It's all fake. That's right. Everyone. As long as it has history, everything is marked like this. Therefore, didn't arouse much interest. However, some slightly more professional people have discovered clues. Some things that would never be genuine here, such as Tutankhamun's gold mask or Emperor Otto's crown, are labeled as imitations, no problem. But some of them exist in legends. Whereabouts, unknown. You don't even know what it looks like, so you just come up with a fake label and put it on it. Isn't it too hasty? You rely on imagination for something that even the industry can't determine the shape of. Protest. Immediately, they went to the museum management committee. At the same time, also roped in reporters. What's going on? The supervisor came forward. You have no respect for history, and you still display the cultural relics that you think are precious, and the impact is very bad. A young Western archaeologist said righteously. Aside, Western reporters began recording. Oh, the supervisor said lightly. Oh, what kind of answer is this? The young man was confused. The next moment, the supervisor stared at him and said, There's a mark on it. It is an imitation. It is fake. As for inferring the unknown based on the known, it is a science of archaeology. Why are we wrong? Just one sentence. It leaves young people speechless. That's right. This is indeed a science of archaeology. It shouldn't be like this. The young man refused. What do you think it is? The supervisor looked at him with a smile. He didn't know what it was like. He only knew that it had been lost for many years, and there were only records. See this? The supervisor sighed. This stuff. The level is too low, and it is not polite to bring trouble. All cultural relics. Known. Unknown. We all have relevant evidence, and then we imitate. Since many things may be lost and will not appear in the next 10, 100, or 1,000 years, why can't we make reasonable imitations? Is it better to be buried in darkness forever? If so, is it a betrayal of history? In short, please don't make trouble unreasonably. If you think there is something wrong with our reverse research, go find the real one. We will apologize and then copy it. Thank you. After that, the supervisor turned and left. Reception room. The archaeologists were left looking confused, as well as very excited reporter. Shameless. The young man shouted in his heart. Authentic. were to find the real thing. Many things have only sporadic records in history, and their whereabouts are unknown for decades or hundreds of years. Even if they are well preserved and passed down, they are mostly in the hands of private collectors. They don't sell it. It won't even be announced to the public. Just keep it hidden and play by yourself. Besides, after finding the genuine article, you still have to imitate it. As the largest museum in the country, it talks about imitation. Are you still pursuing it? Aren't you afraid of saying it and making people laugh? Hard. Young people kept complaining. Now, reception room. What do you think? The reporter put the microphone to the young man's mouth. What do you think? Not convinced. He remained unconvinced. I believe that history must be respected and fabricated cultural relics should not be fabricated. This is a kind of blasphemy. You cannot create it just because you haven't found it yet. I hope the museum can remove those exhibits. At this moment, don't be a coward. Otherwise, I can't live with it even in terms of face. One listen. The reporter was even more happy. They were not afraid of your dissatisfaction, but were afraid that you would be deceived by the person just now. Fortunately, there was no need to fan the flames. A new hot topic just came out. Very good. Get on the road. Another question. Thank you. The reporter left with satisfaction. The young man felt that he might be famous, but at this moment, a museum staff came out carrying a writing board with a paragraph written in 3 languages. Dear tourists and media friends, if you have any questions related to the exhibits, please call the contact number. The young man was speechless for a long time. What is this? Expulsion order? Just say, if you have any questions, call customer service, don't come to me. Ordinary tourists would not approach the management committee. Only tourists like him would come with non-visiting purposes. They rushed out this thing after only 10 minutes of chatting, which was obviously aimed at him. Have to. Not to be offended. Let's withdraw. By the way, I took a photo and posted it on my social account with the caption, I suffered unfair treatment in Myanmar and I am very angry. 10 minutes later, he deleted it because he discovered that this was a mistake. Half an hour later, fabulation, respect, or blasphemy. The largest museum in Myanmar is full of imitations. The most fake museum, a media, 3 news items in a row, moment, attracted worldwide attention. False. Nonsense. At least the gold is real. That's right. This is slander. Take a look. I just read the title. Strictly speaking, it is impossible to define right or wrong in this matter. Cultural relics are lost. People try to restore cultural relics as much as possible based on historical records. It is a credit. At least it is better than nothing. That's right. I agree. People have said it's fake, and they still hold on to it. It's interesting, but not interesting. That's right. I just don't do anything for a day and only find trouble for other people's work. I despise that young scholar who has the ability to restore it instead of standing here and blaming others like a clown. Too many people are eating for free. Garbage. A person has restored thousands or even tens of thousands of cultural relics. What achievements does he have? A diploma? Ridiculous person. Go home and read and study. Don't study archaeology. Learn to be a human being first. You want to take advantage of other people's popularity? Shameless. Learn from dogs. Online. After reading the news, public opinion is almost one-sided. Xin City. Museum. The young man wanted to cry. What? Before he was doing well, he was called a grandson. There were a lot of accusations, as if he was a heinous person. The most common comment was that he only ate and did not do anything, and found faults all day long. Learn to be a human being? Made. What a loss. No, you must not be cowardly and imitate. Have you considered infringement? The imitation cultural relics in a museum come from not just a few countries, but dozens of countries, and many of them are the treasures of that country. So, does it constitute infringement? Check. A few minutes later, the young man had a congested look on his face. It's getting old, but it's no use. Cultural relics have been around for a long time. They only have ownership rights, but no patent rights. Moreover, they don't make copies to make money. They are only for exhibition. In this way, even if those museums sue, It will cost less than a dime, and they will still have to lose legal fees. I thought that public opinion would portray him as an archaeological defender, but unexpectedly, everyone shouted that he should be beaten. What went wrong? Could it be? Is that gold? Think of this. The young man was lost in thought. From the oversized dinosaurs to the golden house, as well as countless exhibits, they all gave people the illusion that this was not an orthodox museum, but full of imagination. Saw countless giant dinosaurs. Saw a lot of gold products. Antique, true and false. Is it important? No. Being happy is important. No way. No solution. After visiting the exhibition halls one after another, the young man's mouth was dry. He had the illusion that these so-called imitations were almost exactly the same as the real ones, with the cracks, the outlines, and the color eroded by time. Every detail. Can't find any problem. Some of them were cultural relics that he had studied personally and had a deep memory. When he saw them, he almost thought they were real. However, he told himself that real things would never be stolen. So, there's only one explanation. Behind it, there must be a strong counterfeiting team. It can almost replicate the real thing. Of course, it is limited to appearance, weight, and feel. It may not be so perfect, but even if it looks like the real thing visually, it is still rare. Excuse me, can I apply to get started? He hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. He called the number and wanted to know the difference between it and the real thing. Sorry, no. The customer service voice was gentle, but like a basin of cold water, it shows no mercy. Why? They are all imitations anyway. This is a rule. The items in the museum's glass cabinets are not sold, rented, tested, or allowed to be used by outsiders. Sir, do you have any other questions? No rent. Not for sale. Not allowed to detect and get started. Some fakes. Do you need to be so cautious? If it was cheap, he would want to buy some back because the imitation technology was too high. I don't know, can I imitate such imitation-level objects? He really wanted to study it. Sorry. Forget it. It seemed that he didn't want to think about it and refused to sell it. He asked which company or master could copy it, but they didn't know and there was nothing he could do. In the end, he found that he had wasted more than 2 yuan. This gem, really. 3rd floor. Exhibition hall of ancient Egyptian artifacts. In front of showcase. Charles, who is over 70 years old, has shining eyes. In front of him is a gold necklace inlaid with more than a dozen large and small gemstones. The largest one being a deep sapphire with a diameter of 5 centimeters. In the showcase, there is specialized lighting equipment. Gemstones of different colors shine in their most beautiful forms in the showcase, like a rainbow, so beautiful that it can make all women enchanted. He has been playing with gemstones for decades, and he is sure that it is real. But below, product name, Neo's imitation, weight, 851 grams. Material, gemstone gold. God, such a treasure is actually labeled imitation. Wrong. The old man was startled. Imitation. It's not like using fake imitations. People use real gems and gold, which can be considered imitations. Moment. He got it. Imitation. This is the true meaning of imitation. It is genuine and imitated. It cannot be seen on ordinary cultural relics, but it can be reflected to the greatest extent on such expensive objects. Real gold. A true gem. Plenty of ingredients. Just like the grandeur and luxury of a gold exhibition hall, etc. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Charles stiffened. Then, just now, he quickly took out his phone. Soon, I pulled up a photo. It was a huge crown. Yes, it was really huge because humans would definitely not be able to wear it. It could only be used as a belt, and it was still the size of a person weighing more than 300 pounds. Impossible, impossible, Charles murmured, his eyes full of disbelief. I saw. There are also pictures below. Title, Great Divine Crown Work. Weight, 66 kilograms. Material, you guessed it. That's right. Just your guess. And the unit is kilogram. Crystal, definitely. So big. Works like a golden sword. Below, there are various messages. They are no strangers to works. In the gold exhibition hall, those extraordinary gold products are all works. There is no designer or producer. They are very simple, as stated in the message. Great crown, first big, and it is inlaid with large and small white crystal stones, as big as a fist and as small as a grain of rice. They are inlaid on the silver crown and emit a dazzling diamond light under special lighting. Charming, shocking, beauty. Everyone who has seen it admires the lighting technique, which makes the crystal look like the real thing. However, see it before your eyes. No, among the many exhibition halls, those that looked like gems, with his many years of experience, he discovered that they were really gems and were worth a lot of money. It was terrifying to think about it. If those were also real, then... Charles was breathing rapidly. God, no. This is definitely more sensational than the gold exhibition hall. You want to see it. Step, step. Charles ran towards the exhibition hall, not far away, and his assistant quickly followed him. But as soon as he took 2 steps, a security guard stepped forward and stopped Charles. Sir, please watch the exhibition in a civilized manner. Why am I being uncivilized? Face doubts. The security guard explained, please do not run around in public places. Firstly, it will affect other people's viewing of the exhibition. Secondly, it can easily cause panic. Thank you for your cooperation. The security guard is doing his duty. There are too many people here. Run. If it causes panic, it can easily lead to trouble. Sorry. Charles came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, yeah. After release, Charles changed from running to walking. In the exhibition hall, there was a security guard almost every 10 meters. Conservative estimates suggest that the entire museum may have more than 2,000 security personnel today. Trot. A few turns. Arrive. Crystal Hall. This is the name of the exhibition hall. As soon as he entered, his eyes were almost dazzled. At a glance, Charles saw the display cabinet in the photo. At this moment, there was a huge crowd of people, and the people surrounding it were filled with admiration. It's so beautiful. Real diamonds are probably just like this. They say diamonds are dazzling. I never know where the brilliance is. It's just a white and transparent stone. Today I saw it. A real diamond is probably more beautiful than this. I haven't bought one. No, a real diamond is not as beautiful as this. It's impossible. It is. It's impossible. Real diamonds are generally small in size and expensive. They won't be this big or numerous. With the special angle of light, they are more beautiful than the real ones. Yes, there are too few big diamonds to be so luxurious. Brilliant. I finally understand the word. Fake is good. Fake is good. If it were real, we probably wouldn't see such a beautiful picture in our lives. It's so comfortable. Fortunately, it's fake. Today it's an eye-opener. If the fake ones look so good, I won't even want the real ones. These words, from the mouth of a girl with shining eyes. And it was unanimously recognized by the women present. Me too. I'm convinced. Designer, it's what I like, big gold, big diamonds, grand. Unfortunately, no name. Even if it's fake, tourists feel satisfied because there is no other exhibit like this in the world, so it doesn't matter if it's fake, even if it's real, that's it. Therefore, don't stop them from liking it. Rear. Charles was speechless. There were too many people, and he couldn't squeeze in. Forget it, let's go later. He wanted to confirm another conjecture. If that thing was real, the other exhibits would most likely be real too. Then, we came to a display cabinet with few people, and inside was a diamond belt. Gold, silver, colored diamonds. It made people want to smash the display cabinet and play with it. However, when he saw the thickness of the display cabinet, Charles shook his head. This thing was bulletproof and could not be broken open by humans. Get out a laser pointer. Unable to touch. It is the best detection tool. A few minutes later. Really. The more he looked at it, the more excited Charles became. There were too many diamonds inlaid on it, at least 200. He looked at more than a dozen carefully and found that they were all genuine. He did not jump to appraise them, but placed them one by one. What is this person doing? Taking a photo with a laser pointer, there can't be any bad intentions. No. What? The security didn't come to stop him. In this regard, Charles turned a deaf ear. Concentrate on identification. Real. Real. It's still true. 20 minutes later. Phew. Charles stood up and took a deep breath. Now his heart was burning. There were more than 200 diamonds, none of which were fake. This meant that this belt alone was worth hundreds of millions. Crazy. At this moment, he felt that the museum was crazy and the people who made it were crazy. God, most collectors keep these kinds of treasures in their collection rooms, admiring them for themselves and not showing them to others. However, you put them on display. This is a treasure worth hundreds of millions. Are you not afraid of something happening? Forehead. Suddenly, Charles thought about the gold showroom. Suddenly, a wry smile on his face. Afraid? I dare to show you tens of billions of gold. Are you still afraid of this? Charles glanced around. If the diamonds in front of him were all real, then this exhibition hall would be no cheaper than the gold exhibition hall. Continue. Charles started toward the next display case. Everyone, no matter how big or small, Charles never let go. He needed an authoritative conclusion without loopholes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 6 hours later, it was almost dark, and there were far fewer people in the museum. The museum was not open 24 hours a day, but only during the day. There were 50,000 people, and this was strictly followed, and no more people would be added. Hall of Crystals. After appraising the last showcase, Charles was almost numb. What diamond? What a diamond. All real diamonds. Think about it. A phone call was made. Old friend, I have big news for you. Night falls in the east. It's just dawn in the west. According to the preliminary appraisal by gem expert Charles, all the exhibits in the Crystal Hall of the Myanmar Museum are real diamonds. Conservative estimates put the total value of all diamonds at more than 10 billion US dollars. As soon as the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Fake news. This is the first thought of everyone who sees the news. Many people have never heard of this museum. Even if they have heard of it, they only know that it is large in size and have little other information, so they don't pay much attention to it. But, what did you just hear? Really diamond? 10 billion? Just kidding. Now, many Westerners who had just read the information about the gold exhibition hall looked confused. What? Hall of Crystals? It seems to have some impression. The main reason is that the gold exhibition hall has a greater impact. For the first time, tens of billions of gold are used for the exhibition. They think it is a big deal, and the Crystal Hall naturally thinks it is fake. However, now some people say, those are all true. No way. Hype, definitely hype. Fake news. I think the gem expert original words were, if true, the total value may exceed tens of billions of dollars. In order to attract attention, the media directly tampered with the previous paragraph, which is shameful. It must be so. The media likes to do this. Liars. There is no bottom line. Unscrupulous media. Unscrupulous media people. You really think we are easy to deceive? Even if you are making it up, please change the country. Myanmar is rich. I admit it. It has gold. I also admit it. However, you said they have so many huge diamonds. I don't believe it. Who are you lying to? I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. They couldn't believe that those were real diamonds, because the size of many diamonds exceeded the largest found in history. They couldn't be real. These were not just 1 or 2 diamonds, but dozens of diamonds. Don't talk about it. Money is measured by pounds. What is this? On tons? No matter how imaginative I am, I would never dare to think this way. Then, the customer service staff walked up. Are all your exhibits real? Of course not. The person who asked understood. However, the next second, most of the exhibits in our exhibition hall are imitations, and a few are homemade. It doesn't matter whether they are genuine or fake. We can only guarantee that, under limited conditions, we will do our best to use genuine materials or similar substitutes. Yes, my question is wrong, and there is nothing wrong with that. If the imitation technology is high enough, authenticity will not mean much, because only buying and selling, which requires valuation, will involve authenticity. Strictly speaking, imitation, exactly the same. Verve, material, feel. There is no difference between it and the real thing in all aspects. As long as it is not bought or sold and used for appreciation, it does not matter if it is genuine or fake. For example, if the Queen's crown is a 100% replica and uses the same materials, it does not matter if it is genuine or fake. Only original and imitation. But most people are bound by their inherent thoughts and find it difficult to get around this corner. I want to ask, are all the diamonds in the Crystal Hall real? Sorry, I don't know. Items from your home. He told me that he didn't know why he should be so hasty and continued to ask a few more questions, almost all with the same result. I don't know, this kind of customer service is really good. Like customer service. Xianan City. New district. Museum. Hall of Crystals. There are still 10 minutes until closing time. The music starts. The radio began to announce. Today's exhibition time is coming to an end. Once again, I would like to express my sincere welcome to everyone. Please follow the instructions of the staff and the arrows on the ground to leave the museum. It was broadcast in 5 languages. After listening, the tourists are all ready to leave in an orderly manner. It's free anyway, and there's nothing worth the price. If you want to see it, you can come back tomorrow. Because it's so big, many people haven't finished shopping yet. Make up your mind. Come again when you have time. Suddenly, a scream. Everyone looked over. It was a Western girl. She ignored these glances and looked at the sparkling things around her. She said excitedly, I just watched the news. A gemstone expert said that all the diamonds in the Crystal Exhibition Hall are real diamonds. The total value is more than 10 billion US dollars. The words fell. There was silence. Really diamond? 10 billion? A few words rolled back in their minds, rolling like thunder. They opened their mouths wide, and it took them a while to recover. Then, pairs of extremely fanatical eyes looked at each display cabinet. Diamond. If true. Want to grab. It's also true. When they saw it for the first time, they preconceptionally thought it was fake. When they looked at it, they thought it looked good. The value should be about the price of artificial crystal, which is not high. It would only cost hundreds of thousands if it were broken. However, now someone tells them that these are real diamonds, worth more than 10 billion US dollars, which may exceed 100 billion when converted into Asian dollars. The shock may be the most shocking in their lives. People who want to leave. Stop. Running towards the nearest display case. Obsession shining in his eyes. Real diamond. I said, it looks so good when smashed. It turns out to be real. I really want to have one. No. How can such a big diamond be real? Even the world's largest diamond is not this big. Someone checked the information and then looked at the bright diamond in the display cabinet. Dazzling. Eye-catching. Apparently, if it's over 1 kilogram, it's still a green diamond. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I don't have it. Immediately, some people objected. That is, several tons of gold swords and more than 10 tons of gold armor. You have never seen it before or even heard of it, but you still see it now. Don't use ignorance as a basis for speculation. These words, so hurtful. I believe it's true because it's so beautiful. Yeah. It's about to close. But none of them wanted to leave, and more people got the news and came over to take a last look today. The exhibition hall soon filled up. Seeing this, the museum had to take measures. Click. In the showcase, the lighting light went out. Without this special lighting equipment, the diamonds did not look as bright as before. The opening time is up. Please leave the exhibition hall as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. The speaker finished. The next moment, it's dark. A cry. Everyone saw that the bulletproof glass of the showcase began to change color, but within 10 or so breaths, they lost sight of the exhibits inside. This method of chasing people away was more effective than shouting loudly. Let's go. Come back tomorrow. Me too. Although I was disappointed, I also understood that I couldn't stay away. It was getting dark and it was time to eat. Generally, you can finish visiting museums quickly, but this place is too big. If you want to see carefully, one day is simply not enough. Such as diamonds. It's free anyway. Withdraw first. In the crowd, Charles walked at the end, and he was also fascinated by this place. Even in a jewelry company, it is difficult to see so many high-quality gems. No, this level of gems is not difficult, but not available. This place is really a treasure house. Charles sighed. Xinyan City. Manor. Kind of like this. After seeing the news, Tang Kai was also stunned. Isn't the museum a place for exhibiting antiques? Now it is famous for being a trench. However, he admitted that the effect would not be too good if he took the wrong approach. Why not? Tang Qing said with a smile. Antique? Joke. How can that thing attract the attention of ordinary people? The vast majority of people, or in other words, 99%, have only one feeling for antiques. This thing. Just like that. Why is it so expensive? Not much interest. However, gold, diamond, but it is like currency and has fair value. This time, however, many cultural relics have been brought back to light. However, the outside world will not know it yet and will only be attracted by gold and diamonds. In order to fill the museum, nearly 500 tons of gold were consumed. The Golden Exhibition Hall is just one of them. Imitation, repair, there are other uses. Anyway, in the museum, anything with gold written on it was definitely pure gold, and so were just gold-plated antiques. Tang Qing saw it and found it boring, so he had a real one recast. Brand new, not distressed. After all, antiques mixed with dirt and rust are really uncomfortable to look at. The last wave of sleeves is to recast all the gold, silver, gems, jade, porcelain, etc. that are unrecognizable. Since what we want to display is culture and history, then we should strive to show the appearance of the original product. That is history, not a pile of rusty and faded things. This is Tang Qing's view of antiques. Therefore, there are too many new things in the entire museum. As for diamonds, they are real, just artificial diamonds. This technology has long been mature, and it is too easy to produce tons of diamonds. Blue diamond, green diamond, red diamond, yellow diamond, color diamonds. Made a ton of them. Be willing. It can be cast into bricks or built into a diamond palace. Unfortunately, Tang Qing is not interested in this. In his eyes, there is not much difference between those things and real bricks. They're all products of industrialization. Early morning, 2 o'clock, museum, Crystal Hall. There was a flash of light, and a figure suddenly appeared. Click! The dark exhibition hall suddenly lit up, and the glass of all the display cabinets began to change color. After a dozen breaths, the exhibits inside could be seen clearly, and diamonds of various colors gave off dazzling brilliance. I looked at the items in the display case. Tang Qing, turn around. Although I don't think this thing is a big deal, it does look good. With the increase in lighting equipment, the appearance is perfect, especially the halo of diamonds of various colors blended together. Beautiful. But he didn't come specifically to see diamonds. The night is long. Take a walk. In order to ensure safety, the security and staff of the entire museum are all soldiers. After all, there are hundreds of billions worth of things here, and more than 1,000 soldiers only cost a few billion. Also, a teleport node is also fixed here. Gold Exhibition Hall. This armor does seem a bit lonely. Tang Qing murmured. Look up. The golden armor that was several feet tall shone all over. Today, regarding the exhibits, the waiters specially collected suggestions from netizens. Most of them were nonsense, but there were some that were worthy of consideration, such as this armor. This gold armor is for men, and netizens really hope to get a women's version. Think about it. Tang Qing thought it made sense. Regarding the 2 billion gold, the entire exhibition hall had reserved a lot of space for expanding the exhibits. At this moment, the waiter's voice came to his ears. Commander, Museum Project Exhibit Number H237 has been assembled. Transmission. Yes. The next moment, there was a flash of light in the open space on the right side of the golden armor, and a huge display cabinet was teleported over. The dimensions had been calculated long ago. A pillar rose from the top and was connected to the power supply reserved on the top. Moment. The lights inside the showcase came on. Gradually, the dark glass began to fade. This kind of glass is dark in normal conditions, but can become transparent when it is powered on. Soon, a golden armor of the same height and weight appeared. Product name, Women. Height, 9.9 meters. Weight, 8.8 tons. Material, pure gold. Same height, same weight. Otherwise, God knows if there will be tourists shouting inequality. After looking at it for a while, Tang Qing shook his head slightly. It felt weird just to hang the golden armor here. Boy, record, add items. Yes. Make a body for the two armors. The male should be more handsome, and the female should be more beautiful. Also, swords and other things can be added. First, the renderings, 10. Yes. A few seconds later, 10 3D images appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. On design, simple tasks like this were all done in seconds. After looking at it for a while, Tang Qing selected one of the combinations and said, "Hurry up as soon as possible and enter the exhibition sequence before dawn." Yes, Commander. With the current industrial capabilities of the training area. Build this thing. Don't be too simple. Yes. Tang Qing left with satisfaction. Most of the new products here came from his ideas. In addition, some of his works are also on display. Not calligraphy and painting, but some sculptures. Too much. It's a pity to throw it away. To support the scene, he will update it from time to time in the future. Other museums will only display those things unchanged for decades. But his museum will undergo major changes every year and every month. Without it, just having fun. Design. This is one of Tang Qing's pleasures. After a month, the exhibits here will be updated by at least 10%. For example, the golden sword can be magically modified in too many directions, including adding silver, adding gems, and changing its appearance. Or, middle, get a fish tank. Even, game, film, and television. Comics. There are many sources of inspiration. Only in this way can the museum have lasting appeal. And this is the core competitiveness of the museum. It is unique, cannot be surpassed, and cannot be imitated. Otherwise, all day long, it's really boring to always show the same thing. Not only the money is not enough, but also the technology is not enough. Then fix it. Just do it. The next day, early morning, in Xianan City, the museum has not yet opened, but it is already bustling outside. One night, the news of the real diamond has completely spread. At 8 o'clock, reservations have just opened for 10 minutes. 30,000 places. It was fully booked, 20,000 less than yesterday, because the museum expected that the gold and crystal exhibition hall would be full today, and in order to avoid trouble, the number of people had to be controlled. Excited. Shock. It kept many people awake all night, especially many professionals. They came today with equipment. Some people who thought they had arrived early were dumbfounded when they saw it. Why don't you be so active? Yes. Hurry up and line up. Diamonds are too attractive. That's natural. I wonder if it's a real diamond. Why not sell it and put it on display here and don't charge admission? Even if the Myanmar Bank Group has money, it doesn't have to be so free and easy. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it will be auctioned in the future. Really? Guess. I think the probability is very high. In such a big museum, with such a huge investment, even if you have money, you will not make it like this. Even now, I still don't believe that those diamonds are real. The authenticity will always be revealed. I came to see the excitement. I saw the gold exhibition hall yesterday. There is nothing new, but the shock of seeing it for the first time is indeed unforgettable. Yeah, especially that golden armor domineering. When the time comes, queue up. Visitors enter through various gates. As expected, a large number of people went to the Crystal Hall. In order to avoid crowding, the museum specially set up a card. When a certain number of people are reached, only one can enter before one can enter. Soon, the queue is quite long. I knew it. I came yesterday. Someone at the end of the line sighed. Yesterday, everyone thought it was glass. Therefore, just watching the fun, what now? It was about looking at diamonds as big as a fist and even some as big as a face. They were so big that they looked fake. It seemed that many people were prepared to take a long look at them. 10 minutes later, people, hardly any came out. Let's go. Yeah, I'm planning to watch it for half an hour. If we keep waiting like this, it's probably noon. Withdraw. I won't leave. I've seen both the dinosaur and gold exhibition halls, so I didn't take a closer look at this one. Some people are second-time visitors and are unwilling to leave. They finally made an appointment in order to be the first in their circle of friends. So why not wait? However, just queued for a while. What? There are new exhibits in the gold exhibition hall? 2 golden men wearing golden armor. Are you kidding me? How is it possible? It's only one night. Okay, I believe you. Wait for me. A loud phone call was heard by many people. Then, I saw that man rushing towards the gold exhibition hall. Suddenly, many people are confused. What? Golden man? New exhibits. But the picture they imagined was that 2 new display cabinets were added, and there were 2 golden figures in the showcase. Thinking of this, they shook their heads. What's so good about the 2 little golden figures? Diamonds are more attractive. However, soon, there are tons of pictures online. What? So big? Is this a golden man? This is clearly a golden giant. Many people were stunned when they saw the picture. Yesterday, what impressed them most about the gold exhibition hall were the 2 golden armors several stories high, which were stylish, handsome, luxurious, and dazzling. Now, there is one more golden armor. Women's clothing. There are also golden people wearing them. Also, each person also has an extra sword, as well as some changes in details. The male is handsome and the female is beautiful, which is particularly in line with Eastern aesthetics like a goddess, and the information above has also changed. Title: Female General. Height: 12 meters. Weight: 10.8 tons. Material: gold. After looking at the pictures, I looked at the crystal hall, where no one was still coming out. I couldn't wait any longer, so I left the queue and walked toward the gold exhibition hall, where I could at least squeeze in. See this. More people could not stand. I'll also go to the golden hall to have a look. Together. Come back later. It didn't take long. The gold exhibition hall also began to have a card. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move in and move around, which would greatly reduce the viewing experience. Soon, the internet began to become lively, and it was the museum's handiwork. It's too rich. It's a betrayal of history. Don't be misled by wrong ideas. They are not cultural relics, and they are huge. This is money trying to taint the spiritual world. Boycott. Give me my truth. It should be taken off the shelves immediately. This won't work. Rely on money. Rely on imitation. It simply exceeded their decades of accumulation. This scene, how can it be accepted? This is heresy. This is sensationalism, and it tramples on the rules of the industry. If the advantage of their background is gone, then what have they been working hard for so many years? Face, reputation, status. They have too much to take lightly. But there are many supporters. What a shame. People say they are imitations, and some are originals. Why can't they be exhibited? They keep saying they betray history. What is history? Shouldn't we see what we like? The museum, they didn't say it, was a museum of historical relics. It's stupid. This is jealousy. An expert in bullshit. I like this kind of change. There are so many museums and places of historical interest that I don't want to go back a second time, because I don't see much to see. However, this museum has a modern spirit. What? Progress, novelty, and history are combined. It uses thinking beyond people's imagination to show the diverse cultural spirit. It can be reflected in many places inside. Imitations are better than antiques. At least I'm not willing to look at faded porcelain, gold and jade, calligraphy and painting, etc. If you want to show ancient culture, you should use the latest technology to restore its appearance in its heyday. Like women, it should show its youngest and most beautiful side. I think the value of antiques needs to be redefined. Things from 100 years ago have faded. I think there is something lacking in terms of ornamental value and in terms of arousing people's awe of history. So, this museum is changing an industry, changing people's views on history, and restoring cultural relics to their peak glory to the greatest extent. It is also a kind of inheritance and is of great significance. Online, at some point, public opinion suddenly changed from questioning to agreeing. At first glance, there was no way to save the situation, so those people had no choice but to shut up, wait for the limelight to pass, wait for the heat to subside, and then put on their armor again. China, Qingyan City. Today, it's New Year's Eve. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the festival and did not pay much attention to the news about Myanmar. Red lanterns were hung everywhere in the manor, and couplets written by Tang Qing himself were hung on every door. Pavilion in the middle of the lake. The family was enjoying the warm breeze and eating snacks. Qin Yugong just came back from the provincial capital yesterday afternoon. At the end of the year, various inspections and meetings meant that Qin Yugong had not been home for a month. Tired, Qin Yugong missed the past very much. Once, still a deputy director. There are holidays. There are weekends. The burden is light. Now, holidays vary. Weekends vary. The burden is countless times heavier. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the development zone. He has to coordinate the overall situation, and his autonomy is not high. As the leader of the provincial capital city, he has too much to take into account. Province, city, everyone is watching, and the degree of freedom is far less than when I was the top leader of the county. I really can develop how I want, and the city hardly cares. Unlike the municipal districts, there are great restrictions. After all, regardless of the district, what can the city do? However, now that he has decided to take this path, it is worth the effort. Qin Yugong is not very interested in power, but he is extremely happy to do things for the people. Since taking office, attract investment. It has promoted many large-scale projects, with Tang Qing's help and own efforts, as well as projects brought in by the city and province. This is also the benefit of the provincial capital city district, which enjoys multiple cares. Now, the development zone is also a big change. Just hope. Term ends. He could achieve the predetermined goals, and his term was over. He felt that there was a high probability that he would be promoted to another level. This was not due to confidence in his own abilities, but because of Tang Qing's growing network of relationships. Chai family, Zheng family, Chui family. They're all big trees with human connections and interests. Therefore, more or less, they will give Tang Qing face. I heard that the listing of those 3 companies has made many young people in the capital make a lot of money. Yes, the money was made by the second generation. But, affection. But he wants his family to inherit it. Even if they don't help, the province will take care of him in order to let Tang Qing put in more effort. At least at the department level, there is no obstacle for him. As for going up further, it depends on opportunities. Now, thinking that his current status was all related to Tang Qing, Qin Yugong was not depressed at all. So long. I have already adjusted my mentality. This life of a person, there is an easy difficulty. Why do you have to challenge the held difficulty? Just like his 2 daughters, they are directly at the end of many people's lifelong struggle. Is this fair to others? Brother. I feel like this Jiao phone looks so familiar. Tang Yinner handed over the phone. Take a look. This is a root carving, but it is a carved stone lion. However, the original fierce stone lion of the townhouse has been changed a lot by the devil. The big and fierce eyes like copper bells have turned into thin red phoenix eyes. The sharp teeth are gone, but the long tongue sticks out and is slightly upturned as if, just after finishing the delicious food, I raised one of my front paws. It was supposed to be stepping on a hydrangea. However, it turned out to be a silly and cute ball-shaped creature. Ha! So cute. Sister Qin Shichi looked at it and laughed one after another. That's right. It looks like a cute and overjoyed pet, somewhat similar to Era. Such a thing is really contrary to common sense. Moreover, when the sisters take a look at it, this sculpture style becomes more and more familiar. Brother, is this your work? Tang Yinner couldn't help laughing. Yeah, Tang Qing admitted. Let me tell you, they're just as cute as the ones you gave me. Tang Yinner said with a smile. Tang Qing has too many works. As a fan of her brother, it is also her pleasure to collect Tang Qing's works. One listened. Others came closer. It's true. What's it you're stepping on? Mother Tang asked curiously. Well, when I was carving, I was looking at the animal world, and it was a pufferfish. Tang Qing said with a smile. His hand speed and carving efficiency were extremely high, and his precision was comparable to that of a machine. Nature. Normal objects are carved. Magical change. It became the only fun left. He would edit whatever came to his mind. It was just for fun anyway, so why not let go and have these works? These were fairly ordinary, and he collected some high-quality magic modifications for himself. Maybe, when I'm in a good mood, I will put it on display. Puffer fish. Huxenting. Everyone screamed in surprise, and then became speechless. The scary-looking house-guarding creature turned into a bully and cute pufferfish with a cheerful look on its face. It was really unbearable for the minds of ordinary people. Haha. Burst of laughter. But Tang Qing just likes it, and the world has a little more joy. Looking at the comments under the picture, they're all likes and praises. Some people have even guessed that the one being stepped on is a pufferfish. There was a lot of excitement. Evening. Night falls. Dining room. The table is filled with delicacies. As in previous years, they are mainly those eaten in the village during the Chinese New Year. As for delicacies, they are usually not served during the Spring Festival and are mainly cooked by a few families themselves. Lin family, Qin family, Yu family. The elders are all here, and it would be troublesome to go back to the village to celebrate the New Year. In addition, there will definitely be a lot of people visiting the village when they go back to the village. Therefore, starting from last year, several families decided to spend the New Year here. Familiar taste. It's nostalgic. Tang Qing took a deep breath and sighed at his luck. Thinking back to his past life, he rarely even returned to the village during the New Year because there were no relatives in the village, including his grandfather, grandmother, parents, and Lin Jiaxue. All gone. Now, everything is different. Tang, why are you in a daze? Tang Kai's voice sounded. Come back to your senses. Everyone looked at him, with inexplicable brilliance shining in their eyes. It is still incredible that Tang Qing was born in the Tang family. Since childhood, Tang Qing has been quite normal, nothing special. Junior high school. High school. All are average performances. Which material? Starting from the third year of high school, the potential of a hidden dragon suddenly appeared. Later, the hidden dragon transformed into a real dragon. In just a few years, he became a dazzling existence in China and even the world. Tang Wani was only in his early 20s. 10 years. 20 years later. What will it be like? I'm thinking it's great to be a family together. Tang Qing showed a bright smile on his face. Everyone present could feel that sincerity and happiness, and they couldn't help but sigh. What a good boy. Young. Gain power. Most people have become tall early, so how can they have this kind of spirit? This year, how should I put it? It's too vulgar to talk about how much money I've made, but it's even more vulgar to talk about how much money I'll make next year. Therefore, this first cup is a tribute to God. I hope everyone will always be in good health. Tang Kai said. View. His situation has improved a lot at once. Don't talk about money when you're rich. Don't talk about power when you have power. It is only proper if the family is safe, healthy, and happy. They're all foreign objects. Bang! The table was large, and the glass lightly banged on the table. Soon, 3 cups passed. Eat and drink as you please. Tang Qing enjoyed it very much, and he did not allow anyone to destroy it. Thinking of this, the cold light in his eyes flashed away. In the past 2 years, there have been many people who have had evil thoughts towards his relatives. To this, Tang Qing's principle is very simple. Dare to take action. Minor injuries. Heavy or dead. Just last month, there were still people who wanted to take advantage of him through his family. This was not the first batch, but the dozens of batches, but they were all nipped in the bud by the soldiers. It's also because he is too rich. Trillions. It is a great temptation for many people. Every relative of the Tang family has been tried by more than 10 groups of people. Tang Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the series of schemes. Then, repression. The night was getting darker, and the New Year's Eve dinner was almost done. When I was a child, after dinner, the juniors were the first to leave the table and rush to the TV. But now, Tang Qing had to sit at the end. 8 o'clock. The Spring Festival Gala is here as promised. Living room. Sit in a circle. This year's Spring Festival Gala was a bit more joyful than in the previous life. The earthquake in Sichuan province did not happen, and there were no huge casualties. The Olympic Games ended successfully, and life is getting better and better. Brother, your company's advertisement. Suddenly, Riverdance ends and headline ads appear on television. Information creates value. It's simple. To this, Tang Qing was very calm. For this Spring Festival Gala, in addition to Tushio, WeChat, Comet Video, and Era, they all bought advertisements for the Spring Festival Gala. The total cost was not much. After all, it was not broadcast every day. Added up, it's only over 100 million, which is very cheap. It accounts for 30% of the total advertising revenue of this year's Spring Festival Gala, which is already a large proportion. As for the effect, Tang Qing actually doesn't have high hopes, just to create a sense of presence. After all, the products of his companies are almost all among the best in the industry and have a large market share. Advertising in the Spring Festival Gala is not an offensive strategy, but a defensive strategy to avoid being swiped by similar products. I don't have time today, so that's it for this chapter. Headline success. Nature. Inevitably, a large number of people followed suit. In addition to the imitations of other major internet giants, many small and medium-sized internet companies also wanted to get a share of the pie. Therefore, in less than half a year, dozens of models appeared. At first, some people think the headlines are too complicated. Then, started to make specialized, simplified version of Tushio. In terms of content, it is biased towards a certain category, such as news, cute pets, military, education, etc. In terms of quality, it is indeed better than Tushio. However, gradually I found that the road became narrower and narrower. Yes, the content is of good quality, but the cost is high. Updates are slow. It seems to be more high-end, but it has lost its diversity. What about the headlines? Although it is a bit messy, there are all kinds of content, and the update speed is extremely fast. Media allows information to flow out at a super speed. Then, many apps are out of date. Headlines. It has become a climate where one company is almost the only one. In addition to discussions with major mobile phone manufacturers, Tushio is pre-installed in new phones. Unless you make it yourself, no one can shake Tushio's status, because there is no opponent worthy of too much attention. Red envelope. Collect blessings. These means of attracting new users are all useless. Depending on the situation in the future, they will definitely be used. It is not entirely to grab the market, but also a means of giving back to users, which is fun. Brother, you're Tushio. I feel like Fong Huation Group is losing money. How do you know? Although Tushio overlaps with the Comet Video business, it is a brand new media form. I think it is extremely valuable and may independently become a company worth more than 100 billion. Hearing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. This girl, after half a year of college and half a year of customer service, I have made a lot of progress. Indeed, the success of Tushio has not increased the share price of Comet Group much, but it has only increased by less than 10 billion US dollars, which is very low. It cannot reflect the value of headlines. But this is a business point of view, but from Tang Qing's point of view, it is troublesome. Since they are similar businesses, they can just merge. If they only consider money, Xiao should also go out of Tianyan. Big data, cloud computing. Once listed, the market value will definitely be high. In fact, Xiao has a large number of shares in Alibaba, and the stock price will definitely rise all the way. However, due to the constraints of the eyes of the sky, all of this is just an assumption. But it's not impossible. There are no regulations. If the parent company is listed, the subsidiaries cannot be listed. If necessary, Tushio, WeChat, and Xiao can all be listed independently in the future. They are not mature enough now. Tang Qing laughed. Listed. Make money. Tang Qing's interest is really not great, but if he needs it, it doesn't matter. That's it. Qin Shiqi suddenly realized, then asked, where's the park? In her opinion, the Shanghai park has greater potential. Park? Tang Qing shook his head. The park will not be listed on the market. However, in the future, the transformation of R&D results or cooperative enterprises may take this path. Tang Qing has great expectations for the park. How can it be listed on the market? As planned, next year, under Qingyuan Technology, 6 branches will be established. The parent company Qingyuan Technology is only responsible for mobile phones, computers, tablets, and other electronic products. The other 6 companies are each responsible for new business: material, mechanical, aviation, home appliances. Anyway, top technologies in almost all walks of life can spawn a listed company. Tang Qing cannot estimate how many companies under Qingyuan Technology will be listed in 10 years' time and is already bearish. I will also build a listed company in the future. After that, Qin Shiqi looked at Tang Qing and said with a smile, "Brother, do you have any suggestions?" "Graduation," Tang Qing said. "University?" Qin Shiqi's eyes lit up. "Doctor, I thought everyone could become a wife like you." "Really? I promise." "Okay." Seeing Qin Shiqi's firm face, Tang Qing said, "Haha." At the same time, North Africa, Algeria, in the desert. Wanqing North Africa Industrial Park is filled with festive joy. As a Chinese-funded enterprise, it is of course a holiday for all employees during the Spring Festival. The oasis-like living area is decorated with lights and colors everywhere. Sky. Black helicopters hover. Why are you still patrolling during the holidays? Below, looking at the black spots in the sky, an Arab was puzzled. One listened. The person next to him nodded. This is called dedication. Never relax at any time. In Central Africa, the role of helicopters is mostly for warning, but here, since the emergence of helicopters, they're mostly used for rescue. Work-related injuries. Sickness. In the construction area with tens of thousands of people. Happens from time to time. In an emergency, helicopters are the fastest way to go. There is a hospital with relatively complete medical equipment in the living area. If they have a headache, a fever, or feel uncomfortable, they will go there for treatment. The price is cheap and fair. Every day, watching the helicopter hovering in the sky made them feel at ease. It's a pity that it will be completed this year. The worker side, them, following the construction site, I probably won't meet such a good party in the future. The money is paid quickly, without delay, and the benefits and security are good. There are also gifts during the holidays. In short, I am very reluctant to part with it. Look around. The mining area has begun to take shape. The way, architecture, greenery, airport. The progress is very fast. When I first came here, it was a vast desert. Now there's a lot more life. The groundwater is continuously pumped out, and a lake is created between the living area and the factory. Not big, but it is also a scenery. Now, living area. It's relatively quiet, but I can't help it, it's too hot. If we were in the China-Africa Park, at least there would be more clouds, but in the desert it's hard to see a cloud passing by. So everyone watched the Spring Festival Gala in the dormitory. Based on dormitories, the air conditioner is blowing. Drinking wine, watching TV, sometimes looking out the window at the hot and dazzling sunshine always feels strange. For many people, this is the first time they have watched the Spring Festival Gala live in a foreign country at noon. In a family dormitory. Mom, I'm fine. I cooked 3 dishes and had the company's dinner tonight. Yeah. I'll pay attention. Bai Qing had a video call with her parents. Even though they were across the country and one party was in the desert, the video call was in high definition without delay. This surprised many domestic friends who thought they were using fake broadband. Chu Sheng was beside her. Bai Qing has been here for a few months. Finally, the two of them lived together and got what they wanted. All that was left was to love the woman in front of him who had traveled thousands of miles away for him. He believed that he could already support a family. Make the right choice. Really, there will be good results. Last year, salary plus subsidy plus year-end bonus. As the second in command of the park security department, he also received the highest income in his life. Not to mention the money spent, the cash in the card alone was $300,000. Year-end bonus accounts for less than half. Now, being worth millions, of course it is not based on salary. As Tang Qing's subordinates, the bosses of the 3 companies have not caught up with them all. but they have not missed them all. Even in the capital, they can still do the same thing. Work hard. In a few years, it is even possible to pay the full amount. Don't forget, there's Bai Qing. Although he has just joined the job, he is a high-quality talent with an annual salary of more than 200,000 yuan. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Based on the salary increase rate of employees in Central and African countries. TSK. A few years later, maybe not lower than him. This kind of treatment is unthinkable in China. Therefore, the only helpless thing is that I can't stay here for a long time. If I have children in the future, my parents will be in Africa, which is not suitable. Fortunately, the company has figured out a way out for them. Skills training. Now, in the Imperial Guard, those who have been employed for more than 2 years have all begun to learn new livelihood skills. After screening, those trained by the company are more likely to find jobs, and if they do well, the pay will not be too bad. Such as him. Pastry. This is a 1-year training course. Also, there are also 2- and 3-year courses, such as auto repair, computer, accounting, etc. The company does not limit the number of courses you can take, but you can only sign up for 1 course per skill training period to avoid delaying work. Therefore, Chu Sheng's first choice is pastry. Second choice. I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it next year after I learn pastry. Anyway, it's free, and there are also places to practice, such as pastry, which is in the canteen in the living area, and auto repair, which is repairing the fleet. Computer words. Remote. Specialized teachers teach from the shallower to the deeper. Unlike university lectures, company training focuses on practice. Every class has design assignments. Although it is difficult and has no foundation, no one complained. Disaster? Oh, all are adults. No matter how difficult it is. Is life difficult? There are not so many things to do in terms of daily necessities, family, and parents. After leaving the society, I know how lucky I am to be able to learn a livelihood skill for free, and I cherish it. After chatting for half an hour, Bai Qing hung up. But the hand did not stop. Relative, friend, classmate. There were too many greetings. After all, she was a beauty. Many people were shocked when they learned that Bai Qing had arrived in Africa and was still in the desert. Bai Qing was helpless and could only explain briefly. Aside, Chu Sheng shook his head. Cell phone. Devil. Get up. Come to the window. I saw lush flowers and leaves outside. Small bridge and flowing water. It's not like being in the desert at all. This is a real living area, not temporary. Because the place is large, the number of floors is not high. There are only 3 floors. Like townhouses, it is a priority building. Fine decoration. Complete home appliances. Pass water. Power-ups. Connect to the internet. There is no ventilation for the time being, and he can only use an induction cooker for cooking. At this moment, a feeling of home lingers in his heart, which is different from being with his parents. Now his life feels half complete. China, Qingyan City. Manor. A song unforgettable tonight. The Spring Festival Gala ended, and the New Year came. In 2008, the memory left to Tang Qing was very profound. The earthquake did not happen, the Olympics, and the system upgrade. 4th level authority. Soon. Economic stimulus. Import tax reduction. Project loans. Chamber of Commerce loans. Taking multiple paths together. Although they have only taken a few steps, the effect is very significant. At least, in terms of knocking down the 8th place, the Australian dollar, it has almost reached the requirement. At first, on proportion, the Asian dollar is only 0.82%, not even a round number. The Australian dollar is more than twice as high as the Australian dollar. Now, the gap is only 0.03%. At the current rate, it will be by the middle of next month at the latest. You can upgrade. And the difference between the following ones is not too big. The first 7 are 1. US dollar. 2. Oil. 3. Pounds. 4. Japanese yen. 5. Chinese currency. 6. Canadian dollar. 7. Australian dollar. The US dollar is 39%. The euro is 37%. The third pound is about 6%, and the others are less than 5%. Therefore, if you work hard, you will surpass the Canadian dollar very quickly. If it's quick, the middle of this year, the slowest. It can be completed in the second half of the year because the current Asian dollar is only 0.9% less than the Canadian dollar. As for surpassing the Chinese currency, that is, the RMB plus Hong Kong dollar plus Taiwan dollar, etc., it may go next year. Fourth level authority. He didn't know what it would be, but Tang Qing was quite looking forward to it. The first 3 levels of permissions allowed him to see how useful they were. The first level allowed people to enter the space for free, and the second level had hundreds of teleportation nodes. Third class. The barrier shocked him, and the effect was very good. Although all attacks did not disappear, but were transferred to a different space, it was enough to ensure that he was not afraid of human forbidden weapons. Fourth grade. According to the difficulty of the task, it should be more awesome. It's early morning. The phone keeps vibrating. Bless. Pay a New Year call. There were too many people, so, just like in previous years, Tang Qing asked the waiter to reply automatically. Go back to your room. Sleep. During the Chinese New Year, don't waste it on replying to text messages. The next day, first grade of junior high school. I didn't visit my relatives because they were all here. After dinner, we went to Yintang Amusement Park together. Normally, this place is very lively. On New Year's Day, it was so busy that I could hardly walk. Jian is too young, Tang Kai said. At first, I never thought it would be so popular. The average daily passenger flow is comparable to the holiday passenger flow of some scenic spots. Unlike other scenic spots, the prices here are affordable. In comparison, they are almost the most conscientious. Therefore, came here once. Many people are happy to come a second time. The huge customer flow can make small profits but quick turnover. Although the high price is not allowed, the quantity can make up for it. Over time, it has become the grand event it is now. Some scenic spots. Locals almost never go. And this. People in Qingyan City often go shopping. If you don't want to eat, you can just listen to music. There are new faces, handsome guys and beauties every week or every day at those roadside singing stations, so you won't feel bored. Per month. There are also free concerts. The venue was packed. It greatly enriched the entertainment life of the people of Qingyan City, and the public voice of the Tang family also gathered little by little from the amusement park, film and television city, Jinghua Plaza, and later Yintang University. The influence of the Tang family, already deeply rooted in this land. It's a bit. How about building one in the film and television city? There are many ancient buildings there, and they're all used for filming. It's a bit wasteful. The film and television city, which occupies a huge area, usually has a lot of tourists, so it is relatively deserted during the New Year. Now, not many people travel to celebrate the New Year. Be willing. The film and television city can create several ancient towns. It's too far. Then forget it. Tang Qing said it was too far, and Tang Kai immediately gave up the idea. They did not go through the main entrance. They came to watch a performance, not go shopping. They were led by the manager of the management committee to the VIP seats. Tang Qing glanced at it. Half of them belonged to his company, and the other half belonged to various agencies in Qingyan City. During the Chinese New Year, of course the amusement park had to show off and distributed a lot of tickets to maintain relationships. I can manage it. I can't control it. Send them all. The cost of inviting the team to perform for one day for 3 consecutive days was considered to be all the amusement park's surplus this year. However, the Tang family had never thought of making money from the amusement park. Just break even. If not enough, it doesn't hurt to add a little more. Mr. Tang is here. Where? Over there. I really want to go and get to know him. Go. I don't dare. The arrival of Tang Qing's family caused a lot of waves. People around him couldn't help but focus their eyes on the face and couldn't move their eyes away because the name was too loud. The pride of Qingyan City, the ultimate version for other people's children. Young. Lots of gold. It's not an ordinary amount, 1 trillion. The province's annual GDP does not reach the trillion level. According to the GDP ranking of all provinces in the country last year, Tang Qing's wealth would rank 5th. Count the whole country. Last year, It has reached 8% of China's GDP. Pretty scary. Envious. Don't dare to think deeply. Although the financial crisis caused the share prices of the three listed companies to shrink, Tang Qing's net worth is still stable at more than 2 trillion, and each one has great potential. Collapse? Impossible. People are diversified, and at most they only have one main business that makes huge profits. However, Tang Qing's diversification is all about huge profits, and most of them are making money. Even those who are not making money are still in the investment stage, or they have never thought about making money, and the trend is already established. Deep roots. Yimao, unless Tang Qing is in trouble. Otherwise, it can't fall down at all. Is that Qin Shuji next to you? Yes. What a good luck. Don't talk nonsense. The person next to him quickly stopped his colleague. There are some things you can think about, but you can't say them. The guy in front of you, relying on the power of his father, often has no control over his mouth, and he is not afraid of trouble coming out of his mouth. What are you afraid of? I'm not wrong. Yes, you are right. You're the uncle, okay. Subsequently, no more advice. But the man's mouth did not stop. So beautiful. Is that Qin Yugong's daughter next to you? His eyes were shining. Day, you are awesome. You dare to call people by their names. Your parents are powerful, but they are only one level higher than Qin Yugong. In a few years, they may be on the same level, and in 10 years, they may be big leaders. Where does your sense of superiority come from? It's such a blessing to be able to marry one. Sexy. It's really amazing. VIP seats. Tang Qing's sudden glance over made him tremble, and he looked away in fear, as if he had been caught for doing something bad. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Waiter, find an opportunity to teach him. Yes, Commander. Just forget it if you didn't hear it. Since I heard it. He couldn't pretend to be deaf, and in the blink of an eye, the guy's information appeared in front of him. He had a background. Unfortunately, his character was not very good. Due to his status, he was not very disciplined in his style. Meet. It's also fate. Inspire people to do good. It is my duty as a member of my generation. Uncle Lu, Sister Jiao Jiao, Sister Yen, Zheng Shuji. The best VIP seats are mostly given to friends and important leaders of the city, all of whom are acquaintances. The former Mayor Zheng has now been promoted to the top, and he has watched the Tang family rise. At first, he also attended the establishment of Sheng Tang Group. I found out later. Behind it, it's the Chai family. As long as you don't make mistakes, it's only a matter of time before you go further. What makes Tang Qing more happy is that Qi Yin brought her boyfriend. They have been married for 4 years and accepted the clothing factory. Qi Yin is 20 to 50 years old. This year is over. That's 30, but well-maintained. It looks the same as it did 4 years ago, just as beautiful. Little boss, this is Hiyu. At the beginning, both she and Do Jiao are single, but silently. But she had a childhood sweetheart who she couldn't afford to offend. Now, she even has a baby, and she suddenly became an aunt. Of course, this was not the reason why she was looking for a boyfriend. She just met him. Hiyu, college classmates. After graduation, Qi Yin went abroad to study design, while Hiyu studied for graduate school and PhD in China, and later stayed at the school to teach. As for why they met, it was because, finally, the two came together. Hello, Mr. Tang, nice to meet you. He was a little nervous. The person in front of him was the #1 person in the domestic business community. You're good. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. Hiyu, it really suits Qi Yin. Thank you. Hiyu felt happy. It seemed that he had passed this test. Hiyu knew very well that Tang Qing's position in Qi Yin's heart was that of half a relative. If Tang Qing didn't like it, he would be in trouble. If you dare to bully her, I won't be polite, Tang Qing said with a smile. Qi Yin, the second subordinate. After calling her brother for a while, he also regards Qi Yin as his sister. This is not just talk, it will be implemented in practice. Such a thing will never happen, he said firmly. China is celebrating the festival. Greece, Ocean View Estate. Yu Sis looked at his youngest son and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Just now, he was questioned on the phone, which made him completely confused, Ethan was arrested, and the origin of those big guys that night could not be covered up at all. He, Sith, became the subject of investigation. Grounded. That's right. He, the leader of a consortium, was grounded and his communications were monitored. It was the combined power of the major consortiums, and he couldn't resist. All of this was related to his youngest son. Ethan confessed. It was all instigated by his youngest son. As for the reason, he actually wanted to prove himself. For such a nonsense reason, he not only helped others transport weapons, but also conspired to pack up the scientists. Which material? After being kidnapped, the scientist was robbed again by a group of people. Yes, he was kidnapped that night and failed. After that, he felt embarrassed and frightened. He didn't dare to say anything. It wasn't until Ethan was caught that he was even more panicked and struggled for a few days before he came to Sith to confess. Who knows? For some reason, Ethan fell into the hands of a consortium. Now, the investigation team is coming soon to take away this young son who is only 23 years old. Alas, what's this? Sith covered his head. Chaos. Very messy. Messy. His mind simply couldn't accept such a ridiculous thing, but it happened. The younger son dug a big hole for himself under the righteous banner of monopoly on technology and prove himself. Until now, the Sith couldn't believe it. Such nonsense happened under their own eyes. Their own children were trying to make trouble for themselves, and then they were cut off by others. God, it's funny. What the hell? It feels worse than being swallowed a mouthful of this. So stupid. Is it a seed? Now I have serious doubts about whether to do a paternity test. Now, a stupid son has made their family very passive because there is no frame up in it. Everything. It's all proactive. Therefore, they must bear the responsibility for the failure of the mission. In the eyes of others, their family is just a thief. They act as operational commanders, provide weapons to opponents, and help others kidnap people. It can't be separated at all. Sith wanted to kill the guy in front of him with a stick. Father, what should I do? Wait. Wait for what? Their people will take you away. The Sith had no choice in this matter. As things developed now, not only could they not stay out of it, but they were also directly in the middle of the storm, unable to escape. Uncooperative. There will be big trouble. Living room. The younger son trembled all over. With a grimace. Can you not go? He was not worried about his own safety. After all, he was in a consortium, and he was impulsive. Others might die, but he would not. At most, he would be interrogated and imprisoned for a period of time. But, even if he was imprisoned for a day, he didn't want to. Hear the words. The Sith glared at him. Impossible. This time, you ruined a big thing. You made so many changes to the originally perfect plan. There must be a pair of hands behind this. Just tell the truth. Just now, after listening to the narration, he knew that his youngest son had been set up. Kill someone with a borrowed knife? No. The swords of other consortiums could not kill their family, but it was just a successful attempt to muddy the waters. After today, other consortiums would not be as close to him as before. Cracks have appeared. Remedy? Useless. Like a couple. No matter how good the relationship is, one cheating will leave an indelible crack, even if it is reined in later. If you want to go back to the past, you can only deceive yourself and others. They have fallen into a conspiracy. Saying they were set up has nothing to do with their family. Who believes it? People also say that you directed and acted on your own, shirking responsibility. Your credibility has been tarnished by concealing Ethan's affairs before. Now, the result is doomed, and someone in the consortium needs to take responsibility. His home, just the best choice. 10 minutes later, here he comes. The butler reported. Please, Sith said weakly. Yes. Soon, a group of men in black walked in. Mr. Sith, take it away, Sith said. Excuse me, he finished. Take the son of Sith out. As an operator, they only knew the target, but not the whole story. They respected Sith quite a bit. As for what mistakes the Sith's son had made, that was not their business to know. Watched several off-road vehicles disappear. Humph! Cece's face was as dark as water. This time, so big. As for who was behind the chess, there is no clue for a while. Theoretically, all the consortiums are suspected, and the purpose is to drag them into the water, and the other party will retreat completely. In fact, there are more than one consortium. United cheated him? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Anyway, the fog is heavy. Damn it, don't let me know who it is. 1 hour later, the interrogation is complete. The information was reported to the major financial groups, and they stayed awake for this matter. Finished reading. Sith has a good son. The leader of the Arzani consortium gritted his teeth. In order to prove himself, with a little selfishness, he ruined such a big plan of theirs. A mouse can ruin a pot of soup, a true portrayal. This is more than a month. Investigation. To no avail. Investigation. To no avail. Repeated every day. If the person ends up in the hands of the Sith, it will be okay, but after the person is kidnapped, he is kidnapped again before he can warm himself up. This kind of picture is really beautiful. So beautiful. It's so beautiful that I dare not look at it. And I want to punch someone when I look at it. Immediately, he concluded, Sith may have betrayed. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. His youngest son was the biggest cause of the failure of the entire plan. This is an unavoidable fact, and the authenticity of the current information cannot be guaranteed. Oh, think about it. If Ethan had not been caught, they were still planning to keep a secret. This is a betrayal. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the so-called person was kidnapped for the second time, possibly by self-direction. Consortium. It's not monolithic either. They're opponents. Have friends. This time, the person who added insult to injury was none other than Sith's old rival. Certainly, Sith have friends too. You can't jump to conclusions about this matter. If there's really a Sith rebellion, there would be no survivors. Ethan would have been dead long ago, even if it was related. To the Sith family, it was the little guy who made his own decision. What? You want to fool him like this? Arzani sneered. The man shook his head. Of course not. If you do something wrong, you will be punished, but you can't just pronounce the sentence casually. Friend, I will make crazy guarantees. This matter. The Sith family must take responsibility, but they cannot be beaten to death with a stick. This matter is most likely the work of that force, or at least involved. We will continue to investigate. Of course. Now, the information they had was in disarray. Same as Sith. They are all suspicious of others, because the person who kidnapped the 3 scientists in the end has not yet been determined. There are too many motives. Although they are together, something happened to the Sith, and their trust has weakened. What should we do with the Narses family? Money. At least, the Swedish royal family will not give up on this matter. The donation of 300 million euros is entirely due to the failure of the operation. Also, our investment in such a long investigation has been huge. Rip-off. They won't show mercy. Yes. Our losses are also huge. Many people died, including Kovaro. All losses must be borne by the Sith family. This time, how could they give up without spending hundreds of millions or more? Find someone to do the calculation. Okay. 20 minutes later, the list comes out. Get it together. 2 billion euros. Is it too much? Asked Cisna's friend. Suddenly, Arzani jumped out. Is that much? It's only 2 billion euros. Don't forget, Kovalo's losses are more than 200 million. Those are elites. We not only have to recover the losses, but also make him pay a fine. Think about it. If it succeeds, it will cost 2 billion euros. That's tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even more. But because of that fool, the success fell short. 2 billion is already very merciful. That's right. 2 billion is still less. Even selling the Sith family can't make up for the loss of this failure. That's the original transcription solution. One-sided. 2 billion. Not a penny less. Especially the American consortium, which suffered huge losses last time in Washington, including hundreds of people, vehicles, and helicopters. Now, they have also included that loss in this account. Sith must pay. Who told you to make a mistake? Actually, it's not impossible to ask for more. But after all, they are not life or death enemies. We had tea together before, so there is no need to be too harsh. 2 billion is not enough to break the bones of the Sith family. Okay, that's it. 2 billion. USA, Washington, Manor. Old Ford hung up the communication and looked confused. He had calculated the result, but not the process. He never expected that the Sith family would be dragged into the water so deeply this time. All this, there's a familiar smell, right? This is how he was pulled into the water in the first place. But he had hope of turning the tables, but Sith was a real chess piece, and he probably doesn't even know who did it yet. This game, sharp, he admits. Who would have thought that this was a woman's plan? Soon, doo-doo, the phone rings. Ah, that's so interesting. Opposite, there was a hearty, familiar laugh. Ha! In response, Old Ford rolled his eyes and sent 2 words. Interesting? It was interesting, but the more interesting it was, the more helpless he became, because such power was not in his own hands. Punch hard. It seems to have disappeared. Personnel. Whereabouts. Assets. After entering Myanmar, there was no trace. Their intelligence personnel went in and found nothing. Apart from being relieved, they regretted it. If it hadn't happened, he would have been the biggest winner today. The younger generation has a promising future. You should be happy. Oh, I think he may have returned to Myanmar. I hope so. We chatted for a while. This time, the Sith family is in trouble. If we know the truth, it will be troublesome. I think we can find a way to help Kitty and clean up the family. What do you think? Clear up in. There are many families who have taken refuge with them, and some are interested in some of the industries in the hands of Sith. Therefore, a friend, a subordinate. Apparently, to destroy your friends and help your subordinates is to maximize your profits. Of course, the difficulty is a bit high, but now that the Sith family is in bad luck, some things should be put on the agenda. Greece. Villa with sea view. Living room. I admit it, after a long time. Sis gritted his teeth and said this, 2 billion euros is not unavailable, but it is also hard-earned, so just giving it away makes his heart hurt, as if he has been robbed. Flagrant. For good reason. Bargain? Cece also thought about it, but knew it was in vain. The youngest son was like a drowning man, dragging all those who wanted to save him into the depths of the pool. This loss was inevitable, and he just hoped to end it. Bah! Hang up the phone. Shake off. It fell to the ground. When the housekeeper saw it, he picked up the phone card among the debris and put it in a new phone. Such consumables are enough. If he drops it every day, it can last for a month. I have to say, throw things is an effective means for the rich to relieve stress. And it's better than throwing someone. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the villa. Father. Sis sat back on the sofa and looked at his eldest son. Prepare 2 billion euros as soon as possible. As for whether it's cash, stocks, bonds, or assets, it's up to you. You can collect it for me within a week. Yes, he said. The man flashed a hint of ruthlessness. 2 billion. Euro. It's not Vietnamese dong, but just because the stupid younger brother paid it out and brought such shame to their family, I have the idea of killing him. Why don't such a person die? Prove yourself? Cut. If you want to prove yourself, why don't you rely on your own efforts? Ask your family to stop providing help, and work for yourself to make money instead of relying on your old age? Then, brother, after you come out, you'll be grounded for 1 year. Understood, he said. There was a glint of coldness in the man's eyes. He said he was his younger brother, but he had the same father and mother. Moreover, he only entered the family after he was 13 years old. It could be said that he had already passed the age that was easy to correct, and he was here today. Brotherhood? No waste. Not worthy to be his brother. 2 billion. Why am I taking care of the family business? I have worked hard for more than half a year, but I can only earn a little more than this. Labor and capital make money in the front, and you spend the money in the back. If my father hadn't been there, he wouldn't have been polite. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. So tired, Kitty wiped her sweat and walked back from the rabbit house. She had been here for more than a month, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. She found that she had gradually adapted to it. She had forgotten all about clothes and cosmetics. At first, disliked cleaning the planning area. Now, the smell is not offensive at all. At first, I vowed not to eat rabbits. Now, so delicious. After washing her hands at the door, Kitty glanced at the high wall behind her and shook her head. So what if she climbed over it? Maybe, just like what was shown on TV, escaping from the prison might lead to another prison. World, isn't it just a big prison? Here, at least there was no intrigue. Safety. Rule. In such a long time, I have never heard of those guys who are so strong that they are not human. They have any infringement on them, or even ignore them. There is endless indifference in their eyes, like looking at grass and stone. Good. This prison is different from other places. Only, when can I go out? I heard from the earliest seniors here that no one has ever been released. Coming here may mean permanent imprisonment. After worrying about it, you can only accept it. Heaven. A helicopter flies by. We have a new cellmate. Kitty smiled. Every few days, the aircraft comes. In addition to transporting supplies, it also transports new inmates. There are as few as a dozen, as many as 20 or 30. Her time was more than 100, which is relatively rare. Vietchat. She found. The people in prison here come from dozens of countries and have strange identities. Killer, hacker, boss, criminal, politician, thief, agent, soldier. She didn't even know how many professions there were here. As for why she was arrested, some knew, while others felt confused. One by one, there were all kinds of strange identities and deeds. A sideways attack. Kitty had a wild guess. That is, there is a network that is covering the world. The force that helps Zero not only cooperates with Zero, but also operates around the world. What outsiders think has been hidden for several years is all false. They haven't disappeared. Only hidden deeper. Here, it is a place where the enemy is imprisoned by that force. That force is penetrating into all countries, classes, and industries around the world, but it also maintains a bottom line and imprisons those whose crimes do not lead to death. Think of this. A chill came from behind. World. In her eyes, it was different from the past. The previous world was a world where consortiums were superior and capital controlled everything. Now, there's a giant beast hidden in the dark background of the world. Bright, dark, acting together. Once they grow up, the pattern of the entire world will be rewritten. Just hope it's not too bad. To this, Kitty didn't feel too disgusted. After all, the prison guards who had the absolute upper hand spared her life and didn't bully or abuse any of them. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they were pretty friendly. Therefore, it can be seen that the character of this force. Follow the rules. An excellent quality, such quality is terrible. Just like that murder incident, no one noticed before the action, no one escaped during the action, and no trace was left after the action. Powerful. Efficiency. Hidden. It's chilling to think about. Downhill. Kumain. Go through security check. Go up the stairs. It's directly to the canteen. Although I'm very tired every day and have almost no time to rest during the day, when I think of the food, it feels worthwhile. Here, through labor, they can realize the value of food. Before, many people live a very prosperous life and often waste food. Now, a grain of rice, a drop of oil. It's not easy for everyone. Many people's dinner plates look like they've been washed after eating, and the ingredients are not left out. Of course, there are some things that cannot be eaten as much as you want and require labor points. Cake, drinks, steak, barbecue. Anyway, all luxury consumption requires points. Kitty agrees that if there is no price, no one will cherish it. For example, if everyone in the world can eat steak, that would be a disaster. A few days. There are no more cows in the world. Wealth. Gap. In fact, it is also a means of balancing man and nature. It is indispensable. The Earth's resources are far from enough for everyone to live a carefree life. Ahem, Kitty shook her head, thinking too far ahead. What are you grilling tonight? Sheep, rabbit, tisk tisk, barbecue. It is a major category here. If there is any dish that can be accepted by almost everyone, it is barbecue. A little cumin and a little salt. The taste will make people want to stop. It took 100 points. Kitty bought steak. Tasty. Sufficient quantity. In the past, my subordinates each bought other luxury goods and ate them separately. This kind of AA dinner party is also a common pattern here because it is difficult to earn points, so you can only try them all if you're in a group. Eat enough. Drink enough. Return to the prison area. Is this the Earth here? Looking at the sky, an inexplicable question suddenly came to Kitty's mind. For so long, she had only seen the blue sky and never seen the stars. It was extremely strange. The next moment, Kitty smiled bitterly and shook her head. Stayed a long time. Don't you have enough brains? How could you have such a ridiculous idea? Kitty, come quickly. A shout came from the open space in the distance. It was probably to prevent them from being depressed. After the meal, they were allowed to play in the open space of the prison area for 1 hour, and various sports equipment, including badminton and the like, were provided. Okay. Kitty quickened her pace. After getting used to it. Seems pretty good too. It hurts. Spare your life. I want to find a lawyer. As they were fighting, a howling like a slaughtering pig came from the distance. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. This group was a bit bloody. Due to the complicated personnel, not many dared to attack the jailers as soon as they arrived. This time, obviously a tough batch. Pity. Faced with such inhuman beings, no matter how hard you are, you have to kneel down and find a lawyer? At least, among the people Kitty came into contact with, no one was wronged, and all of them were doing illegal things to a greater or lesser extent. You are not overestimating your own capabilities. This scream sounds good. Yeah. Such a strong man, I don't know. There was not much restraint at the scene. He was either licking blood from the knife edge or helping others to harm others. He hadn't tasted meat for several months, and his heart was itchy. Truth. Many of them were looking forward to something happening with the jailer. Inmate? Cut. His weak, chicken-like existence can no longer interest them, but I don't know why. They still have ideas when they're far away, but when they're close, apart from admiration, their hormones are stuck. Very strange. Now, the wailing gradually stopped. Think about it. They already knew what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, a line of people lined up on the main road outside the prison area, dejected, and some even had bruises on their noses and faces. An expression that doubts life. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just experience? Brother, hold on. Don't cry. Don't be discouraged. This is not bad. Next time, if you dare to fight the prison guard, it may be even worse. So be open-minded. Losing is not terrible. What is terrible is that you want to make a comeback. See you tomorrow. Along the way, it was very lively. Last time Kitty came with a group of people, it was not so lively. The main reason was that there were so many people, more than 100 people, so it was a long walk. It is also a truth here to bully the weak and avoid the strong. On the way, the newcomers were confused. God, where have I come? Second grade of junior high school. Morning. Qing City. Manor. There were a large number of guests, and almost all of the more prominent people in Qing City had arrived. The Tang family had taken root here for several years, eating, drinking, making friends, coming and going, and it was difficult not to make top-level connections. Then, second grade of junior high school. It was set as a banquet day for the Tang family. As the first family in Qing City, when an invitation was sent out, everyone naturally showed respect and brought their family members to support the party. Soon, gifts almost piled up at the door. There are rows of luxury cars. Now, an Audi car and a family of 3 got out. It's so big. Looking at the endless courtyard walls, her daughter said in surprise. She had long heard that the Tang family's house was quite large, but only by coming in person and standing under the high walls could she truly feel it. Of course, the richest family in the country. The father smiled. China. Even if there are invisible rich people, he does not believe that there can be more than 2 trillion yuan in wealth. You must know that the lifeline of the domestic economy is entirely in the hands of state-owned enterprises. An invisible billionaire. Faxon. Trillion levels. Don't believe it. Therefore, the richest family in China is none other than the Tang family. Xin, several of the younger generations of the Tang family are no more than 2 years older than you. It would be best if we could get to know each other. Of course, coming here to raise children is not about New Year's money, but to see the world. Human face. Things. Seen. Many friends mean many roads. If you can become friends with the Tang family, that will be an extra road. Although I'm also a city leader, I also know how big a tree the Tang family is. Okay. The daughter nodded. Same. Most of the other guests brought their own children, especially those with sons. They knew that Mrs. Tang Qing's position was occupied, but Tang Niner and other younger generations heard that they were still single. There's a chance. Happy New Year. You're welcome. Please, sit wherever you want. Don't be formal. Tang Kai greeted him personally. The location was not in the main building of the manor. The huge manor had plenty of space. It was not a problem to build a place specifically for banquets for guests. It would not be a problem to set up dozens of tables. Pity. All year round. Just use it 2 or 3 times. Mr. Kui Guangming, welcome. As soon as Chui Guangming arrived, Tang Qing greeted him personally. When the others saw it, they all stood up, whether they were high-ranking officials or rich people. Chui Guangming was once in charge, but he retired early. But, so what? Chui family. They were still standing as a big family in the capital. They couldn't help but sigh. For years ago, Tang Qing had a unique vision and drew Do Jiao into the sky, and established contact with the Chui family. Sharp, please. Okay. On the way, Chui Guangming greets people he knows. In fact, they're all familiar with each other. The upper-class circle in Qingyan City is not large at all. Chui Guangming has retired for many years, and these people will be there when he celebrates his birthday. Evening. After seeing off the guests, Tang Qing also got in a car. According to the plan, he was going to Davos, Switzerland, to attend the 2009 World Economic Forum. It happened to coincide with the Chinese New Year, so he had to leave now. Time is tight. It is for this reason that the banquet is held today. This time go. You can only come back after the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. It lasts for 5 days. If you include the round trip, you will have to spend a week on it. There is also a big boss who went there this time, but he didn't come specifically to participate in the forum. Switzerland, Germany, Spain, UK, European Union. The big boss was invited to pay an official visit to the 4 countries and the EU headquarters. Participating in the forum was only part of the itinerary. In addition to being the mascot, Tang Qing also planned to speed up the progress of Hummingbird. Be careful on the road. Okay. Soon. The vehicle disappeared through the door. Go back, Tang Kai said to several families. New Year's Eve. Going out to run around, Tang Kai didn't think anything of it. The higher he stood, the more ties he had, and the harder it was to escape from the mundane things. Since he couldn't escape, he should strive to become a dazzling existence. Tang Qing obviously did it. Davos. How many people want to get in? But they can only think about it. But Tang Qing should be happy that the organizer has kindly invited her. Similar to last year, more than 40 heads of state attended. It's time to go. The Tang family wants to become a world-class family. Accept money. Still need friends. Half an hour later. Take off. Tang Qing's home video. This time it was just him. Lin Joshua did not go with him. It was enough to toss him for the Chinese New Year. Qin Shiqi originally clamored to go, but was suppressed by her aunt. For good reason. Don't disturb your brother's work. Go to rest early. Okay. End the communication. Tang Qing looked out the window. The view above the clouds was very good, with twinkling stars and cool moonlight. The Gulfstream G550 was flying at a speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour, and the whole journey took 10 hours. Watch for a while. Look away. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the cabin. Africa, Sudan, Southern Plains. An off-road vehicle was running wildly on the grassland, kicking up billows of smoke and dust. If anyone saw it, they would not be able to recognize the make and model of the car because it was not sold at all. In the car, Tang Qing stepped on the accelerator. 10 hours. Let Tang Qing sit down. How could it be possible? He took a glance and saw soldiers performing tasks here, so he simply followed him. Therefore, there were more than a dozen large and small vehicles a few miles behind him. This mission. First, transport the teleport node to a precious metal mine. Second, clean up a gang of bandits. Now, at the beginning of 2009, Sudan had not yet been divided into 2 parts. There was no such thing as South Sudan. It had only established an autonomous government and would not be recognized as an independent country by the United Nations until 2009. Therefore, quite messy. There are many soldiers doing business here. Nature. There will always be some people who don't open their eyes. The deterrent power of the black prison is mainly in the business related to it, but it is impossible for all soldiers to be protected by the black prison. That would be too conspicuous. Then, special operations teams are often required. Clean up the trash. This group of bandits is active in a mountain forest in the south. They mainly collect fees for the circulation of goods along the way. It is nothing at first. The soldiers don't care about the loss, so they just give it away. But later, these guys push the envelope. They directly want to steal business. If so, the soldiers are not afraid of competition. However, the bandits took advantage of a large number of people. Yesterday, they directly tied up the soldiers and wanted to add one more. Missing person. In this way, the cleanup rule line is triggered. Don't cause trouble. Not afraid of trouble. If you dare to kill me, I won't be polite. The scenery is nice. In the car, the wind is blowing. Tang Qing looked out the window. This place is located in the middle of Africa with a savanna climate. About 100 kilometers to the south is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It is like spring all year round, and from time to time, you can see wild animals. Elephant, antelope. After driving nearly 100 kilometers, I encountered many. Also, there are also many carnivorous animals. When they see off-road vehicles from a distance, they all become wary and dare not approach them. Although the beasts are ferocious, they still have the basic ability to judge their strength based on their size. Big. It must be awesome. Then, don't dare to get close. They say the grassland is dangerous, but actually, it's true. Little guy, your teeth are very good. Tang Qing grabbed the head of a cobra in his hand, and the snake's body wrapped around his wrist, getting tighter and tighter. Tang Qing smiled and said, "Let go." The next moment, the cobra obediently unwrapped. Not dead, scared. For the snake, Tang Qing's mental power and the simulated terrifying aura were simply unbearable. An order was followed obediently, and then the cobra was thrown out by Tang Qing. Land safely. In the blink of an eye, the cobra disappeared into the grass. A gust of wind blew by, bringing a hint of coolness to the hot afternoon. In the distance, on the horizon, there are black clouds. Compared with the lack of water in the north, southern Sudan has sufficient precipitation, but it is too boring. Let's go. Get in the car. All the way south. After driving for another 30 kilometers, we found that the entire southern Sudan had a population of less than 10 million, but its area was larger than Burma, and its density was low. Along the way, Tang Qing hid from the grassland tribes, even the tropics. There are also barren areas. Now, Tang Qing is located in a valley. The brown rocks have been exposed to the sun for a long time, coupled with rain erosion, causing large-scale weathering. A few weeds are struggling to grow in this hell. Everything before my eyes. Not natural. It was an abandoned silver mine. Back then, Europe and the United States were going crazy in Africa. Gold, silver, and gemstones were mined in an almost destructive manner, leaving behind numerous large and small relics. Here, just one place. Under perspective, a radius of 3 kilometers. There are no less than 1,000 buried bones. They died from exhaustion, died fighting in the mines, and others were buried accidentally. In short, every relic has a history written in blood behind it. Global prospecting. The soldiers did not spare these exhausted mines. After exploration, a new mineral layer was discovered, which was just silver or... I didn't pay much attention to it, and just marked it. It wasn't until late last year that the concealed diamond mining technology matured and the mining plan for this mineral point was launched. Q begins in early December. 1 month. The infrastructure construction of the first mining area was completed, and another month was spent to complete the preparations for the second mining area. The transmission node stayed here for a long time. This time, it was used up elsewhere and was sent here. Because there is only one transmission node in the entire Sudan, so all plans are useless. GA. Heaven. A vulture flies by. No one knows that this is a bionic machine, although there are satellites in the sky watching it. If there's an emergency, the bionic machine obviously has advantages over drones with several propellers. At least. Hidden. Spread your hands. A glass ball appeared and was thrown into a pipe dozens of meters away. The diameter of the pipe was only the diameter of a water pipe. The pipe went straight to the ground 20 meters. Due to the accumulation of minerals, mining had been stopped. After landing, the light flashed. Every time, thousands of tons of or have disappeared. Gold, silver, in the system. Asian dollars can be issued as collateral. Therefore, as long as it is a high-quality silver mine, once it is discovered, it will be fully exploited, while other precious metals will not be hoarded too much unless needed. Below, the estimated value of silver mine reserves is around 30 billion Asian dollars. Not much, but as long as there is enough mining value, we will not let it go. What is enough? That's more than 5 billion. If it's less than that, let it continue underground and don't bother. Let's go. Turn around. Get in the car. Follow the rugged path out of the valley and head south again. Kima Town. West Street. Bang! A gunshot caught people's attention, and then they glanced at it and slowly left. After years of war, the weapons here were not overflowing, but they were almost there. Therefore, street fights. Little things. As long as someone is not crazy and sweeps randomly, it will be fine. If so, he probably won't survive for long. If he gets anxious, a bunch of peanuts will pop up from God knows where and finish him off. Overall, it's not yet to the point where everyone is in danger. Now, they're all used to it. Street. A pickup truck drove by. Co-pilot. I really don't want to come to this place. Looking out the car window, Zhao Qiao looked helpless. Opening a shop in Africa requires courage. If you're not careful, you may have to trace your ancestors. In Sudan, there are many Chinese people, tens of thousands, mainly distributed in major cities. Chinese who dare to venture and fight are also scattered in various small and medium-sized towns, as long as they can make money. Zhao Qiao's father is one of them and opened a hardware store here. And I came here to have a look. I will stay for a week and then leave. Main driver. His father smiled lightly and said, don't wander around. Just stay in the store normally. Okay. Xiao didn't care. Come here. The main purpose was to see his parents and celebrate the new year. However, the business was only closed on the 30th and the first day of the Lunar New Year. It opened today. He and his father had just gone to a shipping point to pick up goods, and the business was not bad. All year round. There is also more than 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, why do you come and do business in this chaotic place? As one of the least developed countries in the world, it is not even completely self-sufficient in food, let alone other things. Fortunately, it is supported by oil. Otherwise, definitely poorer. It was only in 2005 that the lengthy interstation ended. The entire territory was in shortage of supplies and infrastructure was heavily damaged. The reconstruction behind the station allowed his father's small shop to make some money. Soon, squeak, the pickup truck stopped in front of the store. Get off. Look around. A strip of shops. This place is mostly opened by businessmen from other countries, Indians, Arabs, even prosperous Europe. There are businessmen here. After all, even in developed countries, there are some who are not afraid of danger. Here, they're all foreigners. Therefore, the relationship is not bad. We get together for a long time. Zhao Qiao heard from his father that this place was in ruins a few years ago. Later, he and others spent a very small amount of money to buy a large piece of land. Then, get up. Within a few years, it became a big market. Their family bought nearly 300 square meters and divided it into two parts. They opened a shop in the front and lived in the back, avoiding the danger of traveling early or late at night. Robbery. This is commonplace. Moving goods. Loading goods. It took an hour to complete. Boom! The sky. There were bursts of thunder. It's going to rain. Zhao Qiao looked up. Thunderstorm. I left it just the day before yesterday, and I'm here again today. It looks like there won't be any business today. Let's close the shop. The father looked at the sky and said, the clouds were so large that it would have to go down until dark, so he had to close the shop early. Okay. Zhao Qiao stepped forward and was about to close the door. Sudden, a thick arm pushed the door back. Is something wrong? Looking at the people coming, Zhao Qiao's heart skipped a beat. They were two men, a big black man with tattoos on his body, wearing a jacket with bulging waists. The outline of the gun handle made Zhao Qiao's calves really tremble. He is just a small clerk, but he doesn't have much such experience. Is the boss here? Yes. What's the matter with you? Zhao Qiao's father came over, quite calm. After living here for so long, he still has some courage. There are underground forces here, and ordinary robbers don't dare to rob stores. Unless they are from outside. Just vote and leave. But such a situation will almost never happen. The energy of local forces cannot be underestimated. Those who commit crimes everywhere are likely to be dead ends. Therefore, as long as you have a rational attitude, just don't worry. We want to borrow some money. The big black man showed his white teeth. Instantly, Zhao Qiao's father was confused. Robbery. It's really a robbery. As expected, you can't be too rational. Sometimes you have to be more emotional, the man said and lifted his jacket. The meaning was obvious. If you don't comply, we may take measures. Father. Zhao Qiao swallowed. Sudan. The official language is English, and he understands it. Borrow money. Robbery. There seems to be no difference. In modern times, when people's hearts are not ancient, even in a civilized society, many times the two words can be equated. This Chinese New Year, do you want it to be so exciting? We're not familiar with each other. Then, let's get familiar with this. The big black man lifted up his clothes again. Sure enough, it was a real robbery. More, how much? 10,000. Sudanese pounds? US dollars. Impossible. Zhao Qiao's father shook his head. 10,000 Sudanese pounds was still acceptable. $10,000. He really thought he opened a bank. He really won the lottery today. He was about to close the door, and a robber came. Really? The big black man sneered. He took out the gun from his waist, and in the shocked eyes of Zhao Qiao and his son, he shot peanuts at his calf. Bang. With a sound, all that was left at the scene was howling. Instantly, heartbreaking pain came from his legs. Behind you. The companions were stunned. What's going on? Don't you want to threaten others? Without saying a word, you rob yourself. What's going on? Could it be a fire? Well, it should be. When I pulled the gun just now, it was downward. Suddenly, he felt a chill somewhere. Be good. When I grabbed it at the waist and forehead, just now, the direction was different. Was seeing if it goes off fire when it comes into contact. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was too scary. He should run or not now. Run. In the blink of an eye. Disappeared in front of the store. Don't leave again. But I can't leave. The door. Zhao Qiao and his son were also stunned. Conflict? Or does it prove that you are a ruthless person who can attack yourself? Fortunately, the store has surveillance, which can prove that this was an accident. If the shouting sounds, people will definitely come over. This is no other place. There is a hood. But the top priority was to get out of danger. Zhao Qiao's father was very clever. While the man was wailing, he held the door with both hands and closed it hard. The big black man squatting on the ground was knocked out. After falling to the ground, his heart skipped a beat, and the black man knew he was going to die. He wanted to take someone with him, raised his gun, and prepare to shoot. However, his hand suddenly felt sore, and he lowered his gun. Bang! The other foot was hit. Bang! A scream. Bang! Another scream. Bang! At this moment, there was still fear in his cry. The first and second grabs were understandable surprises, but the subsequent 3 grabs were too weird. The pain stimulated him and made his hand suddenly rise. Then, I wanted to put down the grab but misfired. Lift it up again and misfire again. Especially in the end, because of the pain, he dropped the gun on the ground and even misfired. I fed him a peanut and shot it 5 times, and all the bullets in it were shot. He felt extremely desperate. Profiteer. The big black guy was so angry. Just bought it. It cost him $100. Fire. 5 times in a row. It was almost as difficult as winning the jackpot, but he got hit by it. If he had such luck, who would come and rob him? Now, 5 accidents. It is estimated that he has used up all his bad luck. I will never be unlucky again, because there is no future. With the medical conditions here, he understood that even if the underground forces in Kima Town did not kill him, there was only one way to die. Bleeding, infection, and rain could all combine to kill him. Estimate. I can't see the sun tomorrow. Hands up. Get down. Put down your weapons. Only 1 minute. A dozen big men rushed over, holding various weapons in their hands. Looking at the wailing man on the ground, they were a little confused. What's going on? When did that Chinese guy become so fierce? Very cruel. Certainly. No blame intended. Who are you? A big man in the lead stepped forward and kicked away the gun next to the big black man. The big black man gritted his teeth and endured the pain without saying a word. Humph. The big man snorted coldly. It seems. This is a bad guy. Dong dong dong. He stepped forward to knock on the door and said loudly, Zhao, it's me. He waited for a moment. Click. The door opened. Zhao Hai looked at the familiar face and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation was under control. He lowered his head and saw the miserable situation of the big black man. He was stunned for a moment. What? Is it really a case of porcelain? No need to work so hard. 1 moment is not enough. 5 times. Do you think wheelchairs are very friendly? What happened just now? The big man asked. Immediately, Zhao Hai recounted the story in detail. When he heard whether it was robbery or $10,000, the big man turned his head and sneered. You are not timid. You come here to rob. It's very good. You have a lot of skills. Take them away. Find his accomplices. Then, the 2 big men grabbed the big black man and roughly got into the back of the oncoming pickup truck. Then the big man said to Zhao Hai, let's take a look at the surveillance first to see what that accomplice looks like. Okay. Zhao Hai led the way. A few minutes later. What? The big man. Little brother. Zhao Hai and his son were also shocked. The big man thought that the shots behind were done by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought that it was the big man and the others who had done it, but he didn't expect that it was the big black guy who did it himself. 5 times. No matter how you look at it, it seems almost intentional. They looked at each other. Fire, misfire? No, 5 times in a row. It's possible. That's too bad. Interesting, that snatch is quite memorable. I want it. The big man directly determined who the trophy belonged to and thought it was fun and robbed the user to death again and again. Interesting. Give it away? No, the implication is not good. Get up. The big man said, Zhao, just clean the door. Leave the rest to us. We must not encourage this kind of behavior. As for the accomplice, we will find it as soon as possible. Goodbye. Okay. Zhao Hai nodded. Kima Town. Generally, these underground forces maintain law and order, so far, there are no sirens. However, when South Sudan is established, it should start to standardize public security management. After all, it is not in the interest of the president to remain in disarray. 5 minutes later, the bloodstains at the door disappeared, and neighbors from the surrounding shops came to express their condolences. Many people saw the scene just now with their own eyes. It was so weird. The robbers were so cruel to me. Are they crazy? What happened to that man? Fire breaks out. Fire breaks out? 5 times in a row. Yes. God, what kind of luck is this? He must have done too many bad things, and he must be punished. Fire breaks out 5 times in a row. The scene is exciting when I recall it. In a short period of time, there is no shortage of topics. Zhao, you are so lucky. It's okay. This is the cassava corn cake I just made, which is amazing. Thank you. Finished. It was almost dark, and light rain began to fall from the sky. He closed the door and went to the backyard. The food was almost cooked. When he was on the table, while eating, Zhao Qiao said, Dad, it's too dangerous here. It's okay. This is a real accident. Zhao Haidao. Moreover, law enforcement agencies will be strengthened here soon. Other towns don't know it. Oil has been proven around Kima Town. It will be taken more and more seriously in the future. Don't worry. Don't worry. Joke. I've only been here for 3 days when I encountered robbers. My heartbeat has not returned to normal yet. Oil? That can't be more dangerous. In Africa, there are too many life and death situations for oil. Zhao Qiao advised. One listen. Zhao Hai shook his head. The oil fields here are the largest power in southern Sudan. If it becomes an independent country in a few years, he will be the president. No one will dare to rob it, and no one will allow the oil production area to become too chaotic. A country? How to sell it? Zhao Qiao wondered. Sudan. The north is connected to the Red Sea and has an outlet to the sea. However, all other directions are countries. Once southern Sudan becomes independent, it will not even have an outlet to the sea. North Sudan will firmly control its lifeline. Food, oil, daily use. But we can't produce it ourselves here. We have to import it. South. Zhao Hai smiled slightly. South. Zhao Qiao was confused. There was only one outlet to the sea in the south. Zhao Qiao suddenly understood that to the south was the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a country that was undergoing in-depth reforms and developing rapidly. Several years ago, still poor haha, the new president has just taken office. A few years later, but big changes have taken place. Starting from the construction of the power grid, to the infrastructure and the rectification of public security, the entire country is undergoing changes. Sudan borders the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the North Province in the south, although it was occupied by a warlord. However, but it has not become an economic island. On the contrary, it is deeply involved in the development of the Democratic Republic of the Congo today. With such rapid development, the demand for oil has soared. Sudan's oil does not need to go north. Go south. Sold to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Make money just the same. I know. Yes. In the past, negotiations with the Sudanese authorities have always been in a weak position because the sea outlet is in the north. Once it is blocked, it will seriously affect the flow of materials, so the progress is very slow. Now, more than one choice has given them a lot of confidence. It is very likely that the independence referendum will be much earlier than planned. Zhao Hai has stayed here for many years, and he still has a good vision of the basic situation. Once the referendum, soon, this will truly become an independent country. To this, Zhao Hai felt that there was no suspense. The conflicts buried decades ago were fighting and hurting each other. They were almost irreconcilable. Not many people were willing to stay in the current Sudan. 90. Zhao Hai's estimated agreement rate. It can be said, it is almost certain that once completed, this place will have greater autonomy, unlike now, where everything is restricted and targeted by the Sudan. At least, diplomatic relations can be established independently by then. Certainly, it's not that life will be better after separation. Only, it can truly solidify power. When the president is not worried about losing and has the reputation of being orthodox, there may be many opportunities in domestic policy. This is what Zhao Hai hopes. Be good. Everyone is happy. Constant. Also acceptable. Go bad. At worst, we just slap our butts and leave. Speaking of which, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is very lucky. The newly appointed president is very courageous and has carried out drastic reforms with remarkable results and many opportunities. He thought about going there, but not familiar. Just didn't go. Dad, how about you also go to the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Here, Zhao Qiao was really worried. I'm not familiar with it. You'll get familiar with it gradually. It's relatively safe. He shook his head. Zhao Haidao. Forget it. I will continue to do it here now. He still can't give up the store that has been operated for many years. Changes here are coming. Whether it will be good or bad, he is not sure, but he can only take a gamble. These few years, Zhao Qiao may also get married. Better to be steady. Oh, okay. His father insisted. Zhao Qiao had no choice but to eat in silence. The faint sound of diesel engines could be heard in the distance. Years of war had caused the infrastructure here to be badly damaged. Electricity, transportation, communication, everything is cool. The electricity they use at home is firstly solar energy and secondly diesel engine, because public electricity is difficult to guarantee, but there are many ways to do it, which is better than no electricity in the countryside. Listen to your father. This solar energy was bought from microcrystal technology. The sun is strong during the day and generates electricity. The excess can be stored. Basic lighting can last all night. The diesel engine is mainly used to drive equipment. refrigerator, fan, the biggest consumer of electricity in the home. Washing machine? No, all washed by hand. There is no running water here, only well water. Zhao Qiao sighed in his heart. In order to make money, living in such a house in a foreign country with an unstable environment can only be said to be all for this family. We must work hard, Zhao Qiao vowed. You should also assume corresponding responsibilities for this family. Whoosh! Outside, it rained heavily. This night, Zhao Qiao found it difficult to fall asleep. Hundreds of meters away, a courtyard. Boom! Rolling thunder resounded throughout the world. In a yard, Tang Qing sat on a chair, looking at the fish swimming in the pond in the distance, feeling the raindrops hundreds of meters in radius and all the movement. Kima Town. That's where the warrior did his business. Patio. It is the residence of another warrior. Afternoon. When the convoy came to the small town, they happened to encounter a robbery. By the way, he helped Zhao and his son. Otherwise, how could the robbery have caused 5 misfires in a row? By the way, he also did the finishing work. Now, he heard everything the father and son said. Good. There will be a referendum here soon. The outcome is already determined. Independent. South Sudan will be officially recognized by the United Nations and become the 54th country in Africa. However, according to historical trajectory, the situation here is not as good as Zhao Hai thought. One of the least developed countries in the world. Electricity, communication, transportation, almost destroyed by the war. It is said that everything needs to be revitalized, but you also have to have money. Food is not yet self-sufficient, and other industrial products are all imported. There are frequent conflicts between tribes. It is not easy to turn over. But Zhao Hai is also lucky. This time, Tang Qing is ready to help this land. It is not a noble purpose, but he just wants to promote the plan. He has said that to activate the African consumer market, 10 million people are eligible to be included. More than 600,000 square kilometers of land. It can be said, there is land. There are mines. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, as long as you are qualified to be a leak. Like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he will not use too drastic means to interfere in the development here, but will use economic penetration. Benefit. This is the reason for the tribal conflict here. Therefore, lure them with benefits. With money. What else are you trying to do? Like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we are prepared to cooperate with tribes as a unit, rather than with individuals, because individuals are too untrustworthy and will be difficult to deal with if they break trust. Tribes are different. Something happened. I will come to your tribe. I don't care whether you are punished by clan rules or handed over to the law. I just want justice. If I get my wish, I don't have to be the one holding the sword. Save trouble. Peace of mind. Now, the products of the Democratic Republic of the Congo are establishing trade channels with this country through the North province of Sadc. But there are not many because the demand of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is far from being met. Merchandise comes in. Unobstructed, no one dares to covet it. For Sa, fist. Beiji province is controlled by warlords and has strong fists. The tribes here generally dare not mess with it. Some tribes with vision even went to Wanqing China-Africa Park to become agents. Steel, oil, chemical industry. They were all interested, but the current production restrictions did not give them a definite answer. Tang Qing's plan was to have the China-Africa Park come forward to unite with SADC after the country was officially established. Let's meet the president together. Interview. SADC and his neighbor, the future president, have known each other for more than 10 years. He was doing something similar, but here he became the president, and SADC could only be a local snake. Boom! There was another thunder. Thunder falls. There was a sound in my ear. Commander, the cleaning mission of SD-159 is completed. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. He was here for a walk, not to participate in the action. On rainy days and murderous nights, there are almost no innocent targets among the soldiers' targets. Therefore, after hearing this, Tang Qing felt as calm as water. Look at the time. In 2 hours, the plane will arrive in Zurich. Get up. Moment. Tang Qing disappeared into the courtyard. Behind him, a soldier moved a chair into the room. It rained heavily. No one knew that Tang Qing, who was supposed to be still on the plane, spent the entire afternoon playing in Africa. Switzerland. Zurich. Tang Qing's figure suddenly appeared in the living room of the castle where he lived last year. It was magnificent, classical, and elegant. When combined, it was the ultimate luxury. Unfortunately, it was a bit empty, but there will be guests soon, because at Zurich Airport, Ma Yin was waiting for him in the car. Tang Qing had no choice. Who said he could teleport all over the world? Tang Qing would not return to the airport until the plane landed and stopped. This time, except for the hummingbirds, Ali's affairs are also very important. The internationalization of Ali's e-commerce is not going well. Therefore, as the largest shareholder, it is natural to make some efforts and lead Ali to fly. 2 hours later. Castle. It's late at night. Switzerland and Sudan are in adjacent time zones, but it gets dark at about the same time. Tang Dong is still cool. Ma Yin said with a smile. Get off. Thinking back to last year, it was also here. Tang Qing said it was a long-term lease, but Ma Yin felt that it was like Tang Qing bought it. Everywhere had been remodeled, and the overall style was in line with Tang Qing's preferences. Normally when renting a house, such a big change would not happen. Certainly, you can't look at Tang Qing with common sense. You won't be able to understand it. For years ago, who would have thought that a high school student would have a dizzying amount of wealth in 4 years? They didn't dare to think about it. Please, enter the house. The soldier poured tea, although late. But Ma Yin wasn't sleepy at all. She had slept enough on the plane. The two discussed the details of this trip. According to the plan, Tang Qing would roughly finalize partners in dozens of countries in the past few days. Same. Ali also had to keep up. Otherwise, there are hummingbirds. There is no e-commerce. No logistics. What else are you selling? Therefore, this is a very difficult battle, with dozens of countries and possibly hundreds of collaborators. Fortunately, Tang Qing only needs to talk about the framework and has an eye for details. Otherwise, it can't be done at all. Who do you know here? Tang Qing handed over a document. Open. Ma Yin swept away. Not familiar. Not familiar. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. After participating in such a forum, he thought he was not familiar with them, but he probably had heard of most of the famous rich people. However, when he scanned the 20 people on a single page, he only knew 2. The name is unfamiliar. The profession is also strange. Executives, chairman, government personnel, vice president, and a president. Look down. Minister, diplomat, secretary, professor. At this moment, Ma Yin's forehead began to sweat, either because the fireplace was too hot or because of mental stress. He was here to discuss business, but he found that there seemed to be very few business people to negotiate with. What's going on? Dazzled? It doesn't matter. I can't understand the first page. It's okay. You can read the second page. It shouldn't be so jumping. However, after reading the second page, Ma Yin sweated more on her forehead. Is it the wrong way to open it? Page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6. Over. Wait to close. His brain was still a little confused. Ma Yin felt that the forums she had participated in so many times were all fake. However, after looking at their positions again, Ma Yin raised her head and asked, Director Tang, did you get the wrong one? He said it all with a guilty conscience. Got it wrong? The probability is really low, but the content is really different for what he thought. He can only verify it first. When he heard it, Tang Qing smiled and said, No, this is the list I made. But, Ma Yin said hesitantly. He wanted to say, but why don't I know a few of them? Also, can these people do business? You don't know many. Tang Qing pointed out directly. Yeah. Ma Yin nodded. Normal. Tang Qing smiled. Normal? Ma Yin's face straightened. Please clarify my doubts. It seems. It's because I'm stupid. When doing business in an unfamiliar place. Of course you need to find a strong partner, especially when this kind of business involves some legal issues. Firstly, the problem can be solved, and secondly, you are not afraid of malicious local competition. In the world of capital, capital will solve it. This is it. They were all found through special channels. They have different identities, but they all have a common feature. the families behind them all have the power to influence the country's politics. Hummingbird. Ali, what are we afraid of? Fair competition? No, we are not afraid. What we are most afraid of is the power from the top of those countries. The laws they make are extremely uncontrollable factors. That's why there is this list you see. You can say, as long as they can join, there will be no obstacles to setting up companies in that country. At this moment, Ma Yin was stunned. Turned out to be, that's what Tang Qing meant. No wonder he didn't recognize most of them, because many of the corporate executives who came here were controlled by these families, but they weren't at the front desk, so they weren't familiar with them. Now, skip those presidents and CEOs and go directly to the right person. Simple. Save trouble. No, it is not simple at all. It is definitely not easy to investigate so much information. At least he has not thought about it that way. Originally, his eyes were mostly focused on large companies for various countries. Tang Qing, on the other hand, directly targeted the family behind him. Vision. Implement. Make a judgment. They take into account the long-term stability of the company. Most of the people here are direct members of the family. Some countries have only one collaborator, and some have multiple. After all, most of the time, it is difficult for one family to dominate. In addition, there are also some big families, but I didn't include them because I have to consider whether they're suitable for cooperation. If the other party is too greedy, ugly, and arrogant, they're looking for trouble for themselves. In this world, there are always some people who don't follow the rules. But he was not completely beaten to death with a stick. Tang Qing didn't mind bringing in a counterbalancer who was unruly and strong enough to compete with a few well-behaved ones and combine their efforts. If it can be checked and balanced, it will be a complete enemy. So, of course, the unruly ones will be weeded out. In short, his goal is to make the company less clumsy and not afraid of trouble, except for the fact that flies often fly over and shake their bodies on the rice. Beat to death. To kill him or not? That is the question. Maya nodded. It seems. Tang Qing's preparation is really sufficient, which is good. Following Tang Qing, everything is easy. As long as you follow along, the result will definitely not be bad. It has been proven time and time again before. Take a step. Look at 10 steps. When things are done satisfactorily, it's people like Tang Qing that Ma Yin almost admires. It doesn't matter if you're not familiar with it. Take your time. These people are just bridges anyway. It stands to reason. Tang Qing could also directly contact the other party's family, but the effect was not as good as contacting his direct family members. In this way, the direct family members would act as intermediaries and deceive them, and they would become interested in this matter. From now on, it is also possible to take care of one or two things rather than the dry family investment results. Understood, Ma Yin said. Then, a few words of advice. Tang Qing went upstairs, and Ma Yin continued to look at the list and checked online. This information contained a lot of information, a lot of personal information, even his parents' occupation, recent trends, etc. Tang Qing said it. Can only watch. No photos can be taken, and it will not be kept by him. It will be taken back tomorrow morning. To this, Ma Yin felt that it was right. This information was definitely not cheap. With other survey results not mentioned above, he felt it was worth even 10 million yuan. This was the value of information. Bury your head. Use your fairly good memory to start getting to know these people. Target. Just recognize it. While watching, while drinking, while eating, there were snacks on the table, which made Ma Yin want to stop. Food from the Tang family was not easy to eat. Every kind of food had the power to make people unable to stop eating. Well, it was delicious. To calm down the shock. Just now. But Tang Qing was shocked. He was looking for a partner, but Tang Qing was looking for a newbie partner. It can be foreseen how much impact it will have on Ali once it succeeds. And this is just a collaboration. From now on, if you have other business, finding these people is definitely the best choice. Once a strong bond of interest is formed, it represents not only money, but also the energy of these families. Only, Alibaba seems to have no other business to cooperate with. Alas, Ma Yin sighed. Tang Qing's industry. It could be called diversification. Finding a partner for Hummingbird will also pave the way for other businesses in the future. If the cooperation is successful, Tang Qing's other businesses may be able to operate smoothly in the country. The most troublesome. Maximum profit. After all, Alibaba is just an internet company. Go further and further. Ma Yun felt that Ali could no longer keep up with Tang Qing's pace and was always being dragged. However, after thinking about it, it was not bad. At least, there was such a monster boss protecting him. Much peace of mind. Continuing to read the information, I guess Tang Qing has already memorized this gap. Don't think about it. You might get hurt easily. The next day, early morning, at the gate of the castle, a Mercedes-Benz drove in. Looking at the castle, Yu Sheng felt a hint of envy in his heart. As the largest Chinese family in Switzerland, they had paid special attention to this castle. 1 year, it remained empty for a whole year. Except Tang Qing, there were no other guests. As the eldest grandson of the family, Yu Sheng did not envy Tang Qing's generosity, but just envied this freewheeling lifestyle. As a wealthy generation, Tang Qing had no restraints. And he, the eldest grandson, has many restrictions. Get off. Yu Sheng saw Tang Qing waiting for him at the door. Brother Tang. Brother Yu. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Last year, Ge Feng introduced Yu Sheng, who was quite nice. Ge Feng didn't come this year. After all, it was the Chinese New Year, and Geiji Yazwang was bustling with dozens of tables set up to entertain guests and friends. Please. Okay. Enter the house. Sit down. Brother Tang, I know you are busy. I am here today. I officially represent the family and agree to join the Hummingbird project. I agree to all the conditions. Also, after the forum is over, can I be a guest at home? Yu Sheng said seriously. This matter. You could talk on the phone, but it's not as sincere as in person. A week ago, Tang Qing sent the Hummingbird cooperation plan to their family. This plan was not limited to the Swiss market, but also had variable investments. Hummingbird was responsible for the planning, but he didn't know which country. For example, Tang Qing wants to invest in other countries. Not enough money. So, then other trusted forces will be introduced, such as the Yu family. Will this dilute Tang Qing's equity? Yes, but the control is not less, and the operation and voting rights are still in Tang Qing's hands. 500 million euros. This is the funds promised by the Yu family. Okay, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Before I leave, I must bother the old man. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yu family. Not bad, although the energy in Switzerland is limited. After all, this is a place where rich people gather and aristocrats are everywhere. But who said that the Yu family is Chinese, as long as the heart is red? Actually, Tang Qing does not have high hopes for the European market. First, most countries are small. Small. It means same-day delivery and next-day delivery, which is almost meaningless. Second, the country is complex. Yes, the EU is one, with freedom of residence and freedom of travel. However, these countries have only transferred part of their power, and the specific laws and regulations are very different, which will give rise to many problems. Third, privacy. For example, in Germany, privacy issues are at a very high level. After 2 stops, they don't believe in politics or big companies. This kind of thing that can track personal behavior at any time is even more unwilling to accept. Even the use of driving recorders is illegal, and people who are photographed can sue the car owner in minutes. Same. A large number of countries in Europe and the United States prohibit the use of driving recorders. Fourth, e-commerce environment. Fifth, trade union system. Sixth, each mountain is very high. All right, Tang Qing is just complaining and cannot say that others are wrong, but from a business perspective, this is a difficult nut to crack. Because of this, Tang Qing's main target is in developing countries. Europe and America. I can only figure out slowly. Otherwise, it's easy to hit a wall. Welcome. He sat for a while. After Yu Sheng left the castle, due to the difficulty of opening up the European market, the Yu family placed their main hopes on other countries. They believe that the partner Tang Qing found should be good. Success, everyone is happy. Fail? No. He believes that Tang Qing a monster who has surpassed Bill Gates and Buffett in 4 years, has not failed in any investment so far. They believe that the hummingbird with wings has a high probability of taking off. Tang Qing, Yu Sheng murmured. 10 years from now, what will you become? He is looking forward to it. It's a pity I can't catch up in this life. Yu Sheng is self-aware. In Europe, the world of consortiums, those guys have always had an attitude toward the rise of people who are not their own in their own country. Therefore, if you want to break the constraints of the consortium and develop wantonly, it is best to go outside Europe and the United States. China is a place that Europe and the United States cannot control. More than 1 billion people have the same mind. Tang Qing is standing at the forefront. 10 years later, this world, maybe there will be a new pattern. Morning, 10 o'clock. Woo, woo. A train to Davos was driving slowly. The train arranged by the organizer would not pass by standing still. A direct flight? No way, Davos is just a small town. Certainly. As for the helicopter, it was okay. There were quite a few people on it, but Tang Qing had no interest in it and he was not in a hurry. Why would he go wandering around in the sky? It feels pretty good to shake it on the train. Outside the window, covered in silver, it's snowing lightly. Tang Qing was sitting by the window. Opposite him, Ma Yin was still dozing. It was too late to read the information last night, and, with the jet lag, she was a little dizzy. When people saw Tang Qing around him, people kept saying hello warmly. Came here for the first time last year. Not many people know him. Later, at the cocktail party, Tang Qing showed his strong social skills. Naturally, the number of people he met increased sharply. Tang Qing looked at this carriage and found that he knew more than 30% of the people in this carriage, including the president of a country. See Ma Yin dozing off. After greeting, they were quite self-conscious and didn't come and talk too much. It's approaching noon. The train arrives in the town of Davos. 10 minutes later, Lakeside Villa. Door. Ma Yin smiled bitterly, thinking back to the beginning. Come by yourself. It would be nice to have a single room in a hotel. You can take a look at Tang Qing, who lives in an old castle in Zurich and a single-family villa in Davos, looking out Lake Davos. It's from a friend. Sure enough, the quality of my circle is still not high enough. 3 p.m., living room. There was an African sitting in front of Tang Qing, Alan Zuma. We met at a cocktail party in Davos last year. We are direct descendants of South Africa's Zuma family, and the incoming South African president also has Zuma in his name. No surprises. It will remain in that position for nearly 10 years. After that, Tang Qing doesn't care whether the successor will continue to support Hummingbird. 10 years later, no one will be able to touch his industry, especially in Africa. The position of president will be the same if it's someone else. Say it again. The Zuma family is not a fool. Now, Alan Zuma was looking through a document, and Tang Qing was drinking tea leisurely. He didn't like to use his mouth to explain what he could with documents. There were too many partners this time, and he would tell one thing 100 times. Silly. Hummingbird South Africa branch. Parent company holding. The Zuma family invested $200 million, accounting for 45% of the branch's shares. In addition, it takes on local compliance legal issues and helps the branch obtain loans. Land. Policy. Enjoy the most favorable treatment. Cooperate to develop large-scale e-commerce. There is not much content. Just 2 pages full of key information. Finished reading. Aaron Zuma watched it again versus Hummingbird. He was very interested. Same-day delivery and next-day delivery are almost impossible in South Africa. Therefore, there is definitely a future if we can do it, and it is better to cooperate with people like Tang Qing. Rich, talented, there is China behind it, and there is no personal stain on it. May I ask, how many countries do you plan to establish Hummingbird in? Putting down the document, Alan Zuma asked curiously. You must know that Hummingbird is currently only found in one country in China. Suddenly, it's really a bit of a jump to drive to Africa. I hope that Hummingbird can serve most of the world's population. As long as Hummingbird is welcomed, we will be happy to enter South Africa. As the most powerful country in Africa, I am very optimistic about its future. These words, it worked for Alan Zuma. In Africa, In terms of overall strength, South Africa ranks first. It has always played the role of Africa's big brother. As for Egypt and Algeria in the north, I'm sorry, they are countries in the Arab world. Thank you. I will report to the family as soon as possible. As soon as there is news, I will notify you immediately. Okay. He sat for a while. Alan Zuma left the villa. Today, Tang Qing will definitely not be the only guest. There is no need to waste other people's time. He also has other things to do, and many friends have invited him to get together. Truth, he really wanted to sit a little longer. Even he couldn't get a single family villa here. During the forum, cafes, restaurants, and other gathering places were almost full. How could a lakeside villa be clean? Don't talk about dinner parties. You can have a party. After Aaron Zuma left. Living room. What's the probability? Mayan asked hurriedly. He didn't know Alan Zuma before. After all, he was in mining, and he was in internet, so the two would hardly have any intersection. No idea. Tang Qing actually looked very familiar. 50%. Ali's reason? Mayan asked again. Just now. Before leaving, Aaron Zuma talked about Alibaba and vaguely revealed that he personally prefers Amazon's model to Alibaba's pure platform. The reason is also very clear. Profit. The profit of the platform is too low. This, Mayan admitted. Compared with Amazon's model, Alibaba's profits are indeed not high. If it were Amazon's model, the same platform sales could earn more than several times, not just a little bit. No. Tang Qing shook his head. Just leave some room. Alibaba and Amazon compete for profits. Total defeat. But, in the end, Zuma will definitely agree with the Ali model because that person is about to take office. After he takes office, he will definitely consider South Africa as a country and make more people rich. Therefore, the result is already determined. Alibaba model, they're willing to cooperate. Amazon model, they might do it themselves. All right. Mayan doesn't know whether to praise this cautious attitude. If the other party really insists on the self-operation plus platform model, will Ali also make changes? At this moment, he was a little confused. It goes against the original intention. Don't do it. Don't people know how to do it themselves? This time, Tang Qing spent so much effort to win over Ali, but because Ali insisted on being a platform, he gave up the opportunity to enter South Africa. If he missed it, he might not have the opportunity. Tangled. At this time, what are you thinking about? Tang Qing asked immediately. Mayan said what she thought. After listening, Tang Qing laughed. Mr. Ma, don't worry. There is no conflict between these two models. One widely serves small and medium-sized sellers, and the other is self-operated. From a commercial perspective, the latter is obviously more profitable. But our cooperation partners are not entirely profit-seeking businessmen, families, and countries. When their interests are consistent, the choices are different, and the platform will not be abandoned. Then, and analyze the affairs of the Zuma family. Mayan suddenly understood. Yes, many of these families have the power to influence the country's political situation. They care about money, but they don't care about money entirely. At least most of them have the need to do practical things. Otherwise, light sucks blood. Don't feedback. The public opinion is already bad, and it will not be on that list. Hi. Mayan gave a thumbs up. It is a fact that platform profits are not as good as self-operated. In the past, logistics could not keep up, but once it is compensated, self-operated e-commerce will definitely develop rapidly, and they will not fail to see opportunities. Therefore, probably more than 70% of our cooperation partners will have the urge to build self-operated e-commerce. I can't dispel their idea, so you have a new problem whether to expand the business. After listening, Ma Yin was silent. Join in. Avoid. What a conundrum. He glanced at Tang Qing's young face and suddenly grinned. Mr. Tang, you are Ali's largest shareholder. This time I will listen to you. I support your decision. At that glance, he realized that he was really stupid. On vision. On financial resources. There is a great God in front of him. With Tang Qing's shares in Ali, he will definitely not harm Ali. If you have this time to worry, why not listen to Tang Qing? Across the way, Tang Qing smiled when he heard this. Mr. Ma, it's yours. Okay. I'm overstepping my authority once. Alibaba is a good platform, but it does not prevent investment in self-operated e-commerce. If there is a real cooperation, Alibaba may not be the largest shareholder. Therefore, it is not called a change of business, but an investment. Since it is an investment, it doesn't matter. After all, the money you make is real, and in the domestic e-commerce field, just focus on building a platform. Tang Qing said that in 10 years, my yuan will realize how wise this decision was. Now, many plans have not been fully implemented, and the road ahead is unclear. But, however, Tang Qing knew how big a cake this was. As the person sharing the cake, he didn't care how much he shared. There was no shortage of money. What he wanted was the ability to control the world's commodity circulation. A series of measures were taken to increase the Asian dollar share of international payments. Commodity loans, project loans, special loan, tax cuts, Chamber of Commerce mergers and acquisitions. In total, more than 1 trillion Asian dollars have been released, which sounds like a lot, but when converted into US dollars, it is not much. When you look at the numerator of the international trade payment share, it is even more inconspicuous. Therefore, in addition to those strategies, I can't be idle. When Hummingbird is spread across dozens of countries, adding e-commerce can increase the Asian dollar share by a large margin. Secondly, make some small money. Okay, let's do it. Ma Yin agreed without hesitation. Indeed, this is an investment, not a personal investment. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will probably be laughed to death in the future. You're not the largest shareholder, so you worry so much about it, and you're out of your mind. Yeah, it's time for the next one. Subsequently, guests are coming one by one. They're all the ones I met at the reception last year. Those I don't know will be left behind. The organizer will also arrange a reception tonight, and Tang Qing will get to know them all. Start by conquering the familiar ones. A good project. I agree. I believe the family will be interested. Thank you, Tang, for being the first to think of our family. Don't worry, if we cooperate, no one will dare to embarrass us in our country, and legal issues are not a problem. The person who was called. Some were surprised, some were happy, and some were grateful. As for the family background being investigated, no one felt unhappy. This information was not difficult for the upper class to check, and it was not private. On the contrary, what's more, I feel valued. As a direct descendant of a major family, I know deeply that a person will be valued and noticed only if he has value. Otherwise, he will just be a passerby, like grass and mustard, like floating catkins. It is enough to be able to facilitate this matter and benefit the family. Why did you choose other families in our country? This question, more than one person asked. To this, Tang Qing explained very sincerely, this is to share your pressure. In business, although some will not add insult to injury, they will not help us once someone causes trouble. So, we need allies. The other families in your country, like yours, are all powerful families with good reputations. This will be beneficial to our cooperation without any harm. After listening, the other party is mostly silent because this is the truth. Credibility, strength. Everyone recognized them, and there were no enemies of theirs. In an instant, they understood that Tang Qing wanted stability, and everyone would help him when he had something to do, unless his family almost ruled the world with one hand. Apparently, if you could do it, you wouldn't ask this question. At last, I left quite satisfied. People with different identities were coming in and out of the villa, and there was no way to hide it from those who were interested. Opposite the villa, in another villa, an old man in a suit looked at the other side, and a stack of personal information was quickly placed on his desk. Finished reading. I can't help but feel a little confused, because those are all direct descendants of powerful families. Check. Yes. Quickly. The old man learned the content through various channels. Interesting. Hummingbird, are you about to fly out of China? Huh, you really have done your homework. Not bad, very good. Be strong. Only when you get stronger, slowly will it taste better. Tang Qing, a young man, no matter how rich he is like a leek. Grow up. Cut a crop. The difficulty shouldn't be high. Opposite. You old guy, you are very bad. Living room. Tang Qing laughed and cursed. Robber, have you been grabbing it for a long time? Are you addicted? It's a pity that you don't even have a chance to open your mouth. With a net worth of more than 200 billion US dollars, you can't attract too many coveted eyes. It's really frustrating. No way. To outsiders, he is just a fool. No. A person wandering the street with a stack of red tickets in his hand has no offensive power. As long as he is brave and careful, he can make a fortune. No one knows. Secretly, there are more bodyguards than passers-by. This is also for you. Tang Qing murmured. South Africa, Cape Town, western suburbs. Next to the Kale Nature Reserve, there stands a huge old castle. South Africa was once a colony, leaving too many traces of Europe and the United States. In the old castle, the Zuma family is busy. I agree. Alan invited Tang Qing to invest in South Africa last year. It has been silent for a year. Now, people are coming to invest and want to cooperate with the family. If you don't agree, you are a fool. At this time, the person speaking was none other than Aaron Zuma's brother. I also agree. This is an opportunity. However, we still have to fight for the details, such as capital contribution, equity, and controlling rights. It is estimated that Tang Qing will not withdraw, but there is still 4% that can be fought for. Also, as Alan said, pure platform e-commerce has too thin profits. If the logistics can keep up, we could be like Amazon. Self-operated e-commerce is more profitable. Present. They are all direct descendants of the Zuma family and feel that this matter is beneficial to the family. Listening, the old man nodded and finally looked at the man who had not spoken much, who is also the next president. His opinion was very important. What do you think about this matter? Hearing this, the man smiled. Of course I agree. As for the conditions, we can negotiate if we can. If we can't negotiate, we agree. After all, it is not harsh. Management and operation are their strengths, and it saves us trouble. If you want to be a self-operated e-commerce company, you can do it. But we must not cut off the platform e-commerce. I need such help in my future position. If we only think about making money for ourselves, we will definitely be regarded as non-heritage by many people. Alibaba is quite good. Actually, I think this is just the beginning. In the future, we will have many cooperation possibilities with Tang Qing. Let Alan ask if there are any other cooperation possibilities. There is no rush at the moment. We have to look at the long term. After listening, everyone nodded. Good. Looking at the long term, everyone knows Tang Qing's ability to make money. Otherwise, he would not have created such a miracle of wealth in just 4 years. It should not be wrong to walk side by side with a miracle. Okay, just click this and let Alan reply. The old man made a decision. Yes. Okay, for the specific details, tomorrow, the general manager of Tianjin South Africa branch will come to the door in person. After receiving Alan Zuma's reply, Tang Qing also expressed happiness in his tone. It's so fast. Aaron Zuma sighed. Eye of heaven. He knew that Tang Qing's very important companies had also started to develop in South Africa. He suddenly envied such a company, which was spread all over the world and had almost no delay in doing things. So convenient. Unlike ordinary companies, doing business across borders is troublesome and involves flying back and forth. Thank you. Tang Qing smiled. Eye of heaven. It really makes a lot of things easier. Evening. Night falls. In normal Davos, almost all shops are closed at this point. This is Switzerland, and Davos is a famous tourist attraction. The shopkeepers are not short of money, so they work overtime? Never. Come and have a drink. Walk slowly. We are open all night tonight. Thank you. A similar scene was played out all over the town of Davos. Bar, cafes, clubhouse, shop. As long as there are customers, there is no closing. There is no way. There are too many local tycoons. Here, billionaires are everywhere, and the time period when billionaires are worse than dogs. How can it be the same as usual? Money? No, we're not doing it for the money. We're doing it for the reputation of the town. Right? That's it. After all, these rich people come from all over the world, and they are treated with high standards wherever they go. If they want to treat friends to a drink, there are not many places, and they will be closed before get off work. How can that work? Over time, would say they are rude. Certainly. There are also a lot of tips. There are too many billionaires here, and they are not like ordinary tourists. During this period, the income in one day may be more than a normal week. Have you heard that Tang Qing is looking for people to cooperate with? What to cooperate with? Hummingbird. That commercial and storage company? Yes, I met at least 5 groups of people this afternoon. The specific details of the cooperation are not clear, but I am sure that there are many projects and many partners, and the total investment will be very considerable. Big money. Yes. He has invested tens of billions of yuan in China's Hummingbird alone. I don't know how much it will be this time, but with Tang Qing's wealth, even 10 billion US dollars is not much. 10 billion US dollars. Is it much? A lot of. But it was just a trivial matter to Tang Qing. Tang Qing was worth more than 200 billion US dollars, and the total value of his companies exceeded 500 billion US dollars. If he wanted to invest, he would definitely not pay for it himself. It's all from a company. Is Hummingbird rich? Oh, that's because we don't know the growth history of hummingbirds. First step, Tang Qing announced the establishment of Hummingbird and then started making plans. Step 2, 1.5 billion US dollars, sold to Alibaba for 10% of its shares. Step 3, obtain a loan of more than 20 billion yuan from China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. So far, with almost no money of his own, Tang Qing got the Hummingbird up. His empty-handed tactics blinded the world at that time, but everyone knew that this thing was difficult to learn. Not as valuable as Tang Qing. The bank didn't believe it. There is no series of business success stories. Ollie didn't believe it. Therefore, you can envy, but you can't learn. 10 billions, I think it's more than that. I heard that in this cooperation, the other party needs to help solve part of the loan. I think it will start with an investment of at least 15 billion US dollars. Tang Qing has always liked to be big. Yes. One afternoon. This news is no secret. Most people like to watch celebrity gossip, but rich people like to pay attention to the trends of their peers. Tang Qing's dazzling level has already reached a dazzling level. There is envy. There is jealousy. With so much money, I really want to grab it. Most of them were still in school at this age and were having fun all day long. On the other hand, Tang Qing was already at the finish line, and it is an end point that is simply beyond their reach. You can see it. You just can't catch up. Only when you reach a certain level can you know how difficult it is to grow wealth in the later stages. Only by holding up a cloth bag on the wind can you fly into the sky. Also, can only rely on time accumulation. Good luck. It can be piled higher and higher, but if you're unlucky, a strong wind on the way can shrink your wealth. If the family is unlucky, there are some unfilial sons, and inheritance competition will be even more difficult. Villa. Living room. Let's go. Look at the time. Tang Qing stood up. Tonight, the organizer has arranged a reception. Since it will only start tomorrow, not all the guests will be here. According to the forum schedule, there will be meetings here every day. Have a drinking party. Buffet for the opening ceremony. Opening reception. Dinner. Nightcap. Luncheon. Concerts. Cultural evening. That's right. A forum has so many arrangements. It is not difficult to understand if you think about it. The purpose of the forum is to provide exchanges between the world's top wealthy people and political dignitaries, and to serve these guests from afar. Entertainment. Communicate. All have to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Drinking and eating are the best way to connect with each other and achieve friendly exchanges in a relaxed atmosphere. Tang Qing liked this very much. Who is here for the meeting? Go out. Along the stone path, Tang Qing and Ma Yun headed towards the drinking party. Winter. It gets dark earlier in Switzerland. Before 6 o'clock, the sun sets. In the distance, lights are dotted. Tang Qing's vision becomes brighter with a thought, but it is not as bright as during the day. Good visibility during the day. But it snows here. The vast expanse of white is not very comfortable to look at, and in the current field of vision, only the dark and invisible places are made visible, like night mode for reading text on your phone. Far away, it is the shadow of countless activities. Most people are blue, some are red, and some are green, corresponding to different identities. The direct descendants of the cooperative families we're looking for this time are all marked in light purple. Come to the place. Hand over the invitation. Mr. Tang, welcome. Please. It's still the reception venue last year. The hall is densely packed with people, in groups of 3 or 5, talking softly, in circles, touching, merging, and separating here. It's very interesting. Grab a glass of wine. Mr. Ma, put on your armor. Tang Qing raised his glass gently and said with a smile, "This week, got busy, go into battle." Mayan laughed. Subsequently, 2 yellow-skinned men blended into this noisy Vanity Fair. Tang Qing did not show a clear purpose. Otherwise, he would talk about one without even looking for it and go straight to the next one. So weird. Therefore, in addition to target tasks, old friend, new friends, everyone is welcome. There are many friends and many paths, and there are many new faces this year because many people do not come every year. Some come every other year, and some come with different people. Tang Qing takes it seriously. Not bad. Make a friend. Not good. Look familiar. Last year, Mayan did not follow Tang Qing, but she heard that Tang Qing was very good at socializing. This year, now, he finally knew what very good means. Old friends. The names came out easily without even thinking about them. Some of them were affectionate nicknames, not just names. Chatting, current events, economy, entertainment, sports, gourmet food, travel. He can easily tell whatever the other party is interested in. He can even analyze the results of a competition held in a small town in another country in a clear and logical manner. The other party is overjoyed when he hears this because it was sponsored by him. Damn it. Damn it. Mayan felt like she couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. Heaven, what a magical operation. Is it too late to recharge now? Mayun, it seems. Compared with the real monster, I am still too ordinary. I thought that my homework last night was enough, but only now I know that this is the real enough. I really hope I have a cheat sheet. Pity. No. As for why Tang Qing only gave those people simple information last night, Ma Yin understood that it was not that Tang Qing was unwilling to give it, but that he couldn't remember it even if he gave it. It was difficult to match up with nearly 100 people. Ha! Tang, from now on, we will be friends. I am so happy today. A confidant. Chatting with Tang Qing, everyone felt very comfortable. However, facing Tang Qing, many people found that in front of this man's smile, their vigilance disappeared without a trace. When they saw Tang Qing's leaving back, they felt a very strong sense of reluctance. 3, 5, 15. In just an hour, Tang Qing had initially made contact with 15 people on that list and vaguely revealed information about cooperation and also sent out invitations to talk to them in the villa after the cocktail party. Big night. Tang Qing couldn't sleep, and those people were also night owls. Simply, make full use of the time. In fact, many people are arriving tonight. Generally speaking, most of the things on the list should be completed in the first 3 days or so. In 5 days, everything will be completed. Save time. Just left a group of people. Mr. Tang. He was stopped. Turn around. President, wait. Tang Qing smiled. Wait. The current president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the second time the two have met. The relationship between the two parties is not shallow. Tang Qing does not understand the United Power Grid Corporation of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Wait's family has also become a shareholder. Usually, Wanqing Mining is also well taken care of by Wait. This time, thank you. Wait raises glass. Hummingbird. Among the partners in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, their family is, of course, just one of them. The major tribes, as well as the Sadcs in the Key province, have also been roped in by Tang Qing, making them proper allies. These 2 years, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has changed a lot. Tang Qing's contribution is indelible. Wanqing Mining directly stabilized the unstable factor in Beiji province, and combined with the power grid company, laid the foundation for the development of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Anyway, he has to thank Tang Qing. You're welcome. From now on, I need President Wait's support. Tang Qing smiled. Definitely. Wait nodded. Please take care of Ali's affairs, Tang Qing said again. For people like Wait, legal restrictions are just a matter of words. If the tribes are brought in, the result is already determined. Even Wait. It's also hard to stop. Okay. After chatting for a few more words, Wait left. Beside, this is it, Mayan asked curiously. Truth. When it comes to Africans, his ability to identify them is a little behind. Wait, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Tang Qing explained. Now, Mayan was a little stunned. The president of a country could speak so nicely and express his position directly, which was completely contrary to common sense. It could be seen that Tang Qing's relationship in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is really strong. All right, just get used to it. Yesterday, the Alan Zuma he met also had a tough background. However, when I think of Tang Qing's explanation at the time, it was all about the power or collection of forces that can influence politics in various countries. It is not unusual to have high-level officials from other countries. Really, this is the strongest business experience. That power, it really makes a lot of things easier. A corner of the banquet hall. Kenshin was surrounded by many people. This year, he came to run errands on Ling's behalf. Again, which he was quite happy with. Logically speaking, he shouldn't come tonight, but he didn't come here to make friends, but to be known. Mr. Kenshin, I am the Minister of Transport of Tanzania. This is my business card. Thank you for your country's support for our country's infrastructure construction. Our president will be here shortly, Bien said. The man handed over his business card with a very enthusiastic attitude. How can I not be enthusiastic? Fund owner. They want loans, but European and American banks ignore them. The conditions of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are harsh, and the approval procedures take only a few years to get through. Look at Myanmar again. Submit. Approval. Reply. Appropriation. The whole process only takes 2 months. 2 months. Several years. The difference is huge, but the amount is a little small, but that's normal. People are also worried that they can't pay the money, but they don't care about it. Myanmar has invested in so many countries in Africa. Most of them are poor brothers. Great guy. Before, their president didn't know that Kenshin was coming, otherwise there would be no need for him to do it first. You know, Myanmar loans are cyclical. There were some last year, and there may be more this year, or even more. You're welcome. When you have time, you must come to Nigeria as a guest, said the current vice president of Nigeria. Okay. We welcome you in Somalia too. We have to think about that place. In fact, Myanmar also has a loan to Somalia, which is not low, a full 5 billion Asian dollars. It seems that it may not be repaid. Good thing. Zero has no intention of paying it back. Spend money. Buying a reputation is very good. 5 billion, mostly commodity loans. If it is a project loan, it is estimated that no company will be willing to undertake the construction. Kenshin smiled along with him. In the future, we can strengthen cooperation. Of course. Kenshin's principle has always been to help friends and develop together. Dealing with people from all parties, Kenshin also had a purpose. Loan. After the large-scale provision of project and commodity loans was announced last year, many countries were interested and applications came in like snowflakes, but this was not enough. Projects. Chamber of Commerce. The quotas for the 3 major loan projects this year are almost all planned, and there is not much room for growth. However, some projects have a lot of room, and that is the special loan, the straw of the relationship. The beginning of the year. GDP growth rate exceeded 100 trillions of dollars. It became another big stone in his heart. In the final analysis, special loans still have great growth prospects. For example, the 100,000 square kilometers of desert reconstruction may not be sold out this year. What to do? Of course, we can't sit still and wait for death. No money? It doesn't matter. You can consume first and pay later, special loan, or it can also be called another way, installment payment. In short, Kenshin must find ways to stimulate such demand in those countries. Official announcement? Not good. This is business after all. So, Kenshin is here, and now it seems that the effect is good. There is only 1 month until the sales day of Oasis this year. Huaxia has not expressed its intention to continue buying it this year, so Tang Qing is very anxious. Well, there is a president who is too ambitious. As deputy, did a lot of pressure. Definitely support it. Okay, no problem. Faced with the promotion, all countries are very interested, especially countries troubled by deserts. Some of them bought oases last year, and the results were very good. This year, they are a little hesitant because of the disappearance case. Perhaps, if the technology is leaked, will Oasis reduce its price? Certainly. You can't express your position like this on the spot. After all, they have provided you with a large loan. The benefits are real and in terms of face, and they will never make the donor unhappy. As for whether to do it or not, it depends on the situation. Just chatting. Behind, a man comes. Deputy Chief Tang Qing, I'm sorry about the scientists. The others were stunned. This person is stupid. There's no need to open a pot, but when you recognize someone, you quickly greet them one by one. The president of Sweden and 3 scientists disappeared in Sweden, but their presence has increased. It's just the opposite sense of existence. 1 month. There is no progress, and the label of incompetence cannot be shaken off. Hear the words. Tang Qing's expression changed, and he became serious. This matter cannot be completely blamed on your country. It was calculated and unintentional. No one wants something like this to happen, but please don't relax the investigation, he said, laughing inwardly. Check. Continue to investigate and find out that the Swedish authorities have actually sided with the consortium in that matter, so it is not considered innocent. In this case, there is nothing to feel sorry for you. Just try your best to deal with it. We will. The man nodded. Check. No. The matter has basically been concluded. The prodigal son of the Sith family messed up the consortium's plan, and someone took the blame. His pressure is much less, and the compensation from the Sith family has been paid. 300 million euros are back, and Sweden's losses are not big. People's voice? Fine. Time will erase everything. Banquet hall. Tang Qing continued to travel through various circles. Tang Qing is such a nice person. I agree. I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. It feels like I have known him for many years. Haha, I feel the same way. China is really a magical place. I really don't know how his family teaches it. I am satisfied with 1/3 of my children. Yeah. With action, Tang Qing directly raised his personal charm to almost full level. Now, everyone looked around, a bunch of people from LV30 to LV80, and Tang Qing's head was shining with gold. LV99, dazzling, eye-catching, radiant. Mr. Tang. While walking around in circles, Tang Qing was stopped again. Turn around. He saw a young man in a neat suit, a handsome Asian in his 20s, with one hand still in his trouser pocket. Tang Qing stopped, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, the young man was startled. It was not hello. The words "something happened" could mean a bit of alienation. Then he smiled and said, "When we meet for the first time, you can call me Vika, Malaysian pseudo-family." Hello. Tang Qing remained polite. I heard that you are planning to expand Hummingbird in Malaysia. Our family should be quite famous there. If possible, our family is willing to become friends with Mr. Tang. Vika looked at Tang Qing. Their family. Not only is he somewhat famous, he is one of the best. He feels that he is quite modest. Before, he learned from some channels that Tang Qing had found 2 partners in West Asia. However, they are all weaker than their family. So I came up to test it out. With the strength of my family, I should be on the list. Oh, Tang Qing looked stunned. Suddenly, the conversation changed. Sorry, this bend. Let Vika frowned. Why? He didn't look down on their family's strength, or was it for other reasons? Just when he was about to ask, he heard Tang Qing say, "I will consider it if I have the opportunity in the future." The implication was, this time, don't even think about it. Weika wanted to ask again, but Tang Qing said first, "The meeting time is coming soon. Let's talk next time." After saying that, without waiting for Weika's reaction, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd and left the banquet hall with Ma Yun. Vika opened her mouth. What did I say wrong just now? Then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Snort. So rude. Next time? I'm afraid you don't know the strength of our family. It's not easy to accomplish anything, but it's just a matter of doing bad things. The two families that Tang Qing chose can't deal with them. Mr. Tang, just now, after leaving, Ma Yin whispered, "What's wrong? I've heard of this family, which is very powerful in Malaysia. Of course, you didn't choose it. It must be reasonable. I absolutely support it, but be wary of their local influence." Ma Yin reminded, "It's okay." Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. "Our partners are not just fools. Indeed, it takes a lot of effort to accomplish something, but to destroy something, it may only require 1/10 or even 1% of that effort, which is the same as demolishing a house. But it also depends on who the opponent is. The Pseudo family was very powerful, but Tang Qing didn't like it. The reason was simple. According to the investigation, this family had repeatedly planned to embezzle the property of Chinese families in Southeast Asia and mix with black. His family members are involved in gambling, sex, loan sharking, whatever they can and cannot get involved in. Therefore, such a family. So what if you were stronger? Dare to jump. Let you dance well, not in your BGM, but try to go to the hot pot and show off your dancing skills. In fact, even if the Pseudo family does not dance, they will soon be submerged in history. There's a lot of dirty stuff. The building will collapse. Of course, Tang Qing would not just watch. He was responsible for adding fuel to the fire and making it burn brighter. 10 o'clock. Back at the villa, Ma Yin felt like her brain was bloated and high-level social interactions were tiring. Although Tang Qing was in front of her, he was listening by the side, trying to understand, learn, and remember the words. It's really mind-numbing. And this is not over yet. An old man followed back, an Indian Ratan Tata, chairman of India's Tata Group. Ma Yin had met him before, but was not familiar with him, but Tang Qing looked very familiar and chatted happily. Finished chatting. The hummingbird thing is okay, but you have to consider the difficulty. India's situation is special. There is no unified market yet. There are dozens of states, and the market environment is very different. Tax rate. It's not that I want to scare Tang Qing. Rather, it really reminds me that he has great reputation. But in India, those are really in power are those big families that have been passed down for thousands of years. They are not even one or two in number. He cannot handle everything. To this, Tang Qing just smiled. Understood. There is always a way to solve the problem. India, a special market. Why only bin Laden is invited because don't want to get in too deep. Be a hummingbird in India. Disaster. One word is enough to describe it. Certainly. The difficulty is not that it is difficult to make money, but that it is very difficult to make money. The huge gap between the rich and the poor has made the consumer market completely cliff-like. It is very troublesome to be a hummingbird in such a place. This trouble is not that it cannot be done. Only, if Tang Qing's requirements are not met, the current situation in India will not change much in 10 years. After all, a market where it is difficult to acquire land for road construction is really speechless. To this, Tang Qing didn't have any good ideas. Help? No. It is difficult to bring him along, and he doesn't want to bring him along. Tang Qing's purpose is to complete the task. There is no need to help a Chinese neighbor solve all problems from the bottom to the top and make it stronger. What happened? Therefore, I only found bin Laden. Success. Everyone is happy. No, it doesn't have much impact either. After chatting for a while, bin Laden left. Then, Tang Qing did not stop and continued to receive guests. It was night in Switzerland, but it was broad daylight in many countries. China, Qingyan City, Manor. Look at the news. I'm still busy at night. Qin Shiqi said loudly. One listen. Everyone in the Tang family came together. China's richest man, Tang Qing, arrived in the town at noon on the 17th, Swiss time, to attend the Davos Forum. Tang Qing meets people from all walks of life. At the welcome reception, Tang Qing became the focus. Hummingbird fly out of China. The headlines exposed Tang Qing's first day in Switzerland. The media lagged behind in the news, but there were also well-informed people who rushed to produce first-hand articles overnight. Brother, you worked so hard. Yeah. You have to rest when you should. This kid, why are you working so hard? The business won't run. The Tang family felt a little distressed. They were actually a little confused during the Chinese New Year, as if Tang Qing was in a hurry. When Hummingbird was established before, the overseas expansion plan was not until 2010. But it was only in early 2009 that we began to expand overseas. Tang should be measured. Let's not cause trouble for him. Father Tang put it down after taking out his cell phone. His son's body was as strong as an ox, and he would not be exhausted after 1 or 2 all-nighters. Joke. It's not papery. My dear father, there's a lot of concern online. I feel sorry for my Tang, who is still working during the Chinese New Year. Feeling sad +1. Feeling sad +2. Hummingbird is finally going abroad. It's great. Under Tang Qing, another world-class company will be born. Let's wait and see and prepare to witness a new business miracle. I like Hummingbird. Hope it goes well. Definitely. The most terrifying thing in the world is a man who is richer, smarter, and more handsome than you, and works harder than you. Well done to Tang Qing, and so is Ma Yun. This is a real entrepreneur. I agree. A role model for me. Switzerland. Davos. Villa. Tang Qing was a little embarrassed looking at the comments that were being swiped in front of him. Today's Tushio directly put his news at the top. As long as he swiped it, Tang Qing's news would be shown within 3 clicks. All right. His subordinates flatter others and criticize others. Good. Tang Qing is very satisfied. Not because he is satisfied with being praised, but because of Tushio's ability. As long as he is willing, he can make one thing popular very quickly. If there are enough users, he will decide what Tushio will be. Today's headlines. Oh, this is the meaning of the name, recovery. Continuing to meet the guests, Ma Yun drank coffee to refresh himself. He found that Tang Qing's coffee was really refreshing. He didn't feel sleepy at all, and the fatigue in his brain also gradually disappeared, which was very strange. What coffee? Refreshing coffee. This. Is it a name? So sloppy. Midnight. After the meeting, Tang Qing didn't really stay up all night. He could, but he had to take care of his teammates. When Ma Yun went back to the room to sleep, Tang Qing also went back to the room. And then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Pacific Ocean. An island. Beach. Seawater. Sunlight. This is life. After half an hour of sunbathing, Tang Qing disappeared again. A comfortable life can easily make people lazy. Since there are almost no restraints, Tang Qing always reminds himself to move. Whatever you do is fine. Don't be idle. Don't let a comfortable life wear away your enterprising spirit. The next day, the Davos Forum has officially begun. However, the opening ceremony is a bit long. According to the schedule, today is the opening ceremony all day long. There are not many arrangements, and most of the time is reserved for the guests. Morning. Tang Qing saw people coming from China. You kid, you're still busy at night. The boss smiled, looking at Tang Qing. The more I look, the more satisfied he is. He is young and has achieved great results, letting the world know that China's richest people are not all in their 40s or 50s, and the younger generation does not lack opportunities, which has blocked the mouths of many people. Open. Innovation. Reform. From Tang Qing, he saw the future of China's economy. Innovation and creation were thoroughly reflected in Tang Qing's enterprises. Such enterprises are the backbone of China's private economy. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. I can't help it. Time is tight, and I like to deal with things together and then rest comfortably. The forum only lasts a few days. If I start, I won't have to go abroad for negotiations after that. Haha, this laziness is based on diligence. After laughing, then he said, Your Hummingbird, are there any obstacles to funding for such a big stall? I remember you were in Davos last year, and you got the first startup capital through deception, and finally got more than 20 billion. Tang Qing can make money, and he can also spend money. This loan, domestic high-level officials do not object. On the contrary, those who can support will also support it. Even if last year's support was due to Tang Qing's deception, this year, they would like to be deceived more. Oh, Tang Qing heard the difference. There was joy on his face. Boss, Hummingbird is short of money again. These words, it made the mouths of those around him twitch. Talk. After all, you are worth $1 trillion. It is a shame to say this. However, the boss smiled and said, how much do you want this time? It is impossible to be too much, and it cannot exceed last year. These words, he's qualified to commit. Hummingbird, the significance has been reflected. If it were a home, it would not be a penny more. But it is different abroad. Myanmar's commodity loans have opened up a new world business model, and the country attaches great importance to it. They are also paying attention to the model of Wanqing mining, using steel plants to drive demand for various commodities and stimulate domestic import and export trade. But this scale is temporarily limited. Now, hummingbirds appear. Plus Ali. It can form a huge consumption platform, consume domestic goods, expand exports, and stimulate the economy, which will have a great impact on China's economic development and its ability to get rid of the impact of the world financial crisis. It means a lot. Be someone else. Or other companies. There is no such support in the country. Generally speaking, private enterprises are limited in size and vision, and it is difficult to stimulate a country's economic and trade on a large scale. But Tang Qing is different. Volume, vision, ability, there is no shortage of them. Many things they have done far exceed domestic expectations, and they are consistent with the national strategy. This is commendable. Several of Tang Qing's companies are really liked by the country. Comic Group. Use a copy of Civilization. It opened up the world's film market, created a wave of shock, and made a lot of money back. In addition, the star model of the Comic Group was completely a breath of fresh air, changing the entertainment industry. Star. Not only a profession, but also a huge social influence. Scandal. Cheating. Get away. Playing it out in turn is really annoying. Later, the era and time once again attracted the attention of the world. One brought people into the real smartphone era, and the other opened up science fiction life. Zhongyu Tui. It has solved the jobs of a large number of retired soldiers. Recently, I heard that they're doing some skills training. However, employees dispatched to Africa can find good jobs when they come back. They like it very much. Perhaps it can be tried within the military to deliver a large number of professional talents to society. Hummingbird. Evergreen. Eye of Heaven. The influence on Chinese business falls into the same category, making business more prosperous, either doing the work of a middleman or serving enterprises. In short, it has scope significance. Everyone, all highlight Tang Qing's outstanding vision. Now, the hummingbird is now setting sail again, and the country is certainly willing to contribute. Actually, the country does not think that Tang Qing is really short of money. Tang Wani. It's not just called casually. Domestic analysis of the establishment of Hummingbird shows that even if ICBC does not provide a loan, Tang Qing can start Hummingbird, and it will not slow down because of the lack of ICBC money. Looking back at Tang Qing's growth history, don't fight an unprepared battle. This is his code of conduct. This time, for Hummingbird's international expansion, Tang Qing did not ask for a loan from any major domestic bank in advance, which is enough to show that Tang Qing doesn't care whether domestic money is given or not. Give. To do. Even if you don't give it, you have to do it. It's just so fun sometimes. Want. Can't get it. Don't want it. Someone else came to the door. Icing on the cake. Of course the country would be willing. Otherwise, when Hummingbird expands internationally, foreign media found out that China's banks would not lend a penny, and God knows what they would write. Even Tang Qing didn't apply. However, will foreign media believe it? Don't think too much. It's definitely just adding fuel to the fire. How much is missing? The boss asked. A lot. Tang Qing said. At least there is a number. 50 billion. Tang Qing stretched out 5 fingers. RMB. Yes. Everyone was speechless. As far as they knew, Hummingbird's partners were the ones who paid the bulk of the money. In other words, the funds needed for Hummingbird's expansion may exceed 100 billion yuan. 100 billion. Be good. How big of a stall do you want to set up? How many countries are there? The boss asked directly. This batch 39 countries. Tang Qing do. After listening, this, many people took a breath, is indeed a big deal. On average, the investment of each of the 39 countries will exceed 2.5 billion yuan, which is a huge amount of money. All right, you are awesome. Are you sure? At this moment, the boss couldn't help but be a little worried. 39 countries, different skin colors, different laws, and different interests. The whole situation will be very complicated. There is no need to do it. It makes me dizzy just thinking about it. This is not the same as selling standard products. On the difficulty, it's not an order of magnitude higher. It's okay. Tang Qing looked relaxed. There is a heavenly eye, as long as you know it well. The boss looked at Tang Qing and said no more. Tang Qing only mentioned the heavenly eye and did not mention those partners with powerful powers, which he appreciated. Gain power. Not crazy. It's really rare. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. At this time, the boss asked curiously, "Where did you plan to get so much money?" Hearing this, Tang Qing said with a smile, "Last time, I troubled the country. How can I be so embarrassed this time? The original plan was to sell part of Hummingbird's shares in exchange for cash and borrow some later, which is almost enough. But I didn't expect you and the country to be so generous. I can save a lot of trouble. According to plan, Hummingbird will sell part of its shares to the Myanmar Asia Investment, Huaxia, branch, and then, through this relationship, it will legitimately obtain a loan from the Myanmar Asia Bank, Huaxia branch. At present, there are hundreds of billions of funds lying in the branch. Selling? To whom? The boss was curious. Then, when Tang Qing reported his name, the boss suddenly realized that this was the case. As long as he was willing to support the sale to this company, Tang Qing's financial problem would not be a problem at all. 50 billion? Cut. Even if it's all paid out, everyone can afford it. Just by selling gold every month, the bank will earn 1 to 2 billion, which is more than 200 billion a year. It is estimated that Tang Kai is the one holding the string. Have we negotiated? The equity sale has been negotiated, but the loan is not completely confirmed. Yes, it's too late, it seems. Only the loan portion can be disbursed domestically. How much are you prepared to borrow? It depends on how much ICBC can lend. For the rest, you can still borrow from them, but the negotiation pressure will be much less. Tang Qing said with a smile. In this matter, there is no shortage of money, so it doesn't matter. The boss smiled bitterly. Enough. It's equivalent to saying, you can pay as much as you want, and someone will make up for the rest. This always sounds awkward, as if we are very poor. Well, even if Tang Qing can handle it, it can be done in China. 20 billion, you take care of the rest. Not much. Quite a few. If it is too much, it will easily attract criticism, but if it is too little, it will lose face. Later, this matter will definitely be analyzed in detail by the media. The total loan amount is more than 40 billion, which is very interesting. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing leaves. His discussion continued in the morning room. This kid has a big appetite, invested hundreds of billions, and did what he said. What a courage. Looking back, the boss couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he was happy that the younger generation in China was outstanding. It's just too eager. Normal. Tang Qing is such a person. He does whatever he thinks of, and he plans carefully. He doesn't act rashly. As for this time, I can be sure that he has been preparing for at least a year. Since the establishment of Hummingbird, he has been preparing for today. Be brave. Be thoughtful. Others may have gone bankrupt long ago if they worked so hard, but he has the characteristic of getting everything done. From Comic Group to Qingyuan Technology and microcrystal technology, it is like a divine help. If I use one sentence to describe it, it is that he has great luck. Do what? Into what? In particular, some industries are still high risk, and, theoretically, the success rate is only 20%, such as civilization, such as era, such as time, and various application innovations. Once, it's luck. Twice, it can also be luck. 3 times. 5 times. That's not luck, but luck. Although it's illusory, sometimes it's impossible not to think about it. No matter what, Tang Qing's luck is also China's luck. Lakeside Villa. How is it? Seeing Tang Qing come back, Ma Yun asked hurriedly. Good thing. Oh, domestic banks should handle Hummingbird's 20 billion yuan loan. Tang Qing smiled. The money is not entirely the construction cost of Hummingbird, but part of it is for investment in Alibaba. According to the contract, this time, Alibaba's overseas branches are held by multiple parties. Among them, the sum of the equity interests of Hummingbird and Alibaba must reach a controlling share. Hummingbird will not interfere with Alibaba's operations, and the voting rights will also belong to Alibaba. This way, Hummingbird wants to pay nearly 4 billion yuan. Not much. That's great. Ma Yun said happily. Now, I heard that Hummingbird is in talks with Myanmar Investment Company. After the equity cooperation talks are over, they are now talking about loans. This is not entirely smooth because the other party has some other supplementary requirements. Now, if the country can handle 20 billion, there will be no need to be so passive. At the same time, I am envious of which domestic private enterprise can obtain tens of billions of loans from several major banks. Do the math. Hummingbird's debt will soon exceed 80 billion. This number, it makes my heart tremble just thinking about it. With Hummingbird's hematopoietic ability, I can't even think of paying it back within 10 years because the current country is not everything, and 39 is not everything Hummingbird's future blueprint is. Therefore, continuous investment is an unavoidable problem for Hummingbird. Afternoon. At the opening ceremony, many guests gathered. As usual, after the organizers' welcome, important guests gave speeches. Tang Qing did not need to go on stage. He would only appear at the special meeting. Building a post-crisis world. This topic, the leaders are each country. Who takes the stage at the opening ceremony is not based on reputation, but on how consistent it is with the theme. The organizer must ensure that the forum is professional and cannot go astray. Bank. Dignitaries. It fits this theme. 2009 is the year of the ox. In China, the year of the ox symbolizes hard work, dedication, and abundance. I sincerely wish our world's economy will recover and develop in the year of the ox, and the people will be happy and healthy. The causes of this crisis are multifaceted. The relevant economies, improper macroeconomic policies, and the long-term model of low savings and high consumption are unsustainable. Financial institutions have overexpanded in the one-sided pursuit of profits. Financial and rating agencies lack self-discipline. Risk information and asset pricing are distorted. Financial supervision capabilities do not match financial innovation, and financial derivatives risks continue to accumulate and spread. Learn from each experience and gain wisdom. We must learn lessons from this and correctly handle the relationship between savings and consumption, financial innovation and financial supervision, and the relationship between the virtual economy and the real economy. Find a fundamental way to resolve the crisis. Frankly speaking, this crisis has also had a great impact on China's economy, and we are facing severe challenges. Mainly, external demand has shrunk significantly, and some industries have overcapacity. Enterprises are experiencing difficulties in production and operation. The number of unemployed people in urban areas has increased, and the downward pressure on economic growth has increased significantly. As a responsible big country, China has adopted a positive and responsible attitude in the crisis. We regard expanding effective domestic demand, especially consumer demand, as the basic basis for promoting economic growth. The hall was filled with Chinese voices. The audience. Tang Qing listened carefully. Compared with the previous life, the basic situation of China this year is much better. First, the earthquake in Sichuan province did not happen, and there were no hundreds of thousands of casualties. Secondly, the Olympic Games were successfully held. Thirdly, a large amount of loans from the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce at the end of last year flowed into China, reviving many companies, commodity, and project loans, and supporting a large number of enterprises. Therefore, it will be relatively less affected by the crisis. Starting next year, the advancement of the Hummingbird and Africa plans will further stimulate the domestic manufacturing industry. In the next 10 years, Tang Qing will have a way to ensure that China's manufacturing industry will not be short of business. Scanning around. This year, there are not many people coming from the United States. It is also ridiculous. As a country that caused and exported the financial crisis, it directly chooses to escape. Well, this is the American style. Tang Qing is not angry, but just wants to laugh. Is it so fun at home? Okay, I will find you something to do to pass the time. I haven't watched fireworks for a long time. If you're celebrating the new year, I invite you to watch one for free. This new year, you'll also be lively and lively. Ladies and gentlemen, the harsh winter will eventually pass, and spring is coming. Let us strengthen our confidence, strengthen cooperation, and jointly promote a new round of growth in the world economy. Contribute to the realization of sustainable development. Thank you, everyone. Finally, the speech ended. When I returned to my seat, I found that everyone around me was buzzing with words. Something happened. The secretary looked weird. America, Nevada, those ammunition pants just burst into flames. You mean Hawthorne? Duh. After listening, he was stunned. He knew that place. It is one of the best in the United States to have accidents. However, think about it. With so many dangerous items piled together, no matter how small the chance of an accident is, the number of accidents will cause an accident. Okay, sympathy. Otherwise, what else can you do? If a natural disaster occurs, you can express your condolences. But the losses are all murderous things. It is not yet confirmed whether there are any casualties, so let's wait and see. After that, the opening ceremony continues. On the scene, many people feel relieved. There are really not many countries in the world that have not been bullied by the United States. This year, the countries affected by the crisis can't escape. Suddenly, the formulaic speeches of the people on the stage feel better. I think I'll have a good sleep and live like this. There will be good things every day. Tang Qing watched the live broadcast, and the fireworks were quite loud. Therefore, he had no interest in killing anyone. He just wanted to make people who were too lazy to move a little bit. It had to be said that the security of the place was very good. It was composed of nearly 2,500 reinforced concrete bunkers and was very safe. Therefore, if you want to cause an accident, you can only sacrifice the number. He likes this number, which brings good luck during the Chinese New Year. USA, Washington, White House. Current statistics show that 6 warehouses were damaged in the explosion. There have been no casualties. The specific cause of the accident is still under investigation, but according to analysis, it is most likely due to improper storage. The loss is close to $60 million. This time, all 6 warehouses are bubble bomb storage warehouses. As for storage for too long, it is only an official statement. Otherwise, if quality reasons or design issues are involved, many people will be involved. Therefore, it must be improper storage. Just took office. The president has not yet accepted his identity, so he goes to deal with people. What should he do if he encounters someone he can't afford to offend? Regarding this accident, emergency measures have been taken over there to conduct a comprehensive safety inspection of all warehouses according to the plan. I believe that similar incidents will not happen again. After listening, the president nodded. Okay, as long as there are no casualties. No one died. Everything is easy to say. Speechless. When people sit at home, disaster comes from heaven. You know, it has only been a week since I was sworn in, and I was so bombarded that I was shocked. God, please don't make such a joke. Let's go to Nevada. I wanted to take a few days to relax, but I couldn't. Have to. Just go out and get some fresh air. I originally planned to go to Davos, but I gave up the idea when I thought that the issues discussed that were caused by the United States and that I would be flanked as soon as I took office. Otherwise, go. People say you should take more responsibility for the trouble you cause. Yes, this is the principle, but the big conglomerates are the ones causing trouble. Before my butt gets hot, I have to find someone to pick up a burden. No matter how I think about it, I feel that I will be humiliating myself if I go. That being the case, ignore. Don't look. Don't smell. Don't ask. You say your thing, and I will do mine. Switzerland. Davos. The opening ceremony has come to an end, and the organizer was sent off the stage with a round of applause. Then came the cocktail reception and dinner that everyone loved, eating, drinking, and watching the show. Reception. Tang Qing is still interspersed in various circles. Sha. Make friends. Although the absolute majority are not partners, they have considerable energy. Tianyin does business in more than 100 countries and regions around the world, and there are all high-quality customers in front of them. Either have money, or entitled, or powerful. It has direct benefits to Tianyin's business in various countries. Last year alone, due to his efforts, although these people did not say it, judging from the survey, he brought hundreds of businesses to Tianyin. Added up, it has created at least 300 million in profits and has many long-term cooperations. Therefore, the more the merrier. Mr. Lawton, thank you for your trust in Tianyin. Our future cooperation will not disappoint you. At this time, standing in front of Tang Qing was a white-haired Westerner who was in good spirits. Haha, I believe it. Lawton laughed. Last time, it was a thrilling experience. His family fortune was almost stolen. Thanks to his cooperation with Tianyin, when the other party's plan was about to succeed, a phone call suddenly came to remind him. Then, he found 3 companies to do research. However, the other 2 families said there was no problem. Only the Eye of Heaven detected the problem and issued a warning, so they didn't suffer a miserable fate. I am very grateful to the Heavenly Eye and admire the ability of the Heavenly Eye. To know, that was a fraud group with rich experience, well-planned layout, and almost no loopholes, but it was still discovered by the sharp-eyed eagle. Facts have proved that Tianyin's business capabilities are really excellent. Since then, he signed a long-term contract with Tianyin. All businesses, Eyes of Heaven help with supervision. Mr. Tang, I have a suggestion. Suddenly, Lao Dun said, please tell me, can you, Tianyin, withdraw from the trust business? Lao Dun feels close to Tianyin, but Tianyin only accepts corporate service entrustments and does not engage in financial business. Trust. Strictly speaking, it is a personal financial business. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled at Lao Dun. We have this plan. That's good. When we have it, I may have a business deal with the Sky Eye. Lao Dun said happily. Although his assets are not much compared to the people in front of him, they're still around $30. However, life is unpredictable. Wife. Child. He died in an accident many years ago. He really felt empty holding on to the money. If he donated it, he felt that he might be cheated. He felt that he should consider what happened after his death. Okay. Tang Qing's my trust. In particular, corporate trusts are sometimes similar to the custody and supervision businesses in corporate services. They accept the entrustment of customers to manage the enterprise, dispose of assets, etc. The difference is, trusts have a purpose. For example, I own a large company, but my children are not supporting me, or the relationship between family members is complicated. If the equity is divided, such a large company may fall apart after decades of hard work. Or, being caught in an equity struggle is very troublesome. Then, through trust, the company's assets are trusted to the trust institution. No one can take away the equity or anything else. The management is done by the trust institution, and family members only receive dividends every year. As for equity, in theory, it is held on behalf of a trust company. Even if the trustor dies, if the trustor does not say that he wants to be divided, his descendants and family members will not be able to obtain the company's equity. They will only have the right to receive dividends from the company. In the West, this type of business is already very mature. But China has only just started. According to Chinese tradition, people who work hard all their lives will mostly leave their assets to their children. Even if their own children become bankrupt, they will not give their assets to others. There are very few people who do this. Haha, I'll wait. After laughing, Lao Dun left happily. Huh. Tang Qing chuckled. People get old. Sometimes trusting someone is so irrational, but it is really cute. This old man has done countless good deeds in his life, but it is just a fate that makes him die alone. Turn around. Continue. Like a hard-working little bee. Soon, wander into the circle of big bosses. Mr. Tang, we finally meet again. The polar bear emperor smiled and looked at Tang Qing. He also came last year and chatted with Tang Qing for a few words. He was envious of this young man. I envy China for producing such a monster-level figure. Certainly, Tang Qing's success is not entirely due to his ability, but also to the country in which he is located. Many companies, if Polar Bear does it, will definitely be boycotted in Europe and the United States because there are too many opponents. After 2 stops, 2 superpowers. Cold stop. Let Western countries demonize polar bears. Even now, a large number of Western people are hostile to it. As one of the 2 superpowers in the past, many people are worried that it will become the first superpower again. Therefore, civilization is a cultural output. Resist. Technology products such as Era and Time. Resist. Companies like Tianyan look like intelligence agencies. Resist. It can be said that polar bears will encounter thresholds that Chinese businessmen will not encounter. There is no way. This is determined by history, and it has little to do with whether you work hard or not. Others will oppose you. Can't fix it. Hello. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. To the emperor, he has a hint of admiration, but it is not to say worship. After all, he is also the overlord of the party, and there is no need to look up to him. His achievements are not beyond our lifetime. So respect there. Worship nothing. I heard that you also invested in our country this time. The emperor smiled. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Polar bears with a population of 1.4 billion will certainly not be ignored. It stands to reason that the most suitable partner for this investment is the emperor. However, there is almost no room for maneuver in this matter. In this world, not everyone cares about money. Ideal. Pursue. To most people, they cannot be eaten as food, but in some people's hearts, they are noble. People like the emperor are not short of food and drink, and they have perseverance, and this is why he admires him. Then, we can only take a step back and choose the emperor's men mainly for insurance. For people like the emperor, the interests of the country are his interests, so they must implement investments and operate in compliance with the law. He will support it. If it can promote economic development, everything will be fine. After all, the polar bear economy has always been quite confusing. Last year, the polar bear's GDP is 1.6 trillion US dollars, and China's is 4.5 trillion US dollars. 10 years later, before he is reborn, China's GDP is 12 trillion US dollars, and the polar bear's is 1.5 trillion. That's right. 10 years. No increase. Fall instead. Perennial negative growth. Welcome. I hope you can have a pleasant cooperation experience with Chinese companies. The emperor was very happy. Their relationship with Western countries made their investment promotion not optimistic. I hope so too. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. These words were obviously a bit too white, unlike what a politician would say. However, the emperor was really willing to build a good relationship with people like Tang Qing. Thank you. Tang Qing smiled. Then, after chatting with several other heads of state figures, Tang Qing withdrew. He was just here to make himself familiar. Most of their chats were about national affairs, and his identity was not suitable for him to get involved. 3 days later. Villa. Phew, it's finally over. Living room. Ma Yin was lying on the sofa, not only busy with negotiations, but also with Tang Qing, contacting so many unfamiliar people, which was also stressful. But she finally got it done, and the details are discussed by her subordinates. 3 days. He learned a lot. I admire Tang Qing even more. Without Tang Qing, it would be really difficult to get along with so many people harmoniously. From the attitudes of those people, I can see that they really regard Tang Qing as their confidant. A lot of experience can be used for a lifetime. 39 countries. Partners from 35 countries have given definite replies. They agree, and the remaining countries will only have replies in the next few days. Don't worry, the real big value targets have all agreed. Now, the eye of heaven is rushing towards various goals. Next month, at the latest, the signing of all contracts should be completed. Even Ma Yin knew Tang Qing's efficiency in completing the preparations for some branches. Once things entered the substantive implementation stage, the speed would stupefy others and there would be no delay at all. Talent issues, local policy, administrative approval. Now, none of it is a problem. Even if all the branches are built next month and the site selection is completed, Ma Yun will not be surprised. Kenyon's business information database is not a decoration. We have a thorough understanding of the situation in each country, and there are no information barriers. You will be very busy this year, Tang Qing said from the side. Yeah, Ma Yun smiled bitterly. Tang Qing doesn't have to manage the company himself. After setting goals, he can just stay at home and have countless elites help him protect the business empire. However, he doesn't have the luxury of it. Next year, 39 branches, construction, operations, coordination is a big project. Although Tianyin can complete the talent recruitment, the specific management has to be done by Ali himself. The situation in different countries is very different. Just thinking about it makes Ma Yun feel dizzy. Oh my gosh, what exactly are you doing to yourself? Fine. Alibaba does not need to take care of the self-operated part. Otherwise, I will definitely collapse. This cooperation can be said to be a tripartite effort. Hummingbird branch, Hummingbird tube, Alibaba branch, managed by Alibaba, self-operated e-commerce, managed by partners, and the three companies hold shares in each other. Form a strong bond. Warehousing, self-operated, platform. Together, in order to form a larger interest group, Hummingbird did not invest too much in logistics. It only guaranteed the logistics capabilities of the merchants and stores and gave away other logistics capabilities. Tang Qing gave suggestions to all parties, bring in more people. Anyway, this model has refreshed Ma Yun's business outlook, but it is undeniable that with this combination, their business will be difficult to shake and will not be like duckweed without roots, swaying in the wind. Future can be expected. Online, everyone was shocked by Tang Qing's handiwork. Holy shit, 39 countries. Strong. It blinds my 450-degree myopia. The investment is huge. Nonsense. Conservatively estimated, it will not be less than $10 billion. Too rich. Tang Qing is playing a big game. If successful, Hummingbird plus Alibaba plus self-operation, the energy burst out will be extremely amazing, and 10 years later, it will have the ability to influence the world economy. Is that an exaggeration? Awesome. From 1 to 40. This expansion speed is in line with Tang Qing's style. At that time, I was stunned by the hundreds of overseas companies that were established in a few months. This is so cool. As the news fermented, it became clearer to everyone what Tang Qing had done. A person who planned to leverage the circulation of goods in dozens of countries was crazy and gratifying, such as major enterprises. What does that mean? Market. Big market. Once it is set up, the circulation of goods will accelerate, not only in terms of speed, but also in scope. Those who control this network have the ability to decide the life or death of countless small and medium-sized enterprises. It is no exaggeration. Domestic. A chorus of praise. Foreign. Those 39 countries were mostly praised. The media wants to blackmail you? You have to weigh whether you can afford the consequences. Tang Qing's partners will not just watch someone do things under their noses and affect this cooperation. A word of warning. All praised. Woo. The media are also helpless. If they cooperate with other companies, they can write whatever headlines they want to attract people. But who would have expected that Tang Qing is looking for big bosses? Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Certainly, there are also those who don't deal with them. They won't help and say good things when they see that it's not their fault. But these are only a few, and the partners Tang Qing has found can at least be equal to the other party in terms of overall strength. Anyway, general trend. Like a rolling torrent, unstoppable. Seattle, USA. That's the thing. Hummingbird's territory is expanding rapidly, and all partners are very strong. Within this year, they will definitely be able to gain a firm foothold and become competitive in the country. In the future, we will face strong resistance if we want to enter. Amazon. Headquarters. CEO Jeff listened to the senior vice president's report. After listening, he fell into deep thought. As the largest e-commerce platform in the United States, of course it has world-class ambitions and has put them into practice. First, based in the United States. Now, it has been done, and after years of development, it has become the largest e-commerce company in the United States. All of this is indispensable without the help of ERV. The year before last, ERV came to the door and became Amazon's largest shareholder. Be opposed to? Invalid. ERV is too powerful. He made it clear on the spot that if he didn't accept it, he would invest in Amazon's competitors or build a new e-commerce company. Jeff was angry at that time. This was a legitimate threat, and he would never accept it. However, 1 hour later, sign. Jeff still remembers the mood at that time. Being threatened? No. 1 hour. The person from ERV conquered him with his ideas. His heart was cold and hot at the same time. The reason for the coldness was that the other party did this. In the Amazon, which is like spring all year round, it is probably going to snow. The reason is hot. Confident. Many of that man's ideas coincided with his, and he felt like a fellow-minded person. Therefore, it is weighed against the struggle against the size of ERV, which is already at its peak and has a market value of over $1 trillion. Sign became his only choice. After, ERV made a large capital injection. Held contact. In just 3 months, 15 corporate mergers and acquisitions were completed, and Amazon's market share soared. After that, Amazon was supported to continue to expand overseas. Certainly, Amazon's first choice is developed countries. Canada, Germany, UK, France, island country. After that, several countries relatively close to the United States prepared to make progress step by step. Now, a rival from China suddenly jumped out and developed international e-commerce at an unreasonable speed. Others Jeff might not be afraid of. But Tang Qing is different. His growth trajectory is one miracle after another. Others' business talents are mostly in one field. And Tang Qing's business talent has a serious cross-border problem, the internet. Serve, mineral, science, and technology. It's just a hammer in one thing and a stick in the other. If someone else would do this, they would definitely be at a loss to make a mess, but they just straightened it all out and developed very well. Therefore, a little worried. What do you think? At present, it is still within control. Tell me. First, most of these countries are not within our market scope, so there will be no impact for the time being. Second, the self-operated part of the operation is done by his partners. It seems that Tang Qing's purpose is not us. Same. Jeff nodded. In this expansion, there are only 2 developed countries among the 39 countries. However, we can't really wait for him to set foot in our territory before counterattacking. That would be a bit too passive. Hesitated for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Jeff made a call. Reserve. 10 minutes later. What's the matter? A calm voice came from the opposite side. Hearing this voice, Jeff's heart tightened. When he first met each other, ERV was just a company. Now, ERV is a consortium. The power is overwhelming. Truth. Jeff felt a little embarrassed. Immediately, Jeff briefly explained the actions of Hummingbird and Ollie, and then asked, I'm a little hesitant now whether to expand Amazon's business in those countries. Otherwise, it will be difficult in the future. After that, I thought the other party would hesitate. Which material? The answer was given immediately. No need. Why? Jeff asked. You must first understand why Tang Qing is looking for so many developing countries, even backward countries. The reason is simply that it is difficult to do business in the markets of developed countries. After all, the markets in developed countries are relatively mature, but they also have many restrictions. This is our advantage. In this case, if we have this time to attack others, it is better to explore the existing market. Amazon still has a long way to go. We haven't fully covered the developed countries yet. There's no point in worrying about developing countries' markets being taken first. Well, do you have any questions about this? No. Jeff shook his head vigorously. Really, I'm a bit neurotic. Yeah. Beat. Jeff didn't care when the person on the other end hung up the phone. He put down the phone and felt much better. He had been affected by Tang Qing's historical achievements before, but now he felt much clearer after listening to that person's words. Yes, there is time. It will be a victory to open up the markets of developed countries. As for developing countries, we will gradually figure out that American companies do not have problems that Chinese companies may face. Privacy? Information? Admission? Making things difficult? Joke. Are American fists vegetarian? And there is ERV. As a consortium-level force, it is still the best among them. In addition to its foundation, its strength can definitely compete with other countries. The markets of developing countries should be slow first, and efforts should be made to stabilize the markets of developed countries. Switzerland. Davos. Villa. This guy has a strong sense of worry. Tang Qing laughed. This time, he almost didn't set foot in the markets of developed countries. Apart from the high difficulty, he left it to Amazon. After all, Amazon is an American company, European and American family. There won't be much policy risk in doing it, but it's different if Hummingbird or Alibaba does it. There are a lot of troubles, so Tang Qing thinks that he can just do some stable business under his own banner. Leave the complexity to Amazon. Anyway, in theory, Amazon is also half its own company. As for the cooperation between Switzerland and the Yu family, it is just to stimulate Amazon, giving it a reason to quickly stabilize and expand the market in developed countries, and at the same time, plant as seed. Future. Amazon. Fengtuan, a three-party alliance between Hummingbird, Alibaba, and self-operated cooperatives. They will become rivals, one occupying the e-commerce market in developed countries, and the other occupying the market in developing countries. Tang Qing felt so exciting just thinking about that scene. Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. I am getting closer and closer to becoming the biggest behind-the-scenes black hand in the world. It's good. People always look forward to obtaining extraordinary power, extraordinary ability, extraordinary wealth, and extraordinary lifespan. You have all the abilities, so of course you have to use them well. Maybe such a world would be better. At least, I am a semi-good person. I hope for world peace. I hope there will be no war. I hope that I can live and work in peace and contentment. I hope that everyone will do good, and I hope that evil will be punished. Have a good guy. The next day, afternoon, amidst the excitement, the closing ceremony ended. Looking back on the past few days, the wealthy people from all over the world were as happy as ever. They drank, chatted, and walked around all day long, almost like a vacation. Certainly, there are also busy people like Tang Qing. Goodbye. Bye. See you next year. After saying goodbye, they left each other just as they came, taking a bus or a train back to Zurich, and then taking a plane to leave. Some of them wanted to travel around Europe. Anyway, enjoyment was their daily life. Villa. Okay. Mayan pulled the box downstairs. Let's go. Tang Qing stood up, getting ready to go to the next stop. I promised Yu Sheng before that I would go to Yu's house to sit down, but I didn't have much time in the past few days. So, we made an appointment this afternoon. After dinner, we didn't stay much and set off back home in the evening. Today, it's already the 8th day of the Lunar New Year in China. Got to work. Zurich. Yu family. As the largest Chinese family in Switzerland, they were not short of money. Several decades ago, they bought a large piece of land and built a large manor called Su Yuan style, following the example of the Guff family in the United States. Small bridge, running water, pavilion, rockery, a strong retro style. The Yu family attaches great importance to Tang Qing's arrival. Almost all the important people are here, and the younger generations are also asked to stay at home. The main purpose is to let them see what real young talents are. 4 o'clock. Door. A grand welcome at the Yu family. Coming. Suddenly, everyone was shocked when they saw a huge off-road car slowly approaching in the distance. The Yu family also owned one. They mainly thought that car was domineering and practical, but they didn't drive it very much. Domineering, chicken, and unrestrained. I have long heard that he must travel with more than 3 cars, and it is true. Ow! The juniors of the Yu family discussed that if it was just one marching car, now there are 3, and there are other cars behind, all bulletproof. Even if the head of the Yu family goes out, there will be no such pomp. No. Usually when the president goes out, there is no such pomp and circumstance. To this, they didn't feel that they were being too cautious. The ancestors said it well. If you sail a ship for 10,000 years with caution, everything will be easy if nothing happens. If something goes wrong, even if there is trillions of wealth, it cannot be eliminated. Careful. No big mistake. Fear death. It's not shameful. It's shameful if you die carelessly. Quiet. Mr. Yu scolded. Moment. The juniors did not dare to speak. Soon, the motorcade stopped in front of the gate. Get off. Tang Qing saw the leader, the old man of the Yu family, who was nearly 80 years old. He came to Europe with his uncle to make a living when he was a teenager. At that time, one can imagine how difficult it was for Chinese people to make a living in Europe. Good thing. The hard work of the Chinese, coupled with good luck and seizing a few opportunities, he accumulated a lot of wealth in a few decades. It took several generations of management to achieve today's situation. Moreover, there is no dark history. Mr. Yu, excuse me. Where? After some Chinese-style greetings, Yu Guangji led Tang Qing into the house. There was still light snow falling outside. When he came to the hall, the fire was bright, and Yu Guangji began to introduce Yu's family. Yu Guangji, my brother. Yu Ming Yuan, my eldest son, Yu Sheng's father. Yu Meng, Xiao Sheng's third sister. Tang Qing smiled and shook hands one by one, and two girls from the younger generation of the Yu family were very naughty and scratched the palm of his hand. Growing up in the West, it was difficult not to be affected. To this, he just smiled. Game. Tang Qing is not interested. To be honest, it is difficult for Tang Qing to become addicted to physical stimulation. After practicing for so long, his control over the body has gradually reached a subtle level. Is it useful? Of course there is, such as inhibiting nerves, pain relief, such as controlling emotions, calm, even. Although the control of hormone secretion is not very precise, it is really evil. He can make the brain secrete the dopamine hormone 24 hours a day. This can be regarded as a side effect of cultivation. After all, long-lasting stimulation, momentary excitement. After getting used to it, maybe he felt that things between men and women had become boring, and he was afraid that he would become less like a normal person. Tang Qing only tried it once, for a few minutes, and then never tried this ability again. End of introduction. Xiao Sheng, this kid, is a few years older than you, but his abilities are very lacking in all aspects. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I would like to give you some advice. If there is anything he doesn't do well, don't be polite. Yu Sheng, the eldest grandson of the Yu family. Nature. Yu Guangji wants to pave the way for it. Last year, Yu Sheng graduated from the University of Berlin with a PhD and began to enter the family business, serving as his father's assistant for half a year. This cooperation with Tang Qing was the first project that Yu Sheng was responsible for. Mr. Yu is too modest. I believe in brother Yu's abilities. Nice words. No money required. Say it again. Yu Sheng is indeed very capable. Although he has been studying in these years, he has not followed the path of ordinary people. He still has a master's degree in economics and a master's degree in business administration, which is really not bad. Thank you. He must still have a lot to learn from you. Guangyi smiled. Before, he would also think that Tang Qing's success might be due to luck, but after listening to many friends' performance at the Davos reception and the seemingly hasty expansion of Hummingbird this time, it was actually meticulous. As for luck, that is self-deception. Are you still used to it here? It's good. I heard that you rented an old castle for a long time. That place is really good. When the Count was still there, I often went there to attend cocktail parties. Many decades happened as if it were yesterday. Time is ruthless. It's so good to be young. When I was young, I took a ship from China for more than a month and had to live in the cabin. The environment was so bad that nearly half of them died along the way, and then I was thrown into the sea. I can't forget the smell in the cabin to this day. Now, the conditions are really good. I keep telling them to cherish them. Everything now is hard-won. Tang Qing and Yu Guangji were chatting. Like most old people, they like to recall the past. Tang Qing was not bored at all and listened with an open mind. No matter how sad or painful it was a part of each other's life. This scene, already prepared. Now, Tang Qing couldn't help but think of himself 100 years from now. Forehead. He is probably still alive. 100 years from now, really 100 years from now. Looking back on the past and present, I don't know what to remember. That power? Wealth? Educational qualifications? Ability? Relation? Experience? It seems like neither. Perhaps. His life should be left to future generations to comment on. Say it yourself. What did you say? That I was trying to control the world's economy? Talking about digging gold mines underground all over the world? Are you talking about supporting a country and controlling a currency? Cultivate an umbrella of protection around the world? Set more than one fire in America? That picture, it's still too beautiful to even think about. Something. It's better to bury it in your heart forever. Drinking. Chatting. Time flies. Evening. Please. Yu Guangxi led Tang Qing and others to an attic with blue bricks, red tiles, wooden beams, and antique furniture. This is the place where the Yu family entertains important guests, and it is full of antique charm. Sandalwood, redwood, phoebe, each one is a treasure and can be seen everywhere. Most people who come here will probably feel uncomfortable sitting on them. Tang Qing glanced around and saw various valuable antiques placed on the wooden shelves. All are genuine. I heard that Mr. Tang also studies antiques. Yu Guangxi said with a smile. Before, I heard Gufo mention that there are many antiques placed in Tang Qing's villa, but Tang Qing has a wide range of hobbies, including porcelain calligraphy and painting, pen pots and inkstones, gold and jade utensils, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. All. It's so complicated that at first glance it looks like a layman. Certainly, he only dared to think to himself. It can't be called research, just joining in the fun. Tang Qing smiled and said very modestly, in this industry, he can be called a master. There are mountains of antique treasures in his hands. However, why show off? Trillions of dollars. It is already a dazzling halo. I'm so humble. At this moment, Yu Guangxi only regarded Tang Qing as a collector and did not say much about the origin of the antiques here. Otherwise, if he talked about something Tang Qing didn't understand, he would appear to be showing off his age. Soon, the dishes are all served, and there are no delicacies from the mountains and seas. They're all home-cooked dishes. Before this, the Yu family specifically asked Gufeng, knowing that the Tang family has no shortage of delicious food, so they can only work on the specialties. After one sip, my Yun's eyes lit up. Familiar. Tasty. Seeing his expression, Yu Guangxi smiled and explained, I have long heard that Mr. Tang's family has extraordinary food and superb chefs. Later I found out that it was actually related to the original transcription solution of Mian Yao. No. When the prepared solution came out, we bought a lot of it at home and grew vegetables, fruits, and tea ourselves. After a few months, some of it finally matured. This is the first batch. I hope it will suit your taste. A few months. Seasoning. Vegetable. The delicious ingredients cultivated in these prepared liquids are almost served on the tables of big European and American families. As for large-scale launch on the market, it is still early, and the European and American agricultural departments are not easy to deal with. The composition of the transcription stock solution is unclear. Therefore, plant yes, eat yes, sell, can't. After all, the medical license for the original transcription solution has not been issued for several years. European and American patients can only go to Myanmar for treatment. Fruit wine is a special case because its effect on addiction treatment has great social significance. Someone asked, what about cancer? Little social significance? This. Of course it's the same size. If someone said something different on the street, they would definitely be reprimanded. But in fact, there is indeed a difference. If one person dies, all will be over. One of them ruined the family and harmed society. Not bad. At high concentration, the taste is not bad compared to the one produced in the training area. That's good. On the table, the younger members of the Yu family couldn't resist the temptation. Even though it was not their first time eating it, their taste buds still felt irresistible pleasure. Just like fruit wine, as long as they can still drink it, they don't care about filling their stomachs. See this? The elders didn't say anything. Don't talk about juniors. Just say them. I can't stop talking. The ability of self-denial developed over many years has limited effect in the presence of fruit wine and these ingredients. This scene makes Tang Qing feel quite good. People like your own stuff. Of course. It's funny. Where? It was the same way when I ate it for the first time. I couldn't stop at all. Tang Qing said, if you eat meat, you can't stop. If you don't eat to full, you will definitely get stuffed. The concoction can definitely change the world. While eating, Yu Guangxi thought, future, as long as the prepared liquid can pass the agricultural safety level. Eat. The proportion in people's living expenses will increase significantly because the cost is there, and fruits and vegetables using different concentrations of prepared liquids will definitely be more expensive than now. European and American countries with high incomes can afford it. And after cancer is no longer scary, medical expenses will definitely drop. Turning to food, generally speaking, the increase in the price of fruits and vegetables will not have much impact on people in European and American countries. The same is true for developing countries. Late at night, the entrance of the courtyard. The Yu family watched Tang Qing's motorcade leave. Although their time together was short, Tang Qing left a deep impression on them, with his maturity, poise, and humble attitude that belied his age. Chatting with him is very comfortable. So handsome. I will definitely be happy to marry him. Yu Meng held his fists with a look of longing on his face. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. Beside, no one in the Yu family can speak. If it were someone else, they might scold them for being so infatuated. After all, they're Yu family members. But Tang Qing's level of excellence made it impossible for them to refute. Ahem. Yu Guangxi coughed twice. Go back. Just turn around. An old man walked over quickly. Master, what's wrong? Yu Guangxi asked. Just now, Mian Yao announced that 3 scientists were successfully rescued and escorted back to the country. The old man is the housekeeper of the Yu family. Yu Guangxi paid special attention to the news about this matter. What? Yu Guangxi exclaimed. Success. Return home. Rescue. This world. It's really getting more and more incomprehensible. The 3 scientists have been missing for more than a month. No matter who kidnapped them, they will not let the 3 scientists live in order to clean up the situation. However, things are so dramatic. What exactly happened? Yu Guangxi asked. I don't know. The old man shook his head. Mian Yao just released this news officially. He didn't mention anything about the rescue process or the escort process. Thinking about it, he must have paid a certain price, and the process is inconvenient to be announced to the outside world. Okay, there is nothing they can do except continue to pay attention to this matter. However, I think many people will be depressed. For example, the Swedish authorities will once again be labeled as incompetent. Life. There's always a lot of fun happening. Quick, move the bench. Go to the theater. Sweden. What? While he was sleeping in a daze, the president was woken up by the news. Normally, things would not disturb him late at night, but this matter involves Sweden too deeply. It would be dereliction of duty to delay telling him until tomorrow. Now, he was so angry. First, angry at his subordinate's failure to live up to expectations. Second, I am angry that I didn't tell them in advance. If I announced this unilaterally, it would be a complete slap in the face. If the 3 scientists were rejected, then they would still have reason to say that they tried their best. After all, I didn't do it, and neither did anyone else. But now, you didn't do it, but others have done it, and outsiders will say that Sweden is not trying its best and is unable to get rid of the blame. This news was like a knife, cutting Sweden's face, painful and bleeding. Talk. After all, we also donated 300 million to you. How could we not save any face? Although, we were also prepared to trick you, even though the Sith family made up the full amount of that money. Depressed. Congested. It seems that I can't sleep this time. Get up. You didn't say how you rescued it? No. Then let me ask. The president was angry and prepared to find some change to chat. For such a big thing, he didn't inform him in advance. If the gossip came out, there was still room for it, but you just made it official. Caught off guard. A few minutes later, it went through. The call came in. It was dark in Sweden, and it was still morning in Sweden. Hello. Opposite. A familiar voice came. President Zero, are the 3 scientists okay? He asked. Very good. Very good? Don't even add a thank you for your concern. Never mind. We adults have a lot, so we don't care. That's good. What happened before made me feel very guilty. Since everything is fine, I'm relieved. I just don't know where you rescued the 3 scientists from. After a few words of greeting, he asked. At sea. Zero said. At sea. Yes. Can you be more specific? Originally we gave up, but unexpectedly, someone contacted us 2 days ago and asked us to pay to redeem 3 scientists. After thinking about it again and again, we decided to take the risk and spend money to redeem them. Volvi. Redemption? What operation? Is this what you call rescue? Really close to the face, they can also do this kind of rescue. Moreover, are those people stupid? If you want money, wouldn't it be better to find a consortium? How much is a ransom? Sorry, it's not convenient to disclose it. Zero said. Who is the other party? I don't know. I don't know that you're giving money to others. I think we should cooperate in the investigation of this matter. Sweden also needs to know who is kidnapping people in our capital. Please understand our anger. We can find each other based on the flow of ransom money. Believe us, as for the gangsters, we cannot encourage their arrogance. They must be brought to justice and punished. These words, right speech. But, Zero hesitated. We in Sweden can't leave gangsters alone. Then, okay. Hear this. President Rue is very comfortable. It seems. Progress is coming soon. However, it is probably difficult to trace. Zero added. Don't worry. As long as there's a large amount of funds flowing, we can check it. Sweden is a country. This incident has made so many consortiums disgraced. It is not difficult to check the funds. It's not that big. Zero suddenly hesitated. How much? The Swedish president asked curiously. The value of the technology mastered by the 3 scientists is so great that it is difficult to estimate. If they were to blackmail them, it would have to be at least an astonishing number. It would be unrealistic to give them all in cash. Say it again. Even if it is cash, there are ways to detect it. Money laundering can be said to be hidden. However, it is not a big deal for major consortiums. As long as you are careful, large amounts of cash can be hidden. 60,000. What? Only 600 million. President Rue was stunned. 60,000. He didn't really think about 60,000. He just thought that the unit was also 10,000, 60 million, not 600 million. Even if it was euros, compared with the value of the original transcription solution, it was the same price as cabbage. 600 million. The other party is really stupid. However, the next moment, not 600 million, 60,000 Asian dollars. Zero explained. The words fell. Boom. The person on the other side of the phone stood frozen on the spot, as if struck by lightning. God, what did he hear? 60,000? Asian dollar? Are you kidding me? It's extortion here and there. It's all charity. Hold the grass. Just. What did you say about thinking twice and deciding to take a risk? You thought about it 3 times and decided to take a risk. 60,000 Asian dollars. This figure simply discredits the ransom. Those people. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding about the ransom. Suddenly my heart hurts. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. You can't be so angry here. It's an insult to your identity. At this time, Zero spoke again. I thought about it. It might be fake news, but I didn't expect it to be true. Therefore, I don't think I can find anything about the flow of the ransom. As for who those people are, they didn't say. Why don't you catch them? Mr. Rue was very angry. Asshole. He will be released for 60,000 yuan. As kidnappers, do you have any principles, bottom line, or professional ethics? For 60,000 yuan, both labor and capital will be able to give it to you. Fuck. This little money. Check it out. Where can it be spent? You have to have some rules when doing things. We are very grateful that we can redeem 3 scientists for such a small amount of money. Later, it was confirmed that the 3 scientists had not suffered any harm. were in good spirits and had gained a few pounds. I wanted to give them some nutrition money, but I couldn't find anyone. Suddenly, the other person was speechless. Gain a few pounds. Nutrition fees. Weird. Gangster is, and so is zero. Gigi. The hand that squeezed the phone couldn't help but squeeze hard, making it make a sound, especially the last sentence. If the person can't be found, then they have to check it out. Maritime. They left by boat. Where to check? Are you okay? Zero asked, concerned. No, that's good. I really have to thank them for this. I heard from the three scientists that these people didn't ask about the technology of transcribing the original solution. They took good care of me all the way. Now I'm in good spirits. There's still a lot of good people. There's so many good people. Wrong. A sudden jolt. They didn't obtain the transcription stock solution technology. Yes. Are you sure? That's what the three scientists said. After the Swedish incident, several groups of people fought for them. In the end, they traveled to many countries before returning to Asia. The process was tortuous, but fortunately, there was no danger. Hearing this, there was silence on the other side of the phone. Real. Fake. A bit hard to tell. All of this is unreasonable. Unless it is really a charitable organization that is helping, it is impossible not to leak it. But who is this organization? Answer. It seems to be getting clearer and clearer. Could it be? Is a last Oriole the hidden force? It's possible that they had suspected it, but without evidence, Sweden could only suffer the loss of being dumb. Now, the person is home safe and sound. 60,000 ransom. Quite ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous, but mocking them. Zero could have been a huge number to make things more complicated, but he directly said 60,000, which was obviously an acknowledgement. Just say it clearly. It's them. What can you do? Arrogant. Too arrogant. It seems that the joint investigation can only become the next joke. All traces are erased. The several parties involved are tight-lipped and insist that they can find out any useful information. It's useless. It seems. Zero seemed to know something. Otherwise, he would not do this, nor would he do it without prior notice. Thinking of this, his anger became a little weaker. If he was caught doing bad things, people would no longer trust Sweden at all. Depressed. Why do things always happen unexpectedly? But, then I thought about it. So what if I was discovered? You don't just have to swallow your anger. We must get to the bottom of this matter. Our investigation team will set off immediately. We will also ask 3 scientists to cooperate and recount the matter. We need more information about the gangsters. Okay. No problem. Hang up the phone. Moment. An order was passed out. Safety. Police. Justice. Military. Presidential palace. A joint investigation team composed of 5 parties was established and required to set off for Myanmar within half an hour. The matter is urgent, and if you are late for an hour, there will be one more change, although there are already enough changes. At the same time, he also notified each consortium. If he was unhappy, the consortia would also be unhappy. He couldn't sleep, and many people had to work hard. The ransom of 60,000 yuan really shocked him. This night, destined to have no sleep. Greece. Manor. Are we being fooled? Came the news. Sis was also completely sleepy. This time, he was deceived badly. Not to mention the loss of 2 billion euros. He also lost all his dignity. Until now, he has not recovered from this incident. Ridiculous. After working for so long, this is the result. What the hell? I'm so angry. 60,000. Asian dollar. This is an unabashed mockery, mocking their incompetence and mocking his counterattack. As for the so-called Good Samaritans, if they believe it, they are huge fools. Keep an eye on the investigation team. Yes. USA. Washington. I'm laughing to death. 60,000. It's still Asian dollars. It seems that many people will lose their beards in anger. Moreover, the Sith family will definitely not give up, but it doesn't matter. The Sith family is old, and someone should be in charge. After laughing, a sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes. 3 days ago, in fact, he had received news from Kitty's informant that the 3 scientists had returned to Myanmar safely. The details were not clear, but it was certain that the people were robbed with a heavy blow. People, safe and sound. Technology. It was not leaked, which made him feel relieved. If it was really obtained by outsiders, the loss would be huge. The old man already considered the original solution technology of transcription to be his own. This time, if 0 were a larger number, Sweden and the consortium would not be so embarrassed. However, 60,000 Asian dollars was a direct slap in the face. Fortunately, it was not to the point of attracting the new consortium. If it were before, same thing. It is estimated that the consortium will jump on it and make noises about it. But after experiencing similar incidents many times, people will develop resistance. After getting used to it, when facing a mysterious and powerful dark force, the consortium will also choose to be cautious, fearing that they will all die together. Therefore, in this round, the consortium will not fight back immediately. They lost face a month ago. This time they just put an end to that incident and prepare for a new round of conflict. Outside world. Myanmar's official announcement caused a stir. Thank God, I finally went back. Good people are rewarded. Rescue? What's the process? Curious. Although I don't know the process, I know that it must have nothing to do with Sweden. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a word about Sweden in it, and the Swedish authorities didn't say a word. That makes sense. Incompetent. Cruel. Same salted fish as always. The person disappeared. Not found. After searching for more than a month, not found. They rescued all the people, but Sweden still said, not found the day before. There is no effort. Disappointed. In developed countries, the technology of drying salted fish is quite advanced. +1. It can be seen that this matter is not impossible. Myanmar must have paid a huge price to bring the 3 scientists back safely in such a complex, difficult, and foggy situation. On the other hand, Sweden really did not work hard. Not caring. Subsequently, new questions arise. Has the original transcription technology been leaked? More than a month. What should have happened should have already happened. It's leaked. Otherwise, what have you been doing for more than a month? Traveling on vacation? Impossible. It's not leaked. If it's leaked, there will be no survivors. Isn't it like this on TV? Only the person involved can survive without getting the secret. Once the secret is revealed, there is a high probability that he will be silenced. That's right. But how to explain this month? Maybe 3 scientists would rather die than give in. In the end, the gangsters had no choice but to find Mian Yao and demand a large ransom. This was at least better than killing 3 people and getting nothing. It makes sense. This is all speculation. We still have to wait for official information. Myanmar. Now, they were excited, but their concerns were different. A month ago, they were still concerned about the original transcription solution. Later, they gradually became worried about people. If people lose their gratitude, are they still human? Today's life has made great progress. To learn to be content. Ne bidu. Kenshin has come back. Looking at the reaction from the outside world, a sneer appeared on his face. He was guilty of the crime. A few months ago, those guys were planning how to seize the original transcription technology. To this end, various layouts. First, he found a shabby research institute and made a fake substitute. However, Zero saw through this scheme in advance and fought back again and again against the envoy Bloomer, who kept coming to ask for cooperation. Then, I also wanted to take action against Zero, who went to the United States to participate in the G20, but failed. At last, it was the Swedish Bureau, which used the Nobel Prize to lure 3 scientists there. Although Sweden did not take action from beginning to end, the information obtained showed that it was a matter of front and rear. Only, as soon as I stood up, before I could warm myself up, it was destroyed. Snort. A group of robbers. Suddenly. Alas, Kenshin sighed again. Strength. This world. After all, strength speaks for itself. Whoever has a bigger fist has a stronger voice. However, Mian AI's fist used to be enough, but on the increasingly large world stage, is not enough at all. No, it's not that it's not good enough, it's that it's too bad. These few years, the economic growth rate of Myanmar is simply appalling. However, the fist has hardly grown much. Even though the research and development and production progress of its own weapons has never stopped, Most of them are clumsy guys. Airplane, ships. The updates of these equipment, which truly represent the power of a great power, are almost at a standstill. Not a single large military ship has been purchased, and there is even less movement in advanced aircraft and land warfare weapons. Zero insistence on self-research. However, there has been no results, so it would be strange if Tang Qing didn't worry. It's not that you're worried about a large-scale battle, but that someone breaks through your airspace and drops a big firework on your capital. But you don't even know who did it. At least, we need to purchase some prevention and control weapons. To this, Tang Qing has no choice but to do so. He is in absolute control of military affairs. It is not good for him to talk too much. However, under Zero's leadership, the basic quality of the soldiers has been greatly improved. Xian City, Street. Compared to half a month ago, there were far fewer people. With the opening of Xian New District, a large number of tourist buildings and leisure places attracted a large number of people, diverting traffic from the main urban area. Museum, Amusement City, Ring City Park are people's top 3 favorite places. Now, many people are shopping. 10% off today. 20% off for a limited time. 30% off 2 cups. Stores one after another posted discount information, which confused many people. This is a foreign country after all, and the speed of information dissemination is a bit lagging behind. Is it some kind of holiday, and everyone is discounting? Asked. Turned out to be. It was the 3 scientists who came back safely. To celebrate, they offered discounts one after another. At first, the discounts were mainly for Burmese people. Later, business operators from various countries saw the discounts, followed the Romans, and simply joined in. Suddenly, people's enthusiasm for consumption is rising. Buy. I want to. 3. Not bad. The same as what I bought yesterday. I thought the price would be raised first and then discounted. The portion is sufficient. The discount here does not involve raising the price and then discounting. If you dare to do this and complain together, you will face a fine that will make you feel distressed for a whole year. In more serious cases, your license will be revoked directly. Therefore, merchants don't dare to come up empty-handed. The price cannot be arbitrary, and the quantity cannot be arbitrary. You cannot provide lower than usual product quality just because of a discount. Similarly, if you're caught once, the fine will be light, but the demerit will be heavy. From now on, merchant credit will be entered. Loan, tax rate, account period. All kinds of discounts will be affected. Here, the cost of breach of trust is very high. Affordable purchase. The tourists are smiling and the operators are happy too. Although there's a discount, small profits, but quick turnover are achieved. This is an open business area, and there is no overdraft of spending power because there's a steady stream of customers. One crop after another. Endless cutting. At least, it won't be finished within a few years. If the original transcription solution gets European and American drug licenses in a few years, the number of tourists may decrease. However, Xian City will still be a tourist attraction due to its various unique landscapes. Worldwide, where is such a large-scale holographic projection show? Worldwide, where can I find such a luxurious museum? Gold, diamond, various colored gemstones, rare jade, more than 10 tons of luminous pearls. It has been confirmed by professionals who keep coming. It's all true. Although the nameplate says handicrafts and imitations, it does not say it is fake. As a result, the museum is full every day. From morning to night, all people, 1 swipe, 2nd brush, 3 brushes. Many people go there every day because many people feel that they have never been so close to so many treasures in their lives, which are worth hundreds of billions or even hundreds of billions right in front of them. So concentrated. It is a complete visual enjoyment with endless aftertaste. To know, these are not values accumulated by history. Those antiques, historical relics, to be honest, in terms of material value, they're actually just haha. It is just time that gives them added value. Look at these. Made from pure, raw materials. Do the math. In terms of material value, all other museums in the world combined cannot compare with this place. Most people can't appreciate tens of millions of paintings, but they can see tons of gold. History. How can real gold be so identifiable? Therefore, if there were an online poll to rank the strongest museums, the first place would most likely go to the museum in Myanmar. Just because of the sparkling Diamond Hall, women would not vote for anything else. This time, everyone has finally seen the strength of the Myanmar Bank Group. Too trenchant. Sky. On the Gulf Stream, G550. Cabin. Be careful. The NPCs in Hell difficulty are too strong. Pick up the medicine pack. I died. Being bored, Tang Qing played Force of War with Chai Rin and Zheng Lin, who were far away in the capital. Ma Yun, who came back together, saw it and thought it was quite interesting and joined in a play, but his skills were too poor. Just went out. He was sent back by the NPC. All right. After a few times, Ma Yun felt that this difficulty mode was deeply malicious to him, so he gave up. He also played Fire of War, the world's #1 game, and later took senior executives to play it once. That time, let them completely give up the idea of playing games. Despair. ERV's development capabilities in the game field make any game company seem to see a tower reaching the sky. The two games, War and World, have reached the current peak of technology. Now, ERV and Penguin collaborate. Domestic. Major game manufacturers are in panic. Be careful. Penguin is naturally arrogant and makes huge sums of money in the market. However, it is successful in games and is losing ground in other fields. Penguin. The number of new users has declined for 6 consecutive months. Fly Signal. Being pinned down by Tang Qing's WeChat and unable to turn over. This actually made the major game manufacturers happy. He was pinned down and beaten by Penguin, and Tang Qing helped them breathe a sigh of relief. Painting the map. Tang Qing. Have you heard that 3 scientists from Myanmar were rescued? Chai Rin said on the public channel. Really? It was just announced not long ago. It's good. Anyway, I can't understand what the operation is. You went to Europe for a week. Have you heard anything about it? Chai Rin asked curiously. His intelligence was lagging too far behind. No, Tang Qing said. This matter. There is nothing to say. At a certain level, what should be known will be known, and what should not be known is better not to be known. Apart from hearing it as a novelty, it does not have much effect on them. Oh, Chai Rin didn't think much about it. At this time, Zheng Lin then suggested, this month, why don't we go to Burma for a while? Okay, I was just thinking about taking a look. Chai Rin agreed. Especially that museum, it's so interesting. There are hundreds of tons of gold, diamonds of immeasurable value, and so many gems of various colors that dazzle your eyes. And there's also a luminous pearl of more than 10 tons, Tang Qing, which is bigger than the one you have. Speaking of the museum, Chai Rin couldn't help but be excited. He had never seen gold worth tens of billions. Me? Tang Qing shook his head. I won't go. He wanted to see. You can go there every day. As for the luminous pearl, it existed a long time ago. It was from the same mine as the one at home, but it was too big to be placed in the villa. It finally saw the light of day. Okay, then let's go. Tang Qing didn't go. The two of them were not angry. Knowing that Tang Qing was busy, hummingbirds were landing, dozens of countries were blooming, and there were things happening everywhere. Although they didn't have to do it personally, just staring at it would consume a lot of energy. Tang Qing's stall is too big. At first, I am really lucky to have invested in Comet Group. Just last month, Comet Group's market value exceeded $100 billion, and it is still rising under the influence of the continuous fermentation of headlines. Once, Tang Qing said, 5 years, the market value of Comet Group will exceed $200 billion. Looking back, that was what Tang Qing said when Do Jiao got married in 2007 and went to the capital. At that time, Chai Rin thought he would be stuck for time. After all, Comet Group's business at that time was very transparent. Literary publishing, internet video, film and television entertainment. There are no big breaking points among the 3 main businesses. However, just over a year, the goal is half accomplished. Excluding the shady story, the rising stock price mostly means that the company's potential has increased and everyone is willing to hold it. And this wave of rising momentum is far from over. Headlines. It has become a new rising point. High downloads. High rating. Gao Riwo. It is a completely phenomenal app. If everything goes well, it is expected that the market value of Comic Group will exceed $150 billion by the end of this year. It is exciting to think about it. The first private enterprise in China. But this is not Tang Qing's number one. Microcrystalline technology is the real number one. The market value exceeded $100 billion on the day of listing. Now, with the help of time, it has skyrocketed. Although affected by the financial crisis, the market value fell slightly. But it still has a market capitalization of $230 billion, and it is unlikely to fall sharply. It is a giant. However, what Chiron is really optimistic about is Tang Qing's third listed company, Qingyuan Technology. Smart Space Park. Expert. We can see its potential. Future. This will be a large-scale science and technology export place. China's largest technology exchange and trading platform, the private Chinese Academy of Sciences. This name has been recognized by everyone in the industry. Science and technology. It is the primary productive force. Therefore, Chiron couldn't think of it as an exaggeration to think highly of this company. The fact is also reflected in the stock price of Qingyuan Technology. Qingyuan Technology, which is listed on the Myanmar stock market, has almost caught up with Comic Group. By then, under Tang Qing's banner, there will be three giants with a market value of more than $100 billion, with a total market value of more than $400 billion, and soon, this family will add another member. That is Hummingbird Commercial and Storage Group. This enterprise, no buffering required. Once the international layout is completed, if listed, it started directly with $100 billion, and Alibaba follow behind, and will soon be able to use this to complete the leap. Thinking of this, Chiron could only sigh with emotion. Tang Qing was so impressed that he could create this world. A few hours later, it got through. Chiron was very happy. 200,000. After spending a total of 200,000 yuan, I finally cleared this map. Looking at the ranking, I am the 1,231st person in the world to clear the map. However, the score behind the clearing ranking is not high. 109. Smoothly. Swipe up. 102. 150. 98. With a total score of 1,000 points, it is easy to imagine how weak it is to get a score of just over 100. At first glance, it is obvious that they paid for it, and less than 5% received a score of more than 500. But Chiron really doesn't have much time to fight every day. Therefore, to spend money to get through. Props. Life. I bought everything I could. From this, we can see how profitable war is. This kind of war scene map is released 1 week. Chiron's rough calculation can attract hundreds of millions of dollars. Too profitable. Grab the same. But it makes people feel that it is worth it. The map that was launched yesterday has more than 1,000 low-scoring passers today, and there are still 5 or 6 days left, as well as long-term follow-up revenue. Other game companies are envious. Yeah. Tang Qing smiled. Good. Another hundreds of thousands were recorded. Really? RMB players are the backbone of the game. Down. Okay. After finishing the game, he put away the computer and looked at the time. He still had 4 hours to get to Qingyan City, which was quite a long time, so he took out a huge rectangular box from the cabinet. What is this? Mayan came over. Puzzle. He said. Open side. What? Along the river during the Qingming festival. After seeing it clearly, suddenly, Mayan felt that her level really needed to be improved. Looking at the unfolded picture, okay, he is a little messy. This puzzle with no less than 10,000 pieces is ready to be put together for a week? How many pieces? 30,000. Yes, she had guessed conservatively. With the densely packed tiles, Mayan felt that if she finished the puzzle, her eyes would be several degrees short-sighted. So, he sat next to Tang Qing and wanted to help. Pick up a slice. Look at the number, right? Suddenly, he paused and stared blankly in the direction of Tang Qing. Tang Qing picked up a piece at random, glanced at the number behind it, and immediately placed it on the table without any hesitation. At first, it looked a bit disorganized. However, when connected together, Mayun, what? Are we playing puzzles of the same difficulty? Apparently, yes. It's just that the young people around me are too evil. Tang Qing concentrated on piecing together the pictures. His brain had almost no difficulty in processing things of this level, without even a trace of delay. 10,000. It's no longer challenging. No, the same goes for 30,000, but it will take a little longer. 10 minutes. Bah, mine gave up. Continue again. It's just a shock. Forget it. Let's do some things we can do, such as looking at company documents and making decisions. In this world of monsters, it's better for normal people to stay away. Evening. Neibidu. Airport. A Boeing airliner lands. Exit the airport. Where are the people? The Swedish Joint Investigation Team stood at the exit and looked around. Why was there no one to pick them up? Logically speaking, Myanmar would send someone to pick them up, and the envoy in Myanmar would also send someone to pick them up. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour passed, and everyone's faces changed. Them. Seems to be ignored. What should I do? Behind him, the investigation team liaison officer asked the team leader. It came in a hurry. Did Sweden not notify the embassy? It's also possible. Call. Yes. A few minutes later, the liaison officer looked weird. What's wrong? The country has notified us, and the embassy has also sent someone. However, it seems that we were detained in violation of the rules on the road, so we had to send another car, so it took some time. I estimate that we will arrive in 5 minutes. Okay, it's just an accident. It's normal. Where's Myanmar? It's time to get off work. At this time, an unpleasant feeling came to my mind. I got off work. This was such a perfunctory answer. It seemed that it was impossible to ask overtime at night. The other party's emotions were so heavy that the task was suspended. In fact, the investigation team doesn't think they can find many clues. This matter, there is something weird everywhere, and Mieo is obviously hiding something. In Sweden, on his home court, he can still use some tricks, but in Mieo, on other people's territory, if he speaks harshly, he may be warned. Never mind. Just do your best. Soon, the bus arrives. Get in the car. Heading towards the city, Naibidu was very lively at night. Almost all of them were here for the first time. People from all over the world could see them on the streets. Those who didn't know it thought they were in a developed country. 20 minutes later. Get off. Did we go to the wrong place? The members of the investigation team were stunned. The team leader looked at the embassy staff who picked him up and asked, "When have we ever lived in such a hotel?" No, this place shouldn't be called a hotel. Hostel, right? It's a hotel. 3 floors. The house is new, but you can't escape the fact that it is a hotel. When the people from the embassy heard this, they smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, it's right here." The notice was rushed, and there was really no time to book a hotel. This happened. It's not like anyone is making things difficult. You should know that there are patients from all over the world gathered here. It is difficult to find a vacancy in the whole city. Once one shows up, it will be booked immediately. Even if the appointment is made 1 month in advance, there is no guarantee that there will be a room. We try our best. After listening, the people in the investigation team can only accept it. Otherwise, what else can be done? Okay. They carried their luggage, entered, and registered. When they pushed the door open, they discovered that the hotel's environment was not bad. The interior was not much different from that of a hotel, but the rooms were generally smaller. Are all hotels here like this? The team leader was curious. Yes. The embassy staff nodded. Nibi is a new city. After Zero came to power, he ordered that all business accommodation environments that were not up to standard should be rectified, either demolished and rebuilt, or renovated to improve service quality. This place is pretty average. At this moment, the members of the investigation team were surprised. It is true that they're used to staying in big hotels on business trips, but it is not that they have never seen small hotels. When they went out to Europe, they stayed in hotels of all sizes. However, the situation was not very good, which was why he was as surprised as before. Unexpectedly, the standard of their small hotel was comparable to that of an average hotel in Europe. Suddenly, everyone felt a little disappointed. I looked down on it a bit before. Now, but he became a country bumpkin. This time, The embassy staff added again. I think Sweden and European countries should learn from this. Those motels and small hotels are not worthy of our status as a developed country. It's a mess. It's still small. Poor hygiene. A few decades ago, it was still very good, but now it is increasingly out of step with the times. I went back last month to go out with my family. Along the way, I was uncomfortable with every aspect. Aside, the corners of the investigation team's mouth twitched. Brother, after all, you're a member of the embassy, and you pay attention to maintaining Sweden's image, but in the end you still didn't say it out loud because you were afraid of comparing goods. If it was true as you said, and it was of this standard, they would also complain. If everything is changed like this, where will the money come from? Suddenly, asked a member of the investigative team. It wastes people and money. This word appeared in the minds of people around, but the next moment the embassy staff said the government subsidizes, the rooms are better, and the fees have also increased. Those who can come will not be short of money, and everyone is happy. Okay, this thorn seems impossible to pick. However, the brothers' thoughts were not over yet. However, I estimate that we will never see this kind of policy introduced in Sweden. If taxpayers' money is used for such subsidies, it will definitely not pass, and it will be easy to be sued in court. It's a pity. Democracy has brought freedom, and it has also brought a lot. The members of the investigation team were confused. Hello, elder brother. Can you pay attention to your identity? If you say someone is nice, that's fine. But there is no need to try so hard to smear your country. Just smear it and question the existing Swedish democracy. No. Reaction. We must definitely report to the diplomatic side. Is it appropriate for such a person to be in this kind of position? How did they pass the screening? With such teammates, they felt a little overwhelmed. Thank you. See you tomorrow. The team leader quickly interrupted him. Oh, the man didn't realize that he might be transferred back to his country. After sending this colleague away, the investigation teams were divided into separate rooms. The team leader reported to Sweden in person. Hearing that the investigation had not been completed, he did not urge him. After all, it's indeed off-duty here. The next day, morning, the investigation team finally met the three scientists. In the reception room of the Myanmar Ministry of Security building, they wanted to ask separately, but they were directly rejected by the Myanmar side on the grounds that the three were not prisoners. To this, the investigation team can't do anything about it. People's territory is whatever they say. First question, please tell me what happened that night. The team leader asked. That day, I was sent to the welcome garden by your people. I returned to my room and was about to rest. I thought I would be safe. Unexpectedly, not long after, a group of people rushed in and kidnapped me. At that time, I was very panicked. My first reaction was that you Swedish authorities were preparing to kidnap me. I was very angry. We handed over our safety to the Swedish police, but it turned out to be a trap. I once thought, what a shameless country this is, what a dark country, what a country without laws. The police have become gangsters' accomplices, which is simply appalling. Robbers. No bottom line. Shameful. It should be despised by the world. Of course, I found out later that I had wronged you, and it had nothing to do with you in Sweden. It was because those gangsters were too powerful and well-organized. You were calculated by the gangsters, either deliberately or not. The corner of the team leader's mouth twitched wildly. Elder brother. Lord. Immortal. Just state the facts, don't describe what's going on in your heart. And it sounds so strange. It always feels like you're scolding us. My hand was shaking when I wrote such a report. We were stunned. Wake up. We are already on a cargo ship. Looking at the time, it is already 3 days later. We don't know where we are. We only know that the cargo ship has been sailing. We are restricted to a crew lounge. We are allowed to eat. The more something feels wrong, it's not a kidnapping memory. It's more like vacation, blue sea, blue sky, island, barbecue, swimming, playing ball, watching TV. Why am I so angry? That's it, we'll be back. 10 minutes. The narrative is over. Second question, did you hear their names? No. Third question, what is the name of the ship? I don't know. Generally, it will be spray painted on the side. I didn't see it. Think about it. Are there other features? It's big. Bully. God is so great. By the way, can you be more professional in your wording? You're a Nobel Prize winner after all. When you speak, you feel like a little resentful woman talking casually. Can you be more serious? The fourth question, did you ever think about escaping during this period? No. What? You want to escape from me on the sea? Breathe. The team leader took a deep breath. Calm down. People are right. You can't run away in the sea. You can't swim to the shore. The three scientists looked weak and dying, very old, very old. Probably not far to swim. Ahem. Gone. My thoughts returned to the inquiry scene. The fifth question is, have you ever thought about contacting the outside world? The mobile phone was confiscated. They should have a satellite phone. It seems so. Have you ever thought about seizing it or asking for help? Yes. What happened next? Forgot. Click. The team leader felt something was broken. Just kidding. First, there are many of them, strong bodies and weapons. There are only 3 of us trying to grab the phone. Do you want us to die? Second, even if we grab it, we don't know who to call. Nothing wrong. Very. Damn it. You are a scientist. Haven't you received any training in calling for help? I don't know who to call yet. Why didn't you say you don't know how to use a satellite phone? At this time, we don't know how to use it either, one scientist added. I was convinced. Kneel down. It's a shame that I'm talking about it. Otherwise, I will let you know the price of joking with us. Continue. The team leader gritted his teeth. Do you know which country the other person is from? I don't know. There are people of all skin colors, old and young, male and female, and they speak Swedish. This made us suspect that it was the elite of the Swedish authorities who kidnapped us. It's not us. The team leader was helpless. Can you please stop mentioning this? I was flustered. Isn't this what I suspected at the time? At that time, when I was robbed in Sweden, I had to doubt you first, and you spoke Swedish. I was so angry that I scolded you. Click. This time, the team leader determined that it was the sound of gritting teeth. Whose? His. Damn it. Can you please tell me what's going on in your heart? We don't want to know why you scolded us in your heart. We already said it was a misunderstanding. Can you please turn this article over? Otherwise, we can't write this report. These few. Is he really a respectable scientist? Do they have any obvious signs, such as tattoos? Did they encounter other ships on the way? More than 30 questions were asked. The team leader took a long breath. Calm down. Calm down. He couldn't be angry. This was his territory. If he dared to tap the table, he would be kicked out. However, he couldn't help it. The answers to more than 30 questions were all worthless. Have no idea. Didn't see clearly. No, it seems so. Either the answer is negative or it is ambiguous. These answers can be summed up in one sentence. A group of mysterious people, with 3 scientists, wandered on the sea for many days. That's right. It's that simple. The majority of it was filled with random thoughts, which was so irritating. Any more questions? I heard. The corner of the team leader's mouth twitched. If this continues, there will be another 100 questions. In summary, it will be the above sentence. That's a stupid question. If you hand this answer back, you will definitely be scolded. However, what can he do? At first, I feel that the 3 scientists are not very cooperative. Now, he felt that the 3 scientists never thought of cooperating with him. For the time being, it's gone. Goodbye. Looking at the 3 curt figures, the team leader opened his mouth and looked at the Burmese representative. We still need to have a good discussion and try to find the murderer. If necessary, we will ask the 3 of them to cooperate. However, the Myanmar representative shook his head. First of all, they're not prisoners. Secondly, they need to rest. They have experienced great changes. These days, they are highly nervous and frightened. We hope that the shadow caused by that memory will be diluted from their hearts as soon as possible instead of deepening. Therefore, sorry for your suggestion. In short, bye-bye. You go back and do the work. The team leader almost wanted to curse, but he was still very nervous. Are you kidding me? I didn't hear what the 3 of them said just now. They were eating, drinking, and having fun, almost like a vacation-style life. Worried? Afraid? Shadow? I didn't see it at all. This was looking down on my ability to understand, or bullying us into blindness. After a while, the team leader shut up. This matter still needs to be communicated by the presidents of the two countries. Goodbye. Yeah. The door. Under the warm sunshine, the members of the investigation team felt cold. Looking back at the solemn Ministry of Security building, they felt a deep malice, which barely read, "Not welcome." Damn it, asshole. You're just playing tricks on us. So angry. From the beginning, those three people have been talking nonsense. Nothing useful, let alone finding those people. If this is our place, we must make them look good. Yes. We have to protest. Yes. Team leader, say something. No one with a simple identity was present. The security, police, judiciary, military, presidential palace, and later the royal family and the six-party investigation team were all sent by institutional elites. This lineup, you will be respected wherever you go. Now, but he became disgusted with people, felt aggrieved in his heart, and wanted to beat people up. Seeing other people looking at him, the team leader did not express his dissatisfaction. As the team leader, he could not show strong emotions. Go to the embassy first. 20 minutes later, when they arrived at the embassy, they met the Swedish envoy to Myanmar. He had a special status, so he did not participate in the investigation. Moreover, he was not willing to wade into this muddy water, and it would be a thankless task. Ow! Seeing them, the envoy asked. Failure. The team leader sighed. If there are no clues, it is naturally a failure. As for what the three scientists said, those people spoke Swedish. If this is regarded as a useful clue, it will not lead back to Sweden. Around and around. It's not okay to have to take the blame. Just get used to it. The team leader was stunned. Do you know something? Don't look at me. I don't know anything. I only know that the three scientists have returned safely. No matter what, they have been favored by others. It is difficult to expect others to betray each other. The envoy analyzed matter-of-factly. Actually, just get used to it. He patted the team leader on the shoulder. The team leader was once again puzzled. What does it mean to just get used to it? What should you get used to? Return without success? In the past few years, the United States has tried to sell weapons to Myanmar countless times. It can provide them with interest-free loans, but they have refused. The two American envoys have encountered obstacles time and time again. So just get used to it. Team leader. I'll go. Is this what you, an envoy, should say? Okay, let's report it to the country. You're not wrong about this matter. Don't take it to heart. After that, turn around and go back to the office. The team leader was helpless. Report. Look for scolding. If you can't escape, then welcome it bravely. 10 minutes later. Report finished. Waste. It's useless. You can't handle this. What do you do for food? This is the result of your investigation. You have the nerve to report it. Such a result fully demonstrates your incompetence. I'm so angry. On the phone, he criticized the team leader like a grandson and used very familiar words. Once, 3 scientists were lost. This is how the police department is criticized by the outside world. The team leader just listened honestly and was very experienced. As for constantly emphasizing the difficulties, no, that is giving the other side new grounds for criticism. Simply, we don't say a word. It goes in through the left ear and out through the right ear. No matter how you flood the sky, I will stand still. If you flash your tongue, I will just go out and meet a wild dog barking. Snort. Not to be offended. Can afford to hide. The weather is nice today. Breakfast tastes pretty good. There are flowers and willows outside. The world is relatively peaceful. Destiny is endless. A few minutes later, the team leader didn't even know where he was in his wandering world. He was suddenly shouted back to his senses by the other party. He only heard, "Are you mute? Hey, are you still here? Asshole, what on earth are you doing?" A shock. I'm reflecting. Desire to live. Let an excuse roll off your tongue. Opposite. Almost stunned. Introspection. You think I'm stupid. You're obviously distracted. Yes, you're distracted. Damn it. I was lecturing you, but you got distracted and didn't want to do it anymore, which made me anxious. Complain to your leader. Soon, the team leader hung up the phone. TCH. A trace of disdain flashed across his face. Yes, you are the president, but you are not yet at the point where you can dominate the world with one hand. The six-party investigation team comes from various powerful departments. Even if you can sneak into the team leader, you are not a vegetarian. At least you are not afraid of being fired at will. If you have the ability, yell at the consortium. Without them, will something happen today? Sweden. Relevant agencies began to take action. Only half an hour. Ow, the president asked. Screening is in progress. We have checked all cargo ships from Europe to Asia these days. The description is too vague. There are at least 60 ships that meet the requirements. It will take at least 3 days to complete the checks one by one, said the head of the security department. 60? Yes. We need more precise information, such as the number of extreme weather occurrences, duration, and photos of each side of them. If we ask again, we can greatly narrow the scope. Difficult, the military representative said. This shouldn't be difficult. No, I'm talking about the lack of cooperation of the 3 scientists. They may deliberately spread falsehoods. Therefore, even the information that has been obtained cannot be guaranteed to be true or false, and information inferred from wrong information. Suddenly, there was silence. This possibility. They speculated from the results of the inquiry that the possibility was more than 50%. For example, the series of psychological activities at the beginning were so unreasonable that they did not look like scientists at all, but just the random thoughts of a little resentful woman. There are so many inner dramas. It's like scolding them in a different way. No, not like, just scolding them. What should we do? The president asked distressedly. No one answered. Serve cold. In Sweden, this would not be a problem at all. They have many ways to make each other tell the truth, but the 3 scientists have returned to Myanmar. No matter how good they are, they can't stretch their hands that far. Myanmar, different from general developing countries. Rich, stubborn. Although the United States does not have a strong fist, it has a proud temperament. The United States has tried to sell them weapons so many times, but they have refused to buy them. No matter how much international capital wants to enter, they have not opened up. The intelligence agencies of various countries failed in that land. Take action. No face will be given to anyone. They should be arrested. After being arrested, the officer must pick them up in person, and they must pay a large amount of bail and be restricted from entering the country for life. No face will be left at all. Therefore, to Myanmar, they don't have any good ideas. Sanctions? Oh, Sweden does not have this ability. The only country in the world that has the ability to sanction a country is the United States. Other countries at most do not engage in trade, but Sweden and Myanmar have little trade. Yes or no? Not much difference. Crotch hurts. They all want to give up their picks. A long time. Someone breaks the silence. We are already passive in this matter. Myanmar's distrust is very normal. They may have reached an agreement with the person who sent them back. In short, Myanmar has made an indirect statement. The 3 scientists conveyed an attitude. No cooperation. This point, there is nothing to discuss. If they don't cooperate, our investigation cannot continue. All testimonies may be false, or even directly pointed in the wrong direction. My suggestion, don't force it. Sure, just think of it as luck. No, there's nothing we can do. We can't keep fighting on this matter. These words, it resonated instantly. One more thing is worse than one less thing. If this matter is investigated, will it benefit Sweden a lot? There doesn't seem to be much benefit, and it's most likely that they will be busy for a while. Save your reputation? No. Useless. Continuing to investigate will only keep the media staring at this matter, and it will appear in the public eye again and again. Rather than restoring reputation, it is completely embarrassing. It is better to deal with it coldly and let people slowly forget about it. The only trouble is the consortium. This time, the consortium has also lost face and will not give up easily. The president hesitated for a few minutes and then raised his head. Continue to follow up on this matter, but don't make a big deal about it. Just do your best. Think about it. Still can't stop it directly. Otherwise, if the consortium wants to investigate, how can they reach out? At present, Sweden is the only country that can apply for inquiries from Myanmar. Simply leave this matter to the consortium and ignore it. Made. Annoying. Out of sight is pure. Okay. Agree. All departments readily agreed. I'm salty. I'm proud. Ne bidu. Embassy. Huh. After receiving the news, the team leader smiled. Sure enough, these guys did not disappoint him. After one failure, they immediately gave up their game. They were extremely straightforward and refreshing. They really are a group of people. Good teammates. To this, he wasn't surprised. Sweden. It has been stable for too long, and everyone is not keen on doing real things, because there has been nothing. In the capitalist world, the real driving force is capital, not the government. As authorities, serving capital and managing the people, that's all. Then, once there's an uncontrollable situation, something that is too complicated, something that burns your brain, or something that has no practical benefits, you can give up, but you will never persist. Of course, you will struggle before giving up. The purpose is to tell myself, I try my best. Then, go have a great meal with peace of mind. Just like a person who has been leisurely for a long time. When he encounters difficulties, he tries hard, but when he sees that the effect is not obvious, he immediately thinks of escaping. Tenacity? The superior life has long been worn away. Finish complaining. Alas, the team leader sighed. Salted fish. For example, infectious diseases are spreading in major developed countries. It is regarded as a disease of wealth. When it reaches a certain level, people start to enjoy life without any pursuits. This is true for people, and so is the country. Good thing. People are lazy. Political leisure. Capital never stops. Although these forces that deeply influence national decision-making are annoying, like maggots in the Tarsus, they have stabilized the advantages of some countries to a certain extent. For example, the United States is completely driven by capital, regardless of whether the authorities are capable or not. Science and technology, military, hegemony, bound by interests, they will all be strengthened and stabilized by the power of capital. Even if all the people are desperate, capital can still find ways to plunder resources from the world and maintain this huge country. Therefore, consortium, almost indispensable in Western countries. Investigation, analyze, summarize. After the matter was handed over to the consortium, a complete report was released in just one day. Based on the existing intelligence, experts came to a unanimous conclusion. The inquiry draft was indeed true. The combined content is not trustworthy at all. When he woke up, the team leader was speechless for a long time after reading it. Really? I'm still too naive. Snort. These three scientists were so bad that they cursed Sweden for so many pages that the recorder's hand was tired of writing. In the end, not only were the curse words nonsense, but the serious content was also nonsense. Hateful. Wait. If you have the chance, you must. Scold back. Also, it seems that he can't do anything. After something like this happened, the three scientists will definitely be more cautious when going abroad. Even if they don't go abroad again, they have already won the Nobel Prize. What other reason is there for going abroad? No more. What should I do? After contacting his superiors, the team leader asked. Permanent. The answer was unexpected. What? The team leader was stunned. Permanent. It was repeated over there. Why? Zero didn't agree to the next inquiry. The team leader asked again. Agreed. Then, he wanted to say, your uncle, can you finish it in one go? Labor and management want to beat people. Just now, I contacted Zero and said that three scientists had a dinner yesterday and accidentally got food poisoning. They are under observation in the hospital, and it is not convenient for them to visit. As for when it will be convenient, we have to wait for notification. After listening, boom, the team leader was so shocked that he was burned inside and out. Dinner together. Food poisoning. Observe. Me. Do you want to believe it or not? Such nonsense reasons can be made up. How stupid do we have to be to believe them? What's even more ridiculous is that the higher-ups choose to acquiesce. Could you be more perfunctory? Never mind. I'm a person who speaks softly and is not qualified to refute. Permanent? No problem. Anyway, if you have a salary, it will be treated as a trip at public expense. It was his first time to come to Myanmar. He heard that Xiamen City and Delin Province were very interesting, so there was no reason not to go shopping and spend money. End communication. Ike, here, book a ticket and go to Xianan City. Huh, look at the golden armor and diamond clothes. But it doesn't matter. Something happened. We have to stay here for a while. The team leader simply explained that the three scientists had food poisoning. Although this matter sounded like nonsense at first sight, it should not be spread randomly. As for violating discipline, cut. The consortium will take over the above situation. As long as it is not a work error, the consortium will not interfere with their private affairs. Even if the boss knows, he will turn a blind eye and think that the consortium has permission. Anyway, they suddenly had a paid holiday. TSK. Food poisoning seems not bad. If you have enough time, you can go to Thailand and China. At this moment, the team leader has also entered a desperate state. His work is endless, but his life is limited. Life. You can't lose yourself. China. Qingyan City. Manor. After the new year, it was much quieter. Qin Yugong had returned to the provincial capital to work, and his parents also went to open a store. His second uncle started various meetings, and Tang Qing was no exception. There were especially many meetings these days. Study. Tang Qing is connecting to the sky eye. Now, Do Jiao has completely entered the state. This year's task is mainly to expand Tianyan's core business and improve industry competitiveness. The focus of February's work is to complete the preparations for the 39 countries of Hummingbird and Alibaba. This involves contract signing, company registration, branch site selection, business storage locations, and management establishment. Within 1 month, 39 branches must enter the operational preparation stage. This task, Do Jiao was very excited. 39 countries. Do the math. Each branch needs at least 100 people for management recruitment alone. Adding in personnel management, by the end of this year, Hummingbird's global business will need to recruit more than 100,000 people. This is still a conservative estimate. OMG. Do Jiao didn't care how much money she made. It was Tang Qing's company anyway. However, the recruitment business of 100,000 people had extremely huge benefits for the expansion of Tianyan's influence. And this is just the beginning. Below, the vice president and department managers looked excited. My boss is so awesome. He went to Europe and caused such a big thing. There are 39 countries. Although compared to the fact that the eyes of heaven are directly spread across hundreds of countries, there is no big advantage in numbers. But it also depends on the size. Eye of heaven. What is sold is services. A few elites can start working in a one-story office building. What about hummingbirds? A completely asset-heavy enterprise. Each branch has an average investment of nearly 3 billion. Horrible. Respectable. Awesome. In China, in addition to companies with Chinese prefixes, only their own boss has this skill. Especially a few managers who have grown up with Tianyan are very excited and rejoice at how lucky they are to get into Tianyan. Once, I was teased by my classmates in primary school. Now, it turned into a pair of envious eyes. While others are still pursuing a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, they have already surpassed it and reached the point of earning a million-level annual salary. It is so important to follow the right person. Look at the original president. Years ago, he thought that after Do Jiao came back, the acting president would become the vice president again. Which material? With a wave of his hand, Tang Qing got rid of the title and became the president of Hummingbird. From Tianyan to Hummingbird, if he was demoted before, now he is properly promoted. Future. Hummingbird could become a supergiant. Truth. They're also envious, but they also know that they do not have the ability. However, the promotion of the former leader also gives them hope that as long as they work hard, they may stand higher. Hummingbird. This is by no means Tang Qing's last company. In video, that man is still too young and has not graduated from college. It is conceivable that there will be many opportunities in the future. Study. Tang Qing Listen Guie Li. Now, unless there are major decisions, he generally does not speak at meetings. Other companies may worry about being ignored, but his company will not. He is the soul of all his companies. Now, while having a meeting, while watching the consortium members jumping around, he felt comfortable. He really thought it was your home. He asked if he wanted to ask. Food poisoning. He came up with it, without considering the rationality at all, just to disgust people. Your territory. You mess around. My territory. Don't beep. Before. Tang Qing will not let Ling adopt such a method of playing with the consortium. After all, those guys are not easy to mess with. The amount of capital and power they control is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But you can relax now. Consortium. The most terrifying time is when their interests are aligned. However, when internal disagreements arise, the threat will be greatly reduced. Because if there are differences, it means someone may hold you back. Not enough success. More than enough failure. The same applies here. Now, including ERV, there are at least 3 large consortium-level forces that will prevent radical actions against Myanmar. Under these large consortiums, there are also many small consortiums, as well as a bunch of capital forces and political forces. Not to be underestimated. So, the plan to disrupt the situation from within the consortium has been considered a success. Certainly, this does not mean that you can be reckless. Once you challenge the bottom line, you will also be hit. The 3 major consortiums are just muddying the waters, not that they have already jumped. If they want to jump, they will also be in the next stage. First develop obscenely. Wave again. 10 minutes later. The meeting is over. Tang Qing pretended to stretch, although he was not tired at all. Suddenly, a reminder came to my ears. The Sith is critically ill. Sith. Of course Tang Qing knew, and he even knew the reason for his critical illness. To this, he could only say, go on well. When you are old, you still learn to do things like others and do things yourself. Don't worry, I will help you spend your family property. This game, the losers are the Sith. But the winner is not those 2 consortiums. The soldiers have put a lot of effort into the Sith family, leaving it with a blame that cannot be washed away. Naturally, it is not for the purpose of making wedding dresses for others. Joke. Mine. Mine. It's all mine. 3 days later. Greece. I'm sorry, the attending doctor said regretfully. Death of Sith. Outside the ward, several descendants looked sad. Their mainstay had collapsed. All eyes looked at the young man in the corner. It was him who did such stupid things and made Sith angry to death. Right? That's right. It also caused the family to be isolated by the consortium. Damn it. Bang. A punch. The young man was knocked to the ground. He covered his face and looked at his eldest brother angrily. I did it for the good of the family. I didn't do anything wrong. It's just a failure. You can't put all the blame on me. Oh, I see. You must be planning to take advantage of this to cause trouble and cancel my inheritance. Why can't you do this? Oops, ouch. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Hit me again. Ouch. A minute later, lying on the ground was a young man with a lifeless face. It seems that the good days are coming to an end. My inheritance rights? No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I can't just be a tramp. I'm only in my 20s. Young, handsome, have ideals. There is pursuit. There are still many girls waiting for me to comfort them, and I must not let them down. Why can't I feel my body? It seems that I knock my head. Okay, I'll just faint for a while. A while. At once, a while. Crack. With a tilt of his head, the young man fell to the ground. To this, no one cared much. Pretending to be dead? Asshole, you'd better not wake up. The eldest son said angrily. Inheritance rights, to succeed you as uncle. What are you thinking about? I will value your little money. What I want is the whole family, consortium. When it reaches a certain level, it will often be entrusted. Therefore, Sith personally does not hold much family property, only the right to dividends. If he inherits it, he will also inherit Sith's personal property, which is not much compared to the huge family assets. Maid, will labor and management be so uninterested in pursuing the inheritance that has been divided? Snort. He just wants to beat you up. That's all. To boost his family's prestige. He has long wanted to beat up this middle brother. He has been protected by the Sith these years and has never had the chance. Now he has no restraint. From now on, I will let you know what it means to have happy days no more. A few minutes later, a kind nurse tried to help him up. Suddenly, his face stiffened. A A scream frightened many people, and their eyes gathered. Dead, dead, the nurse stammered. Moment. Everyone's hair stood on end. Among them, the young man's eldest brother was even more shocked. He was dead, dead. He had beaten people to death. Even if the consortium was powerful and beat people to death in public, it would not end well. Because many of my father's former friends have come outside the ward. But there are many leaders of powerful government departments. Now, in public, so many people see him beating someone and then the person dies. He no longer knows how to end this matter. Hide? Just kidding. Why do you think so? It's over. It's over. He only had this word in his mind. The only person who would end his happy life might be himself. Tragedy. Yes. As soon as the Sith left, the two children were like this. The rest is not mentioned. One is dead, and the other is probably disabled. Murder is not a light crime, and it is still in a public place. Good thing. The Sith family has more than one heir. Let's go. Yes, reporters may be coming later. It's not good to be photographed. There are also transcripts, which is troublesome. Soon, a group of messy family members were left in the corridor. A man in his 30s pushed up his glasses, and a cold light flashed. The Sith family was his. The consortium promised that this was just the beginning. The Sith family needed a patriarch like him. China, Qing City. Nothing new, no level. He curled his lips at the consortium's methods. If a soldier did this kind of thing, there would be too many ways, and there would be no need to kill people. Such a game had no technical content at all, which Tang Qing despised. Kill one. Frame one. Low level. Forget it. It's good if the opponent is a little stupider. As for letting the opponent see what the real skills are, Tang Qing is not interested. The real skills are hidden in the deepest place, overlooking everyone. You guys play first. At last. Let's finish it again. Look at the time. Go out. 15 minutes later. West of the city. Tang Qing got off the car. In front of you. A huge building complex rises from the ground. It used to be a piece of farmland, but now it has turned into modern buildings. Here is the global headquarters of Hummingbird Commercial Stores. Adding global makes it feel more high-end. Early last year, the city approved this land, and after 1 year of construction, it has been put into use. There are a total of 13 buildings, with a maximum of 21 stories, 9 of which are used for offices, and the others are related to daily life. Group building, commercial storage, delivery, transportation. These 4 domestic businesses occupy 4 buildings. The remaining 5 buildings are used for various regional-level business units, 39 countries, and may double in the future. It is impossible for them all to report to the president. A pair of 70 or 80. Who can bear it? Like the eye of heaven. There are more than 100 branches, and the general managers report to Do Jiao one by one. So she is very busy. In order to facilitate management, Tianyin has also established 5 regional-level business divisions to divide the management. It's the end of the month. Please vote. District level. The manager is the vice president of the group. Therefore, Tianyin and Hummingbird have more vice presidents, one with 8 people and the other with 9. When outsiders look at it, they may think it is bloated, but that is from a conventional perspective. Don't forget, this is more than 100 countries. Different languages, different laws, different customs. Thousands of miles apart, the difficulty of management is hellish. Since Tianyin's business is relatively weak, the difficulty is a bit lower. However, Hummingbird is actually running business in various countries, so the difficulty is higher than that of Tianyin. If Do Jiao becomes the CEO of Hummingbird, 1 week, I guess I won't be able to bear it anymore. Fine. We have soldiers, and we will never be limited by the ability and loyalty of our subordinates. No business is done by one person. There are thousands or tens of thousands of industry elites working behind the scenes. It is difficult to make mistakes. These days, the Hummingbirds sign contracts extremely quickly. 39 countries. More than half of it has been completed. The company registration was completed almost quickly with the help of various powerful partners. The materials were submitted, and the leaders directly took them and stamped them everywhere. Follow the process. After. Next apartment. Speed. It's so scary. Some foreign investments require the signature of the top leaders of various ministries and commissions, and even the vice president and president. At the same speed, he took the thing and stamped it quickly. Obstacle? None. Everyone on Ali's side was shocked. I have never encountered anything like this before. In just one day, I went to business, taxation, and banking. When all the documents were obtained, they seemed to be fake, but they could tell them rationally that they were genuine. To this, Tang Qing is quite satisfied. After so much effort, the partners we found finally made some difference. As for the location of the branch, there is no need to worry at all. None of the partners has many office buildings. Land. These partners are even more abundant. Loan. It's trivial. Difficulty? What is that? Can it be eaten? All in all, it went so smoothly that Tang Qing was very satisfied. As for opponents who want to hinder them, they have to get on the ground to have more opportunities, and some are even eager to help. Come in. Hello, Chairman. Front desk. They are two pretty girls with sweet and moving voices. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Mr. Tang. At this time, it is working time. In addition to employees, there are many customers. At the beginning of the new year, many companies come to negotiate business. Hummingbird goes global, making many companies feel they have seen opportunities. An opportunity to explore foreign markets. Therefore, very positive. Also, there are still many people who come to discuss purchasing, such as trucks. There are so many countries. Even if each country only needs 500 trucks, 39 countries will need nearly 20,000 trucks. This is a huge order. Domestic, foreign, all major car companies are here. Last year, the second uncle bought a shipping company, which allowed Hummingbird to save a lot of money. When they saw Tang Qing only dared to say hello and hand over business cards, but forget it, it was offensive. Moreover, Tang Qing was known as a hands-off shopkeeper and would not care about such trivial matters. Top floor. Conference room. Currently, with the help of Tianyin, we have completed the registration of branches in 19 countries and signed cooperation agreements in 28 countries. The rest are expected to be signed successfully within a week. 19 loan materials have been submitted. Estimated. The total loan amount equivalent to 90 billion yuan submitted to 39 countries this time can conservatively achieve a lending rate of 80%. If everything goes well, it may increase to 90%. In addition, our loan of 20 billion yuan from ICBC has received preliminary approval and is all approved. It is expected to be received by the end of this month and will be mainly used for logistics and transportation construction. Tang Qing nodded. 20 billion. This is what the boss has clearly promised, and of course it won't be any less. If I had cried out for poverty at that time, it would have been possible to get 30 billion, but I didn't do that. How useful would an extra 10 billion be? That's it. 10 billion. The Bank of Myanmar came out if it leaked a little bit. Except for the hummingbirds. Tianyin is also on the list of expansion, mainly because its subsidiary Xiao needs to build a large number of data centers overseas to provide overseas computing support for Hummingbird, Alibaba, and other Tang-based companies. Otherwise, use domestic. If it is interrupted, even for a minute, global business will be shut down. That would be a big accident. Xiao has become the second largest cloud computing service provider in the world. The first one is naturally Yarvi. This time, take the opportunity to get out. Money? Sky does not have it, but Bank of Myanmar does. He takes out loans. Everyone will think that it is through the relationship between the second uncle. As for the loan from a domestic bank, forget it. It is troublesome and stingy. The funds Xiao needs are not even 10 billion. Hummingbird's global branch management team, Tianyin, has completed the screening. From tomorrow, there will be a week-long interview. A total of more than 7,400 people will be interviewed, and more than 3,100 people will be hired. In the middle of this month, all warehouse locations will be determined and enter the design stage. As soon as early next month, some warehouse construction will start, personnel training will be followed up, and Ali will start business. As of today, more than 500 companies with business abroad have signed business and storage agreements with Hummingbird. Among them, 35% are Chinese local companies and 100% are Asian companies. Half an hour later, withdraw. In Hummingbird, management has a high ratio of warriors. But there are also normal people. Therefore, Tang Qing chose to hold a meeting on site and show his face. He will return to Shanghai tomorrow, the university will start, and there are many projects in the Smart Space Park that need him. Mr. Tang is gone. I can't bear to leave. Next time, maybe I won't see you until the end of the year. Oh, ordinary bosses wish that their subordinates would never come to the company, but Tang Qing, because he comes so rarely, only once or twice a year, is so approachable, much better than the cold-faced CEO. Ollie, headquarters. Listening to the good news that kept coming, Ma Yun felt like she was in a dream. Smoothly. Still going well. All the problems that you may have encountered when going abroad in the past seem to have disappeared. Registering a company, whether it is the procedures of various departments or the presidential seal, seems to have become no more difficult. This went too smoothly. Could it be the benefit of choosing the right teammates? Really, it's so cool. I thought it would take a while, but due to the rapid progress, a lot of things piled up in front of my case, and I suddenly felt a little dizzy. With so many things, I couldn't lose a few pounds after being busy. Poor me, for how heavy I am. It seems. The Alibaba executive team should be expanded. Recruit yourself? Silly. Why do you have a headache if you have an eye in the sky? Ollie, an ordinary employee, interviews himself, mainly to train the personnel department. After all, Ollie is not a pure Tang company, but his. But executives. I don't have much time to choose, so looking for the sky eye is the most suitable. 10 minutes later. Thank you. Mayan hung up the phone. Subsequently, get up. Walking to the Human Resources Department, I just received a call from Tianyan. The third batch of candidates for positions above the vice president level of the branch are ready. They can conduct remote interviews for 1 hour. For such an important position, it is natural to participate in it personally. Mr. Ma, Human Resources Department. A small office, specially used for remote interviews, was fully equipped. Seeing Ma Yun, everyone who had been waiting for a long time stood up. Ali's international expansion strategy was confirmed, and they were also very excited. Only, I can't help but feel a little depressed. Because of the eye of heaven, a foreign company almost snatched away all their big jobs. What is a big job? Naturally, they are recruited by the management. These people are not like ordinary employees, and everyone must be cautious. But there is nothing we can do. First, the celestial eye is really powerful. It can be said that with the largest talent pool in China, and even the world, you can find anyone you want. I admire my ability to recruit people. Second, speed. The managers of dozens of branches are required to complete the work within 20 days, and they are still scattered in dozens of countries. Alibaba's Human Resources Department, in addition to catching blind people, still only has the job of catching blind people. Before, they also feel that they can be busy for a year, which is quite enjoyable. After all, from preparation to operation of a branch, it is still in a foreign country. Just the approval is a hurdle. The time span is very long. For dozens of branches, it spans half a year or even a year. It is very common. Which material? God knows why. Registration went surprisingly smoothly. 1 week. In just 1 week, they completed the progress that they thought would take months or more than half a year to achieve, without any obstacles, as if everyone there was cooperating, which blinded them. Then, the huge workload is piled directly in front of the case. Dumbfounded. At this time, seeing the eye of heaven, they were moved and wanted to cry. At the same time, I was also shocked by Tang Qing's ability. My company knew that if Ollie had had this ability before, it would not have encountered obstacles everywhere. Now, the situation suddenly changed. Apart from Tang Qing, Alibaba's largest shareholder, there is no other possibility. Let's get started. Sit down. Mayan said. Okay. A supervisor in the Human Resources Department quickly operated on the computer. In an instant, the light spots gathered on the stool in front of him. Soon, it turned into a portrait wearing a suit, and the outline of his face was visible. First place. South African interviewer. Interview position. Vice President of Alibaba's South Africa branch. Name. Cuvares. Next to the man, a pile of personal resumes were projected. This resume was not written by the applicant himself, but was written by the eye of heaven, including some personal ratings. Manage, implement, cooperate. All work abilities are digitized, and Ma Yun is already very familiar with it. High-end talents. Before Tianyin recommends a company, a comprehensive ability test will be conducted. Ma Yun watched the test process and fully believed in these ratings. There are no mistakes or omissions. A person's ability to work under a large number of tests, it can be demonstrated to the greatest extent. Therefore, 4 high-end talents recommended by Tianyin, some basic interview questions can be skipped directly, leaving a lot of time. It is precisely because Tianyin has done homework in advance, 6 people, 1 hour, an average of 10 minutes per person. Be in normal times. It is unimaginable for an executive to make a decision in a 10-minute interview. Then, introduce yourself. Save it. Self-evaluation. Save it. Why do you want to come to Alibaba? Why did you leave your first career? What are your salary requirements and other questions? Skip all these questions and go directly to the key links to save time. Mr. Kuva. Yes. First question. Do you think e-commerce in South Africa is easy to do? 10 minutes later. You are very good. Ma Yun praised. What's in my heart? Tianyin can recommend them, but there are no good ones. They're all above the standard and have outstanding abilities. The person in front of me graduated from Harvard, is proficient in 4 languages, and currently works in a Fortune 500 company. Ideologically, I also agree with Ali's values. Anyway, Ma Yun was very satisfied. This happened frequently after Tianyin assisted Ali in recruiting. He felt that everything was to his liking. He couldn't help but sigh. Tianyin, how big is the talent pool? How deep? Horrible. Any talent you want could be recruited by Sky AI. It would be difficult for a company like this, and a company fully supported by such a company, to collapse. Tang Qing, this mountain, is really very stable. 1, 2, 3, 1 hour. All 6 interviews were completed. Ma Yun was extremely satisfied. Of course, all of these people should be kept. Talents are also scarce in Ali. The more the better. If she doesn't want them, Hummingbird and local self-operated enterprises may snatch them away. I confirmed it with Tianyin before. Hummingbird, Ali, cooperation and self-operation. The 3 branches in each country require a large number of management talents. In terms of priority, Alibaba is greater than self-operated, and Hummingbird is last. The reason is not complicated, because Hummingbird's business content is different. Business store, logistics, transportation. They are both quite unwieldy industries that do not have high requirements for innovation and management capabilities. After all, transporting something from A to B does not require marketing methods. Only a driver is needed. Behind, supplemented by information management and intelligent dispatch. This is all a matter for the headquarters, and the branches only need to implement it. Therefore, in terms of talent selection priority, Alibaba ranks first and Hummingbird last. Certainly, at last. It doesn't mean it's bad, it just means it's suitable. Then, after the interview, within 10 minutes, offers were given to 6 people. The Human Resources Department is also very happy. Although he didn't help much, it can be regarded as performance. Next, he will be very busy. South Africa. Alan Zuma looked at the documents and nodded. In order to show his strength, when he saw other countries issuing certificates in 1 day, he personally took action and registered 3 companies within 3 days. 6 departments. 17 chapters. 3 big guys. But it's not easy. May, the one from your own family will take over. At that time, Ali should also be officially launched. As for the current president, he was very happy when he was approved. In the last few months of his term, the work handover was almost the same, and only the formal abdication was left. Nature. I don't have the ability or the intention to do it. Only, when he thought of Tang Qing's handiwork, he was still surprised. This method of using a chicken with nothing to lay eggs and taking the lion's share really made him admire him and wanted to learn from it. Pity. Can't learn. Without this charm, just talking about Tang Qing's ability to win favor at the banquet, he could only sigh in dismay that it was impossible in this life. Only a few people could make some money. That's good. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Tang Qing. Very good. Big recruitment. The next day, a piece of news posted on Sina. Mainly mentioning the recruitment scale of Hummingbird and Alibaba this time. The prediction given by the editor shocked the world. 100,000 people, the total number of new employees of the two companies worldwide in the next year. Finished reading. Netizens were shocked. So many. Awesome. Really or not? Of course it is true. Look at the current Hummingbird. In China alone, the total number of employees is tens of thousands. Now, it has expanded to nearly 40 countries and added 100,000 employees. It is not impossible. What a pity. What? Most of them are foreigners, not jobs created for the country. Short-sighted. +1. +1. It's okay to have some common sense. When Hummingbird goes abroad and takes Alibaba with it, it can be said that it brings the commodity distribution channels out. Many companies in China will benefit from it, and many sellers will benefit from it. That's right. I asked you to go abroad. Will you go? Fool, depressed. Certainly. There are also many people who want to go out and start a career. At one time, many resumes were submitted to the two companies. Of course, these people are welcome. Some key positions are still convenient for people from their own countries. Communication costs are low. This is important. And it would be very troublesome for the locals to form a group. 10% is the lowest proportion of Chinese employees in each Alibaba overseas branch. As for Hummingbird, it is reduced to 3%. Business is different. After all, driving trucks and loading and unloading warehouses mainly requires labor force. As long as we control costs well, it is not easy to cover a mountainous area with such a busy day or with traveling all over the country. India, Mumbai. Tata Group Chairman Bin Laden frowned. Sure enough, things did not go so smoothly. In other countries, the allies Tang Qing found were all capable of making decisions and could influence a country's policies. However, what about him? He is just a big entrepreneur. In Davos, he said that the Indian market is difficult to do. He implicitly said that he could find more people, such as those 1,000-year-old families with huge influence. But Tang Qing looked unconcerned. Just look for him. Then, he could only bite the bullet. And, as expected, things didn't go smoothly. E-commerce had a great impact on the local business landscape, and many people didn't want it to happen. Depressed. Want to do things. So difficult. Even he, who outsiders think is a super rich man, is angry at this moment. It is only those small families that have made India what it is today, with no enough food to eat and still selling food. Snort. Real. He also wants to change, but his ability may be limited, and he wants to do good things, such as building some roads, but the land is privately owned to the extreme, and most of it is in the hands of those families. Even if he has money, he can't do it at all. Never mind. Listen to Tang Qing. Do your best. But it's probably going to be a small loss of face, and it will finally land. From the looks of it, Tang Qing didn't seem to have much expectations for the Indian newspaper. Thinking of this, Bin Laden became even more depressed. There's a market with a population of more than 1 billion. Being slighted. Alas. Bin Laden sighed. Normal. In this world, there's never any attention for no reason. If you want people to take it seriously, you must have something to match it. The United States has made India believe that only by having a big fist can the waist be straight. Then, arms purchases continue. However, the weapons were bought, but they were not bought with respect. On the contrary, Europe and the United States just regarded them as fat sheep. The strength of a country is the strength of the whole. Tata wants to work hard, but its strength is limited. One person pushes forward. 10 people pull back. Result: just stay put. February 8th, Dream Province. Seaside. A group of Europeans were sunbathing, with the sea breeze blowing, warm and comfortable. The team leader was drinking ice-cold Coke comfortably, feeling extremely beautiful. The trip was at public expense and had paid leave, so don't be too happy. Work? Cut. That's not something we can push for. 3 days ago, The scientists got food poisoning, and they were forced to start vacation mode. First, they went to Exinen City to stroll around, see holographic projections, eat local specialties, and finally go to the museum. One day, it took a whole day to read it. Dinosaur. Gold. Diamond. As expected, it was as shocking as the legend said. What made them speechless the most was that on the day they went, new exhibits appeared, which not only shocked them, but also shocked tourists from all over the world. Money. Cash. A lot of. A total of 2 billion Asian dollars in new banknotes were stacked high. The sight made the scene lose control for a moment. There is no museum in the world that displays large amounts of cash, but here it is. Simple, rough, direct. It's just placed in front of you, completely out of common sense. Thinking of this, the team leader suddenly smiled. Interesting. So interesting. The people here really know how to play and are full of innovative spirit. Yesterday, they had enough fun and were ready to work. However, the Myanmar side told them that the food was a little serious and caused physical weakness. They were still under observation. Just like that, the holiday was extended again. Then, they all flew to Dream Province. Blue sky, blue sea, beach, beauty. There is no shortage here. If possible, the team leader would like to extend the vacation more. 3 days here, 3 days in Thailand, 3 days in China, and 3 days in the island country. If it's not enough, just 1 month. Team leader, what are you laughing at? The other members turn to ask. It's nothing. It would be great if it stays like this for the next month. Faced with these temporary colleagues who are in the same trench, the team leader did not shy away from it. Anyway, everyone skipped work together. Own people. One listened. Others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Listen, is this what you should say? This time. But I was dragged down, but I was very happy. It was rare that it didn't consume the original paid leave. Anyway, it's not an official skipping work. In China, you can only be criticized and there will be no punishment. China, Shanghai Stock Exchange, Smart Space Park, Office. Oh, as you wish. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile when he heard the team leader's wishes. 1 month was nothing more than arranging a few more accidents. He fell when he got up, got the wrong injection, got poison again, and choked on drinking water. Too many excuses. Make a list. If you delay it for 3 days, it can be postponed until next year. Suddenly, upgrade conditions completed in my mind. A piece of cold and long-awaited good news came. Tang Qing quickly entered the system and retrieved his personal information. Name, Tang Qing. Level, 4th level authority. Assets that can be extracted, 6.66 million. After level 10, the currency exchange display disappears. It can be exchanged for all currencies on the planet, and the attributes are gone. The system says it can calculate it, and only these 3 pitiful information are left. On assets, Tang Qing left an auspicious number, 6.6 billion, which has not changed for half a year. 4th level authority. Don't know what it will be? What permissions do you think are good? Alliance contract. Tang Qing was slightly startled when he heard the system's words, and 3 questions suddenly popped up in his mind. Alliance? What does it have to do with the tribe? Is this 4th level authority? Well, definitely. Tell me about it. This system is not smart at all. The alliance contract, the full name is National Economic Alliance Contract, is used for a few minutes later. Awesome. Tang Qing was a little shocked. World. Various national alliances exist. European Union. Oh, ASEAN. Commonwealth. League of Arab States. Union of American States. A lot of. Plus various organizations such as the G20, APEC, SCO, OPEC, and World Trade Organization. A lot of them, intertwined, each with its own purpose. I feel dizzy just looking at it. But it seems that there are many, and how much cohesion there is depends on the situation. Everyone only exchanges what they have, resolves disputes, and seeks common interests within a certain framework, which is relatively loose. Alliance contract. The operation is not complicated. First, establish a national alliance, which can also be called an economic organization. In short, only countries can join. Secondly, formulate basic charter and regulations. At last, sign with other countries. Done. This alliance contract does not have the power of fantasy. It is impossible to make people obey what they say or to instill in the brain the idea of never violating it. That is impossible, and Tang Qing does not need it. If you really want to do it, replace it with one of your own. Is it difficult? What he cares more about are other benefits. First, for the covenant countries, 1% of the effective trade volume settled in Asian dollars each year will be used as a reward, which can be used for system consumption. It may not seem like much, but don't forget there is a lot of room for growth. For example, Malaysia sells South Africa's grain worth 100 million Asian dollars. Smoke $1 million. South Africa sells China 1 billion Asian dollars worth of ore. Take 10 million. After receiving the money, South Africa purchased another billion in industrial product from China. Draw another 10 million. These, however, trade that has nothing to do with Myanmar will be included in the calculation. A sum of money is transferred back and forth. As long as it is not malicious and it is a valid trade, you can get 1% of the profit. It's equivalent to saying, this is the right to tax Asian dollar trade around the world. Beneficiary. Of course it was Tang Qing. Only, no one knows. Does Tang Qing need money? Of course we need it. Tens to tens of billions is fine. But what about hundreds of billions or trillions? This is a long-term income that is recorded steadily every year. Second, for the covenant countries, 1% of GDP can be used as the basis for the issuance of Asian dollars. Even if this part of the increase is not issued, it is completely equivalent to earnings, and it is not much different from rewards. Third, covenant countries with a population of more than 1 million will be rewarded with special commodities for every 10 increment. This makes Tang Qing the happiest. After level 10, special commodities no longer appear. It seems it can save a lot of money. Think back to the beginning. Just buying the anti-earthquake equipment cost 300 billion, and I had to buy it even if I felt distressed. The moment the transaction was completed, the total issuance quota of Asian dollars was reduced by 300 billion. This is the basic quota. Consumption of 300 billion is the same as directly spending 300 billion worth of gold. It is by no means as simple as reducing the number. To replenish the basic quota of 300 billion, you must actually mortgage something of the same value. More than 1,000 tons of gold. No more. Replaced with equipment. Finished reading. Tang Qing is still very satisfied with the 4th level authority. In short, send money. Send equipment. It's just that the process is long. Fortunately, the basic regulations of the alliance contract are not harsh. They mainly have requirements on economic aspects such as tariffs and trade. There are only a dozen or so regulations that must be implemented. Apparently, talking about this, absolutely going to the street and fighting for benefits is the purpose of the negotiators from all parties. Even if the conditions are loose, they will bring them out and try their best to stir things up. How to do it? Simple. A dozen or so is too few. It must be hundreds anyway. When a number is large enough, the attention of some contents will be reduced. If it is harsh, it will be difficult to discuss, but the basic regulations are not harsh. Therefore, that's it. A self-led National Economic Cooperation Alliance. Make Tang Qing excited. First batch. Of course, it is to bring in ASEAN countries. Fight for these neighbors. ASEAN's presence is too weak. Tang Qing did not expect to bring any benefits to the Asian yuan, so he simply went for a big one. Develop members worldwide. Solidify allies. Certainly, African partners cannot be let go either. Although they don't have much money, there's a market. Europe? Forget it. For the time being, European countries can look down on the Economic Cooperation Organization initiated by a small country. Only developing countries and some backward countries can easily win over it, so there's no need to look down upon it. The next day, morning, Nebidu. After hearing Ling's words, Kanshin was stunned. Organize? Alliance? Is there any mistake? Our size can't afford this thing? Not just regional, but also world-class. I said, brother, big brother, can I call you my father? Don't scare me like that. Ow! Zero asked, Why? Kansheen asked with a bitter face. The Asian dollar has begun to go global and become a regional and even global transnational trade settlement unit. At the same time, we are still providing huge loans to various countries. Therefore, we have the ability and need to establish such an economic cooperation organization to strengthen economic ties and promote trade flows. We need a common interest exchange platform. Economic Cooperation Alliance. It is such a platform. We have common interests and have a common identity. I believe that one day in the future, our alliance will shine in the world. He listened more and more. Continue. It makes sense. All right. Convinced again. Indeed. If you don't care about anything, lending like this seems a bit wasteful, and it is not conducive to bilateral relations. After all, loans for no reason are like giving money for no reason, and it is difficult to make people appreciate it. From now on, if it is an organization, we have a reason, we are our own people, and we feel less stuck. In the past 2 years, Zero has made large-scale external loans, but obviously the benefits have not been reaped, and Kansheen is heartbroken. Ali, must do it. Otherwise, it's a loan in vain, and we don't like the interest. Kansheen looked at Ling, wondering if Ling had been preparing for this day. Forget it, never mind it. Ling wouldn't have missed it anyway. This is the charter. Snap! A thick document appeared in front of Kansheen. Speechless. Really, this is not a consultation, but an order. Open. Kansheen read it carefully and found that it contained a lot of content, was clear and well organized, and if there was any difference from other economic cooperation organizations, it was mainly related to the Asian dollar trade. Zero tariff. Tax refund. Subsidy. Various words appear that can make others' hearts flutter. Only. Is this really good? Look up. He glanced at Zero, who was calm, reminiscing about the past. I have never won an argument against Zero, so I closed my slightly open mouth. Good. How could there be a problem with Zero's decision? He lowered his head and continued to look at it, mostly scanning the catalog and some items of special concern. Finally, when he saw the extra benefits, Kansheen's pupils shrank. Very long, but it can be summed up in 2 sentences. Join in. There won't be many surprises with the loan next year. Not joining. Then we need to investigate carefully. Threaten. Hongguohua is a threat, but Kansheen likes it. He takes my money and does not agree to my conditions. Moreover, it is such a loose trade framework, so why cooperate? He is a white-eyed wolf. No one likes it. Crack. Close it. Kansheen solemnly said, I think it's feasible. Okay. There will be a meeting tomorrow, and it will be announced the day after tomorrow. Kansheen took a deep breath, and sure enough, it was at this speed again. Moreover, the next moment, Kansheen was a little lucky because Ling said, I will take charge of this matter, and Miao Yi will be responsible for the execution. Yes, it's not just a matter of leaving it to him. This year, Kansheen is busier than last year, with the goal of $1 trillion weighing on his head like a mountain. It would be best to leave such a task that requires long-term negotiations to Miao Yi, who is more leisurely. The next day, at the meeting, Zero officially proposed to promote the World Economic Cooperation Organization, whose full name is World Economic Cooperation and Mutual Aid Organization. This name is quite domineering. At the meeting, others were stunned. So crazy. A small country dares to use the word world. But no one objected. After all, to object is to admit that Miao is too weak and not qualified to be used. Even if they think so in their hearts, they don't dare to show it. However, if they don't say it, the outside world will not show mercy. It seems. It is inevitable to watch the decline after a while. Certainly, this is not a company. It is not established just because you say it is established. National-level cooperative organizations generally use a multi-country initiative system, where multiple countries jointly announce the establishment of an alliance. Therefore, advance. It does not mean that it is established. Future. It will take at least several months of negotiations to reach an agreement with the members. It cannot be decided unilaterally by Myanmar. If you want to establish it yourself and slowly recruit members, it does not apply here. Certainly, Sponsored by multiple countries, it does not affect Myanmar's rights. After all, this organization is based on Myanmar's loans and supplemented by economic cooperation. The priorities must be clearly defined. Who has money? Who is the boss? Forehead. Suddenly, they thought, what if a very rich boss came in? What to do? This question is intriguing. Well, this is not something they should consider. Zero will definitely not think of it. Thailand. Bangkok. What? WDO? Zero, are you crazy? The senior management was shocked. Right. It must be. Otherwise, how could such an absurd organization be proposed in the world? Do you have the nerve to use this word, mutual aid? This word makes it feel like an underground organization. Is it appropriate? Anyway, countless flaws. Crazy, definitely not. Arrogant, that's possible. Yeah, ooh, you have such a big tone. You dare to call for mutual aid after giving a loan. It's ridiculous. How old are you? Do you think you can use those technologies forever? There was a sour tone in his tone. Once. Myanmar. This neighbor is very poor. They can lower their heads and look, but now when they raise their heads, their necks are tired, and it's strange that they don't have any grudges in their hearts. Even if African countries turn around like this, they won't be like this. But neighbors, no. It makes me sad just thinking about it. Maybe I can. Really eat it forever. Someone smiled playfully and said, well, I don't know if I can eat it forever. I only know that we will never be able to eat this bite. In this case, don't talk nonsense and talk about the matter. Boss. Spoken. When everyone heard it, they agreed that it would be disrespectful to talk too much. Why join such a wild organization? That's right. I guess it's just a joke in the end, and we have to worry about our reputation. Agreed. But if you don't join, it would be too disrespectful to Myanmar. Besides, the conditions seem to be good. At least, it will be relatively easy for us to apply for a loan next time. This reason is not enough. Yes, I think it is better to be cautious. The two parties debated fiercely. Agree. Be opposed to. Each had their own reasons. One side focused on practicality, the other focused on face, and there was a stalemate. However, the boss remained silent. If he had expressed his stance, the entire meeting would probably not need to be held again. A few minutes later. Okay, this matter is under discussion for the time being. Let's go back and think about it carefully before continuing tomorrow. The boss said that this matter cannot be decided in a day or two. There will be many negotiations in the future. No rush. One listen. Everyone stopped arguing. There are good reasons for joining or not joining in this matter, but we have to find a choice that best suits Thailand's interests, how to gain vested interests while taking into account the risks. Face. Replaced by risk. Africa. Democratic Republic of the Congo. What? Wei was also shocked. Sure, huh? Mutual aid? Are you really sure it's not an illegal organization? Well, it probably isn't. Unlike Thailand, there's only envy, not jealousy, and no resistance to the rise of Myanmar. Have a meeting, a chorus of praise. Not bad. Very good. We are short of international funds. In the past 2 times, Myanmar has provided loans of more than 40 billion Asian dollars. They are our friends, true friends. I think we should join as soon as possible. As soon as possible? It's too urgent. Yeah. Shouldn't we observe it for a while? Most people were puzzled. At this time, that person explained, this kind of organization is different from the general economic cooperation organization. We all know what it is based on. In this case, our main appeal is it. Therefore, returning to the essence, if we join early, it will give a good impression to Myanmar. You also know that such a national alliance will generally not take care of non-geographic countries and regions. Now, breaking through geopolitical relations. Allowing a large number of African countries to enter is an opportunity for us. If we take a step back, the impact may be tangible benefits. I think many African countries are willing to join. So, my inference, the earlier, the greater the benefits. And, as friends, we should also express our stance. The words fell. The conference room fell into silence. After hearing this, it was the truth. No matter what happened in the end, the loan was obtained. Real money can buy a large number of goods and services without any loss. On the contrary, not joining, or if it is too slow, the support from Miao may also be half a beat too slow. Standing in line question. A, B. In the former case, you get 90 points for success and 90 points for failure. In the latter case, you will lose 90% if you succeed and 90% if you fail. Forehead. As soon as the scores came out, anyone with a right mind would know how to choose. So, in a meeting, Congolese decided to follow Myanmar. Unless they were stupid, they would choose the latter who would lose every game. Immediately, an official letter. It is sent to Myanmar. The general idea is to invite Myanmar representatives to visit the Democratic Republic of the Congo and discuss it in detail. Moreover, it has expressed interest in the World Cooperation Organization and is willing to become Myanmar's economic alliance and seek more economic cooperation. Anyway, one sentence. Come and sit down when you have time. We support you. Everything. For more loans. Nigeria. Capital. Join. You must join. All these years, I know how poor African countries are. Loans from the IMF and World Bank are a basket of chronic poisons. It is common for them to fail to apply for loans. It is useless to beg grandpa or grandma. Now, someone is willing to open up large loans. Not caught. That's really crazy. Said. The president's face showed urgency. As the most populous country in Africa, Nigeria is under great pressure. Its huge population has not turned into an advantage. On the contrary, with more than 100 million mouths, it is very good to eat. Insufficient hematopoiesis. Poverty. Behind. He felt sad. The year before last. During his personal visit to Africa, consigned aid and loan agreements with a large number of African countries and released more than 100 billion, of which Nigeria received some. At that moment, I was so moved that I cried. First year, more than 10 billion. Second year, more than 20 billion. This year, they want more than 30 billion, but Myanmar has not given a specific reply. Now, given this opportunity, they must seize it tightly to give the other party a good impression and deepen their ties. Just an organization. Add. Nothing to lose. Europe and the United States don't care about them, but suddenly there is someone who cares about them. It's really touching. As for the purpose of supporting people, they don't care. We will get close to whoever can give us benefits. It's very simple. Myanmar. Ne bidu. Haha, okay. After reading the official letter, Miao Yi was overjoyed. He was responsible for zero responsibility and was under great pressure. A series of official letters were sent out, but none of the neighboring ASEAN countries took the initiative to contact him. Sang Xin. On the contrary, African countries are very active. The further away, the more interested he became. He still understood the logic of human nature. It didn't matter as long as someone came in. The task assigned by Zero was for the Dora country to come in, and he didn't say which country it had to be. Therefore, ASEAN brothers are not active. Fine. As long as someone is active, the minimum requirement is 10, but Miao Yi has a small goal, which is to start from 20. This is the initiating country, and you can join later, so 20 is already a lot. Work hard. 30? A bit hanging, but try your best. Only by completing tasks beyond your limit will your position become more stable. The first stop. Let's go to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It stands to reason. As neighbors, ASEAN countries should win over each other first. However, Miao Yi is not optimistic about it. ASEAN is not very united within itself. Some are pro-American, while others have their own agendas. Let's let it go first. Outside world. When the news was announced, it was immediate. There was a lot of excitement. What kind of trouble is this? Those loans are just overdrafting the profits of the Myanmar Bank Group. They just don't stop and they want to expand. Isn't this too much money? That's stupid. That's right. It would be great if I didn't borrow a single loan and saved it. So, you will always be a common citizen. We are a country. The issues you consider are not entirely about the amount of money. The levels are different. It sounds like you are mentally retarded. Why are you swearing? No way. Just now. I'm stating the facts. However, this matter is indeed a bit ill-considered. An international organization was established so hastily and faced a lot of pressure. Moreover, Myanmar's ambitions have just emerged. What ambition? Asia Yuan. I don't understand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say it. What he means is that the purpose of zero is to strengthen the status of the Asian yuan. In addition, there should be commercial purposes. In short, this step of Myanmar is a very important progress. Successful. The circle of interests of Myanmar will be stabilized. Bullish? Rare. From the perspective of the meaning of the who, most people think it is feasible and a good thing. It helps backward countries develop and is beneficial to the recovery of the world economy in the current financial crisis. Lively. Miao Yi started a trip to visit other countries. 2 months later, in early April, the World Health Organization will be officially established. Time is very tight. If there are 30 countries, each country will only have 2 days, excluding the road, only 1 day. It's already pretty fast. Other organizations, which one has not gone through years of preparation time, multiple rounds of consultations, negotiation after negotiation, 2 months in this type of national organization is already as efficient as the speed of light. USA, Washington, mutual assistance? It's interesting. The desire to survive is very strong. Many people think that this is Myanmar's desire to survive. It is weak and ASEAN cannot be relied on, so it can only hold a big banner on its own. At least, to a certain extent, outsiders will see it as a big guy. Absolutely. This is the only thing Zero can do. He relies on money to buy allies. I missed America. Fist. Conquer the world. They are all brothers in trouble. What tricks can they make? That's right. Do you want to interfere? Why? Wouldn't it be better to make it a joke? It is said that ants kill elephants, but that doesn't include dozens of ants. Even if this kind of organization develops, there's no threat. That's right, let it toss. For now, the economic crisis is the point. Same. All developed countries think this way. They are not short of money, so naturally they don't bother to join any economic mutual assistance association. We could just cooperate internally and help the bottomless pit in Africa. Silly. I don't want to do loss-making business. There's only Zero. This fool just lent the money that the Myanmar Bank Group worked hard to transfer to various countries. Now, the people are grateful to you. They may stab you at critical moments in the future, but the benefits will last forever. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Looking at the progress, Tang Qing was very satisfied. In just 3 days, more than 8 countries had made the decision to join. They were all African countries. They were afraid of poverty and did not want to throw away this life-saving straw. As for ASEAN, in hesitation. To this, Tang Qing didn't care. As long as it was established, countries would be added slowly later. Of course, there is a certain difference between joining first and joining later, as written in the covenant. Take this. Both make money. Also stable. Myanmar. I have been fighting alone. This time, it is like setting up a chamber of commerce. Although the binding force is not strong, to a certain extent, it can intimidate outsiders and help each other internally, which has many benefits. Stab? Humph. If you have the guts, give it a try. It depends on whether your knife is sharp or our iron shirt is stronger. Suddenly, a message flashed before my eyes. Finished reading. Tang Qing snorted. These people are really whimsical. Just now, one applied to join. Myanmar directly refused. The reason is very simple. Members must be countries. You can't. This matter. It has happened more than once. The other side won a loan for a previous project, but it was rejected by Myanmar for the same reason. Only countries with independent sovereignty can lend. It's really annoying. It's annoying. Let's just take care of that. Immediately, an order was passed down. Tang, I'm going to work. At this time, Lin Jiashue came down from upstairs, dressed in work clothes. At the beginning of the new year, Lin Jiashue's internship was placed at Comic Group. She majored in journalism, and her graduation thesis was related to self-media. In the headlines, very suitable. Okay, Lin Jiashue got on a XINU, and Tang Qing also started a day's work and came to the Smart Space Park. At this time, the melodious music sounded, signaling the start of a new day's work. In front of scientific research buildings. All bikes. Busy. tens of thousands of scientific researchers are all busy. Years ago, except for those projects led by Tang Qing, others did not have many tasks. They were just learning and adapting to the work environment. After the year, a large number of R&D projects were launched, which made them excited. Research. This is what they love. Dry. Most of these projects are orders placed by Qingyuan Technology, covering various home appliances, electronic products, industrial equipment, transportation, intelligent software, unmanned supermarkets, and automation. Nearly 100 projects. All of a sudden, the park is on track. And there are successively commissioned research and development projects coming in. Then, the original project team of 100 people was divided into about 10 people. And as another project came in, some were divided out. Gradually, all project teams felt a sense of oppression, but they were very fulfilled. At this time, the cooperative research institutes with major 211 institutions have not yet been established and cannot share their tasks. In the last year, when the park opened, it was almost a Chinese New Year, and universities were busy with year-end matters. For cooperation with enterprises, they could only push and push it again and again. Now, after the new year, cooperation has officially begun. 100 million per family. Heartwarming. Expected. The establishment of these branches will not be completed until the end of March. The main reason is that these 211 universities are all public universities. They cannot do whatever they want and need approval from the superior authorities. Follow the process. Discuss. Stamp. Implement. This is not a short process. 2 days later, the WDO fever is beginning to dissipate. Its appearance, it only brings brief focus. Because the status of the first batch of participants is not obvious, most of the real attention is paid to the stakeholder countries. Various developed countries define the WCO as an act of weak people holding together for warmth. With the attitude of watching the building collapse, I didn't bother to join. When necessary, add some fire. Maybe, after the building collapses, you can go to the ruins to find some useful things. However, what they didn't know was that once they truly realized that the WCO was a threat, they could no longer extinguish it. Because Tang Qing said, "My building will not collapse." February 14th, morning. Comic Group. Headquarters. This year, the group plans to release 8 movies, 10 TV series, 3 documentaries, and a large-scale outdoor variety show, which will be launched in April this year. The market acceptance of Comet Music's payment model continues to increase. The monthly membership fee exceeds 30 million yuan. It is expected that within 3 years, it can achieve a single monthly revenue of 100 million yuan. On the website of Comet Literature, phenomenal works are constantly emerging. After the selection of essays for Heroic Civilization, 6 authors have passed and become part of civilization. Pu Chaodong reported. Theme. Tang Qing leaned on the boss's chair. Drink tea and listen. Comic Group has an attitude of striving for excellence. Even if it has money, it only invests in a limited number of released movies and some potential TV series every year. Otherwise, relying on the money. Shoot hard. Other entertainment companies are going to cry. Not only do they have to face the impact of foreign commercial blockbusters, but they also have to face the internal strangulation of the Comic Group. In this way, it is really a hellish level of difficulty to survive. Therefore, seek refinement. Don't ask for more. Certainly, these 8 movies are only works fully invested by the group, and joint ventures are not included. As long as the project is good and people come to us, if possible, the group is willing to make a fortune from SF. The origin of civilization. Photographed every year. It used to be 2 movies a year, but this year it has become 4 movies because heroic civilizations appeared in the civilized universe, just like the superhero series in the Marvel Universe. To this end, the group is constantly moving. First, establish a literary website overseas and translate the novels submitted for the Heroic Civilization essay into various languages. So far, the effect is pretty good, and there are many Civilization fans around the world. Second, make comics. Marvel's big IPs have become indelible memories for the younger generation through comics. Naturally, memories turn into feelings. With good works, it is difficult not to make money. Third, animation. At last, it's a movie and, if possible, a long-form drama. Anyway, it is highly scalable and has a bright future. Of course, if you make more money, you will also spend more money. For a long time in the future, it will not be possible to distribute large amounts of dividends. Comet Video and Tushio will burn a lot of money. Good thing, loops can form within the group. No need to add money. It won't be a burden. Currently, Tushio has accounted for more than 70% of the clicks in the field of short videos. Many foreign video websites have opened similar functions and are growing very fast. Speaking of Tushio, Pu Chaodong was very happy, feeling distressed again. Happily, an industry unicorn was born under its banner, and it was so successful that it could not catch up even if it retreated. Sadly, Tushio's bandwidth consumption is too high. There is a big difference between short video, fragmented time, and long video mode. One swipe. It's easy to stop. Temporary. Advertising fees simply cannot cover the bandwidth fees. However, overall, I'm still happy. Tushio has made the group's market value continue to fly higher, like a secondary booster. Market value of $100 billion US. The group has achieved breakthrough. Is 200 billion still far away? Forehead. It's a bit far away. With the current financial crisis and stock market turmoil, the group is of a size that ordinary bookmakers can't do. Relatively speaking, it's impossible to achieve a leaks-cutting model with big ups and downs. Hundreds of billions. Think of this. Pu Chaodong feels like he can wake up from his dreams with a smile. Hundreds of billions of dollars were unimaginable a few years ago. When converted into RMB, it won't take long for the market value to exceed 1 trillion RMB. 1 trillion. Another exciting number. Ahem. If you can't float, the one who is most qualified to float will sit calmly at the top. Continue reporting. During Tang Qing's meeting. Thailand. North. How's it going? In a huge manner, Wang Sa took Tang Kai to visit his new villa. On his face, it just said, "Complain my taste." Tang Kai was helpless. What else could he say? It's beautiful. Indeed, the architecture is unique. Beautiful scenery. A clear stream runs through the garden, which is larger than the Tang family's. Hey, thank you. Hearing this, Wang Sa laughed and said modestly, before, he can only make extra money by collecting tolls. His pocket is always tight and his family doesn't give him much money. Now, with wealth that he could not imagine before, he feels a little floating. Otherwise, nor would he spend $200 million on a yacht. Now, build a manor without batting an eye. Now, the yacht has been delivered. In terms of price, it can definitely be ranked among the top 5 yachts in the world. It is something that only the real rich can afford. I was so excited that I lived in the yacht for half a month. Open left. Open right. The ocean swayed around, attracting countless eyeballs. Then, that's tragic. He had a public official job, and although the work was handed down and he didn't have much to do, after a family investigation, he soon found out about buying a yacht and had a meal of stir-fry pork with bamboo shoots. Pain. My father really beat me. But finally, I still forgave him, but I didn't allow him to drive back to Thailand. It was too arrogant. Therefore, as before, we stopped at the inner bay of the small island that Tang Kai bought. If the inner bay hadn't been so big, we almost couldn't stop. Too big. It cost $200 million and more than 1 billion yuan to build. It is a big ship. It is not a problem for more than 100 people to play on it. Only, maintenance fees are too expensive. 1 year. Burn at least 1 Rolls-Royce. Feeling distressed. But compared to liking her, Wang Sa could only endure the pain and flowers. Moreover, Tang Kai is also planning to build a yacht. By then, he may be able to save a lot. Even if it doesn't work, the money will not go to outsiders. While walking, while chatting. Soon. Do you know about the WTO? Tang Kai suddenly asked. I know. Wang Sa nodded. What do you think? Tang Kai said. Hear the words. Wang Sa's eyes narrowed. It's good, especially for Myanmar. In the past, it was far-fetched to say that countries with zero loans were friends. Many of them had not interacted with each other for decades. Now they're solid allies. A few simple words. Tell the essence. Yes. Tang Kai thought the same way. What's Thailand's attitude? Just wait and see what happens. Wang Sa said, for the general public, this matter has been news in the past few days, and the level of attention has dropped significantly. However, for the top leaders of the relevant countries, the level of attention has never dropped, and debates continue. What do you think personally? Tang Kai asked again. Join. Wang Sa's stance is clear. Money. It's a stance. Now, the money he earns mainly comes from Myanmar. As the father of the fundraiser, if there is a gap between the two countries because of this matter, will it affect his interests? Affect the family's interests? It's possible. Therefore, a harmless contract, just sign it. Looked at Tang Kai. Why do you ask this? Wang Sa asked. The main reason is that we are worried that if we remain in a stalemate, we will fall into passivity. Of course, Tang Kai is not here to be a lobbyist, and no one is looking for him to be a lobbyist. He is just expressing a point of view and worry. It makes sense, he said. Wang Sa suddenly smiled. Don't worry. We should be very lucky. Things will develop in our favor. Oh, Tang Kai's eyes lit up. What's the news? No. Wang Sa shook his head. However, I know that there are many people who make money from money. He didn't have any gossip. He only knew that the power of capital was very strong. The incident happened suddenly, and it was not decided on the spot. Therefore, not working hard yet. Now, it is just a preliminary strategy from the top. Once a strong force intervenes, it will be overwhelming. For example, it is not difficult for the family behind you to change this result if you put in some effort. In Thailand, military, Kai Shur is the party with the strongest say. Only, if it is not necessary, it will generally not be done like this. It depends on the subsequent development. The family needs to weigh it. Reckless statements are a sign of immaturity. As for his own position, he is relatively impulsive. Yeah, Tang Kai agreed. Capital. Often it can decide a lot of things. In the future, Hummingbird, please take good care of me. Tang Kai changed the subject. The main purpose of coming to Thailand this time was to meet several of Hummingbird's partners in Thailand, and he happened to know them all. Wang Sa and two other families. Wang Sa has a military background. The second one, he has a royal background and is doing business. The third one, it is a political family. It can be said, with the three companies joining together, there's almost nothing that cannot be done in Thailand and 39 countries. It happened that I knew the partners from 6 countries, so I visited them while traveling. Tang Qing is busy. Help him share the burden yourself. No problem. Helping Hummingbird also helps me. Wang Sa laughed. About this. He's been looking forward to it for a long time. In the outside world, Tang Qing is known as the son of destiny. In a few years, he has made trillions of wealth. Is that what a person can do? Now, finally, we have the opportunity to collaborate. Only, Tang Qing found not just one, but 3 of him. He was a little disappointed, but had no grudges. After all, Tang Qing was not targeting him, but all his partners did this. Therefore, if everyone is the same, it doesn't matter. And, if there's only one family, to be honest, the pressure will be great. Their family does not have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. If Hummingbird wants to bypass the policy barriers, the family is not strong enough. Asking for help then? No. We also want to save face. Therefore, 3 are just right. When something goes wrong, it's easy to smooth things over. Just one person can put in a little effort, and it'll be over. At the same time, I have to admire Tang Qing's business experience. Business is the most unstable, but that's just a general situation. Found the right one. Things will go very smoothly from now on. Out of the ground. Pay money. Out of relationship. Once one person comes out, the building will rise quickly. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Comic Group. Headquarters. After the meeting, Pu Chaodong took Tang Qing to the Tushio business department. In the past, the building of Comet Video was half empty, but with the establishment of Tushio and a large number of new employees, it was almost full. This is full. It's also relative. At first glance, you can't forget how many people there are in the ultra-wide office area. If the office density of an ordinary company is increased by 5 times, it can be easily accommodated. Only, Tang Qing would rather build a new building than degrade the working environment of his subordinates. Good treatment, good environment. It can make people lazy, but it can also make people struggle because they are afraid of losing. Facts have proved that his generosity is earned. Many people's entire mentality has changed when they see the new company environment of the resigned employees. I will never leave. I don't want to squeeze into the cubicle office. 16th floor. Department of Public Information. As a video website for the general public, third-party content accounts for more than 99%, and the same is true for news. Although the proportion is extremely small, it has a high weight and even has a fixed recommendation page. First. Second, it must be a national event. Under, it's about various hot issues or other recommendations. Therefore, the work in the news department is quite easy. There are only about 20 editors in total. In addition to writing articles, they also do review work part-time. After all, the quality of third-party content varies. Fake news, where the content is wrong. If users report it, they have to take a look. General reviewers cannot be completely sure of the authenticity and accuracy of the news. At this time, editors have to play a role. Row 7. At the workstation by the window, Lin Jiaxue is immersed in writing. There is a computer, but she likes to write by hand, then scan it directly into the computer and modify it slightly. Precisely because she has been writing for a long time, she has developed good handwriting, but she dare not be satisfied because of Tang Qing. That word. This is what she has always pursued. Good thing. The limit of Chinese characters is not as high as that of paintings. It's not impossible to catch up if you work hard. In the past few years, Tang Qing has often tormented him. His physical fitness has improved, and his control over his body has also improved. Jiaxue, on the left. There was a call. Turn around. Is a pretty face. Her colleague, Lu Yu, is a regular employee of the news department. And she, just like at Qingyan City TV station, is an intern, and only a few people in the group know about her. Want to say, when Tang Qing was in school, she was often photographed. Her face must have been seen by many people. However, this time, Lin Jiaxue made some changes. If she was not an acquaintance, it would be difficult to recognize her. First, hair. In the past, my hair was usually long and hanging down my shoulders, but this time it was curled up. Second, eye. A pair of blue prescription glasses. Third, light makeup. She usually doesn't wear makeup. In this way, it was really difficult to match the candid photos. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to directly come to the group for internship. She would be surrounded by strange looks, and the working atmosphere would be gone. This is best now. What's wrong? Lin Jiaxue smiled. That smile. Even Lu Yu had to admit that he was very charming. I heard that this intern came from the University of Finance and Economics, and that he was from an extraordinary family at first glance. Every move, glance, and smile was different. Both beauties, but she conceded defeat. I'm going upstairs. What should I bring? Lu Yu asked. Upstairs. Snacks, tea, and fruits are enough. Thank you, no need. Okay. Lu Yu was helpless. She had asked many times in the past few days, and it was always like this. When I met this Buddhist girl, she only drank boiled water and did not eat snacks or fruits except for meals. She was really self-disciplined. Actually, she used to be quite self-disciplined. However, after arriving at the group, I was hooked. The bartenders here made the dishes that were much more delicious than those outside. The fruits were cut into various cute shapes, and the combinations were also very beautiful. Also free. She couldn't help it at all. 1 box. 2 boxes. It has become a habit to eat it now. Woo! This is simply heaven, and I will die here if I die. The salary is high, the benefits are good, there are no hidden rules, and the relationship between colleagues is relatively simple. There is no such thing as grouping or suppression. The eyes of heaven are watching. Dare to do it. That means I don't want to do it anymore. People with Tianyin will not show favoritism, because there are still people inside Tianyin who are watching them. In short, as long as she does well, her life will be more exciting and more comfortable than most of her classmates. Get up. Just getting ready to leave. Xiaoya. She was stopped by a male colleague in the 6th row. What? You don't know? What? The chairman is coming to the company today and may inspect various departments. It's better to be careful. It's not good to run around carrying food. The male colleague reminded him kindly. In the group, although they don't do any image projects and their superiors don't say how to be cautious, they usually pay attention to it. After all, it's a rare visit for the chairman of the board, so it's better to be careful. Ah, Liu Yu exclaimed. This matter. She really almost forgot. She was just thinking about eating. Then, Liu Yu quickly sat back in her seat. Little gasped. It's okay. By the window. Lin Jiaxue pursed her lips and smiled. Strictly speaking, this was her first time working in a company owned by Tang Qing. After listening to their comments, she realized what her man looked like in their eyes. Good boss. Generous. Wisdom. Kind. All the employees she came into contact with said this. Many bosses like to put money in their pockets when they make money, but Tang Qing uses most of it for expansion and rarely withdraws it himself, and his bonus is not ambiguous. Make outsiders envious. Be respectful. Fearful. A perfect boss. Same. Also a perfect man. After a while, the door became lively, and she heard the voice of the head of the news department, as well as Tang Qing, but they passed by the door and did not come in. Noon. Sweet music plays. Get off work. Jiaxue, let's go eat together. Liu Yu said. Okay. There's only 1.5 hours of rest time at noon, and Lin Jiaxue is not planning to go back to the villa to eat. The round trip takes 40 minutes, plus eating, it really comes and goes in a hurry. Didn't bring my own either. There's a canteen. Everyone can eat it, so why shouldn't she? Go downstairs. A group of female colleagues went straight to the cafeteria. Along the way, Lin Jiaxue inevitably became the center of attention, but she still restrained herself, and no one came to talk to her. With her appearance, she didn't have a boyfriend. Who believes it? Most are self-aware. So, as long as you can see it, don't think too much about the rest. As usual, when passing by the Comet Film and Television Building, you can see many beautiful beauties with outstanding looks. The fatigue from work has disappeared without a trace. Work here. Happiness. Enough to describe their mood. A week later. Park. Tang Qing just arrived at the office. Haha, congratulations. Fudan Vice President Qiu Jie called personally. I can't help it. I'm so happy. They say the postgraduate entrance examination is difficult, but look at this monster. He's only a dozen points away from a perfect score. It's scary. In fact, it's okay to get full marks, but there's nothing you can do about it. When correcting the paper, people can't see your name. They just think the writing is good and the answers are perfect, but some points are still symbolically deducted. Therefore, a perfect score for the postgraduate entrance examination has never appeared before. But, enough. Tang Qing's scores, coupled with his strength, are enough to do whatever he wants to do. This time, Fudan, Tsinghua, and Peking University. Tang Qing has already applied for research. As for whether it is compliant or not, of course there is no problem. Tsinghua University. Peking University. After all, it is the highest level university with a lot of energy, and it is not a matter of principle. It is just a graduate student in 3 universities, with 2 majors in each university. Reasonable, no matter what. Don't dampen people's enthusiasm for studying. Thank you. When is the retest day? Tang Qing asked. I know you're busy, so there's no need to take part. Tsinghua University and Peking University are just going through the motions. Qiu Jie said, for Tang Qing, the re-examination was completely redundant. It was just for getting points. That's fine. After Fudan, Peking University, Tsinghua University. The principal called me one after another to express congratulations. As for the re-examination, there was no chance. To sign up at the beginning of the school year, and the tutor has already been confirmed. For this reason, there's a fierce competition for tutors in related majors. Everyone knows, once there is a teacher-student relationship, from now on, they will no longer be short of projects. It's bright. Tsinghua University and Peking University have a lot of funding, but they also have a lot of people. Even if there are students all over the country, there are not a few capable students, but there are almost no students as capable as Tang Qing. Then, each shows his or her special powers. At last, for highly respected professional leaders emerged as doctoral supervisors. In this way, you can study together for a master's degree and a PhD. Tang Qing. After research by the school and approval by the Ministry of Education, we have decided to cooperate with the Smart Space Park to establish a research institute. When is the specific signing time? The sooner the better. How about next Tuesday, the 24th? Okay. Haha. Happy cooperation. Tang Qing became his own student, and they were naturally positive about the research institute and handled it at a very fast speed. After all, in the future, it can be regarded as his alma mater. If his alma mater does not take the lead in supporting it, what will it look like? The new year is over. It was immediately reported to the Ministry of Education. Yesterday, the approval has just been received and is considered the first batch. I won't go to the capital this time to sign the contract. I'll have a good time with the principals when school starts. Tang Qing said he had met the principals of the two major universities more than once, and they were considered acquaintances. No problem. You are busy. I hope the institute will be established soon. By the way, when will the Smart Space Technology trading platform be established? Many professors are asking me, and they are all very interested. The professors have accumulated a lot of technology, some of which are used in military industry and cannot be sold, but most of them are civilian technologies. Many excellent technologies have never been commercially available. Therefore, the professors were more eager than Tang Qing. Write a letter. Telephone. All in all, I hope the school will agree to it soon. It is all their hard work. It hurts to see it covered with dust. In the past, too many bosses came to fool them, just like sending beggars away. But Tang Qing, they believe it, because people are not short of money. In mid-March, the platform will be launched. At that time, you can bring the patented technology to the park, verify and evaluate it, and then sell on the platform. Only the appraisal fee will be charged, and no transaction fee will be charged. Is there a fee? Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Free? Impossible. It's not about money. It's about raising the bar. Just domestically, the number of patented technologies created every day is a huge number. Once it is free, it goes without saying that tens of thousands of technologies may come to you on the first day. It is free anyway, so try your luck. In this way, there is nothing to do in the park. Those 10,000 scientific researchers. 3 years? 5 years? Oh, maybe I can't even finish working overtime every day. As for Taobao, the seller applies, the seller sets the price, and the platform only intervenes when something goes wrong. So what does Tang Qing do with this platform? Nonsense? He wants it. The interests of both parties are guaranteed. Satisfied with the purchase. Happy to sell. Win-win. Otherwise, it's a mess, random valuations, cheating, and it goes against the original intention. Moreover, a large number of verifications are also training the company's scientific researchers, and good technologies can be discovered as early as possible. It's just a symbolic fee. Otherwise, after the platform goes online, there will definitely be a wave of evaluation. There are so many technologies to verify, even 100 items a day, it will be too busy. For both parties to consider, we must verify a lot of things. First, whether it is true or false. Second, whether it is outdated. Third, whether it has commercial value. Fourth, experimental verification. Fifth, whether there are similar technologies on a global scale. Sixth, in one breath, Tang Qing said more than a dozen items. This time, the person on the other end was confused. He thought that the technology transaction was not complicated, but now he saw that it was very troublesome. The manpower and material resources involved were quite large, especially the cost mentioned by Tang Qing. Starting from 10,000, this is still the cost of information. If it is verified experimentally, the cost will be higher. I want to ask, is this necessary? People put their patents out there and sell them, so you just create a platform. But when the words came to his lips, he still held them back. This matter, Tang Qing did something right. A responsible trading platform should be responsible for the traded items and let you list them for sale without caring about anything. After a long time, where's the credibility of the platform? It should. This is the attitude of a responsible entrepreneur. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing walked out of the study and living room. Zheng Rou's loud voice could be heard in the distance. Their internship unit was also on holiday this weekend, and even Zhong Liang and other roommates came over. He was looking longingly in the direction of a restaurant. At the same time, try to exercise restraint. Don't look at the snacks on the coffee table. Seeing Tang Qing, Zhong Liang could only sigh. Outstanding people will shine wherever they go. Today, Tang Qing's postgraduate entrance examination results were directly on the hot search list. 6 consecutive master's degrees. Heaven. Same people. Why is the gap so big? True to that sentence, the gap between humans is greater than the gap between humans and pigs. If Tang Qing hadn't cooperated with them, those with high IQs would probably not bother to talk to them. In the eyes. And thanks. These few years, Tang Qing's companies purchased almost all of their buses from their own stores. They bought thousands of them. Even if they earned 10,000 yuan per car, they still made tens of millions of profits, not to mention more. Tang Qing rich man. For management, there's no average price. These few years, thanks to Tang Qing, the family's assets skyrocketed from 50 million to more than 500 million, not all from the profits from selling cars. Several companies went public, and his father bought stocks and held them for a long time, making a huge profit. But this money, it's far inferior to Zheng Rou's family. Years ago, Zheng Rou's family's assets are close to 500 million. They are also in the electronic product business and have received a large number of orders from Tang Qing's companies. They also gambled on the stock market and are now making a lot of money. Conservative estimate. The assets of the Zheng family are not far from 4 billion yuan. Work hard. 10 years later, tens of billions of assets are also possible. As for the other 4 in the 2 dormitories, not much has changed. However, with roommates like them, they can turn over with just a little help. If they work hard, they won't be too bad. Destiny. Both realistic and magical. You're popular again. Seeing Tang Qing, Zheng Rou shook her phone with a smile. How hot? Tang Qing asked casually. National son-in-law. Tang Qing looked as usual, but Lian Mo couldn't hold it back. What? As mentioned above, Korean TV dramas are very popular recently. There are various nationals there. Now that you have a successful career and are about to graduate from college, netizens have given you many such titles. Wait a minute. Tang Qing stopped. What? Don't say it. Huh, that sounds awkward. Tang Qing smiled. At least, that's what he felt. Different cultures have different acceptance of some words. 10 years later, he didn't accept this word. It always feels great. Everyone was stunned. Embarrassed? Forehead. That said, it seems a little bit. Ah, you're actually afraid of this. The next moment, ahem. The one who was laughing maniacally choked on his saliva. Ahem. Huh. Tang Qing laughed and comforted. Don't get excited, otherwise I will introduce you to a national goddess. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just thank you for your expanded entertainment spirit. No, spare me. Brother, the little girl still wants to live a stable life. Laughter echoed in the living room. Sitting on the sofa, CCTV 15 is playing foreign hot songs. South Korea's Girls' Generation's new song, G, released last month, is still popular. I have to say, the dancing is okay. People, it's okay, it's not easy. You have to make a living while being exploited by the company behind it. Strictly speaking, a group of dream chasers are also a group of poor people. This is Tang Qing's evaluation. Last time, split up South Korea's major chaebols. For several major Korean entertainment companies, the chaebols have not sold any shares. The reason is not complicated. Entertainment is also a type of media. For the chaebols, it is not just a business to make money. And there are many other uses. Reluctant to part with it. But Tang Qing doesn't care either. What he wants is wealth and power, and how to penetrate into the Korean power class. There are many methods. Currently, the Korean consortium controlled by warriors is mainly doing one thing. Holding back. Anyway, just make trouble. Event. Little things. Hidden. Public. Dry. The reason is related to the island nations' conglomerates. In South Korea, there's still many opportunities to climb up. Chaebols and chaebol politics have many loopholes, but the island nation is different. Closed. Hereditary. Keep. The entire society is bound by a framework. Therefore, the development of the consortium controlled by the warriors has been slow. Barriers are everywhere. Of course, this is not the point. The point is how to break through. To South Korea, island countries don't like it either. Therefore, based on the principle of killing two birds with one stone, the resolution passed this plan to allow the chaebols of the island countries to suppress the chaebols of South Korea, gain some benefits, and a ladder to move up, and use this to attack their opponents in South Korea. Both sides benefit. Tang Qing. He was watching. He heard Zhong Liang calling him. Why doesn't your company have a girl group? Trouble. 2 words explain the reason. Is it troublesome? It's very troublesome. Oh, no wonder there is no decent girl group in China. Although he was puzzled, Zhong Liang still nodded pretendingly. If Tang Qing's height is said to be troublesome, then it must be very troublesome. Women are in trouble. Brother. A few minutes later, Qin Shiqi came to join in the fun. In the video, Qin Shiqi's dress is similar to Lin Jiaxue's dress in the comic group. She has a shirt, a bun, and glasses, and she looks like an urban beauty. It already has 8 points of the charm of its previous life. Take a look at the positioning. Sky Eye headquarters. Estimate. She went to work overtime to earn extra money. The background was an office. She had a fixed office position near the window and in the corner. She said she felt safe, for example, calling him now. Don't worry about someone suddenly appearing from behind. Are you free? Yeah. Qin Shiqi nodded. Said, still a little excited. This month has been so interesting. Last year, she mainly worked in customer service, and this year she will do the same. However, since she is not full-time, she can have time to work in other departments. Slowly, then he wandered to the Human Resources Department. This month, Hummingbird and Alibaba are crazy busy with recruitment. Tang Qing's companies and service companies hire an average of 200 people every day. This is for recruitment, not for interviews. More interviews, although there is screening. But it's not a 100% match. Just choose one of 2 or 3 people. This is the face-to-record ratio that Tianyin is currently trying to control. If it doesn't match, there won't even be an interview. Is it casting a large-scale net? No, that's an ordinary company, and Tianyin doesn't have the time. Then, with curiosity, Qin Shiqi sneaked into the interview session. Certainly, she was not an interviewer, and no matter how much she loved her, she couldn't take this kind of thing as a joke. She just sat aside and watched the interview without saying a word. However, she had to write an evaluation report afterwards, which was not a joke. To this, Qin Shiqi never tires of it. Interesting. Tang Qing smiled strangely. Yeah. Qin Shiqi didn't notice at all. Do you want to be an interviewee? Tang Qing asked. Really? Qin Shiqi was excited. She had interviewed so many people. No, she had watched so many interviews. She had not been interviewed yet. She had accumulated a lot of interview experience, so she would definitely get high marks. Try. Okay, come on. Qin Shiqi said with a serious expression. It's not me. Tang Qing shook his head. Said, after a few symbolic operations on her phone, the screen on Qin Shiqi's phone changed. The main screen showed a cold woman in a suit, with a bookshelf behind her that she didn't recognize. He is in the upper right corner, and Tang Qing's picture is in the upper left corner. This. On the screen, the woman's eyes were cold, looking at her as if looking at prey, which made Qin Shiqi's heart tighten in vain. Combined with the expression that seemed to be a sneer, she looked like a devil interviewer. But, when I think about it, I have accumulated a wealth of interview knowledge. Soon, she controlled her mood. Are you ready? The woman asked. Okay. Qin Shiqi was full of fighting spirit. Snort. The first question is often simple. Introduce yourself in 3 minutes. Tell me about your shortcomings. Future career plan. Why choose us? What do you think about salary? What do you think about overtime? Tell me about your success experience. Tell me why you left your job. Therefore, she is very familiar. Bring it on. I am no longer the Qin Shiqi I was a month ago. The first question is, a cat and a dog fell into a sewage pit at the same time. The water was very fast, but not deep. Assume that neither of them can swim, there is no one else around, and they can only jump in to save one. Which one do you save? After listening, Qin Shiqi was stunned. What? Why is it different from what you imagined? Is it related to the promised career? What kind of interview question is this? So, based on the principle of asking if you don't understand, is this related to the position I'm interviewing for? Of course it does. That's right. Qin Shiqi suddenly realized that she didn't even know what position she was interviewing for. At this question, the woman's face changed and became colder. What do you mean? You didn't know anything about applying for the job before you came here? I hope it's clear. Qin Shiqi gritted her teeth and asked. Pet breeding center, financial consultant, 2 cats and dogs belong to the customer. As a member of the company, it is the responsibility to protect the customer's property without endangering life. Tell me about it. Qin Shiqi was speechless. This question, so familiar. It seems to be a variant of the problem. I am in a dilemma. Should I save the cat or the dog? Cat, dog, sewage? Qin Shiqi had no choice but to jump down. Qin Shiqi looked confused. What kind of question was this? Let's not talk about saving the cat or the dog. Just jumping down was something that made her tremble just thinking about it. What to do? Save. Still no help. For a while, Qin Shiqi put herself into that scene, her face uncertain. No matter who she saved, she would have to soak in the sewage for a while. Moreover, if you only save one, you still have to face the condemnation of your conscience. No help. Still the same. Because 2 lives were lost. Please answer as soon as possible. The woman said coldly. Qin Shiqi was a little anxious. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It seemed that no matter which one she saved, it was a trap. This question was not supposed to test her to save a cat or a dog. No matter which one she saved, it was wrong. It was definitely right. The answer was outside the question. The brain spins rapidly. After a few seconds, a smile appeared on Qin Shiqi's face. Which material? Suddenly a sentence came from the other side. It takes too long to answer. Next question. Suddenly, Qin Shiqi was dumbfounded. All right, the next question is the next one, and I will definitely be able to answer it. The second question is, if the boss cheats on his wife and is discovered by his wife, he will definitely leave the house. The breeding center will be left to the proprietress who likes to eat pets. If you know it accidentally, do you want to say it or not? Like the previous question, Qin Shiqi had a look of confusion on her face. Cheating? Eat. Animal? What? These are all related to each other. Just like the previous question, it is difficult to accept whichever one you choose. No, this is definitely another trap. You must think outside the logic of the problem, otherwise, you will be far away from the answer. Think about it. These kind of questions. It shouldn't be about choice, but about solutions. I will advise the boss to stop the unwanted relationship and reveal in a subtle way what the boss's wife is like to make him afraid. As for the boss's wife, let's talk about the dangers of eating pets indiscriminately. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. In fact, if we really encounter them, the methods will not be so mild, but in order to maintain the upright image for the interview, we still adopt a relatively conservative way to resolve these disputes. Perfect. Qin Shiqi admitted it. Not bad. The woman smiled. But Qin Shiqi froze as soon as the smile appeared on her face. 0 points, the woman said. What? Qin Shiqi was unconvinced. Mediocre, featureless, and mediocre. However, what we need are talented people with ability and courage. Therefore, mediocrity means 0 points. The woman's voice was very cold. Suck. Qin Shiqi took a deep breath. Sister, the job I applied for seems to be in finance, and it requires courage and ability, but I don't dare to refute it, because that would be admitting I have no ability or courage, and I don't accept it if you ask for something I don't have. These words, if she said it out loud, she would be too embarrassed to see her brother. Calm down. Indeed, the so-called solution just now is so uncharacteristic that anyone can come up with it. It is not brilliant at all. If you come up with it yourself, and talk about a genius girl. It is insulting to the family tradition. Continue. The woman said again. The company sent you to lurk at the opponent's place to collect information. Will you go? After listening, Qin Shiqi couldn't answer again. Commercial? Espionage? Sister, the question is over the top. I have never considered this issue. As for thinking about it now, judging from the way I just thought, the correct answer is not to go or not to go, but to solve the entire problem. Spy. What is needed is information about the opponent. Easy to handle. It is much better to find the opponent's key figures and bribe them than to be a spy yourself, or to bribe a thief to get what you want, or else. All seem to be illegal. What? So, I choose to resign. Next question. Hear this. Qin Shiqi trembled all over. Afraid. Sister, can you give me a way out? Also, brother, where did you find this devilish interviewer? He is not amiable at all, and he asks some weird questions. It almost makes me black. Woo. Next question. Please let me go. However, 10 minutes later, Qin Shiqi was about to cry. This was not an interview, but a postgraduate examination of human nature. Every question made her embarrassed. If she could answer all of them correctly, she would probably get a perfect score in this life lesson. At last, the woman concluded. Poor. One word. There are no further ratings. Brother. Qin Shiqi gritted her teeth. Now, she finally realized that she was being live-streamed and might even have been videotaped and sent to family members. And all of this is arranged in advance, so there is no interview to ask these questions. Not bad. Tang Qing seemed to have no feeling at all, laughing and joking. Not bad. Qin Shiqi's voice rose a few degrees, and her cheeks were bulging, telling others that she was angry. Difference. You tell me it's good? Yes. First, poor, not the lowest score. Very poor. Extremely poor. You are third from the bottom. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiqi thought it was okay, not the bottom. But, why can't I be happy? Then Tang Qing smiled and said, that is the upgraded version of Tianyan's question bank, the social ability test. The workplace work is only part of it. It is a supplement to the assessment of senior talents. Those dozen questions, just for fun. The question bank is in units of thousands, and it is an upgraded version of the brain-burning test bank. There are no standard answers, and the entire score is not even determined entirely by human answers, but by the process. Anyway, very complicated. Qin Shiqi is a freshman. Difference. Normal. As for very bad and extremely bad, sorry, no, I just deceived Qin Shiqi. Those who can do this set of test questions are all high-level talents. Poor is a wide range, which is equivalent to failing. During the exam, 1 point and 55 points are both failures. Oh, hearing this, Qin Shiqi was in a much better mood. High-level. Talent. I don't seem to have any connection with these two words. I'm still just a freshman, so naturally I get the word poor. Rating is not unusual at all, while I have failed this time. Social ability. What a big topic. Brother. You're so kind. Qin Shiqi suddenly smiled. She was already in college and gradually came into contact with the society. She knew that not everyone in the world would spoil you. This interview was because Tang Qing wanted to show her inadequacy. Rather than a prank, watch her laugh. Tang Qing glanced up. In fact, he really wanted to see Qin Shiqi's entangled look. Well, it was a pretty good misunderstanding. Time flies. Another week. Island country. The investigation team, who were having fun in Tokyo, hurried back to X-Island City. They received news that the 3 scientists had finally regained their stability after a narrow escape and were able to meet again. Looking back, they were speechless. During the month of being robbed, there was nothing wrong with eating and drinking. According to what the Burmese side said, disasters continued after returning, and it seemed that they were safer in the hands of robbers than in Burma. Certainly, they know it's all bullshit. As for the reason, forehead. After playing like crazy for almost a month, they didn't want to use their brains to think about it. Anyway, they asked again according to the previous plan. As for the outcome, it didn't matter. The important thing was that they missed home. 1 month. Play. It will also be tiring. Myanmar, Thailand, China, Maldives. Island country. After playing for a while, I feel happy, but my wallet is a bit empty, and my savings have been used up a long time ago. Now I rely on credit cards to live, so I might as well go back to my country. If I continue to play, my credit cards may be maxed out. Next time, wait for some blood to come back. Not interested in working. In a trance. One member was listless. My back hurts from sitting on this plane. One member slumped his waist. Huh. A long yawn. Ahem. The team leader coughed twice. Talk. Take heart. We still have work to do, so don't be in the same mood as going to work and going to the grave, and your back and back are sore. How can you not feel sore these few nights in the island country when you have to call 2 or 3 people by yourself? And yawned. Oh, it's all the same reason. Next time, go to a lighter place. That's right. I can't stand it. Pay attention, it's time to work. The team leader reminded. It doesn't matter, there's no delay. I guess I won't be able to ask anything today, or it'll just be a bunch of false news. I'll give it to you, let alone a reward, just don't get scolded. Right. Look away, don't get your hopes up. Uh-huh. Which country is the most fun to visit this time? The topic quickly got sidetracked, and the team leader rolled his eyes. These people were recruited from various departments and had no direct affiliation. Therefore, everyone is very relaxed. Island country, women are good. China, I am impressed. I think the island in the Maldives is the most beautiful. Listening to the members discussing again, the team leader was silent and walked around. He felt that it was not possible to say which country was the best, but that each country had its own characteristics, such as the holographic projections and museums. Seaside view. Time monster. China's development speed. Island entertainment. After all, the islands in the Maldives are tourist attractions that have been developed for many years. The island tourism in Delhi province is not good enough, but with the 100-kilometer seaside tourist area, it is better than the Maldives. To choose. I won't go to the Maldives next time. Come here. He was very curious about what new scenes would be projected next time, what new exhibits the museum would have, or what new tourist attractions there would be. This is why Myanmar is superior. Change. Unknown. Shocking. Things in Myanmar are always developing. What about the Maldives? Everything that needs to be developed has been developed. There is nothing new. It looks good, but it is not irreplaceable, and the price/performance ratio is superior. Speaking of museums, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Before, Myanmar's exhibition of 2 billion Asian dollars in cash caused a sensation. Then, museums elsewhere began to copy and build big counters, but they couldn't get out that much cash. In the end, they resorted to opportunism and forged fake bills, where the piles of banknotes were hollow in middle, where only the one on the face is real money. For a while, it's like a bustling city. However, what is fake will always be fake. Later, exposed. It can only be withdrawn in embarrassment. 2 billion or 300 million US dollars is not something that ordinary museums can afford. Even if they could, they would not dare to display it blatantly like Myanmar. Otherwise, it is easy to attract robbers. After a while, I came to a relatively secluded health center with beautiful mountains and clear waters hidden in the woods. This is Xiamen City, the hometown of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. After several accidents, I was transferred here. The team leader stared at the sky. Edition, keep editing. In. It was a row of soldiers standing guard, as if facing a formidable enemy. Upon seeing this, the team leader curled his lips. You are afraid that someone will rob someone. This is your territory, with so many people. Who are you guarding against? There are no enemies. Pack. Keep pretending. Please. The person who picked him up was at the door. Thank you. After thanking him, the group followed the man and arrived at a senior ward on the 3rd floor. However, the team leader didn't see anything senior because the 3 of them were in the same room. Talk. What kind of high-end ward is this? And, after entering, the team leader was stunned, like being struck by lightning. This, a breath of cold breath, full of the smell of disinfectant. In front of me, 3 scientists. No, what's going on with the 3 unknown objects that look like mummies? Mass car accident? No, mass car accidents are not so exaggerated. Like. It looked like he had been rescued from a fire scene. White gauze covered the whole province. Only his face could be seen. He couldn't move his hands and feet. He was still watching TV on the bed. SpongeBob SquarePants. Worry. Hold the grass. See nothing wrong. Look at this. 3 gentlemen. You are scientists, so this is inappropriate. Never mind. Maybe you have a childish heart? Understand. 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 What a fart. The team leader felt as if a group of things were running wildly, spitting at him as they ran wildly. The looks of the people in front of them blinded their eyes. Yao Shou? What was the reason last time? Fell. Right? Fell. But there's a big gap between you like this and your falling appearance. No, calm down. The team leader held back his complaints, and at the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. You 3, are you okay? The fall looks pretty serious. These words. The team leader was too embarrassed to speak up. Thank you for your concern. It's good. The situation is quite stable. It's not life-threatening, but I get tired easily. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Hurry up, you only have half an hour. Bullshit. Keep talking. Tired easily? Do you use SpongeBob to cheer you up? You are so witty. Okay, you're the master. Whatever you say is what it is. You decide whether it is right or wrong. Fortunately, there is still half an hour to waste. Thank you, he said. The team leader came to the center. Be well prepared. 3 of you, I'm sorry to bother you again, but in order to find the truth, we have to do this. He became more and more embarrassed as he spoke. He knew that the 3 of them were acting, but he didn't dare to reveal it. Ask. We'll tell you everything we know. That's right. You have worked hard too. Tell us everything you know. Too much to say. The team leader suddenly had a bad premonition. Last time, he made endless remarks and scolded Sweden like his grandson. Although it was a psychological activity, it was too much. Then trouble. Take a deep breath. First question. Can you identify these pictures? Which ship is it? This time, the team leader brought out a bunch of freighter pictures, all of which were screened to minimize text problems. However, the next moment, the team leader feels that he is still too young. No, this one isn't either. This one looks a bit like it. I think about it. I saw it when I was catching fish and playing on the island. The weather was very good that day, and we had a lot of fun on that island. Everyone in the investigation team suddenly wanted to leave. 3. You'd better rest in peace and recuperate. Please. At that time, we wanted to see what kind of animals there were on the island, but we walked around and were very disappointed because there were only some insects and 1 bird. I even fell down because of my carelessness. It hurts. That time, my ankle hurt a little for a week. Oh, as we get older, our memory fails and our health deteriorates. In those days, it was easy to climb a mountain in 1 breath. Now, if you climb several floors, you have to stop and rest for a while. Young man, I'm free. You must exercise more. If your health is good, everything will be fine. If your health gets worse, everything will get worse. The best years of your life should not be only in your 20s and 30s. You should try your best. At this moment, the entire investigation team was in a state of confusion. The last time they went off topic, they mainly focused on scolding. This time I went off topic, so I didn't scold you much, but can you stop thinking so divergently? Where did it all go? Talk. Are you really scientists? So verbose. How can we not believe that we can still achieve such achievements in the field of scientific research? Outsiders say that the original transcription solution is a product of luck. I didn't believe it before, but now I really believe it. Absolute. A fim. Must. These scientists don't have much in their stomachs. They just have good luck. The case was solved. The truth is out. The team leader wanted to interrupt many times. However, still didn't say anything. When the scientist talked about this, his expression seemed quite happy. If it disturbed his interest, don't ask the next questions. Let's pack up and go home. I tolerate it. I tolerate it. A few minutes later, finally, the narration about the island and life came to an end. The team leader was shocked and hurriedly went through the pictures over and over again. Finally, he finished the picture of the ship. However, the result was not satisfactory. More than a dozen suspicious pictures. In this way, although the scope has been reduced, it is of little use. All right, next question. You three, look at this man again. Have you seen him? The team leader took out another photo. It was a young son of Sith. In fact, he didn't know why, but the consortium was called. No way. Just do it. Oh, along O. The team leader regained his energy in vain, but it did not last for more than 2 seconds. I've never seen you. I've never seen you. Chuan Chuan. Can you be more serious? I also have a temper. If you mess with me again, mess with me again. I'll show you the autistic thing. Ahem, after the skin is finished, the team leader returns to reality. Don't you have any impression at all? No. Then think about it carefully. You are familiar, but you're not familiar with it. You should know that people with different skins are all a bit face-blind. I don't see any difference between Westerners, but you see that we are similar, so I can't think of it. Emotions are this impression. Have to. Another useless question. Next. Where's him? He looks familiar, he seems. Have you been to this place? It's a bit impressive, I remember that time. 10 minutes later, the team leader looked bitter. Oh God, please accept these people's magical powers. If you don't accept them, I can't help but courier them for you. Of course. I can only imagine that if you dare to do it, he will be the first to be couriered. Several. You also collect magical powers. We obey. Kneel down. Goodbye. No. Hope never to meet again. Excuse me. You're welcome. I hope I can help you, but my body is not as good as it can be. Alas. In one sentence, the team leader almost choked to death. Help us. It's good if you don't cause trouble. It's best to close this matter as soon as possible. Whoever wants to investigate can investigate it. Facing these guys, you can't beat or scold them. Take a deep breath. Thank you. Let's go. Full of anger, the investigation team left the nursing home and looked back. The whole building seemed to be filled with a hint of malice. The team leader even guessed in a bad way that the next time they saw him, he would probably be in a critical ward. Never mind. Love so-and-so. This life. We can't do it, and we will never see you again. Goodbye. Get in the car. Leave. Team leader, how do you handle this? A member asked after leaving the sanatorium. Assignment. The team leader sneered. Whoever has the ability can do it by himself. We will gain nothing. At least we have made some progress and obtained further information. As for the effect, we can't blame us. Nothing gained? No. Who said that? Stood up. Let's return home with a full load. What are you asking about? Of course I'm angry. Faced with such a difficult opponent and the locals not cooperating, there was nothing they could do. Yes. That's it. Yeah. Understood. A few minutes later, after hanging up the phone, the team leader was relieved. He had just reported to his immediate superiors that there was definite news that he could return to the country. It was obvious that the consortium had given up and was not prepared to continue the investigation. Or, don't plan to start here. Too difficult. How is it? The members looked at him. Go back home. Hearing this, roar. You can go back. I'm happy. In the car, in a fit of joy, the team leader rolled his eyes. After all, there are only a few days of work in this month. Although it is the most relaxing paid vacation, it is still a troublesome thing. Because, if something is not done well, as a team leader, it is a dereliction of duty. But, whatever. It's not my fault. It's the person who assigned this task who misjudged the situation. What are you doing at home? See family, meet friends, sleep in, walk the silly dog. Day. How beautiful. Afternoon. The people from the investigation team came to the museum again. It has been a month since the museum opened. The tourist flow has almost subsided. Except for some people who come to see the dinosaur diamonds every day, most people are quite normal. Once, twice, up to 3 times. After, unless there are new exhibits, they will not join the fun every day. Therefore, after it has been open for more than a month, as long as they come and sign up, they can almost go in. Before leaving, they want to see it again. Dinosaur? No, that's for kids to watch. Gold, diamond, cash. These things that can stimulate people's brains are what they love. So when they walked in, they ignored all the so-called antiques and went straight to the goal. Soon they saw a pyramid. Pointy, Asian dollar, cash. 2 billion are piled there. What? 3 billion. Approaching. Everyone exclaimed. Last time it was 2 billion. No wonder it was higher than last time. 3 billion, more than 400 million US dollars put here. It is very spectacular. You know, the Asian dollar is already one of the hard currencies. Spectacular. Kaka, take a photo quickly. Come next time. Will it become 5 billion? It is possible that banknotes, to put it bluntly, are paper, and their value is provided by national credit. Therefore, for Myanmar, the cost of these 3 billion in cash is not high. Available for exhibition. Afterwards, you could spend it anywhere. In theory, exhibition cash has almost no additional cost, unlike gold and diamonds. There's a cost to gold processing. Every time it is smelted, money is required. The same goes for diamonds. Raw diamonds are processed into sparkling crystals. The cost is high, not for sale. These investments have to settle there like dead things. At present, it seems that Miao has no plans to sell these things and plans to keep exhibiting them, and the admission fee will be free. Souvenir? Phew. Anyway, a picture of "I'm not trying to make money" attitude. To this, the team leader felt a little silly, but not too silly because these things are almost unique, huge in number, shocking, and attract tourists who come to Myanmar to spend money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Look at it from this perspective. Understandable. Therefore, cash. This is the lowest cost exhibit here. A lot of money. Looking at them, my firm heart of justice suddenly shook. No, it shook again. On the glass of the showcase, a man was lying on it, as if he wanted to squeeze in. Ha! The companion laughed. I'm so greedy for you. At this time, a travel anchor is looking at his phone. Here, no restrictions on live streaming. Then, feeding a lot of people. Suddenly I feel that this museum is poisonous. Such precious things are placed in front of you, but you can't touch them. You can only look at them. For many people, it is a complete torture. Indeed, I really want to snatch it. Same feeling. Inside the glass, there is ideality. Outside the glass, there is reality. Incisive. A piece of glass separates the two worlds. This is perhaps the farthest distance in the world. I want to be a devil, but when I see the security guard around me, I think it's good to be poor. Haha, I'm so happy. 3 billion. Give me 1,000th. I can live my whole life without going out. I can too. +1. +1. The live broadcast room is very lively. Some people also bought gifts, and the anchor quickly thanked them. If there is anything that can attract people for a long time, there are only those things in the world. Wealth is one of them. Huge amounts of cash could be lying around here. See it. Many people feel that they are so poor. Then, remind yourself that there will come a time. I'm going to have a look on site. Don't expect to earn so much in this life. And even if you could, you wouldn't be able to print money as fast as others. Click, click, click. 100 million. Click, click, click. Another 100 million. Think about it. It's better not to compete with the speed of the money printing machine, just for the sake of abuse. Outside the glass, the investigation team gathered in a circle and did not squeeze in. The stack of cash was too high, and there was no need to get closer to see it. As long as you walked into the exhibition hall, you could see the tower-shaped tickets. Like a woman. Charming. Moving. Mouth-watering. Let's go to the gold exhibition hall. After taking the photo, the investigation came to the gold showroom. Golden knife. Golden sword. Golden armor. Golden horse. Golden monkey. Gold. Tyrannosaurus Rex? The team leader opened his mouth. A quick glance. Discover. Some of the exhibits here have been updated. In one exhibition hall, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, nearly 4 meters high, stands there with its teeth and claws. People around it can't stop using their mobile phones at all. Worry. Hold the grass. Walter? Is it challenging our worldview? They melted gold here and there and made it into various shapes regardless of the cost. And they didn't allow us to return home with peace of mind. Because I will think about it on the way. Will there be new exhibits next week? All right. This land. Really poisonous. A sort of. The poison called surprise. When you have money, you play the piano. Yeah. Being poor for a long time is a disease. Showing off your wealth is also a disease, but I think so. Many tourists were sour. Usually, when other people show off their wealth, it is mostly luxury goods such as villas, yachts, sports cars, and a meal worth hundreds of thousands, but they are all far away from them. But now, they're directly in front of them. Not hundreds of millions, but dozens or tens of billions. That's it, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The value is over $1 billion. The entire exhibition hall has hundreds of dollars, plus the Diamond Exhibition Hall. Hundreds of billions is the same as playing. These are not dams worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but luxury goods that truly represent the most direct manifestation of human wealth. Alas, the team leader sighed. Surprise. Accident. Depressed again. In comparison, Sweden's National Museum is completely rubbish. Don't talk about the value of cultural relics. When you reach a certain level, you all know what's going on. There's too much water in it. Perhaps this may be the breakthrough direction of future museums. Intuitive, innovation, shocking, rather than a dry pile of ancient items. Yes, it is a treasure of human civilization, carrying a splendid history, and is extremely valuable. However, aren't exhibits from any era that can leave a mark in the world equally valuable? Ancient, there's a price. Contemporary, it should also have a price. As long as it is part of the growth of human civilization and is difficult to erase from the memory of a generation in an era, then it should be of historical significance. Therefore, these are in front of you. It's culture, it's history, it's memory. As long as it can shock an era and be imprinted in the memory of the world, no one can deny that it is creating history and leaving a strong mark in this period of human history. Just sighing. Suddenly, the team leader focused his gaze and looked at a man not far away. He saw the man standing in front of a golden mammoth display case, looking at it obsessively, showing unabashed possessiveness. It's him. Observe for a few seconds. The team leader has already been determined. That's right, the leader of the international theft group that he had dealt with. He has committed countless crimes, but he has been planning carefully, finishing the work well, and is good at evading capture, so he has always escaped justice. 3 years ago, a theft case offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was hunted around the world. In the end, as the leader, he was arrested. In that operation, he also served as a representative and helped. After catching, he tried it. Not familiar, but it's not a stranger either. Later, I don't know what kind of deal he made with the other party. In short, he was found to have insufficient evidence and was released after not being detained for long. As for where he went, he didn't know, and he never saw him again after that. Unexpectedly, today, you can still meet here. Interesting. Could it be? Is this guy here to step in? Could it be that he has lost his mind? That's right. This is what the team leader thinks. This place is similar to China. It can almost be called a forbidden area for criminal gangs. In a country where robbery is not possible, the question is, what should be used to rob? Knife? Sword? Stick? Still empty-handed? Joke. How retarded is this? And, based on these 2 sightings alone, he estimated that the entire museum had no less than 1,000 security guards. He heard that many people lived in the museum, and at night, there were at least 100 people patrolling. There is no one on the 180th. Don't even think about it. Never mind. I don't care, this guy wants to die. What does it have to do with him?